Chapter 1. Provoking the Arrogant Young Master. On a sultry September afternoon, the spacious classroom buzzed with lively chatter. Undeterred by the oppressive heat, groups of students congregated, animatedly discussing various topics. Their conversations unbroken even by the presence of the teacher at the podium. Luxury sports cars from renowned brands lined up at the school gate, and a plaque adorned with gold, proclaiming the name of St. England Academy, stood prominently in the center. Students clad in uniforms strode through the campus, each exuding an air of confidence, their steps light and buoyant. Of course, there were exceptions, dressed in a crisp white short-sleeved shirt and neatly fitted three-quarter jeans, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. One girl dashed across the campus as she ran. Her hair swayed gracefully, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. Passing by someone, a faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air long after she had gone. Panting slightly, she gently rapped on the classroom door. Yishinran bit her lip, her chest rising and falling as she widened her big eyes, gazing at the homeroom teacher who was addressing the class. Noticing that the students' attention had shifted to the door, the teacher turned to see a petite figure, her cheeks flushed from running, with pristine white teeth biting down on her lip. One hand clutched her bag strapped tightly, while the other was clenched at her side, betraying her nervousness and unease. "What is your name?" The homeroom teacher's tone was inquisitive as she registered the student who had knocked but not announced herself. The girl's fidgety demeanor revealed her embarrassment. Avoiding direct eye contact with the teacher, she stammered in a hushed voice, "Yishinran. It's getting late. Being late on the first day of class is not acceptable behavior. I hope this doesn't happen again. Please find a seat." The teacher chose not to press the matter further, merely emphasizing her point before allowing the girl to proceed. Just as Yishinran was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind her. "Ah, so you're the girl in this class. I thought you were in such a hurry that you were rushing to reincarnate." Upon seeing who had spoken, the teacher's face brightened with a warm smile as she stepped forward and nodded. "Hiyu, why are you so late? You've already missed class. Make sure to arrive earlier in the future now. Return to your seat." Receiving no response from Yishinran, Ren-Hye's assertive nature was provoked, and he shoved her playfully. "Are you mute? Why don't you respond when I speak to you?" Perhaps he did not realize how forcefully he had pushed her, but Yishinran felt a pang of pain. Her eyes blazed with indignation as she glared at Ren-Hye, strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her forehead, unwilling to engage with him. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Yi Zinren's piercing gaze, Ren-Hye averted his eyes, but continued to press her. "You owe me for my shirt, right? You didn't forget, did you? You hurried off without a word. Surely you don't intend to skip out on this?" His words set the classroom abuzz. Ren-Hye was the heir to the prestigious Ren family conglomerate, raised in elite schools, and St. England Academy was the pinnacle of such institutions. Every student here enjoyed a privileged background, and nearly everyone knew Ren-Hye's tardiness or absences were hardly a surprise to anyone. Setting aside his family background, his strikingly handsome features could captivate any girl, serving as a testament to his confidence coupled with his sharp intellect. He consistently ranked among the top students, achieving high marks even without attending classes regularly. There was nothing he couldn't accomplish, only things he chose not to. As the students speculated about the relationship between Yishinran and Ren-Hye, she finally could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Are you even a guy? Is it really that petty of you? It was just a little coffee that accidentally stained your shirt. Do you really need to follow me here? Can't you see him trying to attend class? You're so annoying." Gasps filled the room. Even the teacher was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ren-Hye's expression darkened, but Yishinran, still fuming, glared at the ground, her large, sparkling eyes filled with both embarrassment and fury, her face flushed. When had Ren-Hye ever been spoken to in such a manner? Did this girl not realize who he was? He was the one who commanded respect within these walls. What gave her the right to speak to him so brazenly? "Hey!" Ren-Hye's loud exclamation startled Yishinran, causing her to flinch and lower her head slightly, her lips forming a small pout. Had she known that this boy was so difficult to deal with, she would have apologized from the outset, rather than risk offending him in her haste. "I need to attend class now. If there's anything to discuss, let's do it after." She finally decided to take a step back, addressing Ren-Hye in a steady tone. "You need to attend class? And what about him?" Contemplating this, Ren Hiyu smirked mischievously as he grasped Yi Zinren's hand before she had a chance to react. He turned and led her away. The classroom erupted with chatter as students began sharing their opinions. Punctuated by sighs from the girls and groans from the boys, how could Ren Hiyu casually hold the hand of a girl whose background they knew nothing about? Why was he so incredibly handsome? This boldness was undeniably cool. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Shinran was dragged along, struggling to break free, but the sheer force of Ren Hiyu was too much for her frowning. She followed reluctantly. Unsure of where they were headed, they finally came to a halt. Shinran swiftly released his hand, hurriedly placing it behind her back as she glared coldly at him. Ren Hiyu stepped forward, closing the distance between them, causing Shinran to instinctively retreat. "Who are you? Which company does your father chair? Don't you know who I am?" His voice was low, yet the warmth of his breath brushed against her face, leaving her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, Shinran suppressed her discomfort. Stepping back a few paces to maintain distance from him, she glanced around. Where were they? Was it an illusion? The area was adorned with an array of fragrant, beautiful flowers. If it weren't for the irritating presence in front of her, her mood would surely be much brighter. "Hey, are you daft?" Ren Hiyu's sudden outburst startled Shinran. Unable to bear it any longer, she adjusted her bag and attempted to leave, only to find her path obstructed by Ren Hiyu. "What do you want?" "I've already apologized for my shirt," she retorted, looking up defiantly at the strikingly handsome boy. Did he truly believe that everyone was required to possess an impressive exterior in his eyes? Was it only those with illustrious backgrounds who deserved to study here? Tilting her head, she pondered perhaps that was indeed the case. If not for her exceptional grades and her sympathetic family circumstances, would she have been admitted to this elite institution? It was, after all, an academy for the privileged. Chuckling softly while stroking his chin, Ren Hiyu leaned casually against the wall, blocking the glaring afternoon sun. "It's simple. Compensate me for my shirt since I've already worn it. I want to demand the full price, just 80,000, please." Chapter 2. The Vampire. 80,000. Was this guy a vampire? Shinran clenched her teeth, closing her eyes to take a deep breath, raising her brows in disbelief at Ren Hiyu as she mentally calculated how to escape the clutches of someone demanding such an exorbitant sum. This girl, petite and slender, with her dark hair tied back in a ponytail, had beads of sweat clinging to her forehead, and her flushed cheeks only added to her charm. The fiery glare in her eyes, filled with confusion and resentment, stirred an inexplicable feeling within Ren Hiyu. Suddenly, a shout from a distance broke the tension between them. Ren Hiyu turned his head to see who was calling his name, while Shinran remained still, fixated on his retreating figure. As the newcomer approached, she took a few steps back, preparing to leave. Uncertain if Ren Hiyu would pursue her, Shinran reminded herself that she certainly could not afford to pay him 80,000. Reflecting on her current financial situation, she quickened her pace, clenching her fists to suppress a sigh as she made her way back to the classroom. "Hey, Hiyu, the principal is looking for you. He saw you bringing a girl with you, didn't you hear him?" A boy stood in front of Ren Hiyu, catching his breath and fidgeting with the shirt collar to cool down. Noticing that there was no one behind him, he furrowed his brows and halted all movements. "Hey, where's that girl?" He assumed the girl in question was Shinran. When he turned around, she was indeed nowhere to be found. "Ugh," he muttered in annoyance. No one dared to disregard his presence. Was she deliberately ignoring him? Meanwhile, other girls were eager to surround him, vying for his attention. Was this all a well-orchestrated scheme? First, she stained his shirt with coffee to attract his notice, and then she feigned ignorance. Ren Hiyu shook his head. Shinran didn't seem like the type to play mind games. She appeared rather straightforward, the type to merely shoot someone glare. The sun was no longer scorching, and Ren Hiyu wearily returned to rest, the air still stifling as classmates departed their classrooms. Some headed off in pairs to unwind in their sports cars, while others made their way to private vehicles waiting at the gate. And Shinran, she had no glamorous attire, no striking looks, no lavish car to escort her, nor family background that drew envy. She walked quietly down the path, unfazed by the curious glances cast her way, determined to follow her own path. Shinran, the voice of the dean of students, prompted Xinyan to halt in her tracks and glance back. Noticing the hushed whispers and stifled laughter of her classmates surrounding her, she found herself confronted by the dean, who was gesturing for her to approach. With an air of willingness, Xinyan made her way to the dean, bowing politely and greeting the dean, with his hands clasped behind his back, advanced slowly, stating, "As you are not a direct student from our Shungying High School, you are required to fill out an enrollment form." Raising her wrist to check the time, Xinyan's expression turned conflicted. She opened her mouth to decline, but the dean's next words quelled her hesitation. "These forms must be submitted by tomorrow, and your records will be filed at Shungying College." Following the dean into his office, she swiftly completed the forms, her thoughts occupied by the impending lateness to her part-time job, knowing full well that her boss would likely dismiss her if she arrived late in her eagerness to arrive at her destination more quickly. She took a shortcut and, upon reaching the derelict area beyond the school gates, she heard a chorus of screams from several girls as she pondered the cause of their distress. Xinyan understood the situation upon following. Their Gazian altercation among a group of boys lay ahead. Typically disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, Xinyan barely glanced at the scene before hastily moving away. Suddenly, a stick landed at her feet, causing her to retreat a few steps in fright. She gaped at the boys engaged in a brawl, noting from a distance that some were bleeding from their foreheads, yet continued to wield their makeshift weapons in defiance. The girls, clearly terrified, scrambled to distance themselves from the chaos. Oblivious to the digital camera that tumbled from one of their bags, Xinyan felt an urge to call out to one of them, but the speed of their retreat left her no opportunity to speak. Determined not to squander time confronting these individuals, she inadvertently caught sight of the fellow named Renheiyu and narrowed her eyes, formulating a plan in her mind. "You've crossed paths with me, consider yourself unfortunate." Chapter 3. A fortuitous encounter with the arrogant young master. The air was filled with melodious tunes within the elegantly decorated establishment, where towering windows showcased soaring fountains, their sprays cascading playfully to greet every visitor. The guard stationed at the entrance bowed respectfully to each guest, offering courteous gestures that spoke of impeccable service in an atmosphere of unrivaled sophistication. This was Blue Moon, a renowned leisure venue frequented by the upper echelons of society. Unlike many other recreational spots, it was a veritable paradise for wine aficionados and a haven for coffee connoisseurs, showcasing some of the world's finest vintages. Patrons here were typically well-versed in the art of wine tasting. Unlike the common bargoers who merely drank to intoxication, many also savored life's pleasures, finding joy in a fragrant cup of coffee or a captivating song, often resulting in a day filled with delight. Standing at the front desk awaiting guests was Yu Xinran, donned in a blue uniform, her previously high ponytail now elegantly styled. Her radiant complexion appeared translucent and smooth under the ambient lighting, exuding an alluring charm. At that moment, Renheiyu entered the Blue Moon accompanied by two companions, taking the lead with a slight grimace on his face, as if discomforted by his right shoulder. The young man trailing behind him, of similar stature, wore a mischievous grin, remarking, "Hey, Heiyu, you're not quite yourself today. Usually, you handle these people with ease. How did someone manage to get to you?" Rumor had it that someone had upset Renheiyu. After selecting a table, Renheiyu glanced back at his three companions and stated, "Would you kindly keep it down? What brings you to summon me?" Upon noticing the guests, Yu Xinran approached with a menu in hand, a smile gracing her lips as she placed it at the corner of the table. "Good day to you. How may I assist you?" she inquired gently. "Bring me a bottle of La Romani Conti," Renheiyu demanded, never once glancing at the menu or acknowledging the server. However, Yu Xinran, after retrieving the menu, recognized him instantly. Nodding professionally, she said, "Please hold on a moment." After departing, she shook her head in disbelief. Contemplating the coincidence of encountering him again, she soon uncorked a bottle of the exquisite French Burgundy wine, La Romani Conti, pouring it for each of them. Just as she was about to wish them a pleasant experience, she was startled by Renheiyu's intense gaze fixed upon her. "It's you," he exclaimed, his piercing eyes locked onto hers. Xinran's heart raced, betraying her nervousness as her complexion shifted subtly, struggling to maintain her composure. She stammered, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" It was a rare occurrence for Renheiyu to engage in conversation with a girl, piquing the curiosity of his companions. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Stop pretending to be oblivious. I will settle the score with you," he warned. She had never encountered such a petty young man. It was astonishing that he could indulge in the finest wines yet still be vexed over a piece of clothing worth tens of thousands. How could he remain so fixated on it? Regrettably, she had neglected to capture the moment of his altercation with others to report back to her supervisor. Go ahead and be fierce. Let us see how you handle school tomorrow. She thought. Just as she was about to respond, a commotion from the adjacent table caught her attention. A reasonably handsome young man was embracing a stylishly dressed girl while delivering cruel words to the girl seated across from them. The hurtful remarks brought tears to her eyes, yet she remained silent, her helpless demeanor evoking sympathy. No one around her rose to her aid, as her trembling shoulders and the tears at the corners of her eyes signified her surrender. Shinran momentarily forgot Rinhayu's presence, clenching her fists as she watched, grappling with her own emotions. Just as the girl raised her hand in a threatening manner, Rinhayu's friend sprang to action. Pulling the girl into his embrace and smirking coolly at the aggressors that it's not very honorable to bully a young girl in public. Is it? What isn't Shuan doing? Has he gone too far with this joke? Remarked one of the boys sitting beside Rinhayu. Commenting on the situation, Shinran exhaled softly, relieved to see that not all of Rinhayu's friends mirrored his character. Some exhibited commendable masculinity. However, she had to concede that Rinhayu's companions were strikingly handsome. Just like him. A brief glance revealed Rinhayu sipping his wine. Eager to seize the opportunity to leave, Shinran was once again distracted by the ruckus at the neighboring table, causing her plans to slip away. Chapter 4. Another encounter with him. Unbeknownst to anyone, a brawl had erupted, shattering the serene ambience of Blue Moon with screams, shattering glass, and the sounds of a scuffle, each noise louder than the last, creating a scene of chaos and brutality. Familiar with such spectacles, Shinran forced herself to remain calm, recognizing that her foremost duty was to safeguard the establishment's property and minimize any losses. She approached the neighboring table, swiftly collecting the cups to place them somewhere safe. Just then, someone violently shoved her from behind, causing her to stumble and drop the glasses onto the ornate European tiles. She fell clumsily onto the unforgiving surface, her palms immediately going numb. Regaining her senses, she disregarded the pain in her hands and rushed to salvage the tumbling glasses. But how could one compete with the inexorable passage of time? The resounding crash echoed in her ears as shards leaped into the air, triumphantly splattering across Rinhyu's hand, and then falling to the ground, as if resigned to fate. Shinran gasped, desperately wishing this was all a nightmare. Blood trickled from his hand, and she instinctively reached for a tissue to offer him. But upon meeting his cold gaze, she found herself frozen, unable to muster the appropriate apology. Perhaps it was Rinhayu's icy demeanor that quelled the chaos around him. As the fighters began to disperse, his friend led the girl away, while those who had been defeated lay on the floor, being assisted by security personnel. Yet, all eyes were fixed upon Rinhayu. Shinran's back broke into a sweat. After accidentally spilling coffee on him, he had already demanded compensation of 80,000. Now that he was bleeding, how would she account for this? The ominous premonition of trouble loomed over her. Are you tired of living? Rinhyu's voice was low, lacking direct confrontation, yet it felt as though he could devour her whole. Seated at his table, he averted his gaze from the wound, his brow furrowed in irritation as he delivered his terse words. Understanding that Rinhyu was not a simple adversary, Shinran stammered her apologies. I truly did not mean to. I in the CF. I wore new clothes, and your coffee stained them. You said the same thing. What was your intent then? He retorted, his tone laced with restrained anger, hearing the underlying fury in his voice. She attempted to explain, I didn't foresee this. I'm genuinely sorry. The indoor lighting illuminated Rinhayu's handsome features perfectly for all to behold. He lounged there, exuding a casual yet domineering presence. Slapping his hand on the table before rising effortlessly, the blood from his hand dripping onto the beige European tiles. Taking a step forward, he glanced down at Shinran's name tag, turning his head to survey the onlookers. You Shinran, a student at Xingying Academy, working in a CAF by day and here at Blue Moon by night. You're quite the busy bee, aren't you? His words dripped with mockery, each syllable striking Shinran's heart. Inhaling deeply, she reassured herself that this was not the first time she had faced ridicule. She had grown accustomed to it. Yet, Rinhayu's remark stung, prompting her to seek solace for her bruised pride. I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. If you don't mind, may I assist you in bandaging your wound? The blood is already flowing. Whereas Jeek. Rinhayu's indifference was palpable as he summoned the manager of Blue Moon. Desiring to avoid escalating the situation, Shinran helplessly continued, if there's an issue, please feel free to address it directly with me. I will take responsibility. At that moment, a server timely approached with tissues, bending down to hand them to Rinhayu, who accepted them without protest, wiping away the blood. Shortly thereafter, a man in a brown suit navigated through the crowd, orchestrating a return to premium service for the guests. dispersing the onlookers and restoring the previous elegance. The music resumed its soothing melody as though the tumultuous events had never transpired. Straightening his tie, the manager of Blue Moon, Jeek, bowed deeply to Ren Hayu. "Young Master Ren, is there anything you require?" Ren Hayu extended his still bleeding hand towards Joke, determined to appear nonchalant. Jeek's face turned pale for a moment as he shot a glare at Shinran. But soon after, he donned a sycophantic smile to face Ren Hayu. "Yes, it is my fault. Young Master Ren, rest assured, I will teach her a lesson. I guarantee there will be no next time. I need you to immediately terminate her." Ren Hayu emphasized the last three words with gravity. A thunderous shock reverberated through Shinran's soul, leaving her stunned. She anxiously watched the manager, hoping he wouldn't be swayed by Ren Hayu's words. Chapter 5. He succeeded, although Blue Moon was never short of staff. It was not devoid of rules and compassion. Humans are prone to errors. One mistake does not necessarily warrant dismissal. If one acknowledges their wrongdoing and seeks to amend it, forgiveness is possible. The manager cleared his throat and lowered his voice, glancing at the anxious Shinran before forcing a smile. "Young Master Ren, everyone makes mistakes. I've often heard our boss say that his good friend, which is you, Young Master Ren, is a magnanimous person. I believe this matter." The manager longed to persuade Ren Hayu, yet Ren Hayu refused to grant him the opportunity. "Enough. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Are you disregarding my words, or are you shielding her? Handle it as you see fit." Torn between the regulations of Blue Moon and the friendship with the boss, the manager was at a loss, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Recognizing that the manager was indeed trying to assist her, Shinran felt a pang of gratitude. She cursed her misfortune for encountering him at such an inopportune moment. Yet, she knew this was not the time for bravado. Everyone has their dignity, but the harsh realities of society do not permit her to shield hers. All she could do was bow her head. "I truly need this job. I hope you can overlook this. And I am willing to compensate for the dress as well. Just believe in me, give me time, and I promise I will repay you. I cannot afford to lose this job." Shinran silently recited in her heart. "Trust. Such a laughable notion. Since you value this job so dearly, I have thought of a way to settle our accounts. You shall no longer work at Blue Moon. I will not pursue the matter further." He found her words distasteful, and Shinran no longer bore her previous demeanor. Biting her lip, the colored lights in the room cast a trembling shadow of her petite figure on the European-style tiles. With a slight tilt of her head, she quelled the anger within. "What are you waiting for? Get lost." Ren Hayu bluntly directed his words at Shinran, attempting to humiliate her into utter embarrassment. If some believe that those who hurt them do so because of their foul mouths, why not consider it their own ineptitude for not being able to retaliate? If some think that tolerance is a virtue and do not wish to engage, why not acknowledge it as their own weakness for failing to assert themselves? If one still cannot recognize their predicament but desires others to point fingers at them, why not employ their own means to retain a modicum of dignity, taking a deep breath as if liberated? Shinran adjusted her bangs, her gaze sweeping the surroundings before finally settling on Ren Hayu. "Fine, I will leave." With that, she stepped forward with her right foot, pivoted her left heel, and without further ado or complaint, held her head high and walked her own path. What does it matter how bitter her heart felt? Who could she rely on for understanding? What of her dissatisfaction? Who could she count on for comfort? The world is inherently unfair. Why Shinran? It will be all right. Just strive to get through each day. She wiped away the tear that had inadvertently slipped from the corner of her eye, inhaled deeply, and turned towards the break room. Blue Moon is a leisure venue reserved for the elite, where the waitstaff undergoes rigorous training to gain employment, ensuring that the service is of the highest quality and the environment is comfortable. However, as patrons observed Shinran striding forward with her suppressed grievances, it was evident that this petite girl was unlike any other. Ren Hayu could not help but acknowledge her distinctiveness. Had it been anyone else in a similar situation, they would have unleashed a torrent of grievances and lambasted themselves, yet she did not. Merely due to this incident, the fury in Ren Hayu's heart seemed to abate, and he genuinely did not wish to hold a grudge against Shinran. He tossed the blood-soaked tissue onto the table, aware that his friend had already departed, and he too strode away with an air of nonchalance. The diligent manager, Joke, bent down to bid farewell. "Young master, please take care." As Shinran, freshly attired and ready to leave the break room, encountered the manager who seemed to have been waiting for her, she smiled faintly. "Manager, thank you for speaking up for me earlier. I am sincerely sorry that we cannot work together anymore." The manager wrung his hands, lowering his head as if struggling to find the right words. "Manager, I shall take my leave now." She would not press him for words he was reluctant to share. Shinran, it is I who owe you an apology for not being able to retain you. The manager finally expressed his regret. Clad in casual attire, Shinran radiated youthful vitality. Her long, dark hair fell freely, cascading down her back, and her fair, smooth face appeared all the more innocent. She instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled brightly. Please do not say that. Manager, I am grateful for the training and the opportunity to work here. Tonight, I indeed made a mistake, but I do not blame anyone, so please do not dwell on it. What do you plan to do next? Having worked alongside Shinran for some time, he recognized her earnestness, diligence, and sense of responsibility, and he felt a deep attachment to her. It pained him to see her leave. Yet, what was most unfair was that it was Renheiyu she had offended. Perhaps I should speak with the boss. He is a friend of Renheiyu's, and if he insists on keeping you, I am certain Renheiyu will not make things difficult for you. Shinran beamed a radiant smile, devoid of any sadness. It's all right. I will be starting school soon, and I need to reorganize my time. This is a good thing. I can utilize the evenings to study effectively. Sensing the concern in the manager's eyes, she offered him a reassuring glance. I will be fine. As she slung her bag over her shoulder and exited Blue Moon, she looked up at the starry sky. The dryness in her eyes blurred her vision, making it difficult to see the twinkling stars. The stars had always been so distant, yet what was it that obstructed her sight, rendering it challenging to even glimpse them from afar? Swallowing the bitter taste, she realized it was tears. Gazing ahead, the glaring streetlights, the bustling pedestrians at the crowded intersection, and the incessant flow of vehicles made her feel the world was overwhelmingly busy. It was nearly midnight, yet the streets remained crowded. Where were they all rushing to? Did they, like her, carry burdens in their daily lives? A few middle school girls clad in uniforms and carrying backpacks giggled as they passed her. She halted, watching their retreating figures, recalling how just a few years ago, she too had walked the streets with a backpack and school uniform, albeit with a different state of mind. She had never laughed so joyfully. Chapter 6. A direct challenge. Descending the stairs step by step, just like her heavy heart, she sank to the lowest point. Gripping the strap of her bag, she slowed her pace and glanced back at the faint light illuminating the top of the stairs. The ground beneath her feet was damp, far inferior to the brighter world above. She shrugged. The basement, often overlooked by others, had become her home. The wet ground, detested by many, was her daily path. The experiences that others would dare not imagine were her reality. The further she moved forward, the darker it became. Here, regardless of day or night, the darkness prevailed. There were no footsteps but her own, and sometimes her own echoes startled her. She could not see, yet she could hear. After walking for about 5 minutes, Shinran paused. She expertly pushed open the unlocked door, her hand deftly maneuvering in the air. Moments later, the room was illuminated. The warm glow of a yellow bulb filled the cramped space of less than 30 square meters, granting her a faint semblance of home. The furnishings were sparse. A bed cobbled together from wooden planks leaned against the corner, and an old wooden square table occupied the opposite corner. Next to the table stood a clothes rack missing a support. Shinran hung her bag on it. Boiling water in an electric kettle, she tiredly retrieved a box of instant noodles from under the bed. After preparing the instant noodles, she took just one bite before losing her appetite. Twirling the noodles with chopsticks, tears glistened in her eyes, reflecting on the day's events felt akin to enduring years of grievances and suffering. Though the past had been arduous and far from easy, with moments of ridicule and misunderstanding that left her heartbroken and aggrieved, none of those times compared to the intensity of her current feelings. To have her self-respect trampled beneath the feet of others, to choose to ignore it for the sake of survival, was an incredibly challenging endeavor. Placing her hand over her heart, she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell quietly. Are you all well up there? Tonight, I feel as if I can see you. I am sorry, Mother, for promising to take good care of myself and not allowing anyone to bully me. But for the sake of living, some things are unavoidable. I find myself bereft of employment. What course of action should I take to settle my debts? If my mother could hear the lamentations of my heart, I implore her to bestow her blessings upon me. Please do not fret on my behalf. I entreat you. The dawn heralds the arrival of a new day, yet the sun shows no inclination to rise and fulfill its duties, leaving the sky shrouded in a dreary gray. The ominous clouds gathering at the horizon, coupled with the fierce winds, signal to the world the impending arrival of rain. With a wistful smile, I gaze upward, my eyes reflecting a profound melancholy and unresolved thoughts. Having experienced a tardy arrival the previous day, I made a point to arrive early today. As I approached my seat, an overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over me. I could scarcely comprehend how individuals could display such childishness. The desk lay overturned, and the chair was adorned with a smattering of thumbtacks, a blatant act of mischief. Scanning the classroom, I pondered when I might have offended them. What prompted such behavior? The inquiries in my gaze were met with a chorus of taunts and disdain from my peers. Misfortune seems to follow me even to the point of disrupting my basic needs. Disregarding my discontent, I righted my desk, removed the thumbtacks from my chair, and settled down as though nothing had transpired, retrieving my textbooks from my bag. Surrounding me were deliberately provocative voices. I could not fathom how they had managed to infiltrate our school, let alone have the audacity to provoke our esteemed Ren Xiaoyi, inciting a sense of nausea within me. Indeed, who did she think she was? Did she believe she could capture Ren Hiyu's attention in such a manner? How pathetic. Alas, her stature could never compare to ours. We exist in entirely different realms. I refuse to allow that girl to tarnish Ren Hiyu's reputation, for he is the object of our admiration. I have heard whispers that her parents passed away long ago. Her shamelessness stems from her lack of. Struggling to suppress my discomfort, I hastily exited the classroom. Gasping for breath, my eyes glistened with unshed tears as I vehemently urged myself to disregard the words of those individuals. No matter what they said, I must not pay them heed. I must not cry. Tears must not fall. My spirits dampened. I leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Raindrops began to fall. Indeed, the rain had come. My restless heart found solace in the gentle patter of the rain, restoring my composure. I resolved to live my life and pursue my studies. Just as I turned to re-enter the classroom, I collided with someone, my elbow striking the hard corridor wall, eliciting a grimace of pain. I apologize. It was not my intention, the assailant remarked nonchalantly, devoid of any semblance of remorse. The pain intensified, flushing my face with indignation. I yearned to forgive. Perhaps it was indeed an accident, but a glance revealed the other party stifling a laugh. In that moment, I became convinced of their deliberate intent. The throbbing in my elbow was swiftly eclipsed by the ire swelling within me. I straightened my posture and, with a fiery glare, demanded, "Classmate, have we had any prior grievances? Why would you deliberately collide with me while I am simply standing here? Oh, so you're not as dim-witted as I thought. You realize I did it on purpose." The tone was brash. "Who told you to cross Ren Hiyu? I will ensure you pay the price for that." What? Confusion washed over me. I wanted clarity. Yet the individual had already departed. After a moment of contemplation, I acknowledged that there were indeed issues between Ren Hiyu and myself. However, he had stated the previous night at Blue Moon that as long as I was not working there, he would overlook all past transgressions. What did these petty provocations signify? Just then, I caught sight of Ren Hiyu approaching the classroom. Reacting swiftly, I positioned myself in front of him, obstructing his path. The height difference compelled me to look up at him. "Why are you acting this way? Last night you clearly stated that all previous matters were bygones as long as I left Blue Moon. Now you allow others to torment me. What do you truly mean?" With a scoff, Ren Hiyu cast a dismissive glance my way, his demeanor indifferent. "What can I say? I intend to make your life difficult until you are out of my sight." A deafening clap of thunder resonated through the September sky, mirroring the crushing weight of his words, leaving me speechless and incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? Ren Hiyu, do not presume that everyone is at your beck and call. I will not bow to you. When you exert your dominance over others, do not misconstrue their reluctant forbearance as weakness. You are not invincible. There are those stronger than you. I ask that so," Ren Hiyu retorted, entirely dismissive of my words. "Listen well, Yexin Ran. Those who provoke Ren Hiyu have yet to escape unscathed. If you wish to test that, be my guest." With that, he intentionally brushed past me, his shoulder colliding with mine, sending me stumbling sideways beneath his superior strength. He strode into the classroom, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Chapter 7. The error lies with you dressed in a tailored, British-style striped school uniform. Ren Hiyu's attire accentuated his well-proportioned physique impeccably. Hands tucked casually into his pockets, he walked alongside Jin In-sun, exuding an effortless coolness that elicited shrieks from other prominent female classmates. Jin In-sun, arms crossed, occasionally glanced at Ren Hiyu, smiling and shaking his head, his expression a curious mix. Unaccustomed to the attention, Ren Hiyu paused, casting a sideways glance at his friend. "If you have something to say, speak up. It's rare to see you today. What prompted you to invite me out for a game? What do you want to know?" "What a bro. Our camaraderie remains unshaken. Shall we celebrate?" Jin In-sun's fair complexion radiated warmth, his smile infectious at a first glance. He could easily be mistaken for a sunny prince, his laughter bringing comfort to those around him. Ren Hiyu, turning his head, declined to respond. with a more serious demeanor. Jin In-sun stroked his chin. I heard about your dealings with a girl named Yi Exin Ran. He paused deliberately, gauging Ren Hiyu's reaction, who appeared somewhat agitated, anger etched across his brow. Jin In-sun, perceptive as ever, added, I don't see what's so special about her that would capture your interest, but you wouldn't want to play games with her, would you? Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave, Ren Hiyu retorted curtly, ignoring his friend's inquiries and continuing on his path. Pondering, Jin In-sun recalled that night at Blue Moon, where their connection seemed palpable. Yet the atmosphere was frigid. Sensing the potential for entertainment, he left with a smile. As dusk approached, heavy rain began to pour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Ren Hiyu drove his flashy sports car into the garage. Just as he parked, his keen eyes spotted an armored vehicle in another garage. His chiseled features were accentuated by the parking lot lights, amplifying his handsomeness. Leaning against his car, he gazed at the grand European-style villa before him. Illuminated and majestic, standing as a protective fortress for its inhabitants, akin to a father's robust shoulders supporting his family. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, my father is truly remarkable, adjusting his uniform. Ren Hiyu made his way to the main house. Upon opening the door, a servant approached to attend to him. At the entrance, he spotted a man seated on the sofa, who gestured for the servant to leave. Upon understanding, the servant retreated, leaving only the silent, middle-aged man on the sofa and Ren Hiyu, who chose to ignore him and was about to ascend the stairs. Suddenly, the man shouted, Stop right there. Heeding the command, Ren Hiyu remained stationary, feeling the man rise and approach him. What is the matter? His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, standing with an air of indifference. What kind of attitude is that? I am your father. When I speak, where do your eyes wander? The man pointed an accusatory finger at Ren Hiyu, clearly agitated. The vastness of the hall, coupled with the absence of many servants, made the father's voice echo, rendering Ren Hiyu's presence almost invisible, creating a stark contrast with the coldness of the space. Principal Pei called me to discuss your conduct at school, and I am utterly disappointed. Have you sunk so low as to engage in brawls like a common thug? Once was not enough. Now it has been captured on film. You don't feel a shred of shame? My reputation is being tarnished because of your actions. You find honor in resorting to violence among your peers. Ren Hiyu's father fumed, his chest rising and falling in agitation, feeling frustrated at his son's behavior. Are you finished? I am returning to my room. Holding his breath, Ren Hiyu refrained from confronting his father directly, lifting his foot to leave. What is it that you find unsatisfactory? I provide you with the finest food, clothing, and ample funds. What more could you desire? The man's fury escalated, his teeth clenched as he prepared to strike Ren Hiyu. Ren Hiyu could no longer contain himself. He retracted his foot, pivoted sharply, and raised his voice. I want nothing from you. You cannot provide what I truly seek. Shoving aside the elder, Ren Hiyu hastened towards the villa's exit, clutching his car keys tightly. Ren Hiyu's father stood frozen in place, the floor-to-ceiling windows left uncovered, allowing him to witness Ren Hiyu speeding away in his car. Outside, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by a symphony of thunder. In that moment, he tasted the bitter flavor of sorrow. The haunting voice of Ren Hiyu lingered in his ears. What you offer me is of no desire. What I seek, you cannot provide. The persistent belief that providing him with a life of comfort could mend the fragile heart he had carried since childhood now seemed misguided. My long hours devoted to career left me estranged from understanding my son, leading me to chastise him for events at school that I could not comprehend. He bore it silently, for my tone had crossed a boundary. Prompting him to retaliate, he still could not let go. How long would he confine himself? In stark contrast, Ren Hiyu's father now stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the deluge outside. Sighing heavily to Mr. Ren, shouldn't we be leaving? A bespectacled man, around 40, respectfully reminded him. Glancing at his wristwatch and casting a worried glance at the tempestuous weather, he lamented, Hiyu remains trapped in the past. What must I do to gain his acceptance? In truth, the young master cherishes all your sacrifices for him. Just give him time. Very well, let us depart. When Hiyu returns, have the butler inform me. Understood. The rain poured heavily as Ren Hiyu pressed the accelerator to the floor. Racing through the downpour like a bolt of lightning, the rainwater splashed high, drenching pedestrians who dared to stroll with umbrellas, inciting their ire. The screech of tires against the wet asphalt pierced the air, followed by a sudden brake. Ren Hiyu gripped the steering wheel, fatigue evident as he wiped his face. Hadn't he seen someone rushing towards him? Anxiously, He opened the car door and ventured into the storm. The streetlights illuminated Sharon, who lay sprawled on the ground, the raindrops creating a beautiful cascade around her silhouette. Standing in the downpour for but a moment, he became completely drenched, his eyes squeezed shut in exasperation as he crouched, furrowing his brow, and asked the silent Sharon, "Are you all right? Why did you run out here? Why does that voice sound so familiar?" Sharon, startled and disoriented, struggled to find her voice. She remained silent, leading Renhyu to assume she was injured and unable to speak due to pain. Just as he was about to approach her to take her to the hospital, she suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "It's you?" Drenched and in disarray, she sat on the ground, attempting to speak, but Renhyu interrupted. "Do you not watch where you walk? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and stopped in time. Had it been someone else, you might have lost your life. Be more cautious in the future." "What? How absurd," Sharon retorted, rubbing her knee where his car had grazed her, defiantly shaking her head despite the relentless rain. "You were speeding. In such weather, you should consider the safety of pedestrians. Please don't be so selfish, thinking everyone else is at fault while you remain blameless. In reality, the greatest mistake lies with you. The greatest mistake lies with you." Chapter 8. No longer enduring, the rain showed no signs of abating, and their gazes became blurred, obscuring each other's faces. Only the sound of rain filled the night, devoid of any other souls along the roadside. Drawing upon her own strength, Sharon pushed herself to stand. With her bag slung across her shoulder, she felt the chill of Renhyu's indifference radiating from him. Unwilling to engage further, she acknowledged her minor injuries yet resolved not to let them hinder her. However, recalling his earlier behavior and attitude, Sharon decided to offer him a word of caution. "I was caught in the downpour without an umbrella and got soaked on my way home. The traffic light ahead clearly indicated green for my direction, so you should have stopped. This torrential rain left the roads nearly deserted. Otherwise, many would have been harmed. Even if you enjoy speeding, you must consider the weather. Such reckless speed in these conditions is perilous. Shut up. When did my driving skills become your concern? Who do you think you are?" His contempt for her advice was palpable, his frustration evident, standing tall in the rain. Renhyu's hair hung damp over his forehead, water trickling down his handsome features. Sharon couldn't help but admire him. He was the most attractive person she had ever seen, yet simultaneously the most unreasonable. He possessed everything that countless individuals yearned for: a prestigious family background, striking looks, and an impressive height that it was said his intellect was equally commendable. Such an exceptional individual, yet his demeanor was tarnished, likely influenced by his affluent upbringing. Don't most wealthy children end up spoiled? Realizing she had been standing in the rain for too long, Sharon decided not to linger any longer. "Drive safely. I'm leaving." As Sharon moved her legs, relieved it was merely a scrape, she remained oblivious to Renhyu's melancholic demeanor and the wounds on his heart. "You know nothing. You truly understand nothing." As Sharon walked a distance away, Renhyu murmured to himself. When the rain ceased, the sky brightened. The morning breeze swept away troubles, refreshing the mind. The fragrance of flowers from a nearby florist would lift anyone's spirits, causing their lips to curve in a smile, and quickening their steps. Carrying her slanted bag, Sharon seemed to have forgotten the previous night's injuries. Despite a significant bruise on her knee, her radiant smile concealed any lingering gloom, drawing the attention of passers-by who greeted her with cheerful smiles. Upon arriving at the classroom door, Sharon restrained her smile, pondering whether her desk would once again be overturned or if they would seize another opportunity to torment her. Ever since she learned everything was connected to Renhyu, she had become extra vigilant. After bolstering her spirits, Sharon entered the classroom and was pleasantly surprised to find her seat intact, unscathed. Breathing a sigh of relief, she settled in and glanced at Renhyu's usual spot in the corner. It was empty. He had not yet arrived. Remembering the heavy rain from the night before, she wondered if he, having grown up in a privileged environment, might have succumbed to illness from the downpour. Realizing she was actually worried about him, she chuckled softly, attributing her concern to their shared status as classmates. Yet, the lingering bitterness from their previous encounters remained unshakable. That day, in a hurry to attend class, she had arranged to swap shifts with a colleague before work. As the time approached, her colleague had yet to arrive, and in her anxiousness, Sharon approached a new customer. It was none other than Renhyu. He ordered a cup of coffee, and as he waited, Sharon maintained her composure while internally panicking. Once the coffee was ready, she carried it to him. Just as her colleague entered the shop, in her moment of joy, she failed to notice the path ahead. She collided with a nearby table, accidentally spilling the coffee onto Renhyu's pristine clothes. instantly soiling them. Frantically apologizing, Shiran grabbed a large pack of napkins from the counter to clean him up. Rin Hyu, evidently concerned about the garment, darkened with displeasure and growled, "What on earth were you thinking?" Embarrassed by her carelessness, Shiran glanced helplessly at the manager, who shook his head in resignation. Just then, her colleague arrived to change shifts, instructing Shiran to step aside while she addressed the situation. Grateful for the manager's understanding of her need to attend class, Shiran expressed her appreciation. Thus began her conflict with Rin Hyu. It was a curious twist of fate. Not only were they classmates, but they shared the same school. Resting her chin on her hand, Shiran became lost in thought, unable to forget Rin Hyu's domineering tone and his haughty demeanor. Just thinking about it brought a smile. What a petty boy. The morning had been uneventful, with no one intentionally seeking to cause her trouble, and Rin Hyu had yet to show up in class. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her as she cautiously observed the other students, finding nothing amiss before finally feeling secure enough to leave the classroom. Upon entering the restroom, Shiran heard a faint cry for help. Cautiously turning her head, she found no one there. Could it be one of their schemes? Her heart raced with trepidation, yet the cries for help persisted, growing closer as she approached. Pushing open a stall door, she barely registered what was happening before a bucket of cold water was dumped over her. Raising a hand to wipe the water from her face, she opened her eyes to see a classmate holding the bucket, laughter erupting as a group of well-dressed girls approached, their bright, British-style uniforms contrasting with their exaggerated smiles as they pointed and laughed at her. "Yi Shiran, you're truly foolish. With your demeanor, how can you compete with us? Last night, some classmates saw you with Hyu. Stay away from him, or you'll be humiliated every time you cross paths." Tossing the bucket aside, one of the girls scoffed, shoving Shiran aside with an air of superiority. It was Rin Hyu again. How much humiliation had she endured over these trivial matters? Her mother had always advised her to take care of herself and not let others bully her. But how could these well-dressed young ladies understand her plight? "You all stop right there," Shiran shouted, refusing to endure it any longer. Sometimes, when endurance reaches its limit, there is no longer a need to bear it any longer. You may wish to be magnanimous, yet they persist in their provocations, failing to recognize your kindness. That I tell you, this is the final time. The last time I regard you as naive children. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure that you find yourselves in a more disheveled state than I. Chapter 9. A challenge awaits. Pushing past the throng of girls blocking her path, Shinran hurriedly emerged from the restroom, her damp clothes clinging awkwardly to her. As she quickened her pace, it felt as though her eyes had been doused in water, an uncomfortable heat radiating from within. Surely, she must be catching a cold. As her nose began to redden with the impending flow of tears, having been doused in cold water, she felt a chill despite it being September. Otherwise, why would she be shivering? Suddenly halting, Shinran tilted her head to bask in the sun's warm rays, hoping to dry her soaked spirit. A torrent of questions swirled within her, yet no one was there to provide answers. With no classes in the afternoon, Shinran gathered her books, ignoring the sarcastic remarks from her classmates. Draped in her still damp hair, she slung her bag over her shoulder and left the classroom. At the school gate, she chanced upon Rin Hyu, who was showing off his new silver sports car to his friends. As she observed him speaking so earnestly, a thought struck her. Quickly crouching down, Shinran stealthily released the air from the tires of his CRT. His friend expressed a desire to experience the new vehicle. Rin Hyu turned to get in, his sharp eyes catching a glimpse of someone squatting nearby. Realizing she had been noticed, Shinran felt a pang of unease and darted forward without looking back. However, her hasty movements caught Rin Hyu's attention, leaving him baffled as to why she would be near his car after school. With a nervous glance at the tires, she regretted looking. Upon meeting his gaze, it became clear that he was furious. "Why, Shinran, I will not let you off the hook." "Achoo!" She sneezed, rubbing her nose, hoping it wasn't a sign of a cold. Glancing around anxiously, she feared that Rin Hyu's entourage might be lurking nearby, ready to confront her. Upon returning home, exhausted, she collapsed onto her hard bed, covered only by a thin mat. Closing her eyes, she found solace in the surrounding darkness. Unlike the fear she usually felt, she had never before felt such a sense of peace in this space. Shinran's long eyelashes fluttered gently under the dim light, her flawless skin untouched by cosmetics, and the worries etched on her brow did not detract from her pure beauty. Slowly opening her eyes, she stared at the ceiling, her dry lips parting as she contemplated the significant impact Rin Hyu had on her. It seemed that navigating school life would become increasingly difficult from now on. Countless thoughts plagued her mind as she wondered when she might untangle the knots between herself and Renhyu, longing for a tranquil school experience. This daily game of torment was far from enjoyable. Dragging her weary body to change into clean clothes, she prepared to head to work. Life must go on. She could not allow minor setbacks to defeat her. Yi Shinran. You can do this. Arriving at the CAF where she worked, she donned a smile and immersed herself in her duties as usual. She greeted her colleagues, but today, their demeanor seemed somewhat altered. Stiffening her smile, Shinran shrugged awkwardly and continued with her tasks. She wiped a cup. Her lips pursed in thought. She furrowed her brow, pondering why everyone seemed off. Could this be related to Renhyu? Shaking her head in denial, she reassured herself that she had been working here for a while, and her relationships with her colleagues were solid. There was no way they would betray their friendship over Renhyu's words. Distracted, Shinran placed the cleaned cup on the counter, only to have it slip from her grasp with a resounding crash. Shattering on the floor, "What have you done? How can you be so careless?" The manager rushed over to scold her. "Is this your first day here? You can't even wipe a cup properly. What can you even do? I be more mindful, and stop looking so dazed that you're here to work, not to be in a daze." Shinran dared not respond. "Yes, I'm sorry, manager, I was wrong." "Humph, show me some spirit and stop sulking." After delivering her reprimand, the manager clicked away in her high heels. Dejected, Shinran slumped on a high stool, attempting to regain her composure. Before she could settle in, she heard someone call her name. "Shinran, there are a few cups in the back that need washing." "Shinran, a customer just left. Please clear the table." "Shinran, the floor is dirty. Hurry and mop it." All afternoon, Shinran was at the beck and call of her once friendly colleagues. This only solidified her belief that something was amiss. Renhyu must be behind it. Otherwise, how could the manager, who had always treated her kindly, reprimand her so harshly in front of everyone? Previously, her colleagues had shown understanding whenever she needed to switch shifts or was late, comforting her not to be hard on herself. Yet today's behavior was a stark contrast to their usual camaraderie. It wasn't until night fell completely that Shinran finally clocked out. Worn out, she sat on a bench by the street, looking up to the sky in search of stars, only to find none on this particular night. Leaning back against the bench, she gazed ahead and smiled, feeling a sense of relief. "This is fine. I don't want you all to see how exhausted I am. This is truly better." Tears glimmered in her eyes, more radiant than stars, as she masked her inner sadness with a smile. With an optimistic mindset, she faced the twisted reality, taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily. As she stood to head home, Shinran froze upon spotting Renhyu ahead, remembering all the misfortunes of the day were his doing. She felt an overwhelming disdain for him. Deliberately giving him a sidelong glance, she intended to walk past, but his voice stopped her in her tracks. "Doesn't he feel good? Does it? Don't think you can compete with me. You'll never win. I'm giving you a chance now. Apologize to me, and I'll let you off the hook." Renhyu's deep, melodious voice resonated in Shinran's ears. Had his words not been so absurd, she might have been captivated by his voice. "Do you think I still believe you? Can I trust your words? I never knew you to be so domineering and rude. I thought perhaps your upbringing as a spoiled child had made you this way, and I could understand your temperament. But now I realize I was mistaken. You are truly insufferable. Those are all my sincere thoughts." With a darkened expression, Renhyu replied, "What did you say? Repeat that." His deep, cold gaze pierced through her, and she recognized his anger. The force emanating from him made her feel small, but she refused to yield. "Do you think I wouldn't dare to speak up? Just because no one has ever dared to say this to you before, you find it hard to accept, don't you? I tell you, Renhyu, I have decided to challenge you. Prepare yourself." With a huff of indignation, she stormed off. Chapter 10. The weight of secrets. On this starless night, Shinran felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. The half-hour walk from the CAF to her home had become routine, yet after her argument with Renhyu, she felt as if all her strength had been sapped, rendering her unable to continue. Ahead lay the bus stop, just across the street, but with a grimace, Shinran drifted forward. Suddenly, a blinding light and a blaring horn startled her, causing her to freeze in place, eyes tightly shut as she awaited an unknown fate. Instead of the anticipated collision, she felt warmth enveloping her shoulder, dispelling her uncertainty and helplessness. Blinking her hazy eyes open, she found herself face to face with an attractive young man. He was tall, with single eyelids, a sharp nose, and thin red lips, clad in a deep blue shirt and white trousers, perfectly embodying an aristocratic demeanor. Certain that Renhyu was the most handsome she had ever seen, this young man was undeniably the most pleasing to her eyes. Regaining her composure, Shinran felt embarrassed and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. That was my fault. It's all right. I'm glad you're okay. I also owe you an apology for scaring you. Next time, I'll be more careful while driving. His warm smile accompanied his gentle words. In the evening ambience, with melodious speech and the presence of an ideal suitor, was this a dream? Or had her nerves been so frayed by Ren Heiyu's antics that she was now hallucinating? She admired his demeanor, appreciated his gentlemanly nature, and was taken by his appearance. Her cheeks flushed, rivaling the hues of twilight. Allow me to drive you home to make amends for my earlier recklessness. The young man, noticing her shyness, suggested with a smile that it was merely an accident. How could she allow him to drive her home? Thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine on my own. Please, let me have this chance to make it up to you. When faced with someone she found endearing, her defenses naturally lowered. Shinran reluctantly acquiesced, taking a seat in the passenger side of his car. As she settled in, unsure of what to say, her eyes fell upon an open heart-shaped necklace adorning the rearview mirror, containing a photo of a girl. Curiosity piqued, she glanced a moment longer. Just as he noticed, and tucked the necklace away into a small drawer in the car. Breaking the silence, he asked, I still don't know your name, and my name is Shun Yuing, and I just returned from France today, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance in such an awkward setting. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she smiled warmly and said, Oh, I see that my name is Shinran, and it's a pleasure to meet you. The tires rolled over the dust on the ground as a luxury sports car came to a halt in front of Century Park. Shinran smiled graciously and said, Thank you. You can let me off here. Yuhan glanced at the flashing lights of the sign. Isn't this a park? I can drive you home. No, it's getting late, and I don't want to impose on you. Please head back quickly. Goodbye. Shinran opened the car door and waved farewell to Shun Yuhan, her mind echoing his name. What a refined and elegant person he is. How fortunate his girlfriend must be. How envious I am of her. In a blue-hued ambience, Ren Heiyu lounged casually, sipping a cocktail with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to those around him. His phone buzzed incessantly beside him, and in a fit of irritation, he snatched it up, removed the battery, and tossed it aside. In a foul mood today, Master Ren. Upon hearing the voice, Ren Heiyu grinned and looked up to see the person across from him. He joyfully stood up and playfully punched the man's shoulder. Yuheng, when did you return? Why didn't you let me know? Oh, I heard through the grapevine that you fired someone from my shop. I feared that if I didn't return soon, you'd ruin the place. Shin Yuheng chuckled, accepting a rich cup of coffee from the manager. He cast a knowing glance at manager Jake, who was busily waving his hands. It wasn't me. It was our boss who returned unexpectedly. Ren Heiyu pretended to throw a punch at Jake, who promptly bolted in fright, prompting hearty laughter from both Ren Heiyu and Shun Yuan. As the laughter subsided, Ren Heiyu continued to drink in silence. While Shin Yuheng took a sip of his coffee, observing Ren Heiyu from the corner of his eye, have you been troubled by many worries lately? What made you turn to drinking? Nothing much. What about you? How long do you plan to stay this time? Ren Heiyu brushed off his own troubles lightly. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Perhaps I might not leave at all. Upon hearing this, Ren Heiyu's expression darkened, a hidden thought flickering in his eyes. By the way, this year marks the third since she left, so you returned. That promise, she could not fulfill. You still remember? Shin Yuheng's tone shifted slightly, but he quickly resumed a light-hearted demeanor. How is Uncle Ren? I only just returned today. Otherwise, I would have visited him sooner. The opulent chandelier cast colorful light upon Ren Heiyu as he rested his hand against his lips. His large eyes fixated on the liquid in his glass, recalling the sharp, spicy sensation he had experienced with each sip. It was that desperate urge to forget his troubles, a fleeting escape from reality. Every time he clung to the idea of drinking to get drunk, he found himself wide awake and alert. Fragmented images danced in his mind as he suppressed his discomfort, forcing himself to forget. With a slight tremor, he lifted his glass and downed the remaining contents. Shun Yuheng observed all of this with a serious gaze, crossing his arms as he studied Ren Heiyu. What makes this seemingly perfect man so captivating beyond his looks and intelligence? Why do those young girls fawn over him? They would sacrifice their youth and lives for him, yet feel no regret. Call them foolish, but they are more aware of their choices than anyone else. Claim they have opinions, yet they are more lost than the most confused of souls. Chapter 11. Wrongfully accused. As autumn approached, the lush trees lining the streets began shedding their leaves, the brittle, yellow remnants crushed beneath people's feet. Unaware of their sorrow, their lamentations silenced beneath the weight of human indifference. Clad in long sleeves, Shinran walked to school, but paused at the entrance, gazing towards the academic building. Uncertain of what awaited her today, what scheme would Rin Hyu devise against her this time? Despite the challenges of her life, she found a thrill in this ongoing battle. With a long exhale, she stepped forward. The professor lectured at the podium, yet Shinran struggled to focus, her nerves on edge as she observed the slightest movement around her. Even the smallest shift made her spine straighten. Her eyes warily fixed on the source. When class finally ended, her heart remained restless, still on high alert. Wanting to catch her breath, she had not yet risen when a classmate approached, slamming her hand on Shinran's desk, accusingly pointing a finger at her. Why, Shinran, did you steal my necklace? Directly accusing her felt infuriating, and Shinran retorted, can we at least be reasonable? What evidence do you have that I stole your necklace? I've never even seen it. Surely, this was yet another one of Rin Hyu's pranks. How could they unjustly accuse her like this? I knew you'd say that. Do you dare let us search your bag? The classmate's gaze bore into Shinran's, leaving her no escape. There must be something incriminating in her bag. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so determined to search it. Shinran's mind raced as she sought a way out. Stealing was no trivial matter. It could lead to disciplinary action or even expulsion. As the situation escalated, someone had called the dean, and those eager to witness the drama shared their version of events. The dean, upon hearing their claims, sided with the students, agreeing to their request to search her bag. They were smug, eager to seize her belongings, but Shinran swiftly hugged her bag to her chest. This is my property. You have no right to search it. Rin Hyu instructed you to do this, didn't he? What is he trying to accomplish? They offered no response, and Shinran found herself outmatched by their numbers. In mere moments, her bag was yanked away from her grasp. They unzipped it, and before the onlookers, emptied its contents onto the desk. Unsurprisingly, a platinum necklace appeared. Shinran had braced herself for this moment, her eyes closing in despair as tears threatened to spill. The dean stared at her in astonishment upon discovering the necklace belonging to the daughter of the board member. Why, Shinran, come with me to the office. Speechless, Shinran followed the dean, bitterly reflecting on the depths of human malice. How cunning and cruel it was to conceive such a despicable act. Truly, he was a privileged young master, employing any means necessary to achieve his goals. How tyrannical and oppressive he was. Just the thought of him infuriated her. Upon entering the office, the dean immediately launched into a tirade. I never imagined you would be such a student. Your qualities and academic performance suggest you are capable of better. How could you stoop to stealing? No matter the difficulties one faced, stealing from others is a crime. Would you prefer I call the police or suspend you? How could such a clever child make such a foolish mistake? Dean, I swear I didn't do it. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Why are you so quick to believe their accusations without any evidence? Do I lack the capacity to discern the truth? I witnessed the necklace fall from my bag. No one would be so bored as to place it there. Frustration bubbled within her, raising her voice. What if someone did put it there? Why do you choose to believe them instead of me? I may come from a difficult background, but that does not mean I deserve to be insulted or wronged. It because they have connections, while I do not, that you choose to trust them over me? How absurd. You made a mistake and refused to reflect on it. That I will have to discipline you. For the first time, Shinran lost her composure. Fine. Go ahead and punish me, in a school that values connections over merit. I have no desire to remain. She turned and strode forward with determination. Do you think you can bully me just because I seem meek? Don't assume I lack temper. I just choose not to engage with you. Once in the classroom, she gathered her belongings, hastily shoving them into her bag, casting glances at the faces around her, wishing to escape their scrutiny. As soon as she stepped outside the classroom, the room erupted in cheers. They celebrated her departure. A bittersweet smile tugged at her lips, realizing that her absence was a cause for their rejoicing. Once outside the school, Shinran took a deep breath, trying to comfort herself. Perhaps this is for the best. I can dedicate more time to working off my debts. Learning can occur anywhere, not just in school. With determination for tomorrow, she pressed on. She bought a newspaper on the street, circled job listings with a pen, and began her search for work. Life was not easy. Even in September, the temperature had begun to drop, but the midday sun remained scorching. Clad in long sleeves, Shinran was drenched in sweat, fanning herself with delicate hands. She sat on a bench at the bus stop, feeling the weight of her frustration. She had scoured both sides of the newspaper, but every potential employer either deemed her qualifications insufficient or found some other fault. Her spirits were plummeting when a black SUV pulled up in front of her. not paying much attention. She was startled when the horn blared, prompting her to look up as the window slowly descended. A familiar handsome face emerged. All her earlier gloom evaporated at the sight of him. Joy surged within her as she approached, greeting him politely. "Hello, what a coincidence to see you here. You still remember that his name is Shen Yuheng." Leaning his elbow against the car window, Shen Yuheng smiled and said, "Indeed, I happened to pass by and saw you here, so I stopped to check if you were all right after last night." He recalled how he had nearly bumped into her, shaking his head as he reassured, "I'm fine. Really, I wasn't hurt, so you needn't worry." Shen Yuheng's keen eyes caught sight of the job-seeking newspaper in Shinran's hands. "Are you looking for a job?" he inquired. "Well," Shinran raised the newspaper, explaining, "I'm just browsing for a friend. You carry on. I won't disturb you. Let me treat you to dinner. After all, we seem to have quite the connection. I'm not sure if you'd be willing to grace me with your presence." Shen Yuheng refrained from probing further into her job search, simply inviting her to dine together, which caused Shinran, who was unaccustomed to accepting kindness, to hesitate. She opened her mouth to decline, but upon meeting Shen Yuheng's expectant gaze, she pressed her lips together and nodded in agreement to his invitation. Chapter 12. Almost out of control. Accompanying Shen Yuheng to the well-known Blue Moon, Shinran felt conflicted about entering. Noticing her discomfort, Shen Yuheng asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Having just spent time looking for work, Shinran, dressed casually with a tidy ponytail, a pink long-sleeve shirt, relaxed jeans, and white sneakers, looked down at her attire and found an excuse, smiling as she said, "This place exudes an air of sophistication. I hardly think I fit in looking like this. Besides, you needn't take me to such an upscale venue for a meal. We could dine anywhere. Why come here then? I have a meeting with the manager, and I need to know how to approach him. Plus, I've heard they've introduced many new dishes here. Why not come and try them?" With a warm smile, he extended the invitation, coaxing her reluctant heart with his familiar gentleness. Fidgeting with her fingers, Shinran cast her large eyes towards the entrance of Blue Moon, wondering if it was merely a place for drinks and coffee. When did they start serving food? Shen Yuheng chuckled softly, not inquiring how she was so familiar with the venue's offerings, but simply gestured for her to follow him. Without further thought, Shinran stepped in step with him. The predominant blue decor felt familiar, offering her a sense of warmth, especially since she had worked there for a time. Upon seeing Shen Yuheng and Shinran, the cashier at the front desk clapped her hands in surprise. Momentarily speechless, blissfully unaware of the reason behind the cashier's reaction, Shinran approached her cheerfully. "Hi, Xiaoming. It's great to see you again." Curious about how Shinran ended up with her boss, Xiaoming glanced between the two. Puzzled, "Shinran, what brings you here? Are you visiting us or on a date?" The latter part of her question trailed off with a mysterious lilt. "Oh, I initially intended to find an opportunity to visit, but I needed to settle in first. I'm here because a friend invited me to dinner, by the way." At that moment, recalling Shen Yuheng's mention of new dishes, she asked, "Does Blue Moon actually serve food for customers?" "Yes, but only when the boss is back." Yuheng, why are you just arriving?" Before Xiaoming could inquire further about how Shinran knew the boss, a handsome young man approached, playfully punching Shen Yuheng on the shoulder, causing him to wince yet smile. Xiaoming recognized the striking young man, named Ren Heyu, a regular patron and reportedly a close friend of the boss. Drawn by the commotion, Shinran turned to see Ren Heyu's tall figure and attractive face, and a surge of anger welled up within her, as if she finally had a target for her frustration, standing just a short distance away. After suppressing her emotions for so long, she strode briskly towards Ren Heyu. Meeting his bewildered gaze, against a backdrop of blue and sparkling lights, perhaps due to her ordinary attire or Ren Heyu's undeniable charisma, the scene captured everyone's attention, leaving them wondering what storm might brew from the awkward silence enveloping the two. Batting her long eyelashes, Shinran took a deep breath to steady herself, placing her hands on her hips. Regardless of the setting, her heart felt heavy with turmoil. All the comfort she had tried to muster was overshadowed by the presence of the man before her. He had stripped her of everything, leaving her with nothing. At school, she faced disciplinary action, and the doubts cast upon her character were orchestrated solely by him. "How long do you intend to torment me? Are you satisfied now? You've ruined my work and studies. Are you pleased?" She glared at Ren Heyu with intensity, her voice laced with harshness. Is it true that children from wealthy families are all so petty and bored? Ren Heyu was taken aback by her words. Confusion etched across his face. "What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind?" "I wish I had lost my mind. Then at least everything would still be fine. As if nothing had ever happened. But everyone at school knows, and it's all because of you." She struggled to voice her frustrations, her words catching in her throat. Some lives were beyond his comprehension. Experiences he would never know. He only sought his own comfort, regardless of the means. Why couldn't he take a moment to understand another's perspective? He found ease in his life, but at what cost to others? Could he ever grasp the sacrifices made by those beneath him? She could no longer remain there. She couldn't trust herself to maintain composure in Rin Hyu's presence. The thought of breaking down in tears overwhelmed her. And feeling utterly wronged, she turned to Shun Yuheng, apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well that I don't wish to eat anymore. I must leave. Chapter 13. No turning back dragging her heavy feet, she distanced herself from them. Feeling increasingly uneasy, her ponytail swung with each step, and she bit her lower lip, suppressing her emotions. After considerable effort, she finally exited Blue Moon, glancing back at the upscale venue with a bitter smile in her heart. The games of the affluent were indeed beyond her reach. She had gained nothing and lost her very essence in the process. Determined to continue her job search, she was about to leave when someone unexpectedly grasped her wrist, halting her progress. Turning to see Shun Yuheng, she noticed tears still shimmering in her eyes, and before she could wipe them away, he offered her a tissue, stunned and unsure of what to say. She awkwardly withdrew her wrist and took a step back to maintain her distance. Perhaps influenced by Rin Hyu, she felt an instinctive desire to avoid anyone even remotely connected to him. Wishing to keep a safe distance from those of similar backgrounds, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were acquainted with Hyu. If he upset you, I apologize on his behalf. Seeing her demeanor soften, Shun Yuheng seized the opportunity to add, I promised to treat you to dinner, didn't I? If you prefer not to see Hyu, we could go somewhere else. Had it been just a couple of days prior, she might have been eager to accept his invitation, especially since he had made her feel a sense of warmth. But now, with the pain inflicted by Rin Hyu, she was reluctant to engage in their carefully orchestrated plans that made her feel like a mere puppet. If they saw her in this disheveled state, they would reveal their true faces, shedding their smiles and kindness for barbs that pierced her repeatedly, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm a bit busy and do not have time to join you for dinner. Please find someone else. Shinran's blunt rejection took Shun Yuheng by surprise. He maintained his composure and understanding, replying, all right, perhaps another time. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm often at Blue Moon. However, Shinran was indifferent to his words. She nodded coolly before departing. She had hoped that entering a new school, a new environment, and meeting new classmates would alter her circumstances. Indeed, there was a change, but for the worse. She still lacked genuine friends. Even the colleagues she met while working, whom she had hoped to bond with, seemed distant and unwelcoming. She felt utterly drained. Navigating interpersonal relationships proved far more exhausting than balancing work and studies. She felt cornered, searching for an escape, surrounded by unyielding walls that suffocated her. Reflecting on her desire to evade and retreat, she envisioned a life lived with her back turned to the world. She once thought that even if everyone looked down on her, she would still live with dignity. When no one liked her, she would still cherish herself because no one knew how wonderful she truly was, just like those classmates who never gave her a chance to connect, solely due to Rin Hyu's presence, which cast a shadow over her image, leading them to treat her unjustly. Now they had succeeded in driving her away, leaving no one to anger their esteemed young master Rin. They continued to pursue him, living their lives of leisure and affluence. Because of their foolish actions, I find myself toiling for survival, struggling through adversity. The joy in moving forward eventually gives way to tears. I walk with a sob, resenting and loathing myself. All the admonitions of the past have faded away, leaving only dissatisfaction with my own being. Why did I not confront Rin Hyu with so many witnesses, demanding accountability? Why did I not seek justice in the principal's office at school, instead choosing to leave and accept punishment like a fool? In the presence of those who wished to see me falter, why did I not retaliate, only to feel regret now? Goodness, am I truly experiencing remorse? It seems I am capable of such feelings. The busyness of life has rendered me indifferent to my inner thoughts, preoccupied solely with earning money to repay debts and secure my livelihood. I have not pondered deeply the truths of existence. Naively believing that people are rational and emotional beings, that a little compromise in the face of injustice and loss is acceptable as long as we can coexist peacefully, such understanding and empathy, however, evidently have no effect on those individuals, leading me to this unfortunate outcome. This world is indeed magnificent. The complexities of human nature can transform a person. Leaning slightly, with a glass of red wine in my left hand and a sleek 5 3-inch smartphone in my right. I rest against the bar, placing the phone to my ear, inquiring of the person on the other end, what exactly transpired at school. I encountered Yu Xinyan at Yu Heng's establishment, but I couldn't comprehend her words. You don't know? Yu Xinyan might even be expelled. The voice on the other end chuckles lightly. You're serious this time, aren't you? Even if you let the air out of your beloved car's tires. It shouldn't be done at her expense. I heard she stole someone else's necklace. What? Ren Heiyu's temper flared as he shouted into the phone. Am I really stooping to such lowly tactics? Damn it. Who did this? They're all fools. Hanging up. He was left speechless with anger. He downed the remaining wine in his glass and was about to leave when he encountered Shin Yuheng, who had just arrived. Seeing him alone, it was clear that Yu Xinyan had departed. She must think this was all part of his scheme. Bro, let's drink together next time. I have to leave for something. Aren't we having dinner together? Sorry, he said, patting Shin Yuheng on the shoulder. Maybe next time. Ren Heiyu's dashing figure brushed past me, glancing back at his tall silhouette. He is exceptional, comes from a good family, is loyal, and, despite his stubborn temperament, is someone one can rely on. Shin Yuheng settled at the bar, ordering a spicy and slightly bitter blue night. The diamond-like lights illuminated him as he sampled the drink, his lips firmly pressed together. Brows slightly furrowed. This cocktail is seldom ordered here due to its peculiar taste. It begins with a refreshing chill before the bitterness deepens. It is a concoction he created himself, aptly named Blue Night. If it weren't for the alcohol, if she were still well, both I and Ren Heiyu would be in a different place now. But there is no going back, not anymore. Chapter 14. The happy child night is always so long. Sitting before the spacious floor-to-ceiling window, I swirled the red wine in my glass, taking a delicate sip. Before the window lies a flower garden, adorned with a swing, and an illusion appeared before me. There she was, with long hair and a gentle smile, swinging back and forth. That woman is my mother. I snapped back to reality, refusing to dwell on such thoughts, and tilted my head to drink the remaining wine. I recalled Yu Xinyan's words in Blue Moon, and a smile crept into the corners of my eyes. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Much to everyone's surprise, Ren Heiyu appeared at school early that morning. Typically, his whereabouts are quite casual. Although this is an elite school attended by those of notable lineage, merely having a prestigious background is insufficient for admission to Shenging. The institution's standards are rigorous, and its educational framework is well-structured. Yet, Ren Heiyu has always been a lone wolf, indifferent to others. Yu Xinyan also arrived at school early, but unlike her usual mindset of attending classes, she was here to collect her disciplinary notice. From a distance, she spotted Ren Heiyu standing at the school gate, engaging in conversation with his friends. Instinctively, her pace slowed, unnaturally avoiding his gaze. Intentionally, she walked past him, not daring to glance, using her hair to mask her inner turmoil. She believed that by doing so, she could avoid any interaction with Ren Heiyu, that their paths would diverge entirely upon her departure. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, they brushed past one another, both acutely aware of the other. Everything was just beginning. Having accepted the disciplinary measures from Shenging Academy, Xinyan had no intention of transferring to another school. Instead, she devoted her time to job hunting. Sighing heavily at the difficulty of finding work, when she arrived at Ren's commercial trade company, clutching a job advertisement in despair, she contemplated giving up. Just as she turned to leave, she failed to notice a black Mercedes speeding toward her. It was only when the blaring horn pierced the air that she recognized the imminent danger. It didn't hurt much. Had the car approached, she felt nothing. This weakness. In truth, she was exhausted, wishing to collapse and no longer face the relentless trials ahead. She lacked the fortitude to confront her circumstances. A single setback could convince her to be a little stronger, assuring herself that it was manageable. A second fall could comfort her that it didn't hurt. A third disappointment could lead her to believe that perhaps things would improve. But with the fourth despair, how could she muster the spirit to greet a new day? Someone was shaking her, preventing her from resting. Unable to withstand the external force, she wearily opened her eyes to see a concerned figure gazing down at her. Clad in a sharp suit, the man appeared to be in his 40s. Urgently asking, "How are you, child? Should I take you to the hospital?" As he instructed someone behind him to make a call, Xinyan shook her head, indicating she was fine. Weakly, she sat up and realized she was surrounded by people. Understanding her situation, she recognized that she was at Ren's commercial trade company, and sitting on the floor was not a favorable impression. With a pale complexion, Xinyan forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention." "My apologies. In this age, few young people are willing to bravely admit their mistakes. Yet this child humbly accepted responsibility. even when both parties bore some blame. You look unwell. Are you sick? Let me take you to the hospital. I can't help but worry. The man before her evoked a paternal feeling, and hearing his words filled with concern made Xinyan's nose tingle, tears threatening to spill as she smiled through the heartache. Gently shaking her head to decline, she attempted to rise. Perhaps her nerves had been tightly strung, and the sudden fright had affected her emotions and body, just as she was about to stand. Her legs buckled, nearly causing her to fall, but fortunately, the man, whom she could only refer to as uncle, caught her. He intended to let her go, but instead, he guided her to a nearby step to sit down. Sending someone to fetch water while he kept her company under the sun, Xinyan wrapped her arms around her knees, resting her chin atop them, her eyes darting toward the affluent-looking man. Thank you. I really am fine. I've troubled you. A melancholic sigh escaped him. Why is it that my son and you are so different? Xinyan was intrigued by his words. Is your relationship with your son strained? She inquired tentatively, realizing this was a personal matter she shouldn't pry into. But the man's helplessness stirred her compassion. In her world, children with parents were the happiest, and those who quarreled with their parents were simply too willful and self-centered. Yes, my son is about your age, yet his attitude is worlds apart from yours. I truly feel powerless about him. He sighed, shaking his head. Just then, the water was delivered, and he handed her a bottle. While Xinyan gazed into the distance with a melancholic expression, he will regret it. The unexpected statement startled the man momentarily, who then laughed and twisted open the bottle cap, asking, "What makes you say that?" Receiving the water, Xinyan, unguarded, spoke to him as if he were family, sharing her discontent and feelings. Actually, I have no parents. My father passed away in an accident when I was very young. I lived with my mother, who worked tirelessly to provide for me so that I could focus on my studies, never complaining of her exhaustion. By the time she spoke to me about it, she had already collapsed. As she recounted the sorrowful parts, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. I only have my mother now. I don't want her to leave me for my father. I borrowed money from all our relatives, begging them and doing arduous work, just so they would lend money for my mother's treatment. Perhaps the world is filled with troubles. My mother eventually left me, leaving this world, and in an instant, I had nothing. Hence, I long for the days when I had both parents. It felt so blissful. Do those who have no parents understand the pain that resides in their hearts when those individuals witness the radiant smiles of children devoid of parental figures? Do they assume that such joy stems from an absence of sorrow? Do they perceive the lack of supervision as a source of comfort? In moments of helplessness, during episodes of misfortune, when one lacks a home to seek refuge in, when there are no comforting arms to rely upon, and when no one stands forth to offer consolation, how can those fortunate enough to have parents truly comprehend such despair? Chapter 15. Xinran, revealing the anguish concealed within her heart, felt an even deeper sense of grievance as she confided in the uncle beside her. Recently, I encountered an exceedingly rude individual. Petty and discourteous. It is said that his family is quite affluent. Just because I accidentally spilled coffee on him at work, staining his clothes, he has held this grudge against me ever since. Leveraging his influence at school, he has incited classmates to torment me. Now, as he wished, they concocted a scheme where a necklace was reported stolen, only for it to be discovered in my bag, resulting in my punishment by the school. Xinran trembled, her lips quivering, emotion surging. I have always dedicated myself to my studies with great diligence. My mother worked tirelessly to provide for my education. I cannot let her down. Yet now, I have been disciplined, and I can no longer attend school. She buried her face in her shoulders, sobbing quietly. It's all that Ren Haiyu's fault. He has gone too far. The man gently caressed her head, his heart aching for her, as if she were his own daughter. It was truly remarkable. Initially skeptical of her plight, he was convinced by the sincerity in her eyes and the clarity of her tears. Where do you reside now? I imagine you must miss your parents dearly. Xinran lifted her head, conceding, Yes, I'm sorry, uncle, that I didn't intend to lie there and cause you to misunderstand that in that moment. I genuinely wished for a car to end my life. I felt overwhelmed and believed surviving in this world was an insurmountable challenge. I can no longer attend school, and I yearn to be with my parents. How burdensome it is for this child to grapple with the trials of life. Which modern child is not accustomed to indulging in their parents' affection? To be willful, to demand gifts, how many endure hardship? How many return home to check on their parents? This world is rife with injustice. The more arduous your circumstances, the more it seems that fate conspires against you. As he contemplated a way to assist Xinran, a thought suddenly struck him. My dear child, Would you be willing to place your trust in this uncle? Let us make a pact, shall we? Wiping her tears and stifling her sobs, Shinran blinked her large eyes, awaiting the uncle's next words. I have a son, as I mentioned earlier, a child roughly your age. We have had our differences since his early years, and these conflicts remain unresolved, leading to significant communication issues between us. Recently, his school contacted me regarding his numerous disciplinary infractions, including a recent altercation. Most of his friends share his rebellious nature, and naturally, they would not assist me. Therefore, I hope you can help me understand my son better, in the hope of instigating a change. Shinran, feeling the weight of the request, dried her tears and said, Uncle, I don't think I can help. My circle is quite limited. He nodded in understanding. I know, my son is quite unruly. He disregards everyone, including me, his father. Did I reflect on how unfortunate he is, having lost his mother, and I, preoccupied with work, have neglected him. I feel a deep sense of guilt. It is this remorse that drives my desire to make amends, yet our relationship feels more like that of adversaries, with our encounters often ending abruptly. Is that so? Shinran softened, realizing that this man also lacked a mother, and she felt a kinship, her heart instinctively drawn to his plight. What is your name? Noticing Shinran's softened demeanor, he smiled. Although the uncle appeared to be in his 40s, he still exuded charm and authority, suggesting he must have been quite handsome in his youth. He seemed genuinely concerned. Having lost his own parents, why not extend kindness to this child in need? After all, the uncle felt like a father figure, providing warmth. My name is Yi Shinran. You may call me Shinran. Shinran, which school do you attend? I will help you resolve your issues. You shall return to school tomorrow. Trust me. He hoped Shinran's presence might positively influence Haeyu, mending their rift. Shinran waved her hand. Thank you for your assistance, uncle, but I have already accepted my punishment and must endure it. There is an old saying, while enduring hardship may be a blessing, one cannot perpetually accept losses. You must prove your worth, show others that you are not so easily trifled with. I will assist you in this matter. Which school do you attend? Hearing the uncle's words, Shinran found them reasonable and candidly replied, Saining Academy. What a coincidence. My son also attends that institution. His name is Rin Haeyu. Do you know him? Realization dawned on Shinran. She was astonished. What? Rin Haeyu? Why him? What is going on? Do you know him? Thinking for a moment, she glanced at the towering commercial building, its grand sign reading Rin's Trading Company. The prominence of the Rin name was striking, and she never imagined it belonged to Rin Haeyu's family. With so many people named Rin, what were the odds of meeting the very Rin Haeyu? Nodding, she admitted, Yes, I know him. What is he like at school? Your expression earlier suggests that he must have caused quite a ruckus there. No, she interrupted, not wishing to add to the animosity between the uncle and his son. Despite her disdain for Rin Haeyu, she could see how much the uncle cared for him and longed for a closer bond. She could not simply accept the uncle's help without offering something in return. After all, Rin Haeyu excelled academically and was quite popular. When discussing Rin Haeyu's academic prowess, a hint of pride flickered in the uncle's expression, only to be quickly replaced by disappointment. Shinran, have you given it much thought? She had always believed that families would be harmonious and happy, never considering that even blood relatives could experience conflicts in silence. That distance could create unbridgeable gaps, and that external mediation might be necessary. In that instant, her understanding of family and its significance transformed. Rest assured, uncle, I promise. Wonderful. Quickly, rise and gather your belongings. The delighted father of Rin Haeyu urged Shinran to leave. Confused, Shinran asked, Where are we going? To your place to collect your things. You will be staying with us tonight, allowing you to better understand Haeyu. Shinran was still processing the situation when Rin Haeyu's father continued. Moreover, living alone as a young girl is quite unsafe. In a large house, there are servants and many people around. You will feel secure. The driver will take you back. So hurry and pack. Chapter 16. Arriving at Rin Haeyu's home in a daze, Shinran was awestruck by the grandeur of the villa, the expansive living space rendering her speechless and unresponsive. The driver handed her luggage to the housekeeper, a friendly gentleman in his 50s, who welcomed Shinran with a smile. Feeling small amidst the bustle of numerous staff members who were not family, yet performed familial duties, cleaning, cooking, Shinran found their expressions tense and busy. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to voice her thoughts. Are they all afraid? The housekeeper raised his eyebrows, a few lines of concern etching his forehead. This child is quite adorable. How could she think they were scared? Smiling gently at Shinran, he replied, How could Miss Shinran think they are afraid? In a noble environment, We must often suppress our emotions. It is the rule of our work. Unconvinced, Shinran furrowed her brows. Am I mistaken? Please, go rest in your room. When the young master returns, I will call you down for dinner. The housekeeper suggested. Before her stood an exquisite spiral staircase, the European design exuding elegance and offering Shinran an experience of aristocratic life that a thought crossed her mind. Would she dirty the floor by walking on it? Forgive her self-doubt. In a different setting, she might have reassured herself to follow her own path without burden. But here, in Ren Heyu's home, the very place where she had inadvertently stained his clothes and faced demands for 40,000 yuan, her thoughts were clouded. Recalling that self-assured, imperious young man, Shinran hesitated at the foot of the staircase, feeling the butler's caring gaze and sincere demeanor. Shinran cheerfully shook her head to prevent herself from overthinking as she followed the butler to a room at the corner of the third floor. Before her stood an imposing door, which the butler informed her belonged to Ren Heyu. He forbade anyone from approaching, and even the cleaning was entrusted solely to Aunt Qin, who had cared for him since childhood. Standing at the threshold, Shinran seized the opportunity to inquire of the departing butler. Doesn't Ren Heyu have a close relationship with Aunt Qin? The butler merely chuckled, offering no direct answer. Once the butler had left, Shinran hesitated at the door, tilting her head to observe Ren Heyu's room. As she reflected on her journey from the entrance of the villa to this moment, she found the inhabitants of this home to be rather peculiar. Despite the differing environment, the servants appeared excessively serious, behaving with an air of caution that bordered on fear. In no wonder Uncle Ren seemed weary. Ren Heyu was accustomed to being the master of the house. Indulged at every turn, unable to endure even the slightest grievance and quick to vent his frustrations. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to those in positions of power. Concluding her thoughts, Shinran placed her hand on the doorknob, gently turning it to reveal the interior of the room. She gasped, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Before her lay a dreamlike scene: lace curtains, a plush bed, a romantic pink wardrobe, and an elegant desk in soft hues. As she moved closer, she opened the wardrobe to find an array of dresses, formal wear, and casual outfits, with an assortment of shoes neatly arranged beside it. Having only seen such finery on the store's television, she never imagined she would one day step into the role of the leading lady, fortunate enough to encounter such splendor, still caught between reality and dreams. Shinran found herself entranced. When her reflection appeared in an oval, cartoonish full-length mirror, she could hardly believe her eyes. Although she had suspected Ren Heyu's family was wealthy, she had never anticipated such opulence. It was no surprise that he carried himself with such arrogance. After all, he possessed the means to do so. Recalling her purpose in this place, she dismissed the allure of the beautiful garments and exquisite decor. Squatting down, she opened her suitcase to reveal wrinkled clothes that paled in comparison to those hanging in the wardrobe. Shinran chose not to unpack her belongings, placing the suitcase aside, fully aware that nothing within the room belonged to her. Only the items in her suitcase were truly hers. Just as she contemplated resting on the single sofa by the balcony, a figure flashed past the open doorway, and Shinran instinctively concluded it was Ren Heyu. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words never escaped as he swiftly moved away. Blinking her long eyelashes, she pondered what she had intended to say. Should she greet him? After all, he was the one who had wronged her. Why should she initiate conversation? As Ren Heyu turned to leave, he abruptly halted upon noticing the door ajar. This room was typically kept closed, and he had explicitly stated that no one was allowed near the third floor without his permission. Strangely, he had sensed the presence of someone inside just moments before. Advancing cautiously, he peered into the room to find Shinran seated on the single sofa, her eyes closed as she exhaled deeply. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, an unnameable fury igniting within him. Who had dared to allow her presence in his domain? Startled, Shinran sprang to her feet, her heart racing as Ren Heyu's countenance darkened. His eyes ablaze with anger. Stammering, she struggled to formulate an explanation. "Get out. Leave," Ren Heyu bellowed at Shinran. Straightening her spine, she felt a chill run down her back, too frightened to utter a word. Although Ren Heyu often displayed a lack of reason at school, his current rage was unprecedented. Irritated, she secured her suitcase and began to drag it away just as the butler appeared. He glanced between Ren Heyu and Shinran, noting the tears welling in her eyes. With a smile, the butler addressed Ren Heyu. "I didn't see you return, young master. I only heard the commotion. Miss Shinran is a guest of the master, and he has arranged this room for her. If something has upset you, please do not place the blame on her. She is, after all, innocent in this matter." He had commanded her to stay here. On what grounds? Rin Hyu resembled a lion, poised to defend his territory against any intruder. The butler, at a loss for words, implored, "Young master, you cannot behave this way. Enough. I do not wish to hear it.do not challenge my limits. Go tell him. The him was unmistakably his father." Rin Hyu ignored Shinran entirely as he clenched his fists and turned away from her room. Having gleaned some understanding of the relationship between Rin Hyu and his father from Uncle Rin, Shinran was taken aback to discover that Uncle Rin held no paternal significance in Rin Hyu's eyes. What kind of hatred did he harbor? Chapter 17. The many facets of him. After being persuaded by the butler to remain, Uncle Rin returned. Shinran descended the stairs alone, overhearing the escalating argument between father and son. What kind of attitude is this? Not only do you cause trouble at school, but you also bully Shinran, a girl. What have you learned at school? Is this the reward for the money I've spent on you? Uncle Rin chastised Rin Hyu, his voice raised in anger. Rin Hyu's expression soured, the dim light casting a harsh outline against his striking features. His fiery gaze remained fixed ahead, refusing to meet his father's eyes. "If you feel it is not worth it, you can throw me out starting today." Uncle Rin seemed to search for something, raising a chair as if to strike Rin Hyu, but the butler intervened just in time, with Aunt Chin stepping in front of Rin Hyu to shield him. Meanwhile, Shinran stood to the side, her heart racing in panic, rendered immobile by the unfolding drama. She pondered deeply. She had never encountered such familial discord before. And even though she had agreed to help resolve the conflict, she found herself bewildered. Having once worked in a cake shop, she often witnessed couples bringing their children to buy pastries, a sight that had filled her with envy. She believed children with parents were truly fortunate, and she still held on to that belief. Yet the dynamic between Rin Hyu and his father left her utterly confused. How could family members interact in such a manner? Uncle Rin appeared genuinely concerned for Rin Hyu. Why then resort to violence to mask his true feelings? What was the reason for this behavior? "Young master, perhaps it would be wise to say less." "Dinner is served. Let us eat," the butler interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension with a smile. Rin Hyu fell silent, neither retorting to the butler nor complying with his suggestion. As the chair neared him, he made no effort to evade it. Shinran was filled with countless questions. Was he not afraid? Why did he act as if nothing was amiss? Aunt Chin, protective of Rin Hyu, observed the situation settling down and cast a worried glance his way. "Young master, are you all right?" Rin Hyu's demeanor softened at her concern. "I am fine. There is no need to worry. You value a servant more than your own father. You wretched boy." Uncle Rin spat, his teeth clenched in frustration. Provoked, Rin Hyu retorted, "To me, Aunt Chin is far more important than you." The moment those words left his lips, Uncle Rin's fury surged anew. Just as he prepared to strike Rin Hyu, his phone rang, and the butler urged him to answer it. Suppressing his anger, he glared at Rin Hyu as he took the call. Whatever was said on the other end, when he hung up, he lowered his voice but retained an air of authority. "Fine. I shall leave this insignificant matter. Enjoy your meal." With a sigh, he took his suit jacket from the butler and exited. The door opened and closed. Yet Rin Hyu did not lift his gaze to see him off. He calmly approached the dining table and began to eat in silence, leaving Shinran with a newfound respect for him. For a moment, she was at a loss. What kind of person was he? Was he a cold-hearted rebel, showing blatant disrespect towards his father and uttering hurtful words before him? Or was he a dutiful son, displaying respect for the butler and trust in Aunt Chin? The butler, having seen Rin Hyu's father off, noticed Shinran gazing intently at Rin Hyu and approached her with a smile. "Miss Shinran, when did you come down? You should join us for dinner." Initially, Shinran had intended to wait for Rin Hyu to finish before eating. But the butler's thoughtful invitation made her reluctant to decline. "Yes, I understand. Please enjoy your meal as well." The butler's expression brightened with surprise. Having worked for the Rin family for many years, he had never before been addressed with such consideration. It's rare to encounter such politeness. With the butler's approval, Shinran slowly made her way to the dining table. Just as she was about to sit down, Rin Hyu slammed his chopsticks onto the table, startling her into stillness. What harsh words would he utter next? Before Rin Hyu could speak, Aunt Chin interjected, "Young master, regardless of the circumstances, Miss Shinran has only just arrived today, and the third-floor room is empty. Why not allow her to stay? I understand your feelings, but the past is behind us. I do not wish to see you trapped by your own emotions. The master cares for you." Before Aunt Chin could finish, Rin Hyu interrupted, "Enough? Let us eat." Simple words, yet they convey that he would not overtly create difficulties for Shinran. A small flutter of joy stirred within her heart. as she became increasingly aware of the profound impact Aunt Chin's words held over Rin Hyu. Picking up a spoon, she savored a mouthful of the delicious broth before her, the exquisite flavors filling her empty stomach, nearly bringing her to tears with gratitude, noticing the glimmer of moisture in Shinran's eyes. Aunt Chin, mistaking it for distress caused by Rin Hyu's earlier demeanor, hurried to console her. "Miss Shinran, do not take the young master's words to heart. He is not usually like this, that I in truth." Shinran, her tear-brimmed gaze meeting Aunt Chin's for the first time in the 2 hours since her arrival at the house, noted that Aunt Chin appeared to be in her 40s, her dark hair elegantly styled, with faint lines tracing the corners of her eyes, which were filled with deep emotion as they rested upon Shinran. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing her fondness for this child. "Thank you, Aunt Chin. This is the most delicious soup I have ever tasted, and it brings me a sense of home." Unintentionally, a tear slipped down her cheek. Rin Hyu remained indifferent, scoffing dismissively. Aunt Chin, having likely heard about Shinran's circumstances from the housekeeper, felt a surge of sympathy for the young girl, who had endured so much at such a tender age. She was reluctant to part with her and yearned to protect her, reflecting on the hardships Shinran had faced over the years. Aunt Chin thoughtfully prepared dishes to welcome her young guest. "Do not hesitate. If there is any dish you wish to have in the future, just let me know, and I will prepare it for you," Aunt Chin said with a warm smile. Wiping away her tears and managing a smile, Shinran glanced at Rin Hyu, who was intently focused on his meal, then turned her gaze to Aunt Chin and the housekeeper, as well as the servants who were discreetly observing her. Shinran smiled contentedly, allowing her gaze to rest on Rin Hyu. Though her smile gradually faded, she understood that resolving the conflict between Rin Hyu and Uncle Ren would be challenging. However, aside from Rin Hyu, everyone here treated her with kindness, giving her the confidence to persevere. Everyone has a story, it is merely the content that differs. Observers may comment on the trajectory of the protagonist's tale, while the protagonist, fearing harm, is reluctant to listen or share their own narrative. Chapter 18. A harmonious breakfast. The morning dawned dreary, the sky unleashing a torrential downpour as Shinran stood by the window, gazing at the swimming pool below, where the rain splashed upon its surface. The September morning bore a slight chill. Clad in a thin long-sleeve shirt, she felt the coolness seep in. After a night of restful slumber on a plush bed, she had anticipated a peaceful sleep until dawn, but unexpectedly awoke in the middle of the night, unable to return to sleep. Lying in bed, she felt no cold nor fear. Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked at the beautiful ceiling above, her mind racing with thoughts. Lost in her reverie, Shinran was startled by the sounds of commotion from the adjacent room. Though separated by a distance, the noise from Rin Hyu's room was unmistakably loud. Curious, she approached the door and opened it slightly to discern the situation. A tall boy with tousled brown hair was banging on the door, shouting in frustration, "Open up. You're inside enjoying a cozy sleep while I've rushed over first thing in the morning. Is this how you treat your brother?" He suddenly noticed Shinran standing in the doorway, his eyes widening in surprise as he examined her with a mischievous grin. He seemed poised to speak, but was interrupted when the door swung open, leaving his words unspoken. "Why are you up so early?" Rin Hyu appeared, still in a state of grogginess, pushing past the boy and striding forward. As he reached Shinran's room, he briefly slowed his pace, yet made no indication of acknowledgement. Striding past coolly, Shinran, feeling awkward, took a deep breath and rolled her eyes, her bangs fluttering upwards. "What's with the attitude? I just wanted to say good morning." But before she could utter a word, his demeanor left her feeling slighted. The boy scratched his nose, chuckling softly as he jogged down the stairs, trailing behind Rin Hyu. Shinran pursed her lips. While this household was amusing, it certainly had its quirks. She shrugged and followed suit, descending the stairs in silence. Upon entering the hall, she heard a voice from the dining area. "Shinran, come join us for breakfast. I asked that Uncle Ren." Shinran exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to find him indeed present. She had anticipated that following the argument with Rin Hyu the previous night, he would refrain from returning for a while, yet here he was this very morning. It was difficult to articulate why, but being with Uncle Ren evoked a sense of being with her father, perhaps due to the absence of her dad since childhood. How she longed for him. "Good morning, Uncle," she greeted as she took her seat. Her well-behaved demeanor eased Uncle Ren's heart. He often mused that if only this child were his daughter, and if Rin Hyu could possess even half of her understanding, he would feel at ease. "Are you settling in well? Did you sleep all right last night?" he inquired. Wanting to respond, Shinran inadvertently caught Rin Hyu's deliberately coughing expression across the table, alongside the adorable boy beside him, who was pouting cutely. I am fine, really, Shinran replied, choosing not to disclose her sleeplessness to Uncle Rin, wishing not to further their father-son discord. Uncle Rin felt reassured. That's good to hear. If you encounter any issues, feel free to speak with the housekeeper. He has been here for many years and knows everything about the place. There is no need to feel constrained. Consider this your home. Shinran smiled and nodded, her gaze occasionally drifting to the boy sitting next to Rinhyu. He was quite handsome, with fair skin and expressive single eyelids, his fingers elegant as he handled his chopsticks, evoking thoughts of a pianist, dressed in a navy blue checked collared shirt and casual jeans. He exuded a sunny disposition, his thin lips curving into smiles whenever he caught sight of Shinran, and adorably pouting when he noticed Uncle Rin. Observing Shinran's interest, Uncle Rin turned his attention to the charming boy beside Rinhyu. Smiling as he remarked, Junjin, it's impolite to pout at your uncle. His eyes sparkled with affection. Junjin, whose smile had just blossomed, first glanced at Rinhyu, then at Uncle Rin, saying, Uncle, I thought you wouldn't notice me. I came down with my brother, yet you didn't even glance my way. He feigned a look of grievance. Ha. You're still so petty. It's because I knew you were back that I pretended not to see you. Uncle Rin teased. During breakfast, Uncle Rin introduced them to one another, revealing that Junjin was Rinhyu's cousin, the son of Rinhyu's aunt. Junjin's mother had once participated in a piano performance in Korea during her youth, where she met Junjin's father, and their relationship blossomed into marriage and the birth of Junjin. Junjin took pride in his surname, Kim, as it shared a name with his favorite idol. Did you know? I almost met him last time I was in Korea. I wanted to shake his hand, but there were so many fans that I couldn't get through. What a pity, he exclaimed, unfazed by shyness as he spoke with Shinran. As if they had known each other for ages. In the future, I'll be just like him, the same Kim Junjin. Perhaps Junjin's exuberance was infectious. He radiated warmth, bringing smiles to those around him. Despite the torrential rain outside, the dining table was filled with warmth and harmony. Even Uncle Rin, usually stern with Rinhyu, found himself smiling several times, though Rinhyu didn't display overt joy. His demeanor was markedly less frosty than before. The atmosphere at breakfast was amicable, the gentle light illuminating the warmth of home. Shinran felt increasingly moved. As the time approached for school, Rinhyu, seemingly oblivious, slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave, with Junjin trailing behind him like a devoted shadow. Shinran, why don't you accompany Hyu to school? It's quite a distance, and he'll be driving anyway. Uncle Rin suggested. Rinhyu halted at the door, while Shinran, sensing the moment, smiled and waved her hand. No, I can go to school by myself. It's all right. I saw a bus stop not far from here when I arrived last night. I can manage. Uncle Rin remained unconvinced, summoning the housekeeper to arrange for a driver to take Shinran to school. Though she wished to decline, the concern in Uncle Rin's gaze compelled her to acquiesce. Without returning to her room for a jacket, she donned only a thin shirt, leaving her bag behind as her visit primarily concerned addressing her disciplinary situation. Moreover, her immediate goal was to learn more about Rinhyu, making inquiries about him a priority. Determined, Shinran exhaled deeply as she faced Rinhyu's retreating figure. Rinhyu was indeed a complex individual, incredibly difficult to navigate. Chapter 19. Tears for him traversing the spacious avenue. Raindrops cascaded against the window, rendering the outside world a blurred canvas. Shinran rested her slender hands against the car window, feeling no coolness from the rain, her long eyelashes fluttering as she settled back into her seat. Upon arriving at school, Shinran stepped out of the car, immediately aware of the envious and disdainful glances from her peers. Feeling quite uncomfortable, she pressed forward in silence, disregarding their whispers. Having never experienced the luxury of a chauffeured ride, she had once envied the children of affluent families. Why did they have parents who adored them in such favorable living conditions, able to possess whatever they desired? Having nothing for himself, God even cruelly took away his own parents. The sports car glided through the rain, with droplets splashing against the ground as the wheels churned them up, spraying onto the roadside. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other rested casually against the car window. With the back of his hand supporting his chin, he drove with an air of ease. His gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Sitting in the passenger seat, Juanxiu observed his cousin's reactions closely, the questions hidden in his heart slipping out involuntarily. What does Ji think of that girl today? What do you mean? He replied lazily. Thoughts of Xinyan's occasionally upturned lips, her adorable winks, the furtive glances she cast at Rinhyu, and the respect she exhibited while quietly listening to his words could not be overlooked. She undeniably affected those around her. Would Ji like her? Ju Inshio suddenly posed the question without preamble. Scenes of her indifference towards him flashed in his mind. The suppressed emotions displayed at Blue Moon, along with her complaints about him. This unexpected intrusion into his life elicited a cold laugh from Rin Heyu. What a joke. How could I possibly like her? I want her to leave my house. I don't want to see her again. Ju Inshio disagreed, countering, I don't think so that it feels like you're too domineering, G. Everyone at home is afraid of you. And Sinyan's fearlessness is a rare thing. That's a good sign. Sitting upright, Rin Heyu shot a sidelong glare at Ju Inshio. Are you impatient with life? Or do you want to rush off to Korea? I would be more than happy to send you there. True to form, the cute Ju Inshio continued to pout. I was just joking. Ignoring him, Rin Heyu parked in his designated spot, turned off the ignition, and gestured for Ju Inshio to exit the car. As they walked down the long, covered corridor, Rin Heyu's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and held it to his ear while walking. Ju Inshio, trailing behind, couldn't discern who he was speaking to, but suddenly, Rin Heyu halted. His handsome face was as cold as ice, and in a low voice, laden with menace, he said, Wait for me. I'll make him taste my fist. After hanging up, he changed direction, and Ju Inshio, momentarily stunned, hurried to catch up with him. Just as Sinyan emerged from the director's office, she saw Rin Heyu striding forward with a grim expression, and Ju Inshio running after him. Uncertain of what had transpired, she could tell from Rin Heyu's demeanor that the situation was serious. Without much thought, she ran after them. Following the path they had taken, she arrived at the spot where she had previously captured Rin Heyu in a brawl with someone. From a distance, she spotted a large group standing in the rain, armed with various weapons, dressed in white long-sleeved school uniforms, their ties loosened and sleeves rolled up, each exuding an air of menace. There were at least 10 of them facing only 2, those 2 boys she had seen with Rin Heyu at Blue Moon, who stood at ease, without any weapons, wearing relaxed expressions. The heavy rain drenched them all. Yet it did not dampen their fighting spirit. Finally understanding Rin Heyu's intentions, Sinyan quickened her pace to position herself in front of him, blocking his path. What do you intend to do? Do you still want to fight? The rain made it difficult for Sinyan to keep her eyes open, but she was determined to prevent him from engaging in a brawl with others. Rin Heyu was displeased by Sinyan's sudden appearance. His wet bangs falling over his left eye, his aristocratic demeanor amplified by his icy gaze fixed on her, his lips curling in a seductive smirk. Get out of my way. Just a few curt words were enough to send a chill through the air. Fear gripped Sinyan's heart, her body trembling in the rain, yet she could not allow that fear to lead him into battle. Why can't we just talk this out? Must everything be resolved through fighting? Get lost. Rin Heyu's impatience grew. Ju Inshio watched in disbelief, gasping, Goodness, Sinyan is so bold. Trembling slightly, she held her ground and met his gaze. I promised Uncle Rin that I wouldn't let you go down this path again. So that's why you filmed me fighting last time? That Sinyan bit her lip, struggling for words. It wasn't like that. Pushing Sinyan away without hesitation, Rin Heyu exerted enough force for her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Her long hair flinging droplets of rain as she stifled a groan, her expression contorted in pain. Unfazed, Rin Heyu coldly remarked, Mind your own business from now on, or you will bear the consequences. As he stepped forward, a wave of sadness washed over Sinyan, and she lowered her head, choosing to ignore him. Ju Inshio hurried over, crouching down beside her with concern. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Why is it that despite being soaked by the rain, everyone's attitude is so different? Shaking her head, she replied, I'm fine. Ju Inshio sighed as he watched the chaos unfolding in the rain, helplessly saying, As long as it's something G wants to do, don't even think about stopping him. Remember, the one who suffers in the end will always be you, simply because he is Rin Heyu. What does that even mean? Sinyan turned her head, sitting on the ground as she watched the confrontation between Rin Heyu and the 10 others. This wasn't her first time witnessing him fight. She could imagine the force behind his punches that sent opponents crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. Tasting the salty tang, could she deceive herself into thinking her taste buds were malfunctioning? The rainwater on her face trickled down to her lips, leaving a salty taste, but surely it couldn't be tears. How could she cry for him? She would never admit to that. Would this truly bring relief? Do you find satisfaction in witnessing others suffering? Why do the emotions reflected in your eyes seem more wounded than anyone else's? Rin Heyu, just how many stories do you harbor within? How deeply do you conceal your true self? Chapter 20, Apologizing to him. With a piercing gaze and a desolate silhouette, he strode forward, his black shirt clinging to his body from the rain. Fresh crimson blood trickling down his wrist, yet he made no sound of pain. Moving forward indifferently. Panic-stricken, Sinyan watched Rin Heyu, observing the chaos of writhing bodies around her. All she could do was weep. Ju Inshio nudged her, bringing her back to reality. Rin Hyu had already walked quite far. She couldn't fathom the force behind Rin Hyu's fists that could create such a scene. He showed no mercy. No. To be precise, the fact that they cried out in pain indicated he had already shown enough compassion. Chasing after him, she shouted through her tears in the rain. Why are you doing this? There are so many ways to resolve issues besides fighting. Rin Hyu halted, turning to look down at her. His bright eyes were brimming with unshed tears, and his narrow shoulders trembled, with a scoff. He dismissed her. What do you matter? That old man let you stay. I don't approve. If you want to live your life in peace, stay out of my affairs. Must you interpret others' kindness as a reason to feel wronged? Xinyan sniffled, raindrops tracing her features down to her chin, merging with the rain pooling on the ground. But can't you see me as a friend? If you're going to stay, shouldn't you change your identity? No. She flatly refused. I want to betray my friends. I don't want to see you. The thunderous roar struck Xinyan's heart. It was the first time her kindness had been rejected. But this particularly hurtful refusal was a first. Pain radiated from her heart, a sensation she could feel but could not articulate. He walked away from her once more, blood continuing to flow from his arm. Without discussing their past connections, living under the same roof in the future, she wished to get along with him, naturally caring a bit more. Yet he resisted her presence. As a child, she had heard that boys were generally generous. More so than many girls. However, she realized that wasn't always the case. Some boys could be very petty and held grudges, so he was aware that the photos from last time were her doing. Which explained his disdain for her. He was becoming increasingly distant, reaching a point where she could not even chase after him. Perhaps in the future, even if they lived under the same roof, the distance between them would be insurmountable, invisible to the eye. Rin Hyu's friend, Jin Inshuan, wiped the rain from his face with his palm as he approached the distraught Xinyan, deliberately stating, Hyu despises those who betray him. Actually, the incident with the necklace in your bag wasn't arranged by him. He is not that childish. He has always looked down on such petty antics that it was those girls who, out of boredom, targeted you unjustly. Rin Hyu has confronted them about this, forbidding them from engaging in such underhanded tactics, at least not in his name. Jin Inshuan's words filled Xinyan with guilt as she stared at his profile. Unsure of how to respond, Jin Inshuan, hands in his pockets, turned and walked away. You don't understand, Hyu. You have no right to criticize him. If it was his plan, it meant she had misunderstood him all along. As his figure disappeared, more tears welled in her eyes, all stemming from her dissatisfaction with herself. Why must it be this way? Transforming oneself into a villain, one misinterprets others without discerning the truth. He too, why does he refrain from offering an explanation? When speaking to himself during the blue moon, why does he remain silent? He lives his life with casual disregard for others' opinions. Previously, one might have thought this indicative of a spoiled upbringing, a consequence of noble surroundings that rendered him capricious. However, the events between him and myself reveal otherwise. Perhaps it is simply his nature to be indifferent and strong-willed, dismissing the judgments of the outside world entirely. Upon returning to the Rin family's villa, I learned from the butler that Rin Hyu had yet to arrive. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, and my wrist still throbbed from injury, filling Shinran with concern. Aunt Chin kindly suggested that I take a shower and change out of my drenched clothes. In the brief moments ascending the stairs, I glanced back at the door several times, hoping for Rin Hyu's return, eager to offer my sincere apologies and tend to his wound. After a swift shower and donning clean clothes, I hurried downstairs just as the front door swung open. Excitement surged within me upon seeing Rin Hyu return. I was about to inquire about Juanxiu when Aunt Chin spoke up. Has young Master Juanxiu already gone back to the hotel? Yes, I will return to my room first. Rin Hyu replied, his demeanor always respectful towards Aunt Qin. As he passed by me without so much as a glance, I yearned to muster the courage to call out, to apologize, to inquire about his injury. Yet, his aloofness made me feel small, and I averted my gaze with a soft sigh. Aunt Chin wished to assist me, yet she understood that placing me in the room on the third floor indicated that young master had reached his limit. To persuade him to accept me further might provoke his displeasure, and that would spell trouble for everyone in the villa. Standing before the closed door, I paced anxiously, biting my lower lip in frustration. When did I become someone who found it so difficult to apologize? Perhaps it was simply because he was Rin Hyu that I felt so disoriented. A full half-hour passed without me knocking on his door to express my regrets. Just as I resigned myself to returning to my own room, Rin Hyu's door opened. Startled, I looked up into his eyes, my fingers nervously twisting in my long hair, unsure of how to articulate my thoughts. The words I had rehearsed vanished from my mind. Rendered useless upon encountering his cold demeanor, I asked, "There's something you need?" Renhyu asked icily, while lips parted, yet no sound emerged. He cast a sidelong glance. Preparing to walk past me, clenching my fists, I turned my back to him and muttered, "I'm sorry." Renhyu slowed his steps but did not turn around, his lips pressed into a thin line. Leaving his thoughts inscrutable, I pivoted to stand in front of him, blocking his path. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. The necklace incident was not orchestrated by you. I was so angry at that time. And your popularity led me to make assumptions. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me." His expression remained impassive as he regarded my bowed figure, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "And what if I do not forgive you?" Chapter 21. Touched by her, I had anticipated that he would outright reject my apology, yet hearing it was still a blow to my heart. I forced a smile to mask my inner turmoil. Nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand. I will be more mindful in the future. I will not intrude upon your life." With heavy footsteps, I turned away from Renhyu, ready to retreat to my room when his words halted me in my tracks. Leaving me in a daze. "You have already intruded upon me. That room is not yours. You have no right to it." With a disdainful stride, he walked away, and I found myself looking up, unwilling to admit that his words ignited a surge of impulsiveness within me. No matter how comfortable life here was, if we could not coexist peacefully, I would not be able to endure it. His scornful remarks would wound me deeply. My self-esteem would be trampled, bathed in the warm glow of the room. I sat on the bed with my knees drawn to my chest, clutching a photograph of my parents. My mother had once expressed a longing to capture a family portrait, but my father's untimely passing had thwarted that dream. Upon my mother's death, the only memento I had left was that photograph of her and my father. If only my mother were still alive, how much better it would be to have someone to confide in during my struggles. Now, wherever I went, I felt the shadows of unkind words trailing behind me. I had once contemplated escaping my meager existence, avoiding the harsh judgments that accompanied it. When the debt collectors came knocking, demanding money, I realized just how foolish my actions had been. Though still young, I had come to understand the weight of responsibility. I vowed to repay the debts incurred under my name, pleading for their trust. Some of those debt collectors were even relatives, yet in the face of financial gain, familial bonds meant nothing. They were ruthlessly pragmatic. From that point on, I devised a plan, seeking opportunities to work and earn money daily, both to pay for my tuition and to save for repayment. Through relentless effort, I managed to settle a small portion of my debts. I was acutely aware that many obligations remained, and exhaustion threatened to overtake me. Yet I remained filled with hope and vitality. Tears dripped onto the photograph as I tenderly caressed the damp spots. Terrified of staining it, I clutched it close to my heart, closed my eyes, and curled up into a ball. I lacked security and, even more so, love. In a vast expanse of white, untroubled by external disturbances, I stood alone, still grasping the photograph. Surveying my surroundings, I wondered if my mother was present. I longed to move forward, but the absence of a clear direction left me feeling lost and despondent. No matter how hard I tried to better myself or how much I endured for the sake of others' happiness, I remained alone. In moments of profound loneliness, yearning for a shoulder to lean on, I discovered that beside me, there was nothing but air, no one to offer me solace. Lacking the confidence to move ahead and devoid of hope for tomorrow, I chose to crouch down, wrapping my arms tightly around myself, employing every faade to shield my heart, and ignoring all that surrounded me. Feeling weary, I yearned for a proper rest, wishing to abandon all thoughts of studying, repaying debts, or Renhyu. Could I not lay it all down for a moment and allow myself to relax? Indeed, my body felt light, unburdened, and comfortable. Yet, why did I feel so restless, so bothersome? Aunt Chin shook me gently. Concern etched on her face. "Miss Shinran, please wake up." Miss Shinran. Noticing my feverish state, Aunt Chin was at a loss for what to do. She stepped outside to seek the butler's assistance and fortuitously encountered Renhyu on his way upstairs. Aunt Chin rushed to him, her voice laced with urgency. "Quickly, save Miss Shinran. She has a fever. Please help her. The poor child is suffering." Renhyu entered the room he had not set foot in for a long time. Finding me in tears, writhing in pain, my forehead slick with cold sweat, the contrast between my pale visage and the argument I had presented to him in the rain was stark. "Aunt Chin, do not worry. I will take her to the hospital," he assured, lifting the covers and, in one fluid motion, cradling me in his arms. As he did so, the photograph slipped from my grasp, my fingers brushing against his hand as he held me around the waist. Time froze, capturing the handsome features of Renhyu and the distress on my face. He carried me downstairs and drove me to the hospital. If only time could stand still, he might overlook the discomfort of this room, treating me with the care and respect of a true friend. If I had not sullied that precious outfit from the beginning, if I had not taken up residence in this room, everything could have been different. But alas, all of this is mere conjecture. If only time could be frozen, I would remember his unique charm, feeling his rare tenderness. Had there been no initial misunderstanding, perhaps I would have been drawn to him, secretly harboring feelings for him. After all, he was so exceptional, capable of stirring anyone's heart. Yet all of it, exists only in the realm of if. In a state of half-consciousness, I murmured incoherently, "Mom, don't leave me. Don't abandon me. I want to go with you." My mother's eyes were closed as she softly called my name, her long, curled eyelashes glistening with tears as I dozed fitfully in the passenger seat. Renhyu held the steering wheel with one hand and clasped mine with the other, providing me with reassurance. The warmth of his palms steadied my emotions, like finding a lifebuoy in the water, ensuring my safety. Despite my discomfort, my breathing labored and my eyelids heavy. I remained pale. Upon arriving at the hospital, Renhyu rushed to the emergency room with me in his arms, where the doctor promptly took my temperature, administered an injection, and began intravenous fluids. As I lay there, I caught glimpses of the doctors, noting how my brow furrowed in distress, tears escaping my eyes. The softest part of her heart was gently stirred, only to have her surging emotions swiftly suppressed once again. On her way to the hospital, she called out for her mother, longing for her presence. Was she also abandoned by her mother? The doctor reported to Renhyu about Shinran's condition, explaining that it was merely a cold caused by a chilly shower, and that she could be discharged once her fever subsided. Upon learning that she was currently asleep, Renhyu unexpectedly sighed with relief. Why was he so moved by her? Perhaps it was simply because they both lacked maternal figures in their lives. Chapter 22. Sharing his beliefs, there was a force guiding her forward. Yet she was uncertain of her destination. Strangely, she felt no anxiety about the unknown ahead. Although the surroundings were enveloped in white, the warmth she sensed was undeniable. She could not deceive herself. Her mother was still in this world, watching over her from afar. When the clear-headed Shinran opened her somber eyes, the first thing she saw was the white ceiling. Turning her head to survey her surroundings, she noticed the 4 drips suspended above her, and she realized she was in a hospital. Who had brought her here? What was wrong with her? Wishing to change her sleeping position, she caught sight of Renhyu, who was dozing on a single sofa. How did he end up here? She turned on her side, observing his furrowed brow and closed eyes. His silence, his tranquility, and his frowning expression all radiated a sense of self-protection. He always spoke coldly and treated others with an air of arrogance, pursuing his desires without regard for others' opinions or feelings. It baffled her how such a flawed individual could attract so many admirers. When Renhyu awoke, his bleary eyes met Shinran's gaze, both momentarily speechless. Unsure of what to say, Shinran awkwardly diverted her eyes, coughing to mask her embarrassment. Why am I in the hospital? She sought a topic to break the tension. Renhyu, ruffling his hair, stretched his limbs and remarked, "What kind of person are you? Just a little rain and you catch a cold. I truly wonder how you've managed to grow up all these years." What? Shinran thought. If Renhyu ever spoke sensibly, the sun would rise in the west. Has anyone ever told you that what you say is quite unpleasant? That depends on whom I'm speaking to, he replied nonchalantly, leaving Shinran at a loss for words. She turned her head away, deliberately ignoring him. What nonsense. Long-term malnutrition, a sudden rain shower, and exhaustion leading to a cold and fever. What's so surprising about that? Why say such harsh things? Pouting and lowering her gaze, she thought, perhaps he still holds a grudge. This guy is stingy enough to set world records. After finishing her 4, Shinran put on her shoes and walked through the dimly lit hospital corridor. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 3 in the morning. The September night was a bit chilly, and clad in thin clothing, she ambled forward, indifferent. Renhyu caught up with her, having retrieved her medication, and walked behind her, observing her solitary, delicate figure. Once outside the hospital, a gust of cold wind swept through. The path to home was illuminated by lights, yet Shinran tilted her head, searching the rain-soaked sky for stars that might symbolize her mother, only to find none after the rain. Her spirit sank as she pondered her next steps. Should she go to Renhyu's house? How would she interact with him? Just as she was lost in thought, a heavy weight settled on her shoulders, and warmth enveloped her as she looked up in confusion to see Renhyu draping his coat over her. He still held Shinran's medication in hand and, with a slight blush, said, You shouldn't be out in the cold after just finishing your 4. Was he actually showing concern for her? As she contemplated his intentions, he added, I mean it. The doctor told you to stay in the hospital for further observation. Didn't he? You still have many tests to undergo that if you do this again, I won't bring you back. You can take care of yourself. No one will care. Thank you, Shinran replied, her cold still lingering, her lips dry, and her eyes dull. Please don't worry about me. I'm used to being alone. Unaware of Renheyu's vexed expression, she lowered her head, contemplating her fate. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of the unexpressed sorrow in her eyes. Sensing the sadness reflected in her demeanor, breaking the silence, he suggested, let's go back. Back. Shinran hesitated. I'm sorry for always intruding on you. Since the past, it's already late. We should return. Renheyu interrupted, clearly unwilling to hear any more of her words. The windshield was still dotted with raindrops as he drove intently, the wipers clearing the view ahead. Shinran, wrapped in Renheyu's coat, rested her head against the window, her eyes following the retreating scenery and streetlights. Although the car wasn't moving particularly fast, she had little time to appreciate the beauty of the night. Lost in her melancholic thoughts, I don't know how you know that, old man. But to respect my privacy, you should keep your distance from me. This is a piece of advice for you. Shinran managed a bitter smile, recognizing that she would inevitably be drawn into his social circle due to his father's connections. Why then did you bring me to your home? Because you are homeless. In truth, he wanted to say, because you, like me, have no mother. Upon hearing Renheyu's response, Shinran fell silent, unsure whether to feel grateful or angry. It was infuriating to realize that the seemingly heartless Renheyu had a compassionate side, knowing that he was offering shelter to someone without a home. Yet, she was indignant, even if she were homeless. Why should he offer her charity? Why should she accept it? Turning her gaze to his profile, she found that in the confined space of the car, she could memorize the perfect contours of his face. If only he weren't so sharp-tongued, so self-absorbed, and could show even a moment of consideration for others, understanding, forgiveness, and tolerance, he would truly be someone exceptional, beyond reproach. Renheyu, however, only confirmed that no one in this world was flawless. He possessed good looks, a commendable physique, a reputable background, and undeniable talent. Yet one flaw remained, his temper, his personality. Sighing inwardly, Shinran questioned her own thoughts. Perhaps the fever had muddled her brain, leading her to contemplate such absurdities. Not receiving a response from her, Renheyu assumed she was still troubled. He turned the steering wheel and took a different route, pressing the accelerator. Where are we going? Shinran asked, pouting. Aren't we going home? I just thought of a place. Let's go there together. It had been a long time since he visited this location, filled with cherished memories preserved within its confines. He had once held great faith in that place. Yet as he grew older, he rarely returned, believing he could change many things on his own. He hadn't given himself a clear answer as to why he wanted to bring Shinran there. Did her sorrowful eyes remind him of that place? Without overthinking, he was simply willing to share his cherished beliefs with her. Perhaps it was indeed sympathy, or perhaps he simply wished to alleviate her pain as she dreamed of her mother. Chapter 23. Renheyu's sadness in the stillness of the night. Shinran followed Renheyu to a small house. He took a key from his pocket and unlocked the door, illuminating the interior with bright lights. The colorful lamps cast their glow, filling every corner with warmth. Wrapped in Renheyu's coat, Shinran stood at the entrance, gazing in awe at everything inside. The simple European decor, uniquely designed furniture, and cohesive off-white color scheme captivated her. Stepping inside, she noticed the oval windows, with sheer curtains pulled aside, their wine-red frames perfectly complementing the white drapes. As she turned around, she saw exquisite oil paintings adorning the walls, and in the kitchen, a dining table laid with a checkered tablecloth, atop which sat a vase of fresh flowers, their delightful fragrance wafting through the air. It was spotless, suggesting someone had recently tidied up. This place exuded a strong sense of home, even if it appeared somewhat desolate now. Does anyone live here? Renheyu settled onto the living room sofa, his gaze distant. This is my mother's place. I used to come here often as a child. It feels more comfortable than that villa, even if it's smaller. His voice carried a note of sadness, reminiscent of an abandoned child, expressing both resentment and helplessness. What about your mother? She is gone, he replied tersely, devoid of warmth. The earlier emotion seemed like a mere figment of her imagination. Renheyu reverted to his usual indifference, transforming once again into the arrogant individual she found so intolerable. And you? Were you calling for your mother in your dreams? Did she find you bothersome, thinking you're a foolish girl, and thus abandoned you? What? Shinran exclaimed, rolling her eyes. goodness, he truly is a detestable person. She plopped down beside him, feeling the stark contrast in temperature between the indoors and outside. Unfazed by the cold, she set Renheyu's coat aside and clarified, "That's not true. My mother loves me dearly. She could never bear to see me suffer. To ensure I could study well, she worked herself to exhaustion and ultimately fell ill and passed away. I now work tirelessly to pay off her debts, with her heart full of unuttered thoughts." Sinyan gazed at the striking profile of Renheyu, silently pondering, "How could you possibly understand? Even if I were to share those thoughts with you, would you truly believe them? What's wrong? How are you?" "It's nothing. This place is quite tidy. You come here often, don't you?" Not wanting to dwell on her own sentiments, Sinyan deftly shifted the conversation. The delicate fringe obscured Renheyu's expressive eyes as he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and replied, "I drop by when I have the time, though it's not a frequent occurrence." Silence enveloped them once more. Leaning back against the sofa, Renheyu closed his eyes and drifted into a light slumber. Sinyan observed him intently, reluctant to disturb his respite. His expression was far from at ease. His brows remained furrowed, and his sensuous lips were tightly pressed together. She sensed that his life was laden with untold stories and burdens, skillfully concealed beneath his stoic facade, revealing a gentle nature masked by a cold demeanor that lay in the shadows. He believed he could elude the impact of that past trauma. He feared confronting the haunting memories that lingered. The irrevocable conclusion that had forever altered his existence, that he used the darkness to shield his fearful self, trembling in solitude, grappling with his inner turmoil. "Don't hit Mom. Dad, please, don't hit Mom." The small Renheyu clung to his angry father, attempting to prevent the descending hand from striking down. "Heyu, step aside and let me teach her a lesson." With a forceful shove, Renheyu's father pushed the small boy aside, raising his hand to deliver a slap to Renheyu's mother, fiercely accusing her. "What have you contributed to this household? How much support have you provided in my career? Since giving birth to Heyu, how have you cared for him? You spend your days idly and dare to mention leaving. Without me, how would you survive? I wish to break free from your shadow and live independently." Tears streaming down her face, Renheyu's mother was knocked to the ground, the vivid imprint of a hand on her cheek failing to obscure her beauty. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at her sobbing son. "I want to leave." "Very well, let me ask you, what about Heyu? Are you willing to abandon him?" Though she often found herself absent from home, usually spending time with Aunt Chin, her son remained of utmost importance in her heart. Shaking her head through her tears, she implored, "No, I cannot bear to part with him. Please, let me keep Heyu with me, that I will take good care of him. I promise." "How can you care for Heyu when you cannot even care for yourself? I offer you two choices. Either remain by my side as my obedient Mrs. Ren, becoming the envy of others, or leave alone, never to see Heyu again." Renheyu's father was unwavering in his stance, and the couple exchanged harsh words, completely disregarding the feelings of the small Heyu who stood by, unheard and unacknowledged. Had they ever inquired about his thoughts? Had they ever sought to communicate with him? Their selfish decisions left him as merely an object of acceptance. When he tremblingly called out, "Mom, Dad," in an attempt to quell their quarrel, his mother's response sealed his fate, rendering him speechless. "All right, I will leave alone." Wiping her tears, she spoke with resolute determination. With glistening eyes, small Heyu forgot to call for his mother as his father departed. He kicked at his mother, who winced in pain but only let out a muffled sound. Aunt Chin wished to take him away, yet he stubbornly remained rooted in place, causing her heartache. He approached his mother, kneeling before her, his eyes brimming with unshed tears as he softly called out, "Mom." Upon hearing this plea, his mother wept and pounded the ground, disregarding her own pain as she embraced little Heyu. Sobbing uncontrollably, "I'm sorry, Heyu. I won't be able to stay with you anymore. You must take care of yourself." "I'm so sorry." He longed to ask his mother, "Don't you want to stay with me? Did I do something wrong?" Upon learning that his mother would leave the following day, he fell ill, groggily making his way to her room to express his discomfort and desire for her company. Anxiously checking the time on her watch and dragging a suitcase, his mother finally decided to take little Heyu out for a breath of fresh air, promising to return him afterward. Aunt Chin believed that the lady would not take him away, for no one dared to defy the master's orders. Following his mother to a new house, she instructed him to rest on the sofa, explaining that it was a home built by his father, holding significant meaning for her, and assured little Heyu that she would not leave him. She then proceeded to tell him stories and sing for him. When he noticed the absence of sound, he forced his tired eyes open, desperately searching for his mother, having stumbled and fallen while running, having coughed from shouting, having cried in anxiety. It was by the oval window that he saw his mother embracing a strange man, her face alight with a smile as she climbed into a car. He found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Only the thick black smoke from the rear wheels whispered a farewell. Chapter 24. The passionate kiss. In that moment, the small child had already perceived the truth. The concepts of family and kinship paled insignificantly in comparison to freedom and self-interest. To this day, he could not forgive himself for allowing his ailing self to be abandoned in favor of another. He struggled to comprehend his father's relentless pursuit of career ambitions, imposing academic expectations and achievements upon him while disregarding his feelings entirely. Having lived in an emotionless home until now, raised in an environment devoid of love, he found solace in establishing trust with those unrelated by blood, experiencing the warmth from those who genuinely cared for him. With closed eyes, Rin Hiu felt a wave of irony wash over him. While others lauded his excellence, they remained blind to the sweat and toil that lay behind it. When they witnessed his arrogance and defiance, they failed to see the tender side that lay beneath. When they misunderstood the complexity of his character, they overlooked the quiet moments when he tended to his wounds, his multifaceted nature, his temperament. His approach to life were not without foundation. He rebelled against the inequities of this world, dissatisfied with his current circumstances, feeling overwhelmed by the intrusion of others into his life. He was unwilling to have his scars exposed. Yet that old man had insisted she reside in that room. Scenes from the past flickered through his mind. Her laughter, her tears, her unwavering gaze, the gentleness of his mother, her songs, her departure, all remnants of pain he wished to forget. Yet that old man seemed to deliberately cross his boundaries, warning her with a stern face but softening at her murmurs of distress, leading to her unexpected presence in this secretive place for him. Unbeknownst to her, Xinyan, feeling drowsy, leaned against Rin Heyu's shoulder and fell asleep. His expression remained impassive, yet she felt a surge of joy at being brought to this place by Rin Heyu. Though she was unaware of its significance to him, his ability to relax and close his eyes upon the sofa indicated its importance. His heart must have been ablaze, and unconsciously, the corners of his mouth turned upwards. Thank you, Rin Heyu. Though you have said nothing, I can still feel your unique way of offering comfort. With her head resting on his shoulder, he did not immediately move away. In the past, he would have unceremoniously cast aside any girl who dared to lean on him, berating her without mercy. Are you tired of living? Instead, he merely shifted to a more comfortable position, allowing both of them to rest. My mother is gone. I have no mother now. Sometimes I miss her terribly. I take the stories I hear from others and weave them into my life, likening the brightest star in the sky to my mother, who watches over me. Therefore, no matter how sorrowful my circumstances may be, I must smile and not let my mother worry about me. Xinyan suddenly spoke up in the stillness of the room. You may find it hard to believe, but when the school reprimanded me, I sat in front of the Rin Corporation building, despondently crying. Uncle Rin shared stories of his son, his rebelliousness, his disobedience, his audacity. I felt a mix of disdain and envy towards him. Rin Hiu kept his eyes closed, arms crossed, waiting for Xinyan to continue. Uncle Rin sighed, lamenting his inability to be by his son's side due to work commitments, prompting me to think of my own father. I cannot recall what my father looked like. He passed away when I was very young, leaving my mother and me to depend on one another. During my childhood, classmates would proudly boast about their strong fathers, recounting how safe they felt alongside them, knowing their fathers could chase away any threats. Slowly opening her large eyes, Xinyan softly expressed, I often wonder, if my father were still in this world, would he defend me if I were bullied? Would he care for me? The room was filled with warmth as Xinyan lay on the sofa, her head resting on Rin Hiu's lap, yearningly stating, how I wish Uncle Run were my father. No matter the trouble I caused, he would become angry, yet he would never abandon me. He truly cares for you, or else I wouldn't be living in your home. As soon as Xinyan's words left her lips, Rin Hiu opened his eyes, but Xinyan's gaze was already closed. Their eyes met in a moment of reversal. He had just emerged from the darkness, and she conveyed her heart's whispers in the realm of light. As he welcomed the brightness, she retreated into the shadows, silently counting her tears. After all, children without parents are indeed pitiful, destined to feel sadness and self-doubt. As I ponder the words of Shinran, an unusual emotion surges within me, returning to the place in my chest where a warm current has begun to flow. She is not mistaken. It seems impossible to communicate with that old man. He arranges for others to handle everything, and these seemingly indifferent actions inadvertently prove his concern for her. Rin Hiu gazes at Shinran, who is peacefully asleep with her head resting on his leg. Her long eyelashes gracefully arch, and the gentle curve of her lips indicates her tranquility. Her brows have unfurled, and her fair, dewy skin appears even more alluring under the soft glow of the light. Smiling softly, he recalls their first encounter. The two of them share a harmonious presence in the darkness. In this rare dream, Shinran can relish the moment. She sweetly turns over, lazily embracing something in her arms, her face seeking warmth. Unbeknownst to her, she is clutching Rinheyu's arm, her face inching closer to his chin. Moving forward, Rinheyu feels a twinge of discomfort in his arm, wishing to withdraw it. But as he tilts his head slightly, their lips meet in a perfect union. Their lips meld together, and Shinran remains still. While Rinheyu halts his motion to retract his arm, both sense something amiss, yet are entranced by the sweetness enveloping them. Shinran tentatively brushes her tongue against his, feeling comfortable and soft, and she closes her eyes, beginning to nibble on Rinheyu's lips. Rinheyu is the first to regain his composure. As he attempts to open his eyes, he finds Shinran boldly taking advantage of his distraction, slipping her tongue into his mouth. The restless little tongue clumsily explores within, while the still dreaming Shinran wonders what this irresistible allure could be. Rinheyu instinctively responds, his hands wrapping naturally around Shinran's waist, drawing her closer, as Rinheyu loses himself in kissing Shinran. Her evasive little tongue and her luscious, red lips become swollen from his gentle yet fervent caresses. He assertively claims control, demanding her sweetness, sealing her lips with passionate kisses until she can hardly breathe. At which point he finally withdraws. Simultaneously, they open their misty eyes. Chapter 25. Discovering another side of him gazing into each other's eyes, they see reflections of themselves, maintaining their positions without immediate expressions of surprise. Shinran, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, slowly rises from Rinheyu's form, adjusting herself as she brushes aside her slightly tousled hair, biting her lip where his warmth still lingers. Rinheyu checks the time. It is already 5 in the morning. The dawn light filters through, and as he rises to straighten his clothes, he does so without any awkwardness from Shinran. He approaches the door, opens it, and looks outside. Addressing Shinran, "We should head back now. Oh, all right." Shinran retrieves Rinheyu's coat from the sofa and drapes it over herself, following him as they step outside and into his sports car. Throughout their journey, they exchange no words, a silent understanding prevailing as they refrain from mentioning the chaotic events of the previous night. Upon entering the house, before Shinran can fully comprehend the situation, she hears a sharp slap. When she regains her senses, she is taken aback to see 5 bright red handprints adorning Rinheyu's cheek, while Uncle Rin stands across from him, glaring in anger. Rinheyu maintains his stance, tilting his head without making a move. He gently raises a hand to touch his reddened cheek, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as familiar feelings resurface. Wasn't it just like this when he misbehaved as a child? Thankfully, he has not forgotten this sensation, allowing him to relish it now. Shinran, still recovering, interposes herself between Rinheyu and Uncle Rin, anxiously inquiring, "Uncle Rin, why are you doing this? What happened?" Shinran, "You should return to your room and rest. I need to deal with this little rascal. Not only did he cause trouble at school, but he also made you sick that I called the hospital, and the doctor said you left early. Why has it taken you so long to return? Did he bully you?" Rinheyu's father speaks kindly to Shinran, but his anger erupts when he turns to Rinheyu. Seeing Uncle Rin about to strike Rinheyu, Shinran hurriedly intervenes. "No, he didn't bully me. Uncle Rin, I'm fine. Heyu hasn't had much rest. Let him go to his room." Unanticipatedly, Shinran speaks up for him, prompting Rinheyu to scoff. "In your eyes, I don't even measure up to an outsider. Why should I even remain in this house? I'll leave, and then you won't have to worry about whether I bully her." Having said this, he truly turns to leave, and Shinran scarcely has time to call out to him. The coat draped over her shoulders still carries his scent. Leaving her puzzled as to why he is so upset, Uncle Rin, exasperated, turns away, sighing and shaking his head. In the expansive hallway, only Shinran's gaze remains unfixed, and she silently ascends the stairs to her room. Her long black hair cascades over her shoulders. Although the day has brightened, she has no intention of going downstairs. She continues to reflect on whether her departure would ease the relationship between Rinheyu and Uncle Rin, believing it might reduce conflicts caused by her presence. Just as this thought crosses her mind, a knock resounds at her door. "Come in," Shinran replies from her seated position on the bed, and Shin enters, bearing a sumptuous meal, and upon seeing Shinran's listless face, she expresses concern. "What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell?" Allowing Aunt Chin's rough hand to rest on her forehead, Shinran feels no discomfort. Rather, she relishes this touch, the motherly concern bringing her comfort. "I'm fine, Aunt Chin. I just lack an appetite and don't wish to eat. I'm wondering if Renhyu has returned yet. Noticing the melancholy etched on Shinran's small face, Aunt Chin chooses to sit beside her on the bed, gently stroking her hair with a tender smile. There's something troubling you. Are you still adjusting to this environment? Grasping Aunt Chin's hand, Shinran confides her hidden thoughts. If I leave, will they stop fighting? Will Renhyu come back? What are you saying? After a moment's contemplation, Aunt Chin sighs. No wonder you think that way. Ever since Madame left, the young master and the old master have not sat down to communicate. The young master was quite pitiable. When he was 8, Madame left him while he was ill, deceiving him into believing she wouldn't depart, allowing him to sleep peacefully. When the young master awoke, he found her leaving with another man. Since then, he has become reticent and irritable. The old master has even struck the young master over this matter. He has grown up under the old master's rigid standards. Aunt Chin's words brim with sorrow for Renhyu as she reminisces. Whenever there were school activities, the old master would send his secretary to attend, and he would remain silent, never complaining. When he faced injustices outside and engaged in fights to protect himself, he would return home only to be beaten by the old master. We, the servants, felt deep sympathy for him. But there was nothing we could do. He had grown up in such an environment. Reflecting on her initial perception of Renhyu as willful and spoiled, she realizes how deeply he must have suffered. No one would believe that the outstanding Renhyu endured a life beyond imagination. He must yearn for his mother, too. Though she lost her father at a young age, her mother's love compensated for that loss. But Renhyu, losing his mother, also bore the weight of his father's imposed pressure. How has he persevered all these years? Is that why he projects an image of indifference, releasing all his frustrations on those who provoke him? Suddenly, she feels guilt for her previous assumptions, having viewed Renhyu as petty and bothersome, believing he could not comprehend the feelings of those like her. In truth, he bears far heavier burdens than she could ever fathom. With a newfound understanding of Renhyu, she lies on her bed, her restless mind continually dwelling on him. Chapter 26. Wounded by Renhyu after resting at home for a day and a night. Shinran's health shows no signs of improvement. During this time, Aunt Chin has come to check on her, but she has stubbornly insisted she is fine, urging her not to worry. However, has Renhyu returned? When Aunt Chin shakes her head with a sigh, Shinran silently absorbs the answer, remaining quiet. Seated in class, engrossed in her studies, Shinran does not catch a glimpse of Renhyu throughout the morning. Has he skipped class? Is he still upset? Where did he sleep last night? Unbeknownst to her, her concern for Renhyu is evident in her anxious expression. As she contemplates these questions, the commotion from the corridor jolts her back to reality. She turns her gaze outward, faintly hearing Renhyu's name. Ignoring her discomfort, she rises and maneuvers through the crowd, squeezing through gaps until she spots Renhyu with his friends, while everyone around is captivated. Excited by Renhyu's handsome appearance, Shinran seizes the chance to dash forward, positioning herself directly in front of him, blocking his path. Her dark, glistening eyes fixate on Renhyu, who appears to be in good spirits, suggesting he has indeed rested. Relieved, Shinran approaches him, asking, "Did you not go home?" The crowd falls into a hush, perplexed by her question. Indeed, from their perspective, what gives you Shinran the right to inquire whether Renhyu has returned home? What is their relationship? What qualifications does she possess? Only Renhyu, Shinran, and the ever-smiling Jin and Chiwen truly comprehend the underlying meaning of Shinran's words. When she received no response from Renhyu, she assumed he was still upset. "Are you still angry with Uncle Ren?" "Actually, Uncle Ren, who are you?" Renhyu bellowed, interrupting Shinran. "What do you know? Why do you think you have the right to meddle in my affairs? Your manipulation by that old man is your concern, so do not appear before me. We share no bond, and there is no need for familiarity." Staring blankly, Shinran's eyes brimmed with tears as she silently expressed the words she dared not voice. "In truth, Uncle Ren is quite worried about you." They indeed had no relationship, not even a proper introduction, and their subsequent interactions were absurd. She fell ill, and he offered assistance. When she was downcast, he helped her regain her composure. Why must her life involve his inexplicable participation? Did he ever seek her consent? Why should he concern himself with her well-being? After all, her illness was her own affair. This was Renhyu, reverting to his true nature. His words perpetually harsh and inconsiderate, disregarding the atmosphere and making others uncomfortable. Such a Renhyu was truly detestable. Clenching her fists and widening her eyes, Shinran fought back her defiant tears, stubbornly sniffling. She muttered, "I apologize. It was my intrusion." There was no need to engage with him. She had long known of his unpleasant temperament. Turning away, tears streamed down her face, not out of grief for Rinhyu, but for her own ungrateful fate. Ignoring the spectators' whispers, she stepped out of their line of sight and left the school. As Shinran's silent figure grew more distant, Jinichua nudged Rinhyu's shoulder, his voice laced with sympathy. Haven't you been too harsh on her? After all, she meant well, and it's rare for someone to endure your attitude. It was quite inappropriate, memories flooding back of Shinran murmuring for her mother in his car when she was ill, pleading for her not to leave her. She, too, was someone in need of care. While he chose to abandon trust, she generously decided to concern herself for another. Why was she so foolish? Why take such risks that might lead to her own hurt? He would never understand that Shinran was not merely Navi. She extended the same kindness to all, but her attention was heightened only for Rinhyu, not halting her pace, even as dizziness clouded her mind and discomfort settled in her heart. Impulsively, she wanted to turn back and harshly rebuke Rinhyu, yet reason forbade her from doing so. Reluctantly, she continued forward, wiping away her tears time and again, yet inexplicably, they continued to fall, lost in her emotions. Shinran failed to notice someone ahead, colliding directly into a warm embrace. Sniffling as she tilted her head up, she found the person before her eerily familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. In an instant, she forgot her tear-streaked face, staring blankly at him as he gently wiped away her tears with his thumb, offering a smile that filled her with encouragement. Like the sun, he warmed her gloomy heart, brightening her world. Unlike Rinhyu's sharp features, his face was handsome yet soft, his strong arms resting on her shoulders providing a sense of security. Taking a step back, Shinran withdrew from the comforting grip, lowering her head in apology. I'm sorry, it's my fault. You don't remember me? He asked, his smile charming and gentlemanly. Dazed, Shinran struggled to recall, suddenly realizing, hello, he was that agreeable boy, Shin Yuheng, who had escorted her home that night. No wonder he felt so comfortable. If only Rinhyu possessed half of his temperament. Furrowing her brow, she wondered why he had suddenly come to mind. Shaking her head, she attempted to dismiss thoughts of Rinhyu. Shin Yuheng, amused by her adorable demeanor, placed his hands in his pockets. Are you all right? What happened? In the presence of her crush, Shinran felt embarrassed. It's nothing. How did you end up here? I came to visit a friend. His gaze fell upon her tear-stained face, evoking sympathy. Oblivious to Shin Yuheng's internal musings, Shinran stood in the radiant sunlight, her pallor accentuated. Did I want to disturb you? I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Just as she was about to step away, someone grasped her wrist. Confused, Shinran looked at him, her vacant eyes silently asking, What's wrong? Is there something you need? Shin Yuheng offered no words, his gaze intently studying her face, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. After several moments of silence, he finally spoke. Let me treat you to a meal. Minutes later, he made the invitation. Inside, he lamented, wishing he had no connection to Hayu, how he wished to avoid causing her any pain. Tilting her head, she withdrew her hand, pressing her temples, feeling unwell and fatigued. I thought you were struggling to find the words. I feel bad for making you spend a to make up for my early farewell at Blue Moon. Allow me to treat you today. Although the money was hard-earned, some favors still needed to be honored. Are you certain? He asked, his tone playful yet earnest. Understanding his implication, she chuckled. Let my wallet serve as a measure. With renewed energy, she walked alongside Shin Yuheng. Chapter 27. Replacing with a smile in a restaurant with a pronounced vintage charm, heavy metal music played in the background. Shinran, exuding a refreshing aura, felt somewhat out of place in this environment. Considering Shin Yuheng across the table, she smiled, masking her discomfort. When the server brought an array of dishes, Shinran was taken aback. Is there enough for just the two of us? Shin Yuheng chuckled at her exaggerated surprise, mistakenly believing her expression stemmed from financial concerns. This meal is on me. Feel free to enjoy. Though drawn to Shin Yuheng's generosity and gentlemanly demeanor, she held fast to her principles. But I insisted on treating you. Next time, you can treat me, he replied. Noticing her firm stance, he continued with a laugh. Perhaps I was overthinking. I just thought you looked weary and couldn't bear to see you walk alone in the streets. The sky had not yet darkened, but the inside was aglow with lights, illuminating every corner. Even as they sat in a secluded spot by the window, Shin Yuheng noticed the tension in Shinran's face. She swallowed hard, feigning indifference. Not at all. Forget the misfortunes. Whose life is without its share of challenges. Forget the unpleasantness. Who lives without worries. Forget the inequities. For who can stop time with a watch? Everyone appears unequal. Yet life is inherently fair. who can truly see through life, understand existence, and perceive the world. Struggling to conceal herself, Shinran clenched her hands around her glass, unaware that her evasive gaze betrayed her in her turmoil, a truth that did not escape Shin Yuheng's notice. If it weren't me sitting across from you today, but Hei-yu instead, would you share your story with him? He asked directly, without embellishment. Rin Hei-yu? You know him. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it earlier. Actually, I'm quite good friends with Hei-yu. I had planned to dine with him at Blue Moon. But then you suddenly felt unwell and left. Later, I learned you were acquainted with him. Regardless of their relationship. What does that have to do with me? As she began to speak, an image of Rin Hei-yu showing her the house that symbolized her mother flashed in her mind, his place of reliance. Shinran forced a smile. No, I don't have any stories to share. I'm just an ordinary person, and that's all there is to it. Seeing her unwillingness to share, Shin Yuheng refrained from pressing further. He encouraged her to eat more, reminding her that only with proper nutrition would she regain her strength. His considerate concern touched Shinran deeply, a sour sensation filling her nose as she replaced it with a smile. The reflection of Shin Yuheng in the high-stemmed glass of red wine captured his essence as he gazed at Shinran, who was slowly eating her meal. His eyes shimmered with pity and reluctance. Why must she always respond with a smile, observing her fierce demeanor towards Hei-yu? He yearned for her to regard him with the same courtesy. How could he convey such sentiments? The meal unfolded in a tranquil, protracted manner, from the twilight hours to 10 o'clock at night, as Shinran and Shin Yuheng conversed and laughed. Most of their topics revolved around Shin Yuheng's amusing experiences while studying abroad, which kept Shinran in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, in the Rin family villa, Rin Hei-yu's father ordered the servants and security personnel to search for Shinran, while others contacted the school and her classmates, everyone bustling with urgency. Rin Hei-yu's father paced the living room, commanding the butler to inform the young master, say that Shinran is missing. Let's see how he reacts. Chapter 28. Two distinct paths of life. After the meal, Shin Yuheng offered to escort Shinran home. But after a moment of contemplation, she chose to decline. Under the starry sky of the night, she raised the corners of her mouth, saying, "We agreed that I would treat, yet in the end, you ended up footing the bill. I feel quite guilty about it." Beneath the streetlight, she appeared petite, her shadow elongated, evoking a sense of elusiveness in him, akin to a graceful yet firm refusal. That he chuckled wryly. "It's all right, that I'll take my leave now. Be careful on your way." Nodding in acknowledgement, she replied, "I understand. Please take care." As the wheels rolled over the dark pavement, the rear lights flickered a crimson glow, gradually receding until the turn obscured her view. And only then did she retract her smile. Her originally delicate features were replaced by weariness as she strolled along the dimly lit street, casting a long shadow. The yellow lights on either side served as her guide. Yet in her moment of confusion, she found herself uncertain of her destination. Sitting on the steps by the roadside, she gazed at the passing cars, which never ceased their motion, with tears glistening in her eyes. She pondered silently, where were they headed? Were they returning home? Surely, their homes must be filled with happiness, with beloved children, and a harmonious atmosphere, an experience she could only dream of. On such a frigid night. Amidst her discomfort, she felt an intense yearning for home. Slightly lifting her chin, she dismissed her own thoughts and reined in her emotions. Under the same starry sky, on a different street, Rin Hei-yu engaged in conversation with his friends when his phone vibrated in his pocket. The oversized screen displayed his home number. Though tempted to dismiss the call, he hesitated, considering there might be an important matter at hand, and ultimately answered. After hanging up, Rin Hei-yu was still at a loss, unable to comprehend why Miss Xing'an had not yet returned home. How could that girl still be out so late? The clock had already struck past 9. With autumn's arrival, the evening wind was brisk and the temperature low, naturally inducing a chill. He worried about her health, knowing she had yet to fully recover. Where could she possibly be? And Xuan, you all carry on. I have something to attend to. Despite his lingering concerns, he decided to search for her. His best friend, Jean and Xuan, puzzled, remarked, "You're not heading home, so come join us." Ignoring Xuan's words, Rin Hei-yu sprinted ahead, first to the school, searching the classrooms and dormitories, yet she was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, he pulled out his phone, intending to call her, but then realized he did not possess her number. Shid. He muttered under his breath, feeling an urge to lash out. How could a girl be out so late without a care for her safety? Recalling the harsh words he had spoken to Xin Yuan earlier that day, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. With no clear direction, Rin Hei-yu racked his brain for potential places she might be. After some contemplation, he made a guess and swiftly took action. Arriving at Blue Moon, he was greeted by Shin Yuheng, who noticed his searching gaze and kindly inquired, "Are you looking for someone?" Stopping in his tracks, Renhyu placed one hand on his hip, tilting his body slightly as he stroked his chin, and asked, "Have you seen a girl? Not very tall, quite charming. The one who raised quite a fuss the last time we met." Shin Yuheng instantly recognized he was referring to Shin Yuan. Feigning ignorance, he replied, "No. Why? Is there something you need from her? Just a minor issue." "I'll take my leave then," Renhyu said, casting a glance inside before turning to exit. Shin Yuheng furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone. She still hadn't called to let him know if she had made it home. Upon stepping outside Blue Moon, a gust of wind swept by, causing even Renhyu's sturdy frame to feel a chill. As the night deepened, the temperature dropped further. Where could that foolish girl be? Was she dressed warmly enough? What if she caught a chill again? His phone remained silent in his pocket, confirming that Shin Yuan had yet to return. If she were home, someone would have notified him by now. It was late, and she had few friends. Where could she possibly be? As he walked along the narrow path, his eyes grew dim, and his tall silhouette seemed to bear a heavy burden, reflected in the shadow cast by the streetlight. Planting his feet firmly, Renhyu's gaze fixed ahead. He realized he had never contemplated the path he would take in life, nor where it might lead. When the long road ahead appeared endless, a moment of awakening struck him. They stood together in the same place yet remained oblivious to the wall that separated them, one gazing forward, the other seated, observing the cars passing in the middle of the road. They could not see each other, nor did they understand that the other was so close, living parallel lives on two distinct tracks. Quietly navigating their own existences, fate was gradually merging their two paths. Chapter 29. Heartache for Renhyu. In the same world, beneath the identical starry sky, Shin rose to her feet. Unbeknownst to each other, they both moved forward, separated by a wall, aimlessly traversing. She had not considered returning to Renhyu's home. Lost in her thoughts, the evening breeze tousled her hair, reddening the tip of her nose, while the chill was palpable. It paled in comparison to the coldness within her heart. With her white sneakers stepping forward, hands tucked into her pockets, she ambled thoughtfully. Renhyu's tousled short hair looked carefree as he faced the gentle breeze. Clad in an open jacket that posed no threat to his solid frame. As they approached a crossroads, they reached the top of the wall, awaiting the green light on the opposite side. A casual glance revealed Shin Yuan's surprise at spotting Renhyu nearby. In that moment, an indescribable mix of warmth, shock, resentment, and discomfort surged within her, yet her heart, through her mind, easily discerned one feeling: security. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and even she couldn't comprehend why she felt such a sense of reassurance. Their relationship was not typical of ordinary classmates or friends. Living under the same roof, they oscillated between gentleness and indifference, leaving her struggling to keep pace with his rhythm. Following the wind-tousled strands of her hair, Shin Yuan averted her gaze. This natural movement caught Renhyu's attention as he smiled, pondering where she might have gone. To his surprise, his calm demeanor had led him right to her. Her profile was lovely. Though not strikingly beautiful, her freshness left a lasting impression. Her flowing hair always seemed to caress her cheeks as she busily tucked the strands behind her ear. With her arms crossed, she rubbed her arms, a sign that she felt the chill. Renhyu withdrew his gaze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Shin, still grappling with her emotions, bit her lip, questioning whether he had noticed her. What a coincidence it was to encounter him here. Would he, upon facing her, utter more unkind words? Should she express her thoughts to him? If he returned home and reconciled with Uncle Ren, she would willingly step aside, distancing herself from his affairs. He was not someone she could afford to offend or provoke. She had no desire to become a figure of notoriety. All she wished for was a simple, ordinary life. Such was her heartfelt desire. Surely, she couldn't still be bothered by the things he had said at school. She was indeed quite stubborn. Girls with character were different from those bothersome types. Why did he have to cross her boundaries? Had it not been for that initial misunderstanding, she would have certainly garnered his admiration. As their eyes met, both forgot the words they had intended to speak. Shin Yuan stepped forward, approaching Renhyu, blinking her dark eyes and looking up at him. Renhyu awaited her words, but she hesitated, taking a deep breath before innocently and weakly saying, "It's nothing." He did not comprehend the intricacies of a girl's heart. Yet as someone concerned for a recovering patient, he possessed a modicum of understanding. He removed his outer garment and draped it over Shin Yuan's shoulders. The weight of the fabric brought a sudden flutter to her heart, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, though the streetlight's glow was dim enough to obscure it. "That old man is quite worried about you. You should head home. It's very cold, and you're still not fully recovered. Let us discuss everything tomorrow," Renhyu stated flatly. Surprised by his tone, she felt touched by his thoughtfulness. The mere act of lending his coat warmed her heart. "Thank you," she shyly replied, lowering her gaze to her shoelaces. Unaccustomed to his change in attitude, Renhyu felt both conflicted and agitated. "All right, I'll walk you home." In truth, he realized he had no right to say such things, yet some matters weighed heavily on his mind. "You may have your own thoughts or privacy you wish to keep untouched, but Uncle Rin is genuinely concerned about you." Before Xin Yuan could finish, she noticed the anger etched on Rin Heyu's face, causing her voice to dwindle. "And Aunt Xin, the housekeeper, they all miss you and are worried sick." Her final words seemed to quell his anger, softening his gaze considerably, with many thoughts swirling within him. Rin Heyu no longer wore the prickly defenses he had once held against everyone. He began walking in the direction of home, fully aware that Xin Yuan would follow, not glancing back. Xin Yuan smiled, watching Rin Heyu's retreating figure. Her throat dry, tasting the bitterness of unspoken words. One can sense that Rin Heyu is forcing himself. He seems to harbor a strong discontent towards that grand house and is reluctant to be part of that family. Yet he compels himself to endure for some reason. Much like himself, he is hesitant to readily open his heart to another. Perhaps it is a common trait among those who fear being hurt? Rin Heyu, what magnitude of anguish have you endured to become this way? Chapter 30. It's not over between us. In the late afternoon twilight, the bustling crowd at the vibrant marketplace thickens. People hurry about. Laughter and chatter echo among small groups, while sweethearts stroll hand in hand, dressed in casual attire with a slung bag, her long hair playfully swaying. Shiran takes in the scene with delight as she walks home. She recollects encountering the manager of Blue Moon on the street. Although she currently resides in Rin Heyu's home, with no worries about food or clothing, her material life is abundant. The pressure she feels inside remains unabated. As there are still many debts to repay, so much has transpired lately that Shiran has scarcely found time to seek employment. Even her visits to the coffee shop have dwindled when she sought employment there one afternoon. Having been absent for several days, the shop could not reach her and subsequently terminated her. Concerned about work, the manager of Blue Moon approached her, mentioning that he had spoken with the owner regarding her work performance. The owner appreciated Shiran's work ethic and is now willing to offer her a part-time position at double the pay. Stunned, Shiran recalls her response to him. Why? There are many people in need of work. There is no reason for her to be treated as an exception, enjoying such preferential employment conditions. Instead, her heart flutters with unease. The manager said little more, merely advising her to consider it. If she decides to accept the job, she should come to the store early. Upon returning home, Shiran sees Rin Heyu seated on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine. She wishes to greet him, but the warm glow of the lamp casts a serene aura over his perfect features, and she cannot bear to disturb the tranquility. He is intently focused on the magazine, his body relaxed, and from her vantage point, it is difficult to resist the unique charm he exudes. He is like a light, illuminating everything around him with his lively presence. Days have passed, and Rin Heyu's demeanor has softened considerably. He is no longer as hostile as he once was, acknowledging that his coldness was due to his own illness. He has changed his attitude towards himself. Though the tension with Uncle Rin persists, it is at least reassuring that he has not run away from home. Regardless of the reasons, his return is what matters. A smile involuntarily graces her lips as she remains entranced by Rin Heyu's allure. But suddenly Shiran becomes aware of her own feelings. Why does his return bring her such joy? It feels as though she does not wish for him to leave. In the recent past, she would have eagerly severed ties, wishing never to encounter him again. Yet now, the mere thought of never seeing him again, perhaps because he might come to despise her, fills her with anxiety and unrest. Casting a resentful glance at Rin Heyu, she muses, he will never know what lies within her heart. He will never understand that she genuinely cares for him. From his perspective, she stands with his father, ready to disclose his affairs, igniting conflict between them. How can she express her desire to be friends, to cease this opposition? Can he regard her as a friend? Miss Shiran, you're back. Aunt Qin's voice pulls Shiran from her reverie. She chuckles awkwardly in response, setting her bag down as she walks to the living room and takes a seat beside Rin Heyu, noticing that he is reading a magazine about the world of basketball. She finds it unsurprising that boys are fond of such sports. She does not know many boys, and those she does are hardly familiar, but she recalls that nearly all the boys in her class were avid basketball fans. Rin Heyu closes the magazine and sets it aside, sipping his tea. You're back. How's the job hunt going? She had previously mentioned her job search to him. When did he start to care about her? It's going well. Nobody wants you, right? I told you, with your tendency to catch a cold at the slightest chill, who would want to hire you? It's better not to trouble others, and I don't expect you to contribute anything. Rin Heyu's words brim with disapproval towards Shiran. Unwilling to concede, Shiran retorts, "What do you mean? I said it's going well, not that I haven't found anything, honestly. Finding a job is inherently challenging. High-paying ones require qualifications you may not meet. And the easier ones offer low wages. I still have debts to repay." Skeptical, Rin Heyu smirks. Really? This girl is quite amusing. Desiring to retract her words, yet not wanting to be mocked by Rin Heyu, Shiran impulsively declares, "Yes, I found a job. I'll be coming home late from now on. So please let Aunt Chin know not to wait for me for dinner." Rin Heyu pays no heed to her irritation. He rises from the sofa, placing his hands on the armrests, leaning toward her, forcing Shiran to lean back, bewildered by his intentions. Her cheeks flushed, Shiran dares not meet his handsome face. His skin is flawless, devoid of any blemish, even surpassing that of some girls. As Shiran finds herself cornered, Rin Heyu halts, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, effectively reddening her face further. Suppressing a smile, Rin Heyu clears his throat. "Then give it your all." He straightens up, smiling as he departs, leaving Shiran stunned on the sofa. Once she regains her composure, Shiran realizes Rin Heyu has toyed with her. Was he just teasing her? Infuriating. "Rin Heyu, this isn't over between us," she shouts with closed eyes, her voice echoing in the villa's living room, lingering long after. Rin Heyu, ascending the stairs, chuckles even more deeply. Chapter 31. I've found a job having completed a day's studies. With the sun still high, Shiran leaves school with her bag slung over her shoulder at the school gate. She encounters Rin Heyu's friends and politely nods to greet them, faintly recalling a boy named Jin and Shuan among them. The sunlight bathes Shiran's fair face, her smooth skin devoid of any blemish, exuding a purity that is endearing. Yet, she embodies more than innocence. There is an elegant nonchalance about her. She wears a neutral expression toward others, devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. To witness her more varied and vibrant expressions, one must observe her interactions with Rin Heyu. A familiar sensation envelopes her, and she beams at those gazing in her direction. Her smile wide. Under the blue ambient light, she recalls every moment and corner of this place. Here, she has experienced much and met many, starting as strangers but gradually forming bonds of support when she was in dire need of work. It was the manager here who took a chance on her, guiding her through the process. Those past experiences hold within them countless tears and sweat. Reflecting on the past, she finds herself overwhelmed with words unspoken. For several minutes, her colleagues at the front desk are tempted to celebrate her return, but they replace their excitement with smiles. "Let us welcome our new colleague, Yi Shiran, friends." The manager, seemingly unaware of the murmurs, leads the applause. The colleagues clap in unison, expressing their welcome to Shiran. Without further conversation, she heads to the break room to change. Eager to start working, she hastens her movements when the chatter of two girls outside catches her attention, causing her to slow down and listen intently. "I really can't understand why the boss would ask the manager to bring Shiran back to work. What makes her so special that the boss would do this? Are we, the old employees, not as good as that girl? It's ridiculous that the manager actually sought her out again." One girl, busy tidying her belongings, complains to a colleague doing the same. "Absolutely. Yi Shiran is so shameless. How can she come back after leaving? If it were me, I'd refuse outright." They disdainfully glare at Shiran's locker, expressing their disgust. She's just relying on her youth, oblivious to how many men she's captivated with that face. "Indeed. Let us go." The two share a laugh as they exit the break room, completely unaware of Shiran, who stands frozen, holding her freshly changed clothes in the inner room. She forces a bitter smile. Having cherished her colleagues as family, yet in their hearts, she has become a mere object of disdain. She understands that the world has its dark corners and shades of gray, yet human hearts remain inscrutable and indefinable. Shaking her head, she resolves not to dwell on such thoughts. Regardless of how others perceive her, she must continue living her life. She cannot allow the judgments of others to dictate her existence. For her environment and purpose diverge from theirs, Shiran emerges from the break room, fully dressed, to find the manager waiting with a satisfied smile. "Shiran, it's wonderful to have you back. I was worried you might throw a tantrum and not return. Now, go to work and do your best." Just as the manager turns to leave, Shiran calls out to him, "Manager, what is our boss like?" Tilting his head as he ponders her inquiry, the manager seems somewhat perplexed by Shiran's intention. Thinking of her urgent need for employment and how serendipitously Blue Moon has welcomed her back, Shiran smiles. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to say thank you. I ventured outside for work, and I express my gratitude to you." Dear manager, the thick carpet bore the weight of my cheerful, yet heavy footsteps as I concealed my smile, habitually biting my lip, softly encouraging myself to disregard the opinions of others and focus solely on my responsibilities. The oblivious manager, smiling, shook his head, digesting my heartfelt thanks. After several days away from this establishment, donning my original work uniform once more evoked a sense of nervousness. Before me stood a girl of exquisite beauty. Her lovely curls framing her face, large, expressive eyes, and an adorable demeanor reminiscent of a doll from a comic. I was captivated by such beauty that it was my first encounter with a girl who seemed both real and surreal. Though we were both women, her allure inspired in me a desire to admire and envy her. She wore a charming pink dress, a faint smile gracing her lips, delicate hands holding a phone to her ear. Engaged in conversation with someone, her laughter ringing out with a melodious clarity. Once the beautiful girl set down her phone, I approached to offer my assistance. "Good day, miss. How may I assist you?" With a graceful tilt of her head. Her cherry lips parted only to fall silent, her mischievous eyes scanning the room as if searching for someone, their sparkle dimming with disappointment upon failing to find that person. "Please bring me a glass of water. I am waiting for a friend. Once they arrive, we shall order. Thank you." The clientele of this establishment comprised members of the upper echelons of society, accustomed to commanding service without offering gratitude. Yet, as a server, I felt a rare sense of comfort, smiling as I stepped back. She was truly different, that a fondness for this girl blossomed within me, and I chuckled softly. "Thank you." The girl swiftly dialed a number on her phone and held it to her ear. Feigning annoyance, "Yuha, where are you? I came to find you at your shop, but you were nowhere to be seen. I even invited my brother, Heiyu, and Sueo. Unbeknownst to me what was said on the other end." She sighed and pouted. "All right then, you must accompany me next time." Just as she hung up, Renheiyu, Jin and Chuan, and a boy named Sueo arrived, each taking their seats with distinct postures and styles. Upon Renheiyu's arrival, he gazed out the window, his deep-set eyes captivating. The girl blushed. "Heiyu, you're here." Yet Renheiyu remained transfixed on the scenery, oblivious to her presence. Never mind. I turned my attention to Sueo, who sported a low-key black outfit, his sleek black hair accentuating his neat appearance. His reserved smile served as a greeting to the girl. "That Sueo, it has been a while. You still look as handsome as ever." "Haha." Sueo's responses were always succinct, his charming smile a fitting reply. Finally, the girl glanced at the person beside her, who was playfully jiggling his leg, a look of amusement on his face as he watched Renheiyu. This carefree demeanor belonged to her brother, Jin and Chuan. "Brother, what scheme are you concocting now? Can you not share it with us?" "And she, while studying in Korea, did you encounter any boys you fancied?" Jin and Chuan inquired, affectionately ruffling the head of the girl. And she, his smile, however, sent a shiver down her spine. "Hee, not really. Although the boys in Korea are handsome, they pale in comparison to you all. At least, they aren't to my taste." "Brother, how frightful. I'm already grown, and yet you still forbid me from making male friends. In truth, she had not made many male friends growing up, not due to obedience, but because her heart had belonged to someone since childhood." Chapter 32. The awkward taste. As I approached with a glass of water and a menu, I placed the menu before and she, smiling amiably. "How may I assist you?" This time, my encounter with Renheiyu felt more composed than my initial visit, especially with his friends present. Upon hearing my pleasant voice, Renheiyu did not react immediately, while Jin and Chuan's response was markedly exuberant. He stood up, laughing heartily, his hands resting on my shoulders. "Is this not Shinran? The talk of our school? What brings you here?" What a delightful coincidence. Struggling to free myself from Jin and Chuan's hold, I frowned slightly. What a coincidence indeed. I distinctly saw you at the school gate when I left. Why were you not this enthusiastic then? What are you up to? Releasing me. Jin and Chuan glanced at Renheiyu, and then back at my somewhat awkward expression, chuckling. "We have met before. My name is Jin and Chuan, and they all call me Chuan. This is Sueo, and she is my sister, just back from Korea." Jin and Chuan, we exchanged smiles, unsure of how to regard each other, as it was my working hours, and they were my customers, deserving of my service. Yet, Jin and Chuan's demeanor resembled that of an old friend, leaving me at a loss. "Brother, do you know her?" And she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. We were not acquainted initially, but due to a certain someone's influence, we have become acquainted, Jin and Chuan replied, glancing at Renheiyu, who had yet to acknowledge me. Following Jin and Chuan's gaze, and she seemed to comprehend. She chuckled, perhaps plotting something, while Sueo busied himself with the menu. Contemplating his choices. As dusk fell, the lights outside illuminated, casting a vibrant glow that transformed into the letters Blue Moon. The music was soothing yet lively, creating a comfortable and unique ambience. Under Su Ao's guidance, everyone placed their orders, leaving only Rin Heyu's selection remaining. Without even glancing at the menu, he smoothly declared, "La Romane Conid." As the menu was set aside, Jean and Shuan chimed in. "Heyu, aren't you driving? Are you really going to drink?" "Mind your own business," Rin Heyu retorted, eliciting a suppressed laugh from me. As I hurriedly departed, I pondered why they frequented this place so often. Did they not come to witness my amusing plight? Were they curious if I would show up for work? After I left, and she leaned closer to Rin Heyu, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Was that girl Shinran? Do you have feelings for her? Otherwise, why do you never look at her?" "Really?" Jean and Shuan chimed in, eager to stir the pot. Rin Heyu rolled his eyes at them. "You two read too many novels. We are not that close. Even if you aren't, there is still a chance she secretly likes you. Right? I have never doubted your charm," and she teased, her enthusiasm unabated. With a heavy exhale, I sensed a perilous undercurrent that I shot a glare at Inshi, who quickly clamped her mouth shut, sticking out her tongue in playful discontent. "Ha!" Jean and Shuan found immense joy in their banter. Rin Heyu, ignoring their antics, fiddled with his phone. When I brought over the red wine he ordered, our eyes met briefly before I averted my gaze. Pouring the wine into the empty glasses before placing the bottle aside, adopting a professional demeanor. "Please enjoy." After my quick departure, my heart raced. Why did I feel such a strong reaction? I patted my chest to calm myself. And as new patrons entered, I resumed my duties. Throughout the evening, I remained busy. Just as I finished serving one table, another would call for my attention. Though there were several waitstaff, my figure was persistently in motion. I worked tirelessly through the night without a break, water, or food. Rin Heyu, still dining, recalled my earlier words about not letting Aunt Chin save dinner for me, a smile creeping across his lips. Was this her stubborn way? It seemed rather unwise. Indeed, she was quite foolish. Around 11 at night, the remaining guests began to depart, allowing me a moment of respite. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I glanced at Rin Heyu's table, surprised to see them still enjoying their drinks. Why had they not left yet? I noticed Jean and Shuan casting playful smiles my way, prompting me to quickly avert my gaze, feigning a search for something. My mind raced, wondering what I should do. It was past 11, and I could finally clock out. After changing into my casual clothes in the staff room, I emerged to find Rin Heyu and the others had vacated their seats, leaving me with a slight pang of disappointment. After all, we shared the same roof. It would have been nice to return together, but with so many friends, they likely ventured off to have fun elsewhere. Organizing my bag, I bid farewell to my colleagues and exited the Blue Moon. The frigid air outside is incomparable to the warmth within the shop. After spending an extended period in the air-conditioned room, being suddenly enveloped by the cold of the night proved somewhat overwhelming for Shinran, who instinctively wraps her arms around herself for warmth, despite the fact that winter is still a fair distance away. The weather feels unseasonably chilly, with the wind cutting through like ice. Gazing at the deserted road ahead, Shinran's thoughts drift, leaving her momentarily dazed, forgetting to take a step forward. Where does this road lead? Can it reach the very depths of the human soul? The words she heard in Blue Moon continue to haunt her, for they are a reminder of her own pain. The malicious gossip lurking behind her back is terrifying, leaving her no refuge and rendering her speechless. After gathering her emotions and preparing to move forward, she refuses to remain in despair. Just as she is about to take a step, a voice from behind halts her progress. "You really are slow." The magnetic tone carries a hint of dissatisfaction. "Rin Heyu?" The name flashes in her mind, and when she turns to see him, a complex feeling stirs within her. Hadn't he left? Why is he here on this chilly night? Chapter 33. The scene of Tu Shinran quickens her pace to match Rin Heyu's, trailing behind him under the night sky, her lips pursed in stubborn silence. While her heart secretly dances with joy, the lamplight elongates their silhouettes, creating a harmonious sense of belonging. The moon, accompanied by twinkling stars, winks down at them, envious of such a scene, shyly dimming its glow. "Rin Heyu." Ew. Shinran can no longer endure the silence and breaks it first, but as the words escape her lips, she realizes she doesn't know what to say next. Sensing her hesitation, Rin Heyu slows his pace considerably. "I only thought of going home with you because I had a drink. Don't read too much into it." Amused by his admission, Shinran feigns indifference. "Then it seems young Master Rin will have to endure riding the bus with me." After waiting 10 minutes for the bus, Rin Heyu's complaints are relentless. Who drives this bus? Why is it so slow? Don't they realize how cold it is for those waiting? This station should have glass all around. And a door installed for better convenience. What are people thinking these days? And these seats, so hard and cold. We boys can manage, but what about delicate girls and the elderly? How can they endure such discomfort? Having vented his frustrations, Rin-hyu turns to find Shinran unresponsive, her gaze fixed on the approaching bus, her arms crossed in a sign of her own chill. Unable to bear her blatant disregard, something no one else would dare to ignore, Rin-hyu shouts. Yi Shinran, are you doing this on purpose? Didn't you hear me speaking? With your volume? How could I not? Shinran glances at him before averting her gaze again. With an eye roll, Rin-hyu retorts, then why don't you respond when I speak? Turning to meet his gaze, Shinran replies, what do you expect me to say? What you mentioned earlier doesn't bother many. In their world, a cheap bus that gets them to their destination quickly is a significant convenience, not something easily understood by someone like you. The previously pleasant atmosphere is shattered by his complaints, prompting her resolve to never ride the bus with him again. He is an insufferably talkative and irritating individual. Ultimately, they are from two different worlds. Rin-hyu, slightly aggrieved, leans forward to check if the bus has arrived, muttering, what's the big deal? I was just speaking my mind. Why are you getting upset? Seeing his innocent expression, Shinran can't help but scoff and shake her head. Choosing not to engage further, when the bus finally arrives, Shinran boards first, retrieving her transportation card from her bag. Noticing Rin-hyu's gaze upon her, she ponders for a moment before putting the card away. Pulling out 4 coins from her broken wallet and depositing them in the fare box, leading Rin-hyu to an empty seat beside her. As night deepens, the bus is sparsely populated, creating a sense of emptiness. Rin-hyu yearns to express his disdain for the bus, finding it cold and the seats uncomfortable compared to his luxurious car. However, recalling Shinran's earlier words, he swallows his complaints and remains silent for the first time. Attempting to empathize with her perspective, Shinran rests her chin on her hand, supporting herself against the window, her eyes chasing the retreating neon lights outside. Rin-hyu catches a glimpse of her reflection in the glass. Her tranquil demeanor is captivating. Her lips slightly pursed, and her tousled bangs framing her face. Her eyes seem to speak volumes, glistening with an enchanting allure. From Shinran's composed demeanor on the bus, Rin-hyu finds himself quieted. He observes her, noting her long eyelashes and unadorned face, radiating purity and smoothness. Though he refrains from touching her, visually, he feels drawn into her world. Intrigued by her life, he momentarily shifts his gaze to the other passengers, who are either dozing off or engrossed in their phones. Experiencing the bus for the first time, Rin-hyu feels a pang of envy towards those who enjoy fleeting moments of freedom. They can doze off or play with their phones, while he, despite his luxury car, finds himself bound by expectations not of his own making. To embrace this feeling, Rin-hyu relaxes, immersing himself into their shared experience, closing his eyes to perceive the uniqueness of it all. Before long, his head unwittingly rests on Shinran's shoulder. Instinctively wanting to push Rin-hyu away, Shinran hesitates upon seeing his closed eyes and serene expression. That's so. He can sleep on the bus too? How amusing. P.S. Just another person, albeit with a different background. At the end of the day, she is still an ordinary individual. Moreover, he undoubtedly bears more burdens due to the pressures placed upon him. Does she not remember Uncle Rin's expectations for Rin-hyu? Perhaps he is exhausted, though over time, it has become a habit, and he no longer struggles against it. Chapter 34. The pair, a brand new day ushers in fresh emotions. As Shinran quietly reads, yet remains vigilant of Rin-hyu's empty seat. Since that fateful night they rode the bus together, several days have passed without a sight of him, though they share the same roof. Her shifts at Blue Moon keep her occupied, and by the time she returns home, the lights in his room are already extinguished. During the day at school, she yearns to greet him properly. A desire that feels increasingly distant. Lost in her thoughts, Rin-hyu enters the classroom alongside Jin and Xuan, the two of them whispering conspiratorially, their expressions hinting at some scheme. The homeroom teacher approaches the podium, adjusting her glasses as she surveys the students before her. I trust everyone is aware of the recent inter-school activities. One of the projects requires students to form their own teams for participation. Each class and department is mandated to join, and our class has drawn roller skating. Therefore, I would like to know who among you can roller skate and is willing to volunteer. As the teacher finishes, she awaits responses, but the room is filled with chatter yet no hands are raised. To restore order, she taps the podium. Please be quiet. I asked there anyone willing to participate. There are prizes for the winners. Clearly, the allure of prizes holds little sway over the privileged students, who remain indifferent in their seats. Two girls, however, bravely rise, sharing a knowing smile before declaring, "Actually, we tend to drive more often and aren't really skilled at roller skating." But Shinran is different. She should enthusiastically participate, right? Upon hearing her name, Shinran glances over, meeting their gleeful expressions, realizing their intentions to provoke her, leaving her at a loss for words. The teacher looks at her expectantly. "Well, any issues?" "No issues here," she replies, though she longs to confess her lack of skill in roller skating. With so many eyes upon her, including Rin Hyu's, she feels no need to risk her dignity by undertaking something she is unqualified for. Yet the victorious smirks of her classmates rekindle her long-buried competitive spirit. The teacher beams, "Excellent. Shinran has volunteered. I asked there anyone else willing to join her for the interschool event." The room erupts in suppressed laughter. Seemingly indifferent to the teacher's words, Jin Inshuan suddenly stands, his charming smile directed at the teacher before addressing his classmates. "Let us give a round of applause for Hyu's participation. He is a roller skating expert. After all, this event must be tailored for him." Haha. Shinran's forehead creases with confusion as she glances at Jin Inshuan and then at Rin Hyu, who glares at Jin Inshuan. What are they up to? Why does the revelation of Rin Hyu's participation not spark joy, but rather a sense of unease? The girls sigh. Oh no, why does it have to be Rin Hyu? Now Shinran seems thrilled, eager to see her embarrass herself. It's quite the opposite from what we expected. Hearing their words, Shinran pretends to be oblivious, mocking her own weakness. If it were someone else, they would certainly not choose to suffer in silence. They would take measures to uphold their dignity and status. After all, they are classmates, and aside from backgrounds, everyone is equal. Jin Inshuan playfully winked at Rin Hyu, wearing an expression that seemed to convey a sense of modesty, as he chuckled beside him. Without any dissenting voices from Rin Hyu, the homeroom teacher decisively struck the podium, thus solidifying the matter. "Very well. We shall look forward to your performance at the upcoming inter-school event. Rin Hyu and Yi Xin Ran Do give it your all." The teacher's smile did little to alleviate Shinran's mounting pressure. She bowed her head and attempted to immerse herself in her book, yet found herself unable to focus on a single word. Instead, her thoughts drifted toward Rin Hyu's perspective. By the way, she recalled Jin Inshuan mentioning that he was quite skilled at rollerblading. She pondered whether he would be willing to teach her if she asked. As the class bell rang, Shinran began to gather her books, intent on approaching Rin Hyu for a conversation. Just as she picked up her bag, she spotted Rin Hyu with his arm draped over Jin Inshuan's shoulder as they made their way out. She missed her chance to call out to him. Poor Jin Inshuan, she thought. Being led away like that certainly detracted from his handsome image. With a slight pout, Shinran decided to head to work first, planning to find time to speak with him later when she returned home. Chapter 35. A serious Shinran. The crystal-clear glass glimmered as Shinran meticulously wiped the cup with a towel. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was time to finish her shift. Just as she was about to head to the break room to change, she noticed someone familiar seated in the restaurant. Shinran approached to greet them. "Hi, it's quite late. What would you like to order?" Upon seeing her bright eyes and sweet smile, for some reason, her heart felt at ease. Shin Yuheng raised his wrist to stroke his chin. Contemplating before responding, "I would like a cup of coffee, please, along with a glass of milk." "Certainly, please hold on a moment," though she found it peculiar that he would order 2 items for himself. She reminded herself that she was merely a waitress. Even though they had dined together a few times, it felt inappropriate to question his requests. After placing his order before him, she turned to leave. But Shin Yuheng called her back first. "Why not sit down and have a glass of milk with me?" Surprised, she hesitated, shaking her head. "No, thank you. I'm not really suited for it." Shinran was quite conscious of their differing social standings. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Aren't you off work now? You should be eating. But do you have anything to eat?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and took a seat opposite him. Thank you. You're really kind to come here and treat yourself while being considerate enough to order me a glass of milk. If it were Rin Hyu, he would never do something like this." "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." He handed her the menu, encouraging her to order something. Though hesitant, Shinran voiced her concerns. "Really, I don't need anything. I'm not hungry." After saying this, she lifted the warm milk and took a sip. Dressed in their uniform work attire, Shin Yuheng noticed the unique qualities that set Shinran apart. He couldn't quite articulate what captivated him about her. but he felt an irresistible urge to pay attention to her and protect her. Observing her from a distance, he knew she had been searching for a job. Shin Yuheng privately approached the manager, persuading him to find a way to convince Shinran to return to work. With an increase in her salary, this was a special treatment that he was willing to keep from her knowledge. Noticing a change in Shinran's expression, Shin Yuheng cautiously inquired, "Is something bothering you?" Having never intended to conceal her feelings, and given Shin Yuheng's actions had long since disarmed her defenses, she candidly admitted her worries regarding the upcoming inter-school event. She felt immense pressure, lacking rollerblading skills, and partnering with the exceptionally talented Rin Hyu. The thought of retreating filled her with dread, fearing ridicule from those privileged young ladies who had previously mocked her. So, it's about rollerblading? He mused, his tone suggesting he found it a trivial matter. "Can you teach me then? I only know a little bit. I'm not sure if I can be of much help." That IT was something Rin Hyu had taught him in his childhood. Overjoyed, Shinran clapped her hands in delight. "That's wonderful. Let's go. Teach me." Shin Yuheng, taken aback by her eagerness, chuckled, "It's quite late. Aren't you going home? We can choose a time to practice tomorrow." "No. Tomorrow has its own agenda. I'm very busy." Without waiting for Shin Yuheng to respond, she left the establishment in her work uniform, without taking anything with her. Shin Yuheng longed to remind her, but found no opportunity to speak by the time he could voice his concern. She had already exited Blue Moon. What a lovely girl, he thought. Wearing such thin clothing, she could easily catch a chill. Doesn't she take care of herself? Following closely behind, he realized she was heading to the department store. With a smile, he trailed her, guessing she intended to buy a new outfit to keep warm. However, the reality was quite different. To his surprise, the department store was still open at such an hour. Shinran approached a sales associate, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you have any rollerblading equipment? Could you recommend a few options?" Shin Yuheng sighed in resignation, realizing how careless she was. The wind outside was not particularly strong. Yet the temperature was quite low, and Shinran appeared oblivious to the chill. Her enthusiasm focused solely on acquiring rollerblading gear. He found himself captivated by her earnestness. While she may not have been conventionally beautiful, her refreshing demeanor was irreplaceable. In the most clumsy manner, he held Shinran's hand and guided her in rollerblading. Feeling her palm grow warm with perspiration, he noted her cheeks flush from the cold. While her eyes remained fixed on the path ahead, he cherished these moments of contact, valuing the rare time they spent together. Shin Yuheng quietly tucked these memories away in his heart, feelings that Shinran could neither see nor perceive. Chapter 36. Silence as comfort. Whenever Shinran attempted to stand independently, she would stumble due to her lack of strength, easily injuring herself in her light clothing. When the crimson blood flowed, she caught sight of the concern in Shin Yuheng's eyes. Smiling reassuringly, she said, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Let's continue." Her hands were icy, yet beads of sweat dotted her forehead. "Shinran, perhaps we should take a break. You haven't eaten anything, and now you've hurt yourself. We could always practice another time when you're free." He suggested gently. He meant well, and she understood his intentions. The injury stung, but what could she do? Her partner was Rin Hyu, the highly regarded figure whom many admired. She felt woefully inadequate, especially with those privileged young ladies eager to see her falter. She hoped merely to avoid being a burden to Rin Hyu. Typically, Shinran handled exams and challenges with ease, yet this seemingly simple event weighed heavily upon her. Determined, she persevered, falling repeatedly yet rising with renewed resolve. Her fists tightening with each struggle, sweat poured from her, but her smile remained a rare treasure. Exhausted, Shinran finally stopped, declining Shin Yuheng's offer to escort her home. She entrusted him with her belongings, dragging her weary body forward in solitude. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, rendering her oblivious to the low temperature. Feeling hot, her legs trembled as she pressed on. Bruises and cuts dotted her knees, ankles, and calves. Yet Shinran paid no mind. The streets were nearly deserted, and she pressed forward, biting her lip to endure the pain. Gently pushing the door open, she ascended the stairs with utmost care. As she neared her room, she glanced at Rin Hyu's door, which was firmly shut. He must be asleep, she thought, yet her resolve strengthened. She could not afford to lose. Just as she felt on the verge of collapse, she quietly entered her room and shut the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she exhaled heavily, finally allowing her body to relax. She set her bag aside and painfully made her way to the bed, collapsing onto it, staring at the beautiful ceiling. Her round eyes reflected her mind's whirlpool of rollerblading techniques. Balance and directional sense were essential skills she needed to master. Suddenly, she recalled how well Rin Hyu rollerblade. Did he also stumble when he first learned? With aching legs, she sighed inwardly, chiding herself for being so stubborn. Why did she have to put on a brave face? Too fatigued to tend to her wounds, Shinran closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Shinran was roused from her sleep by Aunt Chin's knocking. As she attempted to rise and open the door, the pain in her legs nearly caused her to collapse to the floor. Gasping, she settled back onto the edge of her bed and called out a bit louder. I'll be down shortly, just a moment. Make haste. Breakfast will be cold if you take too long, Aunt Chin admonished from outside. Understood, Shinran replied, glancing at the injuries on her legs, feeling distracted and unfocused. What should she do? Would this impact her ability to walk? Testing her legs, she found that if she moved slowly, she could manage. She retrieved a pair of long pants to cover her injuries, ensuring no one would notice. After adjusting her facial expression, Shinran made her way downstairs cautiously, carefully pulling out a chair to sit. Rinhyu had nearly finished his breakfast by the time she took her seat across from him. Sipping his orange juice, he remarked with a smile, "You certainly seem busy lately. It appears you have great confidence in your rollerblading skills for the inter-school event, considering you've been working late at Blue Moon without needing to practice." Actually, Aunt Chin, I'm leaving now. Rinhyu, ignoring Sinyan's words, left his seat to bid farewell only to Aunt Chin, his handsome figure disappearing through the villa's grand entrance. He truly is domineering, speaking only his mind while utterly disregarding the sentiments of others. In truth, I have been learning all along. Sitting alone at the long, empty dining table, I felt the weight of my unspoken words manifest as frustration. Bowing my head, my appetite dissipated, and a tinge of grievance settled in my heart. At that moment, Aunt Chin gently caressed my long hair, her warm smile radiating as she sat beside me. Young master is just like this. After so many years, he has grown accustomed to dining, sleeping, and living alone. Now that you reside here, seeing you share breakfast with him each morning, I can sense that he has begun to accept you. He no longer resists you as he did when you first arrived. I'm sorry, Aunt Chin. The truth is, I don't even know how to express it to my presence here must be causing inconvenience to many. The troubled expression on my face betrayed my thoughts. Aunt Chin smiled and gently patted my delicate hand. Oh dear, you have no idea how gloomy life was before you came. The servants who have been with us for a long time have mentioned that they rarely heard the young master speak. But since you arrived, he has become more talkative and less irritable. All these changes occurred after Sinyan moved in. I recalled the initial days, when everyone seemed so fearful, and Rinhyu's reactions were quite pronounced. Yet, in his moments of unhappiness, he would take steps to adjust his mood. Though he uttered not a word, his silence brought me immense comfort. It dawned on me that he possessed a unique tenderness, cloaked behind a facade of volatility. Rinhyu, what kind of person are you truly? Chapter 37. The world of Rinhyu days passed, and the inter-school event was approaching. Yet Sinyan and Rinhyu had not practiced together. Concerned about their synchrony during roller skating, Sinyan glanced at Rinhyu several times, but he remained fixated ahead, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Deflated, she exited the school gate, intending to head straight to Blue Moon. When she unexpectedly encountered Jin and Shuan at the entrance, she found it curious that he seemed to be a fixture at the school gate. Are you on gate duty? She wondered aloud. Off to work? Jin and Shuan inquired with a smile. Perhaps it was her overthinking, but his smile made her feel uneasy. Nodding slightly, she replied, Yes, I'll be on my way. Just as she lifted her foot to leave, someone suddenly blocked her path, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Relaxing only upon recognizing Jin and she sighed in relief. Could this sibling duo not act a bit more normally? It was quite nerve-wracking. Hi, Sinyan. We meet again, and she greeted her warmly. Sinyan stiffly waved back. Hello. Noticing many classmates streaming out of school, realization struck her. Oh right. You all have finished classes. Are you heading to Blue Moon now? True to their sibling nature, they nodded in unison. Yes, with a mischievous grin, and she linked her arm with Sinyan's, walking alongside her. I'll go with you. I have nothing else to do. Let us go. And she's flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, the vibrant sunset amplifying her radiant smile, making it impossible for Sinyan to refuse such an affable companion. On the bus, Sinyan discreetly studied Enchi's profile. It was astonishing how two people raised in the same environment could react so differently. While Rinhyu often complained during bus rides, Enchi appeared to savor the experience, gazing out the window with an ever-present sweet smile. Having noticed Sinyan's gaze, Enchi turned to her, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Why are you staring at me? She laughed heartily, caught off guard. Sinyan swallowed hard, scrambling for an excuse. Oh, it's nothing. Even if Renheiyu were sitting next to me, I wouldn't look at him. How ridiculous. She realized she was still an enigma, much like Renheiyu. Difficult to understand. Suppressing her laughter, and she suddenly turned serious, grasping Sinyan's shoulders. Sinyan, you like Renheiyu, don't you? Taken aback by Inshi's words, Sinyan almost denied it, but managed to rein in her emotions. Breaking free from Inshi's hold, she straightened up and shook her head. No, I'm not like those other girls who idolize him, dreaming of being with him. That I don't see anything special about him. Inchi scrutinized her, skepticism evident in her eyes. Really? You truly feel nothing for him? Sinyan, initially confident, hesitated, contemplating the truth that even an ordinary animal might pause to admire someone as exceptional as Renheiyu. But when she met Inshi's expectant gaze, her resolve faltered. She replied reluctantly, Is that true? Inshi pressed, her disbelief unrestrained. The attention of fellow passengers turned toward them, prompting Sinyan to place a finger to her lips, signaling Inshi to lower her voice. How could someone so petite possess such a loud presence? Yet Inshi, undeterred, continued, What type do you like? Sinyan, you wouldn't believe it, but I once had a friend who was crazy about him. Just because. Unable to catch the rest of Inshi's words, Sinyan noticed an unsettling expression on her face, hinting at something being concealed. What is it? Turning her gaze back to the window, Sinyan sighed. It's nothing. Just forget I said anything. Inshi pouted, regretting her near slip of the tongue. There was clearly something amiss, and Inshi's hesitation echoed Aunt Chin's cryptic remarks. Though overwhelmed, Sinyan couldn't shake the feeling that Renheiyu's story was far more intricate than she had imagined. Did his world bear the imprints of many lives? Chapter 38. Sinyan falls ill. The night was cloaked in darkness, with only the solitary streetlights steadfastly illuminating the path. Weary, Sinyan trudged home, her head held high as she navigated through the haze of her thoughts. Reaching out to grasp the elusive wisps of light, only to find them slip through her fingers like air present yet unattainable. Returning home, Sinyan was surprised to find Renheiyu still awake, seated on the sofa. Engrossed in the television. It had been quite some time since they had shared the same roof yet exchanged so few words. You're still up. The inter-school event is tomorrow. Are you feeling nervous? She asked, taking a seat beside him, a hint of concern in her tone. He cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent. The oppressive silence hung heavily in the air, and with a soft exhale, Sinyan picked up her bag, ready to ascend the stairs. However, Renheiyu's words halted her in her tracks. You seem quite concerned. Visions of tumbles during practice flashed through her mind, the myriad of bruises reminding her that he had asked if she was worried. From a different angle, would she have exerted the same effort had her partner not been Renheiyu? Would she have endured the pain and repeatedly practiced after falling? When had she transformed so drastically? Growing fond of physical activity, with debts to settle and work consuming nearly every moment of her time, when had she found the luxury to care about such matters? I'm fine, she replied nonchalantly. Though her heart felt heavy, even though they would perform roller skating together in front of the entire school the following day, their lack of communication thus far meant that any semblance of synergy was non-existent. Yet, what could she do? Every time she attempted to speak with him, he would simply walk away, leaving no chance for dialogue. In recent nights, she had been returning home late. Typically, she finished work around 10. But what had she been doing after hours? One evening, during an unplanned return home, she passed by the square and spotted Shin Yuheng holding Sinyan's hand, seemingly teaching her how to roller skate. Yet, the moment he released her grasp, she toppled over. The pain was palpable, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stood resiliently and tried again. Everyone knew that Sinyan's pursuit of roller skating was a result of her classmates' intentional teasing. Yet she took it earnestly. Why should she burden herself so? If he was so indifferent towards her, why should she place herself in his orbit? I'm a bit tired. I'll head to my room now. I hope I won't embarrass you tomorrow. I'll do my best. Do you care that much about winning? Renheiyu's gaze remained fixated on the massive television screen, yet his words were directed at Sinyan. It's about dignity. Though I faced scorn and ridicule throughout my life, being in the company of Renheiyu compels me to uphold my self-respect that I care deeply. I want to win. Struggling up the stairs, her legs ached, yet she forced herself to appear unaffected. Suddenly, Inshi's admission of liking Renheiyu crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but smirk. How could that be, as long as they could avoid quarrels? It was already a significant achievement. The notion of her harboring feelings for him was utterly absurd. Once inside her room, she collapsed onto her bed, massaging her legs and pressing her neck, overwhelmed by fatigue and pain. From the drawer of the nightstand, she retrieved a small notebook, filled with numerous entries detailing debts owed to relatives. Lying in bed, clutching the notebook, she drifted into a hazy slumber. The night air was frigid. And without a blanket, she felt the chill seep into her bones, yet her aching body resisted movement. Curling up, she furrowed her brow in discomfort, murmuring for her mother, expressing her profound agony and unease. When Rin Heyu awoke, parched and disoriented, he descended the stairs to pour himself a glass of water. Passing by Xinyan's room, he noticed a sliver of light seeping through the gap beneath her door. Could she still be awake? He contemplated this briefly but had no intention of stopping until he heard a noise emanating from within that he paused, lightly tapping on Xinyan's door, but received no response. Surely nothing was amiss? Without further thought, he opened her door and was taken aback to find her curled up on the floor, shivering uncontrollably. Why, with such a comfortable bed available, was she trembling on the cold floor? Approaching her, he knelt beside her, placing his hand on her forehead to gauge her temperature. The heat radiating from her skin was alarming. Rin Heyu was at a loss for words. Her constitution was evidently fragile. Was she burning with fever again? He lifted her gently, placing her on the bed and tucking her in, intending to fetch some antipyretics. In that fleeting moment, her hand instinctively grasped his, gripping tightly as if to prevent his departure. Her palm was also feverishly warm. Sensing this, Rin Heyu attempted to pry her fingers away, but the seemingly delicate Xinyan exhibited surprising strength. With tears glistening in her eyes, she pleaded for him not to leave. Revealing her deep-seated fears, her cheeks, flushed from the fever, and the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, coupled with her vice-like grip, made it evident that she was a soul yearning for security. Someone desperate for dependence. Slowly, he settled on the edge of the bed, brushing her slightly long bangs aside, observing her long eyelashes fluttering uneasily, her nose tinged with red as her temperature continued to rise. Noticing a small notebook by the bedside, he picked it up with his free hand and glanced through its contents, which detailed the debts owed to various individuals and the repayments made thus far. He looked back at her, recalling her stories of being orphaned, and reflecting on how arduous her life had been compared to her peers. Xinyan, what manner of person are you? How many stories do you carry within you? At times, you appear as benevolent as an angel, yet at others, you are as guarded as a hedgehog, and sometimes, you exhibit a fragility akin to that of a shell. He remembered her concerned gaze when he left home. Her efforts to bridge the gap between him and his father. He recalled the start of the school year, when she had accidentally sullied a garment of great significance to him, her cautious demeanor, and the stubbornness reflected in her eyes. Now, as she lay ill, calling out for her mother in distress, her need for warmth and comfort was palpable, drawing him irresistibly closer. She remained feverish, and Rin Heyu took out his phone. Dialing a number and bringing it to his ear. Chapter 39. The conflicted father and son. Rin Heyu summoned a doctor to their home to administer and for to Xinyan during the examination. The doctor stole a glance at Rin Heyu, inquiring, "Is something the matter?" As the doctor prepared the needle, he first looked at Aunt Qin before addressing Rin Heyu's question. Her arms bear multiple bruises. "I wonder if you have noticed?" Aunt Qin, in disbelief, rolled up Xinyan's long sleeves to reveal the unsightly marks. Covering her mouth in shock, she exclaimed, "How could this happen? What has this child been doing outside? Has she been assaulted at work?" The once pristine skin now bore a patch of purple, but only Rin Heyu understood the true origin of those bruises. "Aunt Qin, please prepare some congee. She may be hungry upon waking." "Of course, I'll attend to it right away. Call me if you need anything." The needle penetrated her delicate skin, eliciting a muffled cry of pain before she succumbed once more to slumber. After listening to the doctor's instructions, Rin Heyu cast a glance at the sleeping Xinyan before stepping outside. Why would she risk injuring herself for roller skating, wearing such thin clothing in the early hours, practicing until she fell ill? He could not fathom her reasoning. Was it truly worth it? As he descended the stairs, he encountered his father just entering. Without greeting, his father made a beeline for the sofa and sat down heavily, nodding amicably to the departing doctor. The atmosphere turned tense as his father removed his suit jacket and handed it to the waiting butler. In a gruff voice, he demanded, "What is going on?" "While I am away, Xinyan falls ill, and you seem unbothered by it. She is your peer. You ought to treat her kindly. Why do you persist in bullying her? She has been avoiding you, yet you still allowed her to fall ill. You are incorrigible. She fell ill on her own. What can I do about it? Should I lock the door at night to prevent her from returning, since you care so much for her? Why not keep an eye on her yourself?" Anger flared within him as he stood, his tone sharp, You only want her to live with us to monitor my actions, to ensure I don't embarrass you. I apologize, but Xinyan has been occupied with her job lately, leaving me unattended. He ground his teeth, wishing to reprimand his father, recalling his previous departure from home. Clearing his throat, he said, "Must you always speak so harshly?" "Father, I have not given it much thought. Over the years, I have indeed shown you little concern. Though Aunt Qin looks after you, I have had little time to discern your wants and needs. Isn't it merely coincidental that Xinyan attends the same school as you, leading you to believe you could become good friends, hence her staying in our home? Is that so?" His father's voice dripped with skepticism. He approached Ren Heyu, sighing deeply. "Xinyan is innocent. I hope you can coexist amicably. And if I refuse, no one should dictate the course of one's life, especially not someone sent to oversee him, regardless of who Yi Xinyan was or her reasons for residing here. He would never accept her." Fuming, Ren Heyu turned to leave, but his father's calm voice followed him. "Are you blaming me for allowing Xinyan to occupy that room? Deep down, you still cannot let go of that incident. You care more than you admit." He found himself frozen, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to suppress his emotions. How much he despised his father. Other families respected their children's choices, granting them the freedom to make their own decisions. Why was his family so different? Given the chance, he would relinquish his illustrious background for the sake of his freedom, to live unencumbered by interference, and pursue the life he yearned for, from childhood. He had been subject to his father's control, his friendships, his studies. Enough was enough. Ren Heyu remained silent, fists clenched as he strode forward, exiting the villa without a backward glance, slamming the door with force. Aunt Qin, bustling in the kitchen, hurried out, only to find Master standing alone in the living room. While Ren Heyu's figure had vanished, she glanced at the closed door, exhaling a resigned sigh. It was evident the father and son had quarreled yet again. When had they ever sat down peacefully for a constructive conversation? Shaking her head, she returned to the kitchen. Master showed no inclination to understand his son, remaining oblivious to what he truly desired. Ren Heyu had never been willing to comprehend his father, holding on to a deep-seated bias against him. If only Madame were present, would she take joy in witnessing their family in such disarray? Would she revel in their contentious relationship? What barriers existed within a family? Countless people envied their bond, yet they remained antagonistic and dissatisfied with one another. Thinking of Xinyan, Aunt Qin felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate child who needed love and care. Chapter 40. An uncontrollable heart unaware of her surroundings, Xinyan felt utterly drained, even too lethargic to open her eyes. The darkness enveloped her. The sensation reminded her of a previous residence, cold and damp, where fear had robbed her of sleep. Any sound would send her heart racing as she scanned her surroundings anxiously. Yet, in her current state, though the circumstances mirrored those past fears, her mindset had transformed. She felt no trepidation, instead embracing the tranquility that darkness afforded her. Absent were the cacophonies of life, the bustling markets, the relentless work, and the burdensome pressures of study. Upon waking fully, her large eyes spun around the room, and she noticed someone entering as the door swung open. "Aunt Qin," she greeted politely, still somewhat disoriented. Setting a thermometer on the nightstand, Aunt Qin helped her sit up comfortably, saying, "Miss Xinyan, you have finally awakened. You have slept for an entire day and night. Had you not woken, Master would have arranged for you to be hospitalized." Still groggy, Xinyan struggled to grasp Aunt Qin's words. "What? You mean I slept for a whole day and night?" "Surely not. How is that possible? What happened? You were ill with a fever and have been in a deep sleep. It was Master who discovered you. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. A fever." She racked her brain, attempting to recall anything that might have led to this predicament. What about Heyu? He returned home right after school and has been in his study. A whole day and night. So the inter-school activities must have concluded? What did I? Oh dear, what have I done? Are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you? Aunt Qin inquired, genuinely concerned for her health. Having witnessed Xinyan's struggles over the past 2 days, she understood that her living conditions were far from adequate, leading to her weakened immunity and frequent illnesses. This child needed nourishment. Despite her frail condition, Xinyan eagerly lifted the covers and attempted to get out of bed, only to be promptly halted by Aunt Qin. "Child, what are you planning to do? Be obedient and lie down. If you need anything, let me fetch it for you. Right now, your priority is to rest well." "I must see Ren Heyu," Xinyan exclaimed. "Aunt Qin, I'm suddenly quite hungry. Could you please bring me something to eat?" The only way to achieve her goal was to distract Aunt Qin, allowing her to leave the room in search of Ren Heyu. Upon hearing Sinan's request for food, Etchin cheerfully descended the stairs to prepare a meal. At that moment, Sinan, pale-faced, slipped out of bed and loitered outside his door for a while, contemplating before finally knocking. "Come in." Ren Hiyu's magnetic voice resonated from within. Sinan turned the doorknob and stepped into the spacious room. This was her first time inside Ren Hiyu's quarters. Standing at the entrance, she observed two separate areas, one designated for rest, furnished with a large bed and high-tech cabinets, while the other housed an electric bookshelf. Ren Hiyu was seated at an elegant desk, engrossed in his notebook. Sinan was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the space. Swallowing hard, she hadn't anticipated his room to be so expansive, with every corner serving a distinct purpose. It felt more like an apartment than a mere bedroom. She couldn't help but marvel at Ren Hiyu's wealth. His world was one that few could comprehend. Noticing Sinan's silence, Ren Hiyu lifted his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "So you decided to tour my room right after waking up? Did you find anything of interest?" Snapping back to reality, Sinan felt a pang of embarrassment. She approached Ren Hiyu, nervously tugging at her clothes, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "Today is the inter-school event, right? I'm really sorry for not being able to join you for the roller skating. I must have disappointed you." She lowered her head, bracing herself for his scorn. Ren Hiyu's expression shifted from indifference to a gentler demeanor, though it soon turned distant as he regarded her. "Not at all. I had no expectations of you, so there's no disappointment." His words were laced with barbs. Did he derive pleasure from inflicting pain with his words? Why did he present one face to her while concealing another behind the scenes? Wasn't it exhausting to wear a mask all the time? "I regret not participating in the roller skating today. But it wasn't solely due to you. I bear responsibility as well. It's not just your event. I was involved too. Those who encouraged me to attend will surely spread rumors tomorrow, and they'll succeed. I know you've never thought highly of me, but could you please consider others' feelings for once? I don't want to stay here and provoke you unnecessarily." Ren Hiyu's mood soured further as he recalled the numerous arguments he'd had with his father. Though their relationship was strained, it had never escalated to this point. Yet, her presence had intensified the conflicts with his father, and he was utterly unaware of this, her constant presence becoming increasingly irksome. "You annoy me. Ever since I met you, nothing good has come my way. You're my nemesis. Thank goodness we didn't skate together today. Otherwise, I would have surely lost, further humiliating myself." He was oblivious to the weight of his words. Sinan couldn't fathom why Ren Hiyu acted this way. She recalled the warmth he had shown when she was feeling low and missing her mother, how he had taken her to that house to experience comfort. How could someone so kind now be the one to hurt her? He didn't want to be cruel, nor did he wish to unleash his anger on an innocent person, but he couldn't tolerate her being the girl his father had brought home. Living in the adjacent room, her existence repeatedly crossed his boundaries, and he had initially intended to be accommodating. However, after being reprimanded by his father due to her, he felt it all rested on her shoulders. Frustrated to the point of tears, Sinan stubbornly glared at Ren Hiyu, refusing to let her emotions spill over. If this continued, she would undoubtedly cry. Exhaling deeply, she turned her head away, her voice thick with emotion. "It's late. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." With that, she spun on her heel, tears streaming down her face as she exited Ren Hiyu's room, slamming the door behind her. The next moment, she leaned against the door, weeping softly. She wasn't typically one to cry, yet ever since meeting him, tears had become a frequent companion. No matter how hard she tried to wipe them away, his words had cut her deeply, and his actions had inflicted pain. If Ren Hiyu was truly as indifferent as he portrayed, he should refrain from displaying kindness, as it only left her more unsettled. If he was genuinely so domineering, he should stop occasionally showing concern, for it only led her to misunderstandings about his intentions. Chapter 41. A sigh of relief all day long. Sinan was met with disdainful glances, yet she neither retaliated nor succumbed. She did not shy away from school due to the roller skating incident. Instead, she chose to confront those who deliberately sought to make her life difficult. As she sat at her desk, the empty seat beside Ren Hiyu brought a bittersweet feeling. Did he truly not want to see her? For his sake, should she consider moving away? If she did move, how would she explain it to Uncle Ren? Initially, when she had just arrived at the Ren household, she had struggled with Ren Hiyu's preconceived notions of her. Yet, after some time, having formed bonds with everyone, including Aunt Chin, who treated her well, and the butler, as well as Uncle Ren, she found herself reluctant to leave. The villa was filled with people who cared for her. As she walked her path, she chose to ignore the words and glances of others. Upon reaching the bus station, she spotted Shin Yuheng's car stopping in front of her. The striking sports car jolted Sinan back to reality, and as the window rolled down, she recognized the owner and nodded in acknowledgement. Sitting on the steps of the bustling square, Sinan rested her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Yesterday, Ren Heyu had come to Blue Moon and, upon hearing Jin and Chuan mention he hadn't participated in the inter-school event due to Sinan's illness, his expression had soured significantly. He likely believed that foolish girl would suffer for it as well. Wanting to call her, he realized he didn't have her number, so he decided to wait for her at her school gate. From a distance, he could see her silhouette, her brow furrowed, as onlookers cast her curious glances. She walked on, seemingly unfazed, and he understood how arduous her path was, how much courage and resilience it took. Taking a seat beside her, Shin Yuheng turned his palm upward towards the sun, squinting as he examined it. "Hey, Sinan, look at my palm. It's all red." "You're so childish," she replied, her expression one of exasperation, as she lacked the energy to engage in conversation. "Hey, Sinan," he continued, retracting his hand, "that I've seen you fall and get back up, enduring the cold while diligently practicing roller skating, that I know you must feel disappointed about missing out today. I understand if there's anything you want to share. I'm here to help you bear the burden." Looking at Shin Yuheng, Sinan recognized how much he had assisted her, consistently appearing by her side during her difficult moments. She felt gratitude towards him. "At first, I was quite resistant to you. Knowing you were connected to Ren Heyu made me unhappy. However," she quickly caught herself, her eyes meeting his eye in her heart. She finished the thought. "But you are someone I admire. Someone I find more agreeable. You've helped me before, like that time I almost bumped into your car. You didn't blame me for my carelessness. Instead, you took on some responsibility and even drove me home." It was almost laughable how skilled she had become at lying. "That I haven't forgotten our encounter at Blue Moon, where you ordered milk for me and taught me how to roller skate. So, thank you." Sinan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Catching the lingering distance and unease in her tone, Shin Yuheng said, "Sinan, I'm sorry that I didn't realize you and Heyu had issues. I had no ulterior motives when I invited you that day." Sinan interrupted. "It's in the past, so there's no need to dwell on it. Besides, you aren't aware of the conflicts between Ren Heyu and me, so how could I blame you?" As she spoke, Shin Yuheng felt a wave of guilt wash over him. After a few moments, he gazed at Sinan and extended his hand. "Can we be good friends? If you ever feel upset, you can share it with me. My name is Shin Yuheng." His dark hair cast a shadow over part of his face. And as Sinan felt the sincerity in his outstretched hand, she smiled softly, accepting it. "Hello, I'm Sinan, that I look forward to working together." The two shared a mutual understanding as they exchanged smiles. Their laughter was infectious, drawing the attention of Ren Heyu from a distance. He stood clad in a light blue casual outfit, hands coolly tucked into his pockets, silently observing Sinan and Shin Yuheng. His lips pressed tightly together, a chill enveloping the air around him. Despite the midday warmth of September, he leaned slightly to one side, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. "Sinan, didn't you just apologize? Why are you smiling so happily with someone else? You speak nothing but falsehoods. Listening to your words feels like a squander of time, not wanting to cause concern for my dear friends. I can only force a smile. Who can truly perceive the troubles that lie behind me? Who can fathom the depths of my heartache? At times, I yearn for the care of others, hoping for their understanding. If Ren Heyu could occasionally view matters from my perspective, might he not also temper his own opinions? While I smile, I exhale a sigh of resignation." Chapter 42. The Conditions of Pursuing Love in Recent Days. I have been under the illusion that my routine is unchanging. I attend classes during the day, and after lessons, I labor without respite, leaving no room for other thoughts. My encounters with Ren Heyu have become exceedingly rare. Were it not for the comfort of my bed at night, or the attentive care of someone preparing meals for me, concerned for my well-being, I might believe I had returned to a past life. One that is forever imprinted in my memory. The days that cannot be forgotten. When a guest arrived, I approached to greet them as usual, only to discover that the visitor was Jean and she. Having established a foundation through our first meeting, our communication now felt less awkward. Upon realizing that I was the one serving her, and she smiled and beckoned me to sit beside her, taken aback by her gesture. I attempted to rise, but she gently restrained me. "And she, please don't jest. I am at work. It would not be wise for the manager to see me like this. It is no surprise to have a sister like she, whose brother is Jean and Han. Perhaps now is not the time for mischief." With a nonchalant shrug, and she replied, "What does it matter? You're here to work. Not to be mistreated, I have something to discuss with you. What could she possibly want? I regarded her with suspicion, fearful that the whimsical Inchi might concoct some mischievous scheme alongside her brother. What could possibly be so important that you need to see me? I'll help you pursue Heiyu, she declared, her large eyes sparkling with a confidence that seemed unshakable. I swallowed hard, incredulous. What? Surely Inchi is not jesting. Of course not. I would not go out of my way to assist you without reason. Once you succeed, you must act as my inside ally to help me win over Sueo. She clenched her fists with unwavering determination. My mouth fell open, speechless, as I struggled to rise from my seat. Utterly bewildered, observing my reaction, and she blinked and asked, "What's wrong? Will you agree? No matter how you look at it, this is a beneficial arrangement for you. Think about it. Once you and Heiyu are together, I will have the opportunity to develop my own relationship with Sueo. Only when you are happy will I have hope for my own happiness that I hold your relationship with Heiyu in high regard. Shouldn't you lend your support, love, or rather, the love with Rin Heiyu? My goodness, what isn't she truly contemplating?" Composing my expression, I stood up calmly and smiled. If you genuinely care for Sueo, you should muster the courage to confess to him. Furthermore, your brother is a close friend of Sueo's. The proximity should work in your favor. Go for it. I elongated my words, hoping to elicit her assistance. I have no time to indulge you in these fanciful notions. Fine. If you have nothing to order, I shall return to my duties. Without hesitation, I turned to leave, convinced that the exceptional Rin Heiyu would surely not be swayed by the indifferent N11.Ye Sinyan. Are you not a true friend? I am only negotiating with you because I consider you a friend that I wish for your happiness, which is why I am assisting you. Do you think I am solely acting out of self-interest? Just as you said, my brother is friends with Sueo. If I wanted to be with him, it would be easy. That is merely an excuse. My true intention is to see you with Rin Heiyu. I halted, not turning to look back, standing there in a daze. What? A friend? Does she truly see me as one? My words seemed to have struck a chord, as in she stood up and approached me. Facing me directly, I consider you a friend, which is why I wish to facilitate your union. As she spoke, her gaze fell, and she exhaled softly. In truth, I come from a powerful background and have a well-known brother. I have rarely had a confidant. Those who seek my friendship often have ulterior motives, resulting in very few true friends throughout my life. It seems that even a wealthy girl harbors untold stories. Their lives may not be as enviable as they appear. Though they dress elegantly and enjoy a comfortable existence, their hearts may still feel empty. Then why do you wish to befriend me? Fearing that I might misinterpret her intentions, she explained, because everyone in school has ostracized you, and I have never experienced rejection, that I have tasted the bitterness of solitude. Thus I can empathize with you. I believe we could forge a strong friendship. Amused by Inshi's words, I found my heart lightening. What would you like? I shall fetch it for you. All right. Inshi beamed with satisfaction at having successfully persuaded me. Her self-admiration grew, as she realized not only could she bring happiness to me, but her own romantic aspirations also stood a chance. How clever she felt. Chapter 43, serving them from that moment on. I gained a friend named Jean Inshi. Despite her studying abroad in Korea, she has now become my classmate, playfully winking at me and leaving me momentarily bewildered. The chill runs down my spine. Aware of the effects my classmates are likely to impose upon me, having a friend is a commonplace occurrence for most, yet for me, it is something extraordinary. I had never dared to dream of such companionship. Having grown accustomed to navigating life alone for many years, the appearances of Inshi and Shun Yuhing have brought color into my existence, yet it seems that friendships are not so easily grasped. Sinyan, may I sit beside you? You have no desk partner. Inshi placed her books on the desk adjacent to mine. Feeling the chill, I found it difficult to ignore her captivating gaze. Inshi, there are other places to sit. There is no rule dictating where one must be positioned. What could Inshi possibly desire? But we are good friends. If I don't sit with you, who else will I sit with? Inshi smiled innocently. Unfazed by my gentle refusal, no words could sway Inshi, and her declaration of friendship stirred something within me. Very well, I suppose you may sit. Why should I deny myself the companionship that others enjoy? Having someone to converse with, to share my innermost thoughts, could indeed alter my worldview. Though I thought thus, reality proved otherwise. I found myself contemplating Inshi's true intentions. During class, while the teacher lectured, Inshi displayed her most composed demeanor. Neglecting to take notes, she rested her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at the blackboard, lost in her thoughts. From the end of class until my shift at Blue Moon, I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my composure. Enchi's determination to befriend me was evident. She followed me everywhere, even accompanying me during my evening shifts, regaling me with tales of Rin Hyu and her plans to pursue him. Enchi, don't you ever tire? I need to work. You should take a break. That I interrupted her incessant chatter as I donned my work uniform. After a brief pause, Enchi resumed, I am speaking of your lifelong matters. Shouldn't you be more concerned? If you win Hyu's heart, why toil away here? You could already be living as the mistress of the Run household. We should find a place to sit and strategize. That I did not heed her words. Leaning against the wall, the deep blue light illuminating my delicate profile, as I gently shook my head, I appreciate your desire for my happiness, and I am glad to have you as a friend. But before I can assume the role of mistress, I must first attend to my current responsibilities. Otherwise, how could I ever be worthy of Rin Hyu, right? If directness would not work, I would have to resort to gentle persuasion. Enchi's large eyes twinkled as she mulled over my words, realizing the validity of my reasoning. Indeed, to stand beside Hyu, one must carry some responsibility, otherwise it would be burdensome for him. Seeing that I had made some progress, I smiled and nodded. Exactly. Therefore, I must now focus on my work, my friend. Enchi stepped back, bowing in a mock gesture of invitation, eliciting a laugh from me. Watching my busy figure, Enchi's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had indeed found a true friend. Initially, I had sought to test her intentions regarding my connection with Hyu, but it seems I had misjudged her. Yi Xinyan. I genuinely wish to be your friend. I will become your best ally. As she turned the corner, the girl with shoulder-length hair squinted her eyes, huffing softly. Yi Xinyan. Do not think that just because you have Jin and Shi by your side, you will easily win Rin Hyu. With arms crossed, she plotted her next move. As several charming young men entered the Blue Moon, they drew immediate attention. Rin Hyu strolled in coolly at the forefront, heading toward their usual table. Following him were the jovial Jin In Hun and Su Ao, with Jin In Hun gesturing animatedly while resting a hand on Su Ao's shoulder. Su Ao, who had remained mostly silent, kept his hands tucked in his black pants pockets, listening to Jin In Hun as they moved in step with Rin Hyu. From my position at the bar, I sighed silently that I wanted to call a colleague over to attend to them. But before I could voice my intention, Enchi emerged from nowhere, pushing me forward. Hurry. This is your chance. You two seem awkward. Make the most of this moment and connect. Before I could respond, I found myself thrust before the trio. With no retreat, I had no choice but to muster a smile and serve them, asking, how may I assist you today? This marks yet another occasion of conversing with them. Jin Inshuan was still engaged in dialogue when he heard the voice of Shinran. He lifted his gaze, his broad smile as radiant as ever. Shinran, hello, he exclaimed. With a slight curve of her lips in response, she acknowledged their frequent visits. Rin Hyu regarded Shinran with a gaze devoid of warmth or color, while Jin Inshuan merely smiled, and Unshi, standing anxiously behind Shinran, fidgeted. Su Ao interrupted the stasis, suggesting, this may cause inconvenience to other guests. Let us first sit down before ordering. Whenever Su Ao spoke, and she was always in full agreement. Indeed, let us go and find a seat, she concurred. Chapter 44. Rin Hyu, save me. Quickly jotting down their orders, Shinran stepped away. On one hand, her ears were finally at peace, and she had refrained from continuing her incessant chatter about Rin Hyu, allowing Shinran, the listener, to remain unperturbed. On the other hand, the presence of Rin Hyu and his companions made her feel quite awkward. The atmosphere between the two was rarely amicable. They either scolded one another or expressed dissatisfaction. Although they seemed to loathe each other, they were often intertwined, having shared certain experiences. Both had once yearned for their mother's presence, only to similarly suffer the loss of that maternal figure, having endured the same heartache. They were reluctant to let the other bear too much, oscillating between irritation and conflicted empathy, entangled within a tempest of emotions, human emotions, feelings, friendships, sympathy, love. After delivering their orders, Enchi seized Shinran, preventing her from leaving. You should sit with us. Shinran, since your arrival, you haven't had a moment to rest. Let us all chat together. Shinran, rolling her eyes dramatically, pretended to be angry as she glared at Enchi. I've only just arrived and barely changed my clothes before attending to you. Enchi, you ought to drink more red wine to soothe your throat. You talk too much, reluctantly releasing her grip while muttering. But I'm doing this for your benefit, to create opportunities for you. Her voice was low. Yet Shinran caught the words. She leaned in closer to Su Ao, whispering something in his ear, prompting him to widen his eyes in astonishment and burst into laughter. And she, observing from the side, grew anxious as she attempted to signal Shinran. But Shinran feigned ignorance. With her chin held high and a light smile adorning her face, she declared, "Please enjoy your meal. I must attend to other matters." Shinran turned, placing her finger on her lips in a gesture for silence, satisfying Inshi's desire to cease her chatter, then briskly walked away to a corner. A group of sparkly dressed girls were whispering among themselves. Before long, they dispersed, leaving only one standing still. She, with her cascading long hair, disdainfully lifted the blue demon flower from the table, savoring its sweetness. Tonight's business was particularly bustling. After a flurry of activity, Shinran felt the need to wash her face in the restroom to rejuvenate herself. As she splashed water on her face, hoping to feel more invigorated, she found, upon preparing to leave, that the restroom door would not budge. What on earth? Shinran knocked on the door, hoping someone would hear her and assist. "Stop knocking. No one will pay you any mind. I can't fathom how you managed to get close to Renhyu. A shameless person like you is truly an eyesore." Instead of receiving help, she heard a familiar voice, one she usually encountered at school. What a coincidence to hear it here. Could it be? Shinran recalled a time in the school restroom when she heard cries for help and approached, only to be drenched in water by a group of girls. Panic surged as she knocked on the door again. "What do you want?" "Let me out." "Shinran, we are here to remind you of your place. Know your status and cease fantasizing about any potential with Renhyu." The warning was unmistakable, leaving her quite displeased. Fully aware of her position, Shinran lowered her voice. "Please open the door. We can discuss this." "Can't we?" After a prolonged silence without a response, she tentatively lured them. "Hey, are you still there?" Silence reigned. Desperate for an escape, she contemplated using her phone, but alas, she did not possess one. As she paced in circles, she noticed a thin water pipe wedged under the door, her focus sharpening. In a brief moment, an idea struck her, but the pipe also began to release water. Shinran banged on the door forcefully. "Let me out. Please, let me out." The pipe was not anchored. They were directing the stream, and soon the water began to spray towards her. The icy sensation compelled her to retreat, futilely attempting to shield herself with her hands. Her strength was insignificant, accomplishing nothing but exacerbating her predicament. Screaming as she evaded the onslaught of water, she was nevertheless drenched. The updo she had styled was undone, her long hair now cascading down. Soaked. When she felt the warmth of the water dissipate, she could no longer discern when the pipe had been removed or when they had departed. Everything that had just transpired felt surreal. Yet the dampness in her hair and the cold enveloping her body attested to her recent ordeal. Clinging to the faint hope that someone might come to her aid, she felt it slip away. Huddled on the floor, she gazed vacantly at the smooth tiles, rain-like droplets from her cheeks dripping onto the ground, vanishing without a trace. The floor was also wet, a scene of devastation. How could this be? Why must it be like this? A myriad of questions swirled within her mind, yet none received answers. Why did everyone seem intent on opposing her? Was it merely because she appeared easy to bully, accustomed to silence, that they sought to provoke her? Why were they so willing to disregard their status and the situation, unreservedly using Renhyu to target her? What role did he play in their hearts that translated into this retaliation against her? They possessed the right to love. She had no standing to inquire. They had the position to defend their affection for Renhyu. She had no intention to disrupt. They had the time to understand him. She had never obstructed them. She always considered their feelings and respected each of them. Yet what did she receive in return? Her trembling arms, still clutching her knees, struggled to contain her emotions. She realized she lacked even the strength to call for help. It was cold, a very direct sensation. She longed for warmth, yet was surrounded by walls and the restroom stall doors, with water pooling at her feet. In her heart, she fervently prayed for someone to notice her, to come to her rescue. Squatting there, her mind suddenly recalled Inshi's words about Renhyu. How exceptional, handsome, and intelligent he was, and how much courage it took to like him, along with the hardships one would endure to be with him. She missed the coolness of his coat draped over her shoulders, missed the warmth of that house. There, she could see Renhyu resting peacefully with his eyes closed, a different side of him revealed only in that space. Like a boy next door, his handsome visage was unforgettable. Was he still drinking there? Would he notice her absence? In her subconscious, Shinran's lips began to whisper a plea. "Renhyu, save me. Renhyu, save me." She awaited him, hoping he would discover her, hoping he would find her and provide her with the warmth she so desperately sought. Chapter 45, Becoming Friends with Renhyu. as she waited in vain for the person she longed to see. Despair washed over Shinran. She closed her eyes, hugging herself, preparing to succumb to the cold. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as she was on the verge of falling asleep, she heard the sound of the door crashing open. Accompanied by Inshi's urgent voice, "Has someone found me? In this world, could there truly be someone who cares for me? Even my parents abandoned me, leaving this world. Would anyone genuinely keep me in their heart?" A small smile crept upon her lips. "That why Shinran, stop fooling yourself. Who would remember you or care about you? Surely, you must have misheard." Although Inshi had mentioned wanting to be friends, they were not close. And she feared Inshi might be like those others who would torment her after using her. Just as Shinran was about to give up hope of receiving care from anyone, the restroom door swung open. Ren Hiyu stood at the forefront, and upon seeing her huddled and trembling, an inexplicable emotion surged within him, difficult to decipher. Uncertain of what to feel, he promptly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Rubbing her arms to provide warmth, her eyelids felt heavy, yet she forced herself to open her eyes and catch a glimpse of Ren Hiyu's handsome face, her heart a tumult of emotions. Too many words caught in her throat. Ren Hiyu turned his back to her, guiding her to lean against him. Addressing Inshi, he stated, "I will take her with me now. Please inform Inshuan and Suao." With a nod of acquiescence, Inshi asked, "Is Shinran all right?" Her concern for Shinran was evident. Having not seen her for half an hour, Inshi grew restless and inquired at the service desk where Shinran had gone. The attendant mentioned seeing her head towards the restroom. Inshi then proceeded to the restroom, only to find the door of the ladies' room plastered with a notice stating it was out of order and advised to use another facility. After searching other restrooms without success, she attempted to call Shinran, only to discover she did not have her number. Another hour passed with still no sign of Shinran, but a sense of foreboding gripped Inshi. Prompting her to return to the restroom, she intended to twist the handle to check for occupancy, but found it unyielding. Leaning forward, she nearly lost her balance as her foot slipped. Only then did she notice the water on the ground. The thought that Shinra might be inside sent a chill down her spine, and with the door unyielding, she had no choice but to return to her position and pull Ren Hiyu over, telling him that Shinra was inside and that someone must be harming her. Apart from Blue Moon, a gust of cold wind swept through, but shielded by Ren Hiyu's coat and leaning against his warm, sturdy shoulder, Shinra felt no chill. Even though she was soaked through, her heart was warm. Resting her head on Ren Hiyu's shoulder, sleep eluded her as her eyes opened to the dim yellow lights by the roadside. A tumult of emotions stirring within her, recalling the recent ordeal, the moment of despair, she swallowed hard and, with a slightly nasal tone, softly said, "Ren Hiyu." "Thank you." Ren Hiyu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively slowed his pace, only to quickly pick up speed again. Had they just met, one might struggle to understand him, but after spending some time together, Shinra realized this was merely his shyness, and she found him endearing. "Ren Hiyu, you are truly peculiar. Do you know that? Just yesterday, you yelled at me. Today, why are you saving me? You seemed so bothered by my presence, yet here you are, taking me home." Shinra asked with a chuckle. She admired her ability to remain so lighthearted at this moment. Ren Hiyu opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, falling silent once more. Encircling his neck with her arms, resting her head on his shoulder, she took a closer look at his flawless profile. "Thank you for being there for me when I was so helpless and in distress. Let's forget the unpleasantness between us and be good friends, shall we?" Initially hesitant, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, and he readily agreed, "All right." Unaware of what thoughts occupied Ren Hiyu's mind, Shinra excitedly tightened her embrace around his neck. She had a friend now. How wonderful! Chapter 46, Met him upon returning home. She quickly took a shower and changed her clothes. Yet poor Shinra still caught a cold. Her flushed cheeks were a clear sign of fever, but when the sun beamed down, she forced her ailing body to school, knowing who was behind her troubles. She chose not to dwell on them. It was not out of weakness or cowardice, but rather a reluctance to engage, while the triumph of her tormentors would not diminish her self-worth. The true victor would be revealed in the end. The entire day felt heavy and wearisome, and with work awaiting her after school, she refused to succumb to fatigue, and she nudged the heavy-lidded Shinra. "Did you not rest last night? You look exhausted, though." "Yes, I didn't sleep well," she replied, fabricating a lie. And she accepted Shinra's words, but couldn't shake her concern for her pale complexion. "Shinra, why does your face keep alternating between red and white? Are you unwell?" As Inshi's hand approached her forehead, Sheener deftly dodged. I'm fine. I have no classes after this, so I'll be leaving first. I have things to attend to. She had to make her exit. Otherwise, and she would surely discover her illness and fuss over it. Sheener wished to avoid any further gossip at school. The previous incidents had already caused her enough embarrassment, stepping outside the school gates. The sun shone brightly. Initially planning to return home for rest, the thought of the many debts she still owed invigorated her weary body, and she hurried toward her destination. Upon arriving at Blue Moon, Xiaoming at the front desk immediately noticed her. Has it already turned to evening? Sheener, what brings you here? With a smile, she replied, I came a bit early. I wanted to head home sooner, flicking her eyes. She playfully tapped her moist lips. I suppose. It should be alright. Huh? Don't tease me. She took her work uniform to the break room to change in the vast airport. With her beautiful chestnut hair cascading straight and dressed in a chiffon dress paired with a light trench coat, she dragged a petite suitcase. Upon reaching the exit, she handed her suitcase to a mischievous, grinning young man basking in the sunlight. Flipping her hair, she crossed her arms and gazed into the distance. Her tone icy. Where is Hayu? Why hasn't he come? Is it wrong for me to come pick you up? Jin Chuan's innocent smile was conspicuous, his teasing tone unmistakable. Always wearing that playful facade, the girl in high heels stepped ahead. No, Inchuan, please refrain from using that smile. It's like poison to the eyes. Did you know it can be harmful to your health? Qianai, saying that will hurt my feelings. Jin Chuan pretended to clutch his chest. Feigning injury. You're truly heartless. He chuckled. Following behind Pei Qianai. I can't be bothered to banter with you. Whereas the car can't walk anymore. No worries. I can carry you. Jin Chuan offered eagerly, leaving Pei Qianai exasperated. Just as Pei Qianai was about to lose her temper, a nearby sports car's window rolled down, and then she waved. Hi, Qianai, over here. Hearing the voice, Pei Qianai glanced at Jin Chuan before striding towards the back seat. She adjusted her long hair and spoke in a cold tone, tinged with a hint of grievance. Why didn't Hayu come? Why is it only you all? Sitting beside her, and she chuckled awkwardly, subtly gesturing to Su Ao in the passenger seat, urging him to think of a way out. Catching on in the rearview mirror, Su Ao turned to Pei Qianai. Hayu has something going on today. It seems Uncle Rin has returned and is discussing something with him. Typically reserved, Su Ao managed to devise such an explanation, showcasing his ingenuity. Oh, I see. Upon hearing that it was Rin Hayu's father looking for him, Pei Qianai fell silent, her gaze dimming as she stared out the window. After stowing the suitcase, Jin Chuan returned to the car. Noticing Pei Qianai's mood, he glanced back, but chose to remain silent, starting the engine and driving down the road. The events of that year had transformed many lives. During her years away, she believed she could adjust, yet the one thing she could not relinquish was that person. Choosing to return this time symbolized her refusal to easily give up, no matter the obstacles in her path. She would not bow her head nor resign herself to fate. As long as he offered her a fair chance, she would strive for it. For the sake of her future happiness, she must fight tooth and nail. Chapter 47. Why is it like this? Carrying a tray to deliver items to a customer, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to falter, but for the supportive hands on her shoulders. Turning her head, she recognized the familiar face of Shun Yuheng, smoothing her bangs with a smile. What a coincidence! Are you dining here? Blue Moon has recently expanded its menu and business has improved significantly. His hands still resting on her shoulders, initially intended to steady her, he felt the heat radiating from her body and confirmed that she was indeed feverish. Are you unwell? Shrinking her shoulders to escape his embrace. She maintained her distance, blinking her long eyelashes, unsure how to respond, offering an awkward smile. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? If you're sick, you should rest at home instead of coming to work. All right, do you think you're the boss? She retorted. I'm fine. What do you want? Why don't you sit down first while I attend to the customers? Just as Sheener was about to walk away, Shun Yuheng's voice called out. What if I am the boss? Would you be willing to go home and rest? Don't joke around. Sheener replied, not taking him seriously. Xiaoming at the front desk had been observing the scene for some time, and upon catching the boss's glance, she quickly approached Sheener, taking the tray from her hands and playfully asking, I've always been curious. How did you come to know our boss? Boss? Are you saying Shun Yuheng is the boss? The owner of Blue Moon. Eager to respond, Xiaoming sensed something amiss and tactfully exited. Rubbing her temples, Sheener felt a throbbing pain. She tried to recall the manager's request for her to return to work and the moment she witnessed him meeting Rin Hayu at Blue Moon, during which she had a falling out with Rin Hayu and left in anger. She remembered him once saying, If you need to find me, come to Blue Moon. I'll be here often. Realizing the connection, it all made sense now. Reaching out to steady the trembling Sheener, she coldly evaded him, her sharp gaze reflecting confusion and anger. Shen Yuhing spread his hands, wearing a pained expression. That I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. That I wanted to be honest, but the timing and circumstances didn't allow it. Didn't allow. What do you take me for? Why would you do this? It's fine if I don't have a job, but why send the manager to find me, manipulating everything from the shadows as a mysterious figure? I was oblivious, grateful to that person for offering me a job, only to find out that person was you. Please calm down. This is why I didn't tell you. Shen Yuheng closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. Even though I've helped you with roller skating and you've thanked me numerous times, can you honestly say you don't mind my friendship with you? If I had approached you for a job under my actual identity, would you have agreed to return? Those two matters cannot be conflated. While I may not hold my dignity in high regard, I still have principles that I strongly disapprove of your methods. I hope you can understand. Put it more eloquently, it is assistance in your eyes. But to me, it feels like charity that I do not wish to perceive myself as a recipient of your benevolence. Turning away from him, I step forward with a bittersweet smile. Yet, you have committed no fault. It is you who requested your departure, asa boss. Should I not strive to retain exceptional employees? Why must I dismiss my own goodwill? How can my aid be perceived as her charity? What does she truly think of herself? That foolish girl, who cares for her so deeply. How could she inflict such pain upon herself? If I am not mistaken, why does he not seek assistance elsewhere, but focuses solely on me? My footsteps never falter, ignoring the concerned gaze behind me. The flicker of joy within me is stifled. I am aware of my absurdity. Others are genuinely trying to help me, providing a space for my growth. Yet I misconstrue it as something entirely different. Such unnoticed assistance can leave one lost. If I become accustomed to it, I may forget the taste of hardship and the attitude and mindset necessary to face adversity. It is not stubbornness to reject help. Destiny is predetermined. I have always believed that every path I tread is inevitable, a part of life's journey. When aided by others, I feel joy, recognizing the kindness inherent in humanity. Yet, those who support me are often those nearby, or individuals I once admired but felt conflicted about, making it hard for me to accept this sudden reality. My mind is in turmoil, my head throbbing, my body unwell, tears brim in my eyes, dampening my long lashes. Chapter 48. Shinran falls ill upon returning to the Rin family's villa. I see Rin Heyu lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. From my vantage point at the entrance, I gaze at his tall figure, his casual posture, and his expression devoid of emotion. For a moment, I am entranced, caught in a daze, though I do not consider myself particularly sentimental. I cannot help but recall the instances when he assisted me. During my times of sorrow, he took me to places that symbolized warmth. When I was unwell, he cared for me at home without a hint of gentleness. When I felt cold, he draped his coat around me. My negative impression of him has slowly shifted, and I find him quite agreeable. Beneath his cool exterior lies a passionate heart. This revelation, which initially left me feeling disheartened, now brings about a miraculous improvement in my spirits. My headache has lessened, and I softly take a seat on the single sofa beside Rinheyu, my gaze fixed on the television screen. Rinheyu notices me, glancing at his watch. Why are you back so early tonight? I won't be working anymore. I will find another job, I reply, my eyes never leaving the screen. He surveys me with concern, questioning why I would no longer be working. I have been performing well. What could have transpired? My pallor suggests fatigue, yet he seems too apathetic to inquire further. Setting the remote aside, Rinheyu stands to leave. Just watch it. I'm heading to my room. I tilt my head to follow his departure, the weight of disappointment deepening within me. Slumping into the sofa, I close my eyes against the fatigue. Letting out a sigh. My thoughts are consumed by memories of my time with Rinheyu. Our playful banter, the moments when I silently expressed gratitude towards him. It feels both recent and distant. Why is it so vivid yet so blurred? Aunt Sheen, having tidied up the kitchen, is about to rest when she notices me lying on the sofa with my eyes closed. She cannot help but sigh inwardly. Concerned about my vulnerability to the chill, gently, she nudges me, attempting to rouse me. Miss Shinran, Miss Shinran. Deeply asleep, I remain unresponsive. With no other choice, Aunt Sheen fetches a blanket to keep me warm. I in the middle of the night. I awaken feeling unwell. My face is flushed, my mouth parched, and my body weak. I groan in distress, tears streaming down my cheeks. Hearing my sounds from the first floor, Aunt Chin gets up, turns on the light, and checks on me. I am drenched in sweat, and she tenderly takes a tissue to wipe my brow, only to discover the feverish heat radiating from my skin, confirming my high temperature. She contemplates calling Rin Hyu or arranging for a driver to take me to the hospital, but remembers the fever-reducing medicine in the kitchen cupboard. Without hesitation, Aunt Chin heads to the kitchen to retrieve the medicine, pours a glass of warm water, and lovingly assists me in taking the medication. In my dazed state, I choke, coughing uncontrollably. Aunt Chin, akin to a mother caring for her child, gently pats my back to help me breathe. Successfully, she administers the medicine, adjusts my position, and wipes my sweat with a damp cloth, shaking her head in concern for this young girl who bears so much at such a tender age. She cannot help but reminisce about her own past, her eyes misty. If her child were still alive, they would be about my age now. She wonders where they might be, placing the thermometer on the coffee table. She plans to check my temperature later. If the fever does not subside, a visit to the hospital will be necessary. The morning air is refreshing as Rin Hyu descends the stairs and spots me sleeping on the sofa. He gazes at me, then addresses Aunt Chin. Has she been sleeping here all night? Yes, Aunt Chin replies, bustling back to the kitchen. Rin Hyu grabs a piece of bread from the dining table and takes a sip of his drink. Aunt Chin, I'm leaving. That he speaks with a mouthful of bread, holding his phone in one hand as he walks away. But breakfast. Upon hearing Rin Hyu mention his departure, Aunt Chin rushes out, realizing the breakfast was prepared for him. Why doesn't he eat before he goes? Such a troublesome child. She glances back at me, still asleep, and concludes that I must be truly exhausted, finally able to relax and sleep in. Rest a bit longer. She thinks, reflecting on how much my relationship with the young master has improved. Chapter 49. Grateful to Rin Hyu, the glaring sunlight forces my eyes shut. The blinding rays cast shadows before me, prompting me to shield my eyes with one hand while slowly extending my long lashes. Using the sofa for support, I sit up, observing the white star-patterned curtain cascading to the floor, with sunlight filtering in and warming my body comfortably. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, I throw off the covers, my weary face making its way to the kitchen door, where I see Aunt Chin bustling about. I close my eyes, savoring the warmth of home. My emotions uplifting, and I smile wistfully. Aunt Chin, how wonderful it would be if you were my mother. Startled, Aunt Chin nearly drops the plate she is holding as she turns to me, clasping my hands affectionately. Are you feeling better? You scared me last night. I'm fine, Aunt Chin. Did something happen? She asks, her concern evident. Deliberately brushing aside the issue, I respond lightly. Nothing much. I just felt unhappy at work, so I decided not to go anymore. You silly child, there must be something you're hiding, Aunt Chin thinks, turning to prepare the congee. Miss Shinran, you haven't eaten anything. You must be hungry. Come and try the seafood congee. She presents the bowl to me, gesturing for me to take it. Thank you. Overwhelmed, I choke back tears as I hold the warm, comforting bowl of congee. Filled with care and concerned, my heart swells with gratitude and emotion. Having lost hope in those around me, I had resigned myself to the belief that no one would care for or cherish me. Yet, with Aunt Chin, I can still experience the feeling of family, which is truly beautiful. As I eat, tears stream down my face. Aunt Chin watches me with a teary smile. No one utters a word. After finishing the congee, I do not rest as Aunt Chin suggested. Instead, I sling my bag over my shoulder and step out, claiming I need to clear my mind, but secretly seeking employment. Ignoring the scorching midday sun, I sweat as I navigate through various markets, seeking job opportunities, finally spotting a potential target for an interview. I unexpectedly encounter Rin Hyu approaching me. Doesn't he have school? Why is he here? Rin Hyu, phone in hand, is absorbed in a call, his expression sour, as if someone has offended him. Soon, he irritably ends the call, gripping his phone tightly. Clearly struggling to maintain his composure, I contemplate turning away to avoid him. But when our eyes meet, I am inexplicably drawn to him. Unable to look away, he strides closer, and my legs feel immobilized, rendering me helpless as I stand there waiting for him. Rin Hyu tucks his phone into his pocket. A playful grin on his face, he glances around and leans in closer, whispering in my ear. What a coincidence to run into you here. Indeed, quite the coincidence. I step back slightly to maintain some distance, feeling flustered by his proximity. Though this is reminiscent of our school days, the dynamic feels entirely different now. Pleased to see the blush on my cheeks and my flustered demeanor, he inquires, here to look for work? I manage a nervous laugh. Yes, I have that in mind. In a moment of inspiration, Rin Hyu crosses his arms. Actually, I heard the artificial snow park is hiring. With the weather getting cooler, their business is picking up, they need cashiers, and the pay is said to be quite good. Hearing about a potential job opportunity brings me joy, and I eagerly nod. Where is it? I believe I could excel in that position. Rin Hyu revealed a scarcely perceptible cold smile, instructing Shinran to fetch a pen and paper on which he requested her to inscribe an address. With a cool demeanor, he flashed a charming smile at her before vanishing from her sight. His smile faltered, subsequently retracting, as an oppressive aura of lethal intent enveloped him, with tightly pressed lips. Rin Hyu ultimately curved his lips into a smirk, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of a dramatic scene. Beneath the radiant sun, he beamed, his weary visage appearing remarkably refreshed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he watched Rin Hyu's retreating figure, silently conveying his gratitude. Perhaps he was so detestable after all. At times, he was quite endearing, and she found herself increasingly enamored with him. Chapter 50. A malicious prank on Shinran. Having skipped lunch, Shinran joyfully arrived at the artificial snowfield. Oblivious to the sign beside her that read construction in progress, please do not enter. With hope in her heart, she stepped inside. She found no office buildings or administrative counters. What lay before her was merely a vast expanse of a ski resort. The area was devoid of any people, yet Shinran clung to a flicker of hope, undeterred as she ventured further, after walking quite a distance without encountering a soul or spotting a cash register. She lamented the lack of a mobile phone to contact Rin Hyu. Growing weary, she paused to rest, gazing out at the white snowfield before her. Turning to inspect her footprints, she was taken aback to realize how far she had wandered. Wanting to turn back, she found her frail body incapable of movement. Exhausted, she sank to the ground, wrapping her arms around herself, her head tilted as she pondered Rin Hyu's words. Before long, the chilling temperature of the artificially created snowfield seized her, prompting her to tighten her coat, yet she still shivered. She knew she must leave this place, or risk succumbing to the cold. An inner voice urged her to rise. Her legs, numb from lack of movement, cramped up, causing her to collapse in the snow, crying out in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sought help. Time slipped away, and she felt increasingly cold, to the point of not wanting to stand. Her hope dwindled to despair. Holding a wine glass filled with red wine, Rin Hyu savored its taste, appearing in good spirits, a charming smile playing at the corners of his lips, seated beside him. Jin and Shuan munched on peanuts, playfully inquiring, "Have you succeeded in your plan?" "There's no plan to speak of. I merely wish to teach her a lesson for disrupting my life and intruding into my world." Rin Hyu responded dismissively, flicking his long curls. Following Su Ao was Inshi, chattering animatedly. Upon taking a seat, Inshi immediately searched for Shinran's figure in Blue Moon. When she failed to locate her, her inquisitive gaze landed on Rin Hyu. "Where is Shinran? Have you seen her?" Jin and Shuan shrugged, a smile lingering on his lips, his demeanor that of an amused spectator. "Perhaps she took the day off," Rin Hyu answered casually. Inshi, grasping the simplicity of the situation, nodded. "Yes, she certainly deserves a good rest. She is always so busy. I truly don't understand why she chooses to work so hard at our age, who isn't living like a young master or miss at home. How many would juggle work and studies?" Inshi's words reminded Rin Hyu of Shinran's unfortunate past, her mother gone and her father having passed away when she was very young. All her struggles were solely for her survival. Though she had faced adversity, her resilience shone through, and she never surrendered or bowed her head. He vaguely recalled her tears, pure and untainted. At the time, they may not have held much weight, but reflecting on them now brought a tinge of regret. With the light-hearted mood dissipated, Rin Hyu decided to take his leave. Inshi, puzzled by the situation, turned to her brother. "What's wrong with you?" "Who knows? He might be feeling something," Jin and Shuan remarked, leaving Inshi more confused. Ruffling her hair, she ceased her inquiries, her innocent eyes never straying from Su Ao, who lounged on the sofa, his long legs crossed, uninterested in the television before him. As time passed, it grew increasingly late. Shinran must be at the snowfield, where the temperature was already low, compounded by the night's chill. Was she all right? Aunt Chin was preparing dinner. Glancing at the clock, she murmured, "Why hasn't Miss Shinran returned yet?" "She didn't eat lunch either. I wonder how she is now." "Aunt Chin, what medication are you referring to?" Rin Hyu asked, his gaze fixed on her, eager for an explanation. Aunt Chin recounted Shinran's illness and her late-night plea for help. Rin Hyu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Without a word to Aunt Chin, he dashed out. Chapter 51. Shinran longs for her parents. With the last flicker of hope extinguished, Shinran lay in the snow, her body sending signals of cold, yet she chose to grit her teeth and ignore them. In a world where even belief had become a source of anxiety, what mindset should one adopt to confront a new life? What does it mean to maintain relationships in a world filled with people? Are there truly only two types of individuals in this world, the deceivers and the deceived? Are the so-called good and bad merely subjective evaluations? Ren Hiyu arrived at the artificial snowfield, stepping into the pitch blackness, unable to discern anything. The night air was already frigid, compounded by the chilling atmosphere surrounding him, and he could hardly bear to envision what lay ahead. Shouting Shinran's name, Shinran, Shinran Yi, receiving no response, Ren Hiyu quickened his pace, exhaling puffs of vapor as he searched the expansive snowfield for her. Moments ticked by, and he felt his lips quivering from the cold. He furrowed his brow, contemplating where Shinran might be. Given her frail state, how could she endure this environment? Could it be that she hadn't come here at all? The latter thought offered him a slight reprieve. Yet just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a stiff body lying in the snow beneath the starry sky. Thinking he might be mistaken, Ren Hiyu rushed over, crouching down to cradle Shinran's head. Accidentally brushing against her pale cheek, he recoiled at how cold she was. Her body radiated an alarming chill. Fearing for her safety, he lifted her up and hastened away, his footsteps urgent, his heart echoing with an increasingly frantic encouragement. Once outside the artificial snowfield, he gently laid Shinran down by the roadside, shedding his coat and draping it over her, wrapping her in his embrace to share warmth, fervently wishing for her to awaken soon. Yi Shinran, open your eyes, don't sleep. You'll catch a cold. So warm. She couldn't tell whose embrace it was, but it felt so comforting, so inviting. Yet, could a wounded heart ever dare to believe again? Is it possible? Would there truly be someone who desires to protect her, to treat her kindly? Overwhelmed, even the warmest embrace felt like an unattainable luxury. She resembled a fragile doll, her long lashes unmoving, her pallid cheeks illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an ethereal purity that compelled Ren Hiyu to tend to her with utmost care, fearful of causing her pain. It's so cold. Please wake up, he implored, reiterating his plea in her ear, whose voice was so enchanting that it made her yearn to open her eyes and behold that person. Yet, she feared that upon awakening, she would be met with nothingness. Lacking the courage, her past bravery was for survival. Now, with hope extinguished, there was no need to fight anymore. Ren Hiyu retrieved his phone to call for an ambulance, but at that moment, the system notified him of low battery. Threatening to shut down. In frustration, he hurled the phone away, vexed with himself while worrying for Shinran. Who were those two figures in the distance? Their silhouettes seemed so familiar, faces unseen for such a long time. They slowly turned, smiling at her, and she stood frozen, wanting to call out to them, yet no sound escaped her lips. Those were her father and mother. Had they come to see her? Did they not want her to endure such hardship alone? With that thought, Shinran smiled. She took a step, ready to approach them, but her parents' figures receded further away, consumed by a blinding light. Shinran silently cried out to them, feeling helpless and overwhelmed. Where were they going? Why were they leaving her behind? Did they not understand how exhausting life had become, striving to survive and repay debts, while others enjoyed family outings to the cake shop? Why had her father abandoned their family? Why did her mother leave to search for him? Even if she were to seek out her father, wouldn't the journey be fraught with hardship? Couldn't they take her along, to accompany her mother in search of her father? Having found one another, why did they not bring her along? Why must she be forsaken in this world? She was still just a girl, unable to bear the weight of such burdens. Dear Mom and Dad, how can you bear to see me like this? I miss you so much. Chapter 52. Distrust of all, she was nearing numbness to all that was bright. The distinction between dream and reality had blurred beyond recognition. Shinran's eyelashes fluttered open, her dim gaze vacant. The dissatisfaction within her, which once compelled her to clench her fists, now seemed futile, and she resignedly closed her eyes once more, with a sigh of relief upon witnessing Yi Shinran awaken. Ren Hiyu remained anxious about her slipping back into slumber. Why, Yi Shinran? Don't sleep. Wake up! That voice was so familiar. Shinran lacked the strength to fully open her eyes, propping herself up to gaze at the crouched figure of Ren Hiyu before her. With sheer willpower, she compelled herself to stand, struggling to maintain her balance. What are you doing here so late? With a tone laced with accusation and a hint of hurt, she uttered, I'm sorry. Faced with the precarious state of her body. Ren Hiyu took the blame. feeling a profound sense of shame that left him at a loss for words that he longed to outright refuse to listen, realizing that no amount of words could mend the situation. At this moment, she saw through everything, comprehending it all. Enough is enough. After one injury, one ought to learn to be wise and not to trust people anymore. They are all in cahoots. Why must you act this way? Is it because you find me detestable that you intend to deal with me in such a manner? It is not as simple as that. In truth, before he could finish his sentence, tears streamed down Shinran's cheeks. You have already shown enough mercy, Haven to you. I am without parents, having never resided in a villa, yet my modest dwelling has provided me with shelter from life's storms. But the villa, it is grand, yet it feels so empty. All my gratitude towards him has dissipated, leaving only misunderstanding and pain. I have always struggled to comprehend where I went wrong. Why must you treat me this way? My life is far from pleasant. Perhaps I am nothing in comparison to you. Even if I were to disregard my dignity, it does not warrant such trampling from you that I do not seek your pity. Nor do I wish for your misplaced kindness to become a source of my suffering. I even wonder how I might avoid inciting your ire. At this moment, all my vexations erupted forth. Do not assume that I have nowhere else to go and am clinging to your home. I do not desire that. People like you cannot fathom my thoughts and feelings. You will never understand the longing for parental care that comes from being without parents. Though you share my plight of having no mother by your side, you still have your father to care for you. You will never know how proud your father is to have you as his son. But as his son, are you truly proud of having such a great father? He is not great at all, Rinhyu retorted in frustration. It is he who has made me this way. All of this is his doing. Is he a king? Why does he speak and act as though everything is a matter of course? Such self-importance is unbearable. Everyone makes mistakes, except for you, right? You believe your unhappiness is solely the fault of others. With no responsibility resting on your shoulders, are you not selfish? People like you do not deserve love. Whoever loves you is simply courting misfortune. Shinran would not realize that this statement struck at Rinhyu's core, igniting a fury within him that he struggled to suppress. Calm down. I am taking you to the hospital. I do not need your kindness. I will never trust you again. Shinran evaded his grasp, turning away with tears streaming down her face. Yet, after only a few steps, she collapsed. He caught her frail form, a profound ache of compassion coursing through him, for he could not ignore her quiet strength. He wondered how much hardship and betrayal she had endured to reach such a point of emotional turmoil and distrust in others, the yearning for love, yet unable to attain it. How many years would it take for her heart to find solace? A solitary life may appear free, yet the price of that freedom is often unknown to many. Chapter 53. Shinran's departure. Once the tears had dried, they ceased to fall. She fantasized about drifting like a cloud in the sky, untouched by anyone's influence, solely recognizing her own path, devoid of heartache, for there would be no heart, no feelings. Shinran, are you all right? And she remained by her side, holding her hand and offering a friendly smile, unable to guard herself against such an innocuous smile. Shinran felt anger towards herself. She turned her back, unwilling to reveal her indifferent expression, deliberately hardening her face. I am tired. I wish to rest. Hayu is still outside. Do you not plan to see him? With a sigh of annoyance, she replied, No, I do not. And she, left with no further words, reluctantly released her grip and departed the hospital room. As the door closed, Shinran opened her eyes, pressing her finger to her lips and taking a deep breath. Why did her heart feel so heavy? She had never reacted like this towards Shun Yuan, yet facing Rinhyu filled her with anger and grievance. There was that feeling that even if everyone treated her this way, he alone should not. She did not understand the origin of such thoughts, dismissing the inner questions as she rose to change out of her hospital gown, packing her belongings to leave the hospital. Arriving alone at the familiar villa, a place that once felt foreign now evoked a sense of nostalgia. But what difference did it make? That which does not belong to her can never truly be hers. Some warmth is merely an illusion, not reality. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by the ever-affable Aunt Chin, who looked at her in confusion. Miss Shinran, why have you returned? The young master said you were hospitalized. I was preparing soup to send to you. Aunt Chin's concern was the greatest comfort she found there. With glimmering eyes, she sniffed and took Aunt Chin's arm, moving towards the sofa. Aunt Chin, please do not be so kind to me. I will become too attached. After living here for some time, I am aware of my own heart. Thank you so much, silly child. What troubles you? Aunt Chin gently patted her back, offering her the utmost solace. She wondered if it was another quarrel with the young master that had caused her to feel so miserable. Wiping away her tears, she shook her head and smiled lightly. It's nothing. I just found the hospital too suffocating, so I came back. Aunt Chin, I will go upstairs now. You should rest early, as I do not wish to eat anything. Hearing Shinran's words, Aunt Chin smiled and nodded. Very well, I will leave the soup there. If you get hungry, heat it yourself, and if you need help, just call for me. All right. With a smile, she stood up from the sofa and went upstairs. No one knew the weight of each step she took. With every stair she ascended, her heart sank further. When would she have a home of her own, a place that belonged to her, where she could move freely and silently, contemplating where to go and what direction her future lay? In her room, she organized her meager belongings, realizing there was little to sort. The items in the cabinets were not hers. She had never touched them. Dragging her suitcase, she lingered over the fragments of her life there, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Once listening to sounds from the neighboring room, dreaming sweet dreams within those walls. Such a relaxed state of being would soon fade away, forgotten with the passage of time. What did this room mean to Runhyu? She recalled how he had reacted when she first resided there. Now that she was finally leaving, he should be relieved. He would no longer need to worry about her being a spy sent by his father. He could indulge in his passions once more, and his charming smile would surely return to his handsome face. With that thought, Shinran grasped her suitcase and slowly retreated from the spacious room. Chapter 54. Shinran's need for love. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she unexpectedly collided with Runhyu, who had just entered. She averted her gaze, unsure of how to face him, feeling awkward and out of sorts. Just then, Aunt Chin stepped in at the right moment, moving Shinran's suitcase aside. I sensed something was amiss, so I let the young master return early. Whatever the matter, you all can sit down and discuss it calmly. There is no need for stubbornness, is there? Aunt Chin, who had not heeded the invitation to sit on the sofa, was preening her bangs, declaring, I have nothing to say. Runhyu lowered his gaze, observing the suitcase nearby. You don't have much, do you? He remarked pointedly. Shinran chose to ignore him, attempting to walk past in silence. Have you expressed everything you needed to say? Will you not grant me the opportunity to apologize? Runhyu's words successfully halted Shinran in her tracks. There is no need, is there? Your apology means nothing to me. You might apologize to others. But what good is it now? The wounds have already been inflicted, and the scars remain. A mere, I'm sorry cannot change anything. Aunt Chin sighed as she took her leave, surprised by how resolute Shinran had become. Where are you going? Runhyu asked, though he had meant to convey, stay here. Frustrated with himself for his clumsy wording, he turned to face her. Shinran looked forward, her eyes shrouded in gray. I am returning to my own place. A space where I will not intrude upon others. There was a touch of resentment in her tone. Runhyu shrugged and took a step back, stepping closer to her. In the past, I may have been a bit excessive. I genuinely regret that your illness was a consequence of my actions. Although I do not know the details of your background, I understand you have no parents. If you have become accustomed to living here, perhaps it is best not to change that. Was this a veiled attempt to keep her from leaving? How amusing. He would be delighted for her to leave. She resolved not to let his words sway her or to place any trust in what he said. My background does not involve being the daughter of a corporate director. I am quite ordinary, yet I lead a comfortable life. This exchange brought both of them back to their initial meeting at school. When Runhyu had asked about her background, only to have her depart before they could engage further, Shinran tried to pass him, dragging her suitcase. The timing was impeccable as Uncle Ren returned home at that moment. He beheld Shinran, cheerfully dragging her suitcase, perplexed. Shinran, what are you up to? In the presence of Uncle Ren, she could not maintain the same cold demeanor she had with Runhyu. After all, it was Uncle Ren who had brought her to this place, allowing her to reside in such a splendid environment. I am sorry, Uncle Ren, but I can no longer uphold our agreement that I must leave. Fearing that her words would lead to uncontrollable tears, she averted her gaze. Dragging her suitcase away from the villa, Runhyu's father was still trying to comprehend Shinran's intentions. She was leaving. Although Runhyu had no desire to respond, the thought of her living situation weighed on him, prompting him to speak. Uncle Ren shook his head with a sigh. Hyu, I admit that I have not been a competent father to you, that my concern has been woefully inadequate. I remember the first time I met Shinran, when she almost collided with my car while sitting in front of the company. She shared so many things about herself. Her innocence made it easy to accept and believe her, and her tears left an indelible impression on my heart. Noticing Runhyu listening intently, his father continued, Shinran is a kind and considerate girl. She is a child in need of love that I hope she can become a part of our family, where we can care for one another." The phrase "she is a child in need of love" struck a deep chord in Rin Heyu's heart, compelling him to rush out of the villa in search of Shinran. Chapter 55. Familial affection. The evening breeze tousled her hair as she wandered beneath the dim streetlights, her solitary figure appearing rather monotonous in the vastness. Her stubborn little face betrayed no emotions, neither joy nor sorrow. Despite carrying so much within her, she showed no signs of reaction, following Shinran into the basement. Rin Heyu regarded the surroundings with a pessimistic outlook. The damp floor and the ominous darkness ahead made him reluctant to proceed. Yet, Shinran maintained her steady pace, executing a series of familiar motions, opening the door, switching on the light, closing the door, while burying her sorrow deep within, tending to her own wounds, determined not to reveal her vulnerable side to anyone. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Rin Heyu was taken aback by the sight of Shinran's living conditions. How desperate must she be to reside here? How long had a girl like her endured such a life? What had he done to her? He lifted his long legs, intending to knock on the door and persuade Shinran to return with him. But then he heard the shouts and hurried footsteps. The basement's dimness provided him cover as he concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing a group of middle-aged individuals, both men and women, who were collectively banging on the door and shouting, "Yi Shinran, you little brat, come out. I heard you're back, so get out here." Just as she was about to lie down for a moment's respite, the incessant banging and ruckus compelled her to rise and open the door. As soon as the door creaked open, Shinran's hair was yanked inside, callously tossed aside that eye in pain. Shinran clutched her head, tears of indignation streaming down her cheeks as she glared at the woman who had grabbed her hair. "Aunt, I will pay you back. You cannot treat me this way." The woman, whom Shinran referred to as her aunt, poked her finger menacingly at Shinran's forehead, demanding, "Pay back the money. You thought we'd forgotten. Huh, where have you been all this time? We've been looking for you. Are you trying to avoid your debts? Humph, you've grown up and spread your wings, but don't forget how you got here." Another woman in her 40s played with her nails, snorting derisively that Shinran's eyes were filled with hatred. She would never forget the so-called care they had shown her. "Aunt, I haven't forgotten. Please give me some time. I didn't mean to hide. Something happened. What could possibly happen that you can't tell us about? You say you haven't left, yet look, your suitcase is still here. Let me remind you, Yi Shinran. As your uncle, I won't neglect you. You are a member of the Yi family and should contribute to this household." A man, not yet 50, sat on the edge of the bed with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Casting a sidelong glance at Shinran, biting her lip, tears flowed uncontrollably. Memories rushed back, and she felt overwhelmed. Exhausted by it all, she wished for an end to her suffering, feeling as though she had endured enough over the years. These so-called family members, uncles, aunts, and relatives, every drop of blood tied them together in familial bonds. Yet at critical moments, had they acted as family should? Rin Heyu watched from outside, his fists clenched tightly. For a moment, he was tempted to burst in and shield her from the pain, hoping to ignite the courage within her to stand up for herself and reclaim her dignity. What kind of state are you in? Did your uncle speak wrongly? What about this month's household expenses and the money for your mother's medical treatment? An aunt shoved Shinran, nearly causing her to stumble, but fortunately, the wall behind her provided some support. Shinran's aunt examined her nails, disdainfully surveying the room. "And when your mother was sick, you stayed with us, using our resources without a word of complaint from me. All I ask is that you return the money for your mother's treatment." Such is the complexity of human relationships, a realm of obscurity and confusion. Chapter 56. Mutual accusations. From the past to the present, she had endured what must be endured and dismissed what was no longer worth considering. Orphaned, she had shed countless tears, only to find no understanding from others, who instead perceived her as weak. Once, she had practiced empathy, but no one had ever paused to consider her feelings. "What are you doing?" A middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit entered the room, his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene with a cold gaze. Her aunt, smoothing her hair, replied, "Nothing at all, dear. Why are you here now? Didn't you have a meeting to attend tonight?" "Look at Shinran," he said, approaching to help her up, only to be directly rejected as she moved away. He stood there awkwardly, his voice low. "Come back with me." "No, I'm doing just fine now," she retorted, her eyes welling with tears, her stubbornness refusing to yield. Her aunt immediately interjected, "Dear, We're living quite well here. There is no need for this. Enough? Can you refrain from speaking for once? Regardless, I am Shinran's uncle, and I have a responsibility to care for her. What about you? Have you fulfilled your duties as her aunt? He reprimanded her sternly. The aunt scoffed. So you're saying that her entire upbringing has been solely due to your efforts? We have all cared for her. She lost her father at a young age. Who do you think helped her and her mother? Don't act as if you are some kind of savior. What are you saying? You think Shinran was raised solely by you? The aunt countered. The uncle stood and shoved Shinran, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. If you had paid us back sooner, we wouldn't be here." Shinran's shoulders ached. The push caused her to stagger back, leaving her with no retreat. Annoyed by the incessant noise, she longed to escape, but before she could raise her voice to silence them, the surroundings grew quiet. Renhyu swiftly retrieved a substantial amount of cash from his wallet and placed it before the two women. "That I don't know how much Shinran owes you, but is this enough to settle everything in one go?" Shinran's aunt's eyes sparkled with greed, though she feigned indifference. She cast furtive glances at the money, raising her chin slightly. After all, she is a member of the Yi family. Isn't she? We are family. So let us just forget it. Well, I once he hold a grudge. The aunt flicked her hair dismissively. The two women accepted the cash from Renhyu, their faces breaking into smiles. Shinran's aunt pulled her uncle away, leaving without so much as a proper farewell. The aunt hastily urged her husband to leave as well, while the shame in the uncle's eyes went unnoticed by Shinran, who, with her head bowed, wept. The small space fell silent again, so quiet that Shinran's sobs tugged at his heart. He stepped closer, raising his hand to place it on her shoulder as a source of strength, but paused just 5 centimeters from her shoulder. Suspended in midair, was it intentional? To witness her humiliation, did he believe that his actions would earn her gratitude? One was her uncle, the other her aunt, alongside her mother's brother and that imposing husband. Did he truly understand them? "I didn't ask for your help. Why did you give them money? I don't want them to keep disrupting your life that you've already endured so much. Shouldn't you take a moment to rest?" Renhyu felt no remorse for his actions. He merely sought to alleviate her troubles in a different manner. Tears streamed down her chin, her nose reddening. "One day, when you stop imposing your thoughts onto others, that will be the day you mature, and I will no longer harbor such disdain for you." Renhyu had never understood Shinran's obstinacy. How many stories did she carry within her? While you can refuse others' kindness, could you not, one day, learn to open up a little, to close the distance between you and others? That way, you would find much more joy in life. Chapter 57. Sleeping on his back, her petite figure appeared even smaller in the cramped space as Shinran covered her face with her hands. Unable to articulate her sorrow, "I detest your arrogance. I don't want your help. Who do you think you are? You have no right to meddle in my affairs." Renhyu grasped Sinan's wrist tightly, determined to leave without granting her the opportunity to break free, pulling her towards the door. The pressure on her wrist caused her pain, and as she attempted to shake off his grip, she realized it was futile. "What do you want? Let go of me," she cried out, her tears flowing as they hurried out of the basement. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Renhyu faced Sinan, capturing every drop of her tears in his gaze. Words of comfort lodged in his throat, and without a second thought, he enveloped her in his arms, wishing to offer her warmth and solace. Perhaps it was exhaustion, or perhaps the weight of her sorrow, but nestled in his embrace, she found herself unwilling to move, her arms instinctively wrapping around him. Her cries tugged at his heartstrings, and he yearned to wipe away her tears. But his arms felt too heavy to lift. Gradually, Sinan succumbed to sleep, and Renhyu, supporting her weight, gently placed her on his back and walked along the roadside. She clung to his neck, resting soundly on his shoulders. Though the tears at the corners of her eyes remained unwiped, a single tear fell upon Renhyu's ear, prompting him to slow his pace. He understood her stance and the trouble she faced. He found it difficult to comprehend her stubbornness and resilience, that a girl so determined could withstand the discontent of those around her, yet still live with grace in the face of adversity. She held her head high. Seemingly the only one capable of such strength, this petite girl harbored a vast reservoir of inner strength. In her dazed state, resting against his back, she sighed. "Renhyu, it's not that I have an issue with you. Rather, you harbor a prejudice against me. That I truly appreciate your presence during my moments of despair. Perhaps it means little to you, but it serves as a significant encouragement for me. Did you know that during my unhappiest times, no one cared? Everyone regarded me as an extraneous burden, and I too believed I was a nuisance, which is why I chose to live on my own." A tear escaped from her right eye, gliding to her left, landing on Renhyu's clothing. leaving no trace. I contemplated ending my life, feeling utterly misunderstood. I considered running away, feeling like no one believed in me. I thought of crying, for there was no one to empathize. Only you would take me to places that evoke warmth, allowing me to relive the sensation of home. Because of Uncle Rin, I felt the presence of a father again, yet your presence also made me fear this feeling. She appeared deeply conflicted, and all these factors stemmed from herself. This foolish girl thought of leaving, distancing herself from her own self. It was she who had hurt herself, who had caused herself grief, and who had allowed others to wound her heart once more. It was all her fault. She wanted to apologize, but her next words drowned out her thoughts. I don't want you to be unhappy. Her long eyelashes fluttered, dampened with tears. I can sense your unhappiness. I understand what you reject. I don't want you to have any more conflicts with Uncle Rin because of me. Should we label her as kind or foolish? Your actions incensed me, yet I can overlook them. As long as we no longer have any ties, let us pretend this incident never occurred. Exhausted, she felt like a target for the wrath of every girl in the school because of Rin Hyu. The fallen desk, the tacks on the chair, the traps in the restroom, the designs in Blue Moon. All these memories lingered vividly in her mind. It was time to return to her original place in the world. Perhaps this phase of life was merely a dream, and now that it had ended, she had to face reality once more. Chapter 58. He resides in her heart. The room remained unchanged, adorned with light-colored curtains. Rin Hyu carried Sinan and gently laid her on the soft bed, tenderly covering her with a warm blanket in an attempt to warm her cold body. Did he regret his actions? Had he truly harmed a girl merely to satiate a fleeting dissatisfaction? Sitting at the edge of the bed, resting his elbow on his knee, long fingers pressed against his forehead, lost in thought. Struggling with his emotions, he subconsciously resisted everything in the room. Yet he also wrestled with the desire to awaken the feelings within him. He remained in his position, oblivious to his father standing at the doorway, gazing at him with concern, sighing silently. How could he not comprehend what his child was feeling? How could they begin to address the events of the past? He wished to provide his son with the joy of yesteryears, to create a beautiful future for him. Yet certain matters often sparked disputes between father and son. Although he felt regret after the fact, he could not suppress his anger at the time, resulting in harsh disapproval and criticism. As he turned to leave, he encountered Aunt Chin ascending the stairs. He averted his gaze, passing by her as he made his way downstairs. Aunt Chin hesitated, glancing back at Rin Hyu's father, then shifting her gaze to Sinan's room, instinctively understanding the situation. Her eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. With a reddened nose and trembling eyelashes, she clenched her fists, feeling lost and helpless in a dark world. Unable to find someone trustworthy to rely on, she could not perceive the surroundings, yet harsh words constantly reached her ears. Though there was no wind, her body felt the chill. The cold compelled her to hug herself, forcing back tears, reminding herself that being lost was not terrifying. The earth was round, and she would find her way home. Her parents were waiting ahead. She could not give up. This belief must be upheld. When the voice of hope in her heart went unanswered, her despair had long since numbed her feelings. She did not know whom to confide in anymore. In this vast world, who could she trust? When you treat others with sincerity, do they reciprocate with the same mindset? Why is human nature so unpredictable, so enigmatic? The games between people were beyond her comprehension. She felt she did not belong in such circles and would willingly withdraw. If she inadvertently crossed someone else's boundaries, what could she do other than retreat? The grievances she had borne throughout her life replayed in her mind. Each humiliation, each slight, chilled her heart. Sinan closed her eyes, finally allowing herself to weep. Lying on the bed, she felt the weight of her sadness release, unbothered by the fear of being seen, for she had her eyes shut. Rin Hyu was pulled back to reality by the sound of her crying. He extended his warm hand to wipe away her tears, caressing her smooth skin, taking her small hand in his, as if to offer encouragement and comfort, whispering, "It's okay, it's all right." His voice resonated with a magnetic quality, soothing to the ears, echoing in her mind. Yet the scar within her reminded her of the pain. Anyone could toy with her, could harm her, but he alone could not. Only Rin Hyu was exempt from such actions. For she did not realize that, at some point, he had quietly nestled into her heart, and even if she refused to acknowledge it, the pain served as a constant reminder. Chapter 59. Retaining Sinan, the overcast sky mirrored the gloom of the hearts of many, dark and indescribable. Upon opening her eyes, Sinan found the layout around her familiar, a sardonic smile creeping to her lips. Despite feeling utterly drained, the resilient Sinan propped herself up on her arms, granting herself a moment of clarity as she slipped on her shoes and stepped out of bed. Upon opening her door, Sinan's gaze collided with Rinheyu's, each pair of eyes searching the other. For a brief 2 seconds, Sinan collected herself, adjusting her clothing, intent on leaving this place, while the imposing figure of Rinheyu blocked her path at the doorway. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, Rinheyu tilted his head slightly. "Are you feeling better? It's none of your concern. Please step aside," Sinan replied brusquely, devoid of any emotional inflection, coldly addressing the exceedingly handsome figure before her. "Where are you going? Aren't you still recovering?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized their implications. His handsome face flushed slightly. "What I mean is, you are in this state because of me. I should bear some responsibility. Had it not been for the preceding events, she might have found herself captivated by Rin Heyu at that moment. But some things were simply irreparable. No, I don't need anything from you." With that, Sinan attempted to push past him, but Rin Heyu gripped her wrist firmly, preventing her progress. The same spot, the same pain. Why was it that the places that hurt the most were always so glaringly apparent? She sought excuses to convince herself to let go of the grievances. She tried to shake off his hand, yet his grip remained steadfast. Turning her head, she glared at him. "What exactly do you want? You were the one dissatisfied with me being here, and now you want me to stay? Do you think I am easy to bully, so you wish to torment me?" His gaze was one she could not ignore. "I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake. Things had transpired, but must you simply attribute it all to your fault? I don't wish to dwell on this any longer. Initially, I had no idea how terrifying you, Rin Heyu, could be, which is why I stayed in your home. That if there's anyone to blame, it's me that I won't stay anymore. And I hope you can be more magnanimous and treat me with the attitude you once had. I would appreciate that greatly." His grip on her wrist loosened slightly, yet he did not release her entirely. "Where are you going?" Sinan's eyes flickered. The basement was her only sanctuary. She needed time to search for a job, as uncle and aunt along with her uncle were demanding repayment. Although Rin Heyu had given them money on her behalf, they would inevitably come seeking her again, so she could not afford to waste any more time. "My affairs are none of your concern." Rin Heyu pulled her back, causing her to collide into his embrace. He placed his other hand on Sinyan's shoulder, stabilizing her form while maintaining a distance between them. With utmost seriousness, he spoke. "You shouldn't reside in such a place. Stay here instead." Was he trying to keep her? Sinyan gazed up at him in disbelief. Rin Heyu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, diverted his gaze elsewhere. Thinking she must have misheard, Sinyan felt her cheeks flush at their ambiguous position. "Rin Heyu, I do not wish to have any connection with you. Please let me go. I want to leave." Why was this girl so stubborn? It was utterly incomprehensible. How do you plan to live after you leave here? Don't think that just because your uncle and aunt have taken the money, they will let you go. They are just as unscrupulous. They will extort you. Did he think she was unaware? Even an outsider like him could see through them. How could she, being family, not understand? She could not hide from them forever. Doing so would only burden her further. "I've already told you. My affairs are none of your concern. Let me go." Sinyan began to struggle. In that fleeting moment, Rin Heyu genuinely considered releasing her. But upon recalling her frail figure and pallid complexion, he patiently persisted. "You haven't eaten anything. Please, have something first." Chapter 60. Each person stands forced to eat under Rin Heyu's awkward insistence. Sinyan stared at the food before her. Unable to articulate her feelings, she parted her lips. "What do you mean by this?" Rin Heyu continued to eat without glancing at her, yet he replied, "It means nothing. I just want you to eat. Do you really think I can eat?" Sinyan replied with a bitter smile. "I am not you. After hurting others and pretending to help them in their moment of distress. Do you think that would earn my forgiveness? Dream on. Rin Heyu, that I cannot afford to provoke you. Can I not simply avoid you?" Her words brimmed with resentment, leaving Rin Heyu somewhat troubled, setting down his utensils. He looked at Sinyan, his handsome face betraying no change. "I believe you aren't in the best condition. Why not stay here and rest? I can arrange for you to take a leave from school." Without waiting for Sinyan's response, he left the dining table. Coming to her senses, Sinyan widened her eyes and leaped from her chair. "On what grounds do you do this? Whether I attend school or not is my own decision. Why are you interfering?" "Hey." Her unfinished sentence was trapped within as Rin Heyu closed the door firmly. Just before it shut, she distinctly heard him instruct the maid, "If she steps foot outside, I will make you pay." Sinyan, though not particularly virtuous, could never bring herself to drag others down with her. That would only bring her heartache. How despicable of Rin Heyu to employ such tactics to bind her. She felt frustrated and angry, yet found herself powerless. When the maid looked at Sinyan with a pained expression, she had no choice but to walk to the living room and sit on the sofa. crossing her arms and reddening her eyes. Deep down, she felt a sense of grievance, though no one was aware of it. She harbored complaints, yet could not voice them against these innocent people. Aunt Chin brought a glass of milk before Xinyan and sat beside her. Smiling gently, "Xinyan, I am so glad to see you back. After you left, we were all quite worried about you. Please don't blame the young master. He has his reasons, now that even Aunt Chin was defending him." Xinyan felt even more aggrieved, and tears fell and bidden. "I do not know him well. Aunt Chin, you have taken care of him for quite some time, but I have my pride and my own thoughts. When I considered him a friend, how did he treat me? I thought he had my best interests at heart, yet that was merely a trap. I cannot bear to imagine that the people I trust in the future might treat me the same way." She sobbed, "My family is gone, and those I can trust are few. Why must I be let down like this? I am even feeling a sense of despair, usually perceived as strong and sensible." Xinyan now revealed herself to be a fragile girl, burdened by unspoken weights she could no longer bear, causing her to question everyone's intentions for the sake of self-protection. Aunt Chin sighed, taking a tissue to wipe Xinyan's tears. Finally, as a figure of elder authority, she embraced Xinyan and gently patted her back. "I understand it's not easy for you. When the young master brought you home, seeing you so haggard truly pained him. The old master has always been strict with the young master, rarely showing concern, yet he treats you differently. I wonder if this kind-hearted child understands." Chapter 61. Another girl. Xinyan wiped her tears, beginning to grasp Aunt Chin's words. "I cannot convince myself that the past is just the past. When the coldness enveloped me, I still believed he would not deceive me, nor play tricks on me. But reality has shown me the truth. He never regarded me as a friend and always intended to deceive me. The young master is also suffering," Aunt Chin replied, settling herself and placing the milk in Xinyan's hands. "You haven't eaten anything. Trust me. Drink some milk. I believe this time the young master truly means well." Xinyan sniffled, clutching the milk cup, sensing that Aunt Chin was concealing something, which piqued her curiosity. She thought it might pertain to Rinhyu. After taking a sip of milk, she fell silent. Aunt Chin smiled and rose from the sofa, heading to the kitchen. Observing that familiar back, Xinyan felt a deep sense of gratitude. Her head still felt heavy. And since she couldn't go out, she might as well return to her room to rest. With that thought in mind, Xinyan ascended the stairs. Upon entering her room, she surveyed the layout, realizing that Rinhyu had conveyed some sentiment about this space from the very beginning. She had sensed it even then. Running her fingers through her long hair, she tried not to dwell too much on it. Xinyan opened the nightstand drawer, searching for painkillers. Her head throbbed. The drawer opened, but she found no medication, only an album. Hesitating, her slender fingers reached for it, and reason compelled her to touch it, lifting it out with both hands. Flipping through, she discovered photos of Rinhyu dressed casually, seemingly taken candidly. His every gesture radiated warmth, and though his lips bore no smile, the sparkle in his eyes was irresistibly captivating. His charm was simply impossible to overlook. However, amidst all his charm, the memory she could not let go of weighed heavily on her heart. Just as she was about to close the album, she spotted a photograph of a girl making an adorable expression, exuding a vibrant energy that compelled Xinyan to continue flipping through. There were numerous pictures with different backgrounds, all featuring Rinhyu and that girl, and she even saw the girl affectionately linking arms with him, resting her head on his shoulder, radiating happiness. Who is she? Someone important to Rinhyu. One photo captured Rinhyu gazing intently at the girl beside him, taken from a vantage point suggesting a third person was present. Xinyan continued to turn the pages. What surprised her further was a picture of Rinhyu with that girl, alongside Shin Yuheng, Jin and Xuan, Jin and Shi, and Su Ao. They all knew each other. Recalling that Shin Yuheng was close friends with them at Blue Moon, she wondered why she had never encountered this girl. She appeared to be Rinhyu's girlfriend. Yet she had been living here for some time without hearing anyone mention her or having seen her. But this photograph. Xinyan placed the album back in the drawer and walked to the balcony, leaning against the railing as she gazed into the distance, her brow furrowed in contemplation of the unanswered questions swirling in her mind. If she asked and she might know something, though she didn't want to meddle. Rinhyu's attitude towards her residing in this room forced her to question everything. Chapter 62. A phone for Xinyan. When Rinhyu returned that evening, he inquired about Xinyan's condition from Aunt Chin and felt a slight relief upon hearing she had not caused a ruckus. He ascended the stairs with somewhat heavy steps, holding a package box, hesitating at Xinyan's door about whether to knock. After an internal struggle, he finally knocked and found the door slightly ajar. The room was warmly lit, and upon entering, He saw Xinyan lying on the bed. He sat on the sofa. Sensing she was still awake, and with a seductive lilt to his voice, he asked, "Are you all right?" Xinyan propped herself up slightly, looking at him with an unreadable expression in her eyes. Her voice was cold. "I will not be staying. I was wrong before. I hope this can serve as an apology," Ren Heyu said, placing the gift bag beside her on the bed before returning to the sofa. Xinyan merely glanced at it, not bothering to take it, smirking derisively. As expected of you, young Master Ren. Just because you've done something wrong, you think buying a gift will absolve you. I wonder how many girls have fallen for that trick. Recognizing that Xinyan needed time to cool off, Ren Heyu stood up. "That I want to disturb you. Get some rest." As he left, Xinyan sensed his restraint, yet she couldn't help but think, was it not too late? Why must one forge friendships only after events have transpired? Not long ago, did he not express a desire to be good friends? How does this so-called good friend treat himself? Could it be that his definition of friendship adheres to such a relational paradigm? With the door firmly shut, Shinran felt a wave of despondency wash over her, lowering her head in defeat. She had intended to inquire about the identity of the person in the photograph. Was that girl someone of great significance to him? Although it was a matter of his privacy, her curiosity lingered. Yet, inexplicably, her words emerged as something entirely different. Grasping the packaging bag resting by the bedside, she opened it to discover a mobile phone. Upon activating it, she found Ren Heyu's number saved within its contacts, a thoughtful gesture indeed, having even facilitated the acquisition of a card for her. Shinran clutched the phone, tears streaming down her face. "How am I to confront you, Ren Heyu? How could you be so malevolent, inflicting harm upon others, only to later tend to their wounds? Have you considered the feelings of those you hurt? How can one act in such a manner? While evoking disappointment in others, you then leave behind strands of hope. Should one truly place their faith in such actions?" Just as Shinran grappled with her doubts, her phone vibrated. A text message: "If you dare to trust me just once, I shall be a wonderful friend." The message was from Ren Heyu. Shinran felt an urge to delete it, but ultimately hesitated, placing the phone aside as she gazed out at the lights beyond the window. The question marks in her heart transformed into ellipses. Leaning against the wall, one hand clutching the phone while the other rested in her pocket, she exuded a cool demeanor, characterized by her unique personality. Receiving no response from Shinran, she tilted her head slightly, as if seeking a closer connection to the person within the room. Initially, she believed this outcome would bring her joy, yet today she realized it was guilt that weighed heavier. Could it be that such feelings arise solely because of you? Even when confronted with your displeasure, one finds themselves particularly unsettled. Since she entered his life, a multitude of emotions has emerged that words fail to encapsulate, creating an unspoken bond between them. Indescribable, incomprehensible. Chapter 63. The special connection with Ren Heyu in the dead of night. Ren Heyu's father returned home to find Shinran still awake, seated pensively by the poolside with a cup of water in hand. Uncle Ren took a seat beside her, rubbing his hands together as the chill of the evening air enveloped them. "Why aren't you in your room?" he inquired. Hearing his voice, Shinran turned her head, smiling as she tightened her grip on the cup. "Uncle Ren, your back. It is indeed quite cold. Compared to the circumstances back then, this chill is nothing. You still haven't fully recovered. Don't catch a cold," Uncle Ren kindly reminded her. Taking a sip from her cup, Shinran tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. "If only my father would speak to me in such a manner, I would surely be filled with happiness." Alas, Shinran refrained from continuing. But Uncle Ren likely sensed the implications. He gazed at the pool before them. "Do you know, when Heyu was young, he despised swimming. I pushed him to learn, hoping he would acquire new skills. Heyu is a very stubborn child. No matter how you pressured him, he would never show his fear. Once, to ignite his enthusiasm, I threw him into this very pool. He couldn't swim," Shinran exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Ren nodded affirmatively. He had hardly interacted with water, and yet I acted in such a manner. Because of this, a rift formed between us. He distanced himself from me. I remember that day vividly. He, who seldom cried, flailed in the water, calling for me, crying out for help, but I merely took hold of a stick, pulling him back at a critical moment, only to push him back into the center once he finally caught his breath. Shinran's eyes brimmed with tears. "Why would you do such a thing? Uncle, your extreme measures were for his benefit, yet it's no wonder he has always kept his distance from you. Don't you feel any remorse?" Uncle Ren's face, marked by the passage of time, bore a bitter smile. "I do owe Heyu an apology. When he was young, I paid little attention to him. And in his heart, my position was overshadowed by Aunt Chin. Sometimes, I reflect on it with great shame. Shinran lowered her head, clutching the cup. She felt dazed, for those with fathers often seem estranged, occasionally harboring animosity, while those without yearn for paternal love that remains just out of reach. Should one lament the lack of appreciation from those who possess it, or is it that they remain oblivious, unable to perceive familial bonds clearly? Everyone in this world carries their own burdens, harboring unexpressed conflicts, seeking resolution, yet unable to reconcile with themselves. They are weary yet unwilling to relinquish their struggles. Upon reflection, Shinran suddenly considered that her lack of parents might not be entirely detrimental, for while others grapple with familial discord, her mind and heart are filled solely with fond memories of her parents. As she can only recall the good, raising her head and exhaling softly, she turned to gaze at Ren-Hyu's room, attempting to dismiss the peculiar feelings she harbored for him, yet it seemed impossible to alter this reality. In truth, could it be that Uncle Ren awaited Shinran's next words, believing that her reference was indeed to Ren-Hyu, that he watched her, eager to uncover what she would say next? Does he have someone he likes? The words felt stuck in her throat. She shook her head, laughing nervously. Did he also regret the rigidity of their relationship? Temporarily searching for an excuse, Shinran awkwardly sipped her drink, focusing on the pool as she envisioned the helpless, enraged child he once was. Chapter 64. Ren-Hyu, holding her Uncle Ren, did not respond to Shinran's inquiry, sighing as he departed from the poolside, leaving Shinran alone to contemplate the azure waters, reflecting on the sobbing child instinctively calling for help. How many stories does he possess? He is so enigmatic, eluding comprehension. Ren-Hyu, is it not the allure of your charm that captivates so many girls? Yet, you bear no responsibility, for it is impossible to love each person equally. You live so freely, ensconced within your own world. Should I express gratitude? In moments of helplessness and panic, you have stepped in to assist me, guiding me to a place filled with warmth when I had nowhere to turn. That I have not forgiven you for the pain you caused, yet in light of your current demeanor, your silence, your domineering nature, each facet reveals your true self, making it impossible to overlook. I chastise myself for lacking resolve, even considering forgiving Ren-Hyu, yearning to become friends. To be more precise, I wish to draw closer to him, to immerse myself in his world. Retrieving the phone Ren-Hyu had gifted her from her pocket, Shinran scrolled to the message he had sent, the word brave standing out boldly, prompting a subtle smile to grace her lips. I hope this time, you won't let me down, for I cannot bear it. Unbeknownst to Shinran, as she uttered these words, Ren-Hyu, tall and slender, leaned over the balcony of a third-floor room, melancholically observing the girl by the poolside. She may not be conventionally beautiful, often stubborn, with thoughts that diverge from the norm. She can sulk in silence, yet her heart is too tender to inflict harm. This paradoxical amalgamation allows her long-buried heart to feel guilt. Is it her talent, or merely a pang of conscience? When he witnesses her unwavering spirit in the face of adversity, admiration swells within him. This girl is extraordinary, unique compared to so many others. Yet her differences can also incite frustration. Such a girl, capable of so easily stirring his emotions, is indeed rare. From initial aversion to eventual acceptance, from initial resistance to the desire for friendship. This series of transformations cannot be denied. Shinran has played a significant role. Beneath a starless sky, both individuals ponder their feelings for one another. As the sun lazily ascended, it bathed Shinran's bed in warmth. Drowsily, she blinked her sleep-laden eyes open and slowly sat up, rubbing her head in confusion about how she had ended up in her room instead of by the poolside. She distinctly recalled not having returned. Could Aunt Chin have carried her upstairs? Surely not, for she remembered Aunt Chin had retired for the night. After washing up in the bathroom, she ventured downstairs, finding no trace of Ren-Hyu. Curiously, she glanced around. Aunt Chin, setting the breakfast on the table, noticed Shinran's inquisitive demeanor. What are you looking for? It's time to eat. After taking a seat, she absent-mindedly nibbled on her food. Where's Ren-Hyu? Did he go to school? She asked Aunt Chin without lifting her gaze, her face flushing at the mere mention of his name. Aunt Chin poured milk for Shinran, responding, the young master has not yet risen. He carried you back to your room in the middle of the night. He only just fell asleep. He usually goes to bed quite early. What, you mean Ren-Hyu carried me back to my room? Shinran exclaimed, mortified. How embarrassing. Aunt Chin, oblivious to Shinran's blushing face, assumed her reaction stemmed from shyness and chuckled. What is there to be embarrassed about? Would you prefer we leave you sleeping by the pool? In the future, if you feel sleepy, you ought to return to your room. Sitting there like that could easily lead to catching a chill. Chapter 65. Let us be friends after finishing breakfast. Shinran did not wait for Rinhyu to come downstairs. She slung her bag over her shoulder and stepped out. Upon reaching the entrance, she glanced up at the spiral staircase, finding it devoid of any presence. Could his actions in the night be interpreted as a form of atonement? It appears he sees no necessity to do so. After all, it is not the first day he has known Rinhyu. He has never felt the need to accommodate anyone, as if he exists in a world where only he matters. Embracing such thoughts, Xinyan lowered her head, sorrowful eyes fixed upon the ground, her hand lingering on the doorknob, unable to turn it for an extended moment. How could she be any different? Filled with hope for this world, she exuded warmth and kindness towards those around her, yet what did she truly receive in return? When she fell to the ground, battered and bruised, who would be there to lend her a hand? Rinhyu, you and I are both pitiable souls, both cowards. It is precisely because we have been hurt and rejected that we resort to using our own thorns for self-defense and protection. With a determined twist of the doorknob, a brilliant ray of sunlight pierced Xinyan's eyes, causing her to instinctively squint as she took a step forward. Her mind was still replaying countless images. Yet the emotions within her were too complex to articulate. Unbeknownst to her, she passed by Shen Yuheng's car, lost in her own thoughts, until a voice behind her halted her steps. Xinyan. She turned to see Shen Yuheng standing before her. Vibrant and full of life. He was so tall, so handsome, with a distinct quality and aura that set him apart from Rinhyu. Yet the one similarity they shared was an undeniable charm that captivated those around them. Xinyan glanced at him, then at the Rin family home behind him, suddenly realizing he was searching for Rinhyu, who was still at home. I won't keep you any longer, she remarked, preparing to depart. Shen Yuheng interjected just in time. I heard a bit about it a few days ago. I came here to discuss something with Hayu, as Aunt Qin informed me. How have you been? His gaze was filled with concern and worry. Noting her haggard appearance and pallid complexion, which suggested she had endured an immeasurable amount of hardship. In their previous encounters, he had only acknowledged her connection to Rinhyu, but now he genuinely wished to stand by her side and protect her. Her resilience was heart-wrenching, and it pained him to witness her suffering. Sensing the unspoken message in his eyes, Xinyan took a deep breath. Is that so? You found out so quickly, she replied with a bitter smile. I am fine. Really, I was just about to head to school. Thank you. She recalled their first meeting, a time when she was in a rather disheveled state, and his gentlemanly demeanor had left a lasting impression on her. Despite the many beautiful memories, the smallest setbacks of reality were unbearable. There was no reason to blame him. He had helped her out of kindness. Considering her current situation, her pride seemed worthless, and what she truly needed was a way to survive. Shen Yuheng could indeed provide her with an environment conducive to living, yet she could not accept it. She had previously wished to sever ties with anyone associated with Rinhyu, and now she did not want to burden those who cared for her. With a cool detachment, Xinyan politely nodded in farewell. Goodbye. Can't we become good friends? Shen Yuheng's unexpected question rang in her ears, prompting Xinyan to smile. Friends? Chapter 66. The first encounter with Pei Qianai. The morning sun shone brightly, warming the crisp air. Xinyan did not look at Shen Yuheng. A faint smile graced her lips, exuding a refreshing aura enveloped by her unique coolness, rendering her inscrutable. She had never considered herself particularly clever. Perhaps she had been deceived too many times, or perhaps she was simply weary and unwilling to fuss over trivial matters, which is why she nodded. Shall we be friends? She had anticipated rejection. But to her surprise, Shen Yuheng laughed heartily at her response. Xinyan, that's wonderful. His radiant smile was utterly charming. Did Rinhyu smile like that too? Startled by her own thoughts, Xinyan was taken aback at the notion of Rinhyu's smile. For he rarely smiled in her memory. To prevent herself from spiraling into further unwelcome thoughts, Xinyan hurriedly excused herself. I must be going. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Yuheng felt a complex tug at his lips. Xinyan, do you realize how conflicted I am about you? How can I resolve this contradiction? If only you and Hayu were not acquainted, or your relationship was less intimate, then I could freely care for you. Upon entering the school gates, Xinyan was suddenly embraced by a familiar shadow at her side. Had it not been for the sweet, familiar voice, she might have screamed in fright, seeing Jin and Shi's adorable smile. Xinyan sighed in relief. And she, you startled me, releasing Xinyan, and she linked arms with her, looking at her intently. Why are you here at school today? Did Hayu excuse you? Your complexion is still quite pale. You should rest more. I can't keep taking sick leave. And she gazed at Xinyan's side profile, silent yet seemingly discerning something. Feeling slightly uneasy under her scrutiny, Xinyan asked seriously, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? If there were, why hadn't Tishan Yuhung mentioned it earlier? And she shook her head. No, I was just thinking, why is Yu being so kind to you? You're unwell, and he helps you with leave. Previously, he was either fighting with my brother or involved in activities. But these past few days, he has gone straight home. Xinyan, what have you done to make Yu change? The question made Xinyan blush and feel bewildered. I haven't done anything. Is he really being nice to me? Well, he has been decent these past couple of days. But that's because he did something to wrong me, right? You didn't see how he usually treats me. I keep saying that Yu has changed a lot since meeting you, yet my brother refuses to believe it. And she pondered deeply, attempting to uncover the reason behind Ren Hyu's transformation. As Xinyan listened, she felt a sudden urge to inquire about the photograph she had seen in his room, curious if Ren Hyu had a girl he liked, one that both Enshi and Xin Yuhing knew. Enshi, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here? Both Xinyan and Enshi turned to the source of the clean voice. With flowing long hair and a perfect figure, she exuded a distinct style. Even in the school setting, she was stunning, and that was Xinyan's first impression. Then, she noted the girl appeared quite assertive, her sparkling eyes too bright, making one feel vulnerable under her gaze. Qianai, what brings you here? And she warmly took the hand of the girl named Pei Qianai. Qianai smiled in response, her large eyes fixed on Xinyan. Chapter 67. Advice for Friends. Pei Qianai's gaze was direct, and she finally noticed as she lingered between them. After a moment, she chuckled and said, Shall I introduce you to? And she first looked at Xinyan, introducing, This is my very good friend, just returned from abroad a couple of days ago, Pei Qianai. Our principal happens to be her grandfather. The last part was whispered to Xinyan. Understanding, Xinyan slightly nodded and offered a gentle smile to Pei Qianai. And she continued, tilting her head toward Xinyan. This is you, Xinyan. I call her Xinyan. We are friends. The warm sunlight enveloped the three of them, but only Enshi seemed to harmonize with the radiant light, for in such an atmosphere, she radiated the most vitality. Pei Qianai observed Xinyan with a hint of concern before clearing her throat to speak. When I first arrived here, I heard about you. Xinyan was puzzled by the implication of her words. Naively, she did not think much of it and replied, Is that so? I didn't realize I was so well known. Hee, I'm quite famous too. Have you heard of me? Noticing the odd atmosphere, Enshi stepped in to diffuse it. How could Pei Qianai be unaware of Enshi's intentions? She crossed her arms and looked away. I have something to discuss with you. Unaware of the situation, Xinyan kindly smiled at Enshi. It's fine. I'll head back to the classroom alone. You go ahead. Enshi, I'm sorry. Let us chat in our classroom later. Goodbye. Xinyan smiled as she stepped forward, her pale face appearing feeble under the sunlight. Friends. Upon hearing that word from Enshi, Xinyan felt a deep resonance within her heart, for Enshi's sincerity was beyond doubt. Initially, she had not anticipated forming a friendship with Enshi, believing her interest was merely a passing fancy. To discover that Enshi truly regarded her as a friend moved Xinyan profoundly. Once Xinyan departed, Enshi retracted her smile, glaring at Pei Qianai, slightly petulant. What's with you? Why speak to Xinyan that way? She's my friend. Pei Qianai's tone softened. Enshi, you know who she is. That I've heard that Yu hasn't been attending school just to take care of her. Right? He even took leave from the homeroom teacher because of her. And she narrowed her eyes at Pei Qianai, leaning slightly. And what of it? Yu wronged others first. Shouldn't he make amends? I also heard she is currently living at Yu's home. Pei Qianai added, her body trembling slightly, hands clenched in anger. Who told you that? My brother. And she instantly inferred that the source of Pei Qianai's information could only be her brother, who thrived on chaos. Most notably, that reckless brother had taken a liking to this girl. So what? Pei Qianai exhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions. And she gently touched her forehead, fixing her gaze on Pei Qianai, clicking her tongue. Qianai, I know you have feelings for Yu and find it hard to let go of him. But must you drive away every girl around you by any means necessary? As a friend, I must advise you, do not tread the same misguided path again. You manage to study abroad and return. Another chance may not come. Listening to Enshi, Pei Qianai's mind was in disarray, her heart aching. And she continued, since fate has granted you the opportunity to draw closer to him, cherish the friendship you share. If he can develop feelings for you, it signifies a destined bond. However, I cannot bear to see my friend harm anyone in pursuit of love. That I refuse to witness another girl perish for Yu. That is a consequence you cannot bear. Upon hearing Enshi's final words, Pei Qianai's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her speechless. Her lips trembled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately turning away in frustration. closing her eyes against the shadows of the past she wished to forget. Chapter 68. A heart stirred by him, the warm sunlight lulled Shinran into a slight drowsiness as she took her seat, oblivious to her surroundings. Blinking softly, she gazed dreamily out the window at the blinding light. A beautiful yet mysterious sight that held her gaze captive, making her reluctant to look away. Resting her chin on her hand, she tilted her head, watching the sunlight envelop Shinran's pallid complexion, rendering her lips parched and dry. Her eyes often revealed sorrow, displaying a wary demeanor in the presence of others. Knowing that Shinran was never one to initiate conversation, and she observed her interactions with Hiyu. There were moments of concern, yet also times of resistance to his proximity. Shinran, what are you truly thinking? Suddenly, a phone vibrated, startling N11. As she retrieved her phone, she mused about how hers was not set to vibrate. Wondering why it was buzzing. Upon inspection, she realized it was not her phone ringing, but Shinran, who held her device to her ear, conversing with someone. I've arrived at school. I have nothing going on. I don't wish to stay home all the time. It becomes rather dull, and my spirits won't improve. Yes, that's it. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Shinran noticed Inchi staring at her in confusion. With a smile, she inquired, "When did you return?" "Shinran, your phone is the latest fashionable model. Did you just purchase it? I heard this model is quite expensive." Without responding to Inchi's inquiry, Shinran posed a question instead. Is it really that pricey? Glancing at her phone, Shinran acknowledged its beauty. Yet she was uncertain if it was the latest model, as those preoccupied with survival seldom focus on such matters. However, given Inchi's remark, it likely wasn't too cheap. "Honestly, I cannot afford such a luxury." That's so. And she had already guessed the answer but remained uncertain. It was a gift from Ren Hiyu. Shinran lowered her gaze, aware of Ren Hiyu's affluent background, questioning whether such a fine gift was warranted for her. Inchi, initially silent, soon grasped her hands warmly, exclaiming, "Shinran, this indicates you hold a special place in Hiyu's heart. He actually gifted you something. I believe this is a promising beginning, and you must seize it." "What are you talking about?" Shinran pulled her hand back. Tucking her phone away, her cheeks flushed, and she beamed with joy. But then her thoughts turned to Pei Qianai, causing her smile to falter as concern washed over her. "Shinran, please, be honest with me. What do you feel for Hiyu?" Trying to divert the conversation by flipping through her book, Shinran was unyielding to Inchi's eager gaze. "I don't have any particular feelings. I find him quite detestable, if possible. I wish I had never met him and that our paths would never cross again." "Shinran," and she called her name. Sensing the denial in Shinran's heart regarding her own words, she waved her hand dismissively. "Well, we can at most be friends." Yes, they had decided to be friends, hence there was no room for errant thoughts. And she longed to ask Shinran if they were truly just friends. Observing Shinran's thoughtful expression, she could no longer contain herself. The pain of being hurt by someone you adore is the most unbearable feeling. Reflecting on her own feelings for Sueo, whom she had known since childhood, she had always harbored affection for him. Although he had never caused her pain, being overlooked by him felt like a stab to her heart, making her want to shout, "I like you, Sueo. You can only be kind to me. I dislike seeing you close with other girls." Pouting, she buried her head on the desk, sighing silently. Shinran rested her head on her arms. Feeling equally powerless, the two of them lay side by side on their desks, gazing into each other's eyes, each lost in their own troubled thoughts, yet understanding one another in a silent camaraderie. Neither daring to break the unspoken bond. Those who are moved by affection will inevitably waver in their principles. Chapter 69. Ren Hiyu awaits Shinran. As the bell rang, no one left the classroom. Ren Hiyu leaned against the wall by the door, looking effortlessly cool with his hands tucked in his pockets. Shinran and Inchi strolled out of the classroom side by side, chatting and laughing, when they noticed several girls screaming and pointing excitedly at something. Shinran paid no mind to it, while Inchi's curiosity urged her to hasten her steps to see what the commotion was about. As they navigated the long corridor, upon spotting Ren Hiyu's figure, Inchi understood everything. Glancing back at Shinran, she approached Ren Hiyu with a smile. "What a rarity. You didn't leave early today." "Are you here waiting for Shinran?" Ren Hiyu, drawn by Inchi's words, looked in the direction behind her but did not spot Shinran, causing a flicker of unease within him, just as he was about to turn back into the classroom to search for her. Shinran appeared at the door, meeting his dark gaze. Ren Hiyu withdrew his foot, responding to Inchi in a somewhat awkward tone. "I came to inform you that Inshuan invited me for tea." The normally astute Rin Hyu couldn't fathom why he was so clumsy in his words around Shinran, feeling embarrassed even as he spoke. Naturally, and she seized the opportunity to tease him. Oh really? You're not usually this eager to inform me about events, are you? I recall you rarely call me. With his fair complexion, Rin Hyu felt a subtle blush creeping onto his face. Realizing this, he hurried past Enshi to reach Shinran, whispering to her in a voice only she could hear. Let us go. Shinran, upon receiving this, glanced at Enshi and then followed the smiling Enshi as they walked behind Rin Hyu. As they moved forward, Shinran contemplated, and she was right. Why didn't T simply call to notify them? Why did he have to come in person, even if Enshi hadn't passed on the message? He could have texted or called her. After all, she now had a phone. Dismissing her concerns, Shinran joined them at the leisure bar, which bore a different ambience from Blue Moon. Blue Moon, with its blue-themed decor, exuded a unique charm that could elevate even the most boorish individuals. In contrast, this so-called leisure bar attracted all sorts, filled with raucous crowds and heavy drinkers. As they traversed the long winding path, Shinran spotted Jin and Chuan enjoying a beer, alongside Su Ao, who wore an unreadable expression. Upon seeing Su Ao, Enshi immediately lit up, disregarding Shinran and sitting next to him, shoving his brother aside just to be closer to Su Ao. Jin and Chuan muttered under his breath, "You little brat. Even after growing up, you still act this way. How much less do you think of yourself compared to him?" With only 3 sections of sofa, Su Ao and Enshi occupied one, while Jin and Chuan, squeezed out by Enshi, settled onto a nearby 2-seater. Rin Hyu sat comfortably on the opposite 2-seater. Shinran stepped closer and sat beside Rin Hyu. As the server took their orders, Pei Qianai gracefully approached their table, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Rin Hyu. With a gentle voice, she inquired, "Hyu, you've arrived. I was just wondering when you would get here." "Oh, I came with Enshi and the others," Rin Hyu replied casually, yet his gaze instinctively drifted toward Shinran. Chapter 70. Rin Hyu comes to Shinran's aid, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Shinran felt the intensity of the girl's gaze across from her, brimming with hostility. She masked her suspicions with a smile, only to feel a sudden warmth from Rin Hyu's attention, causing her to momentarily freeze before turning away. "Hello." "And she introduced us previously," Pei Qianai said, crossing her long, slender legs and fixating her large eyes on Shinran. Shinran met her gaze, nodding. "Yes, we've met. When did you two meet?" Rin Hyu's probing tone echoed between them. Pei Qianai delicately lifted her beer glass, sipping gracefully before responding, "This morning. Oh, so that's how it is." Rin Hyu is still pondering how the two of them came to know each other. However, the atmosphere between them is not as cordial as one might expect. Jin and Chuan, who has been left out of the conversation, grows increasingly dissatisfied. "Hey, we're not just chatting here. Let us put an end to these trivial discussions. Come on, let us have a drink." Jin and Chuan raises his glass high, but no one reciprocates. Frustrated, he lowers his hand and drinks alone. His eyes inadvertently glance at Shinran, and his excitement rekindles. He fills his glass once more and pours another for Shinran, placing it in front of her with a charming smile, saying, "Shinran, I toast to you." Out of politeness, Shinran accepts the glass but then places it back on the table, feeling awkward. "I'm sorry, but I don't drink." "Shinran, are we not good friends? If we are, don't you think you should drink this?" Jin and Chuan attempts to coax her. Pei Qianai sees this as a prime opportunity not to be squandered. "Yes, Shinran, after all, Jin and Chuan is just being kind, wanting to share a drink with you as a friend." Both Jin and Chuan and Shinran turn their gaze towards the smiling Pei Qianai, their expressions laden with complexity. Shinran remains uncertain of Pei Qianai's motives and hesitates to lift the glass. Jin and Chuan, puzzled, suspects Pei Qianai has ulterior motives. He thinks that his insistence for Shinran to drink is merely a playful jest. He never truly intended for her to drink or to appear foolish before Hyu. Just as Shinran hesitates over whether to consume the beer, someone beside her lifts the glass and downs it in one go. Placing the empty vessel heavily on the table, Rin Hyu states calmly, "It's just a glass of wine. I'll drink it." After saying this, he takes Shinran by the hand and leads her away from the gathering. Shinran, not resisting, allows Rin Hyu to pull her away from the vibrant lights. As they step outside, a gust of cold wind rushes in. Shinran faces the wind, secretly observing the figure in front of her. He provides her with such a sense of security that she feels fearless with him by her side. She bitterly smiles at this thought, for he is the one who has caused her harm, the very person who has placed her in danger. How could she possibly feel safe with him around? Surely, her fevered mind must be playing tricks on her. "Are you hungry?" Rin Heyu's question interrupts her thoughts. Huh? She snaps back to reality, unsure of what he just said. Rin Heyu, at a loss for words, wonders what this girl is thinking. Did you leave your brain at home? Have you still not eaten anything? I'll take you to get something. Without a hint of refusal, she follows him forward. Her mind drifts back to how he had come to her aid, an unconventional source of comfort, as if the painful events never transpired. She cannot fathom how such a peculiar feeling could emerge. Chapter 71. Shinran is upset in a roadside restaurant. Rin Heyu and Shinran sit facing each other, a spread of dishes he ordered for her laid out on the table. He lifts a glass of water, takes a sip, and raises an eyebrow. You haven't eaten much. Go on. Shinran, holding chopsticks, tilts her head and replies, I'm not very hungry. She sets the chopsticks down, observing this. Rin Heyu grows concerned. Is something wrong? Should I take you to the hospital? Shinran straightens up, gazing earnestly at Rin Heyu across the table. She can't discern if his concern is genuine or merely an illusion. But in this moment, her heart is touched. I'm fine. There's no need for a hospital. Despite the other feelings brewing within her, her words come out stiff and awkward, deliberately creating distance that leaves Rin Heyu feeling somewhat helpless. She wishes to apologize, but the words stick in her throat. There is no need for excessive explanations. Harm has been done, and it cannot be undone. Thank you for the phone. It will make it much easier for us to stay in touch. Noticing Rin Heyu's expression, she adds, I never expected to express my gratitude. His lips curve into a smile, as long as you like it. Shinran retrieves the sleek new phone, inquiring, I heard this model is quite expensive? It is more of a statement than a question, tinged with certainty. Fearing that she may feel burdened by the cost, Rin Heyu considers and responds, it's not that expensive. You can use it for a long time. Understanding his intent, Shinran chuckles inwardly. Even if it were costly, it's only fair given how he has treated her. A phone could serve as compensation. When did she become so attuned to Rin Heyu's thoughts? She scrolls through her contacts until she finds his number. In her room, unable to sleep, Shinran gazes at the phone on her nightstand just as she is about to reach for it. Her eyes are drawn to the drawer of the nightstand, where a photo of him with another girl lies. Who could that girl be? She longs to take it out and admire it. But her hand trembles and retreats. Lying in bed, she feels an unwilling sense of despair. What is wrong with her? Why is she so afraid to know? Even if that girl were someone he adored, what difference would it make? Would her heart feel uneasy, perhaps even irritated? Tormented by an inexplicable restlessness, Shinran tosses and turns in bed, finally sitting up, unsure of what to do. She decides to head downstairs for a glass of water to calm herself. In the kitchen, drinking water, she suddenly hears Rin Heyu's voice behind her. It's quite late. Why aren't you asleep? Huh? She nearly chokes, patting her chest as she responds. Rin Heyu doesn't linger. Merely instructing her to return to her room and rest. Dressed casually, does he intend to go out? Shinran unexpectedly follows him out of the kitchen, arriving at the foyer, her innocent gaze questioning him. Are you going out? They share a long look before she finally articulates her curiosity about his whereabouts. As Rin Heyu changes his shoes, he replies, Yes, she and I needs to speak with me. There seems to be an issue. Didn't she mention that her grandfather is our principal? Wouldn't her family assist her with any problems? Shinran retorts without much thought. Rin Heyu stares at her, sensing a peculiarity in her demeanor, though he cannot pinpoint it. Realizing her own oddity, Shinran huffs, Suit yourself, and storms upstairs. Is she angry? What could possibly be the reason for her anger? Chapter 72. Unable to let go of the past back in her room, Shinran berates herself for her reaction. Her thoughts a tangled mess. An unfamiliar pang of jealousy wells up within her, leaving her feeling despondent enough to cry. Her gaze drifts back to the drawer, and she quickly averts her eyes, determined not to inflict further pain upon herself. Arriving at Blue Moon, Rin Heyu remains preoccupied by Shinran's reaction, puzzled by the meaning behind her sulky demeanor. He is met with the sight of Pei Qianai, who stands up excitedly from her seat, calling out to him, hoping to capture his attention. Indeed, Rin Heyu notices her. Pei Qianai's long hair cascades over her shoulders, and her dimples are prominent when she smiles. He approaches her, taking a seat across from her, and smiles faintly. What brings you out so late? Heyu, how have you been? I've wanted to reach out for a while, but I couldn't gather the courage. The person she has longed for is right in front of her, yet now her words feel deliberately distant, cloaked in silence. Rin Heyu, expressionless, leisurely sips his red wine, which suits his taste with its sweet yet tangy notes, its color strikingly vibrant. I'm doing well, he replies, mentally convincing himself that the past is behind him. For years, he has lived by that same conviction. Feeling weary and drained, he guards his heart against any girl who might stir his affections, not because they are unworthy, but because of someone he has yet to let go. Does he still cling to the past? Hyu, I actually met your aunt in France. She. Enough, I don't want to hear it. Rin Hyu interjects, resisting the topic. Both women in his life have caused him profound pain and have since distanced themselves. He doesn't wish for them to burden his heart any longer, yet he finds his heart reluctant to release its grip on them. Realizing this, he downs the rest of the red wine in his glass. Don't speak of that woman. I have no interest in knowing. Did you call me out just to share this nonsense? Huh. Pei Qianai hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from him, which only serves as proof of his lingering feelings for both his aunt and that girl. Actually, Rin Hyu, unamused, rises abruptly. I have things to attend to. I must leave. Hyu, no matter how she calls his name. He does not pause. Pei Qianai lowers her head in disappointment, and at that moment, Shin Yuheng occupies the seat Rin Hyu just left. He chuckles lightly at Pei Qianai. Are you feeling that Hyu still cares for them? Pei Qianai lay despondently upon the table, her eyes reddened with sorrow. Silly girl, why must every girl leave her heart with that boy? At this moment, a stubborn girl, who held a strong aversion towards Rin Hyu, suddenly occupied her thoughts. Their encounter at Rin Hyu's doorstep was not a quest for him, but rather a longing to see her. Upon learning of her illness, concern seized her heart, and she found herself unable to resist the urge to check on her. Yet, her expression remained indifferent. Do you truly like him so much? Are you willing to hurt others for his sake? Pei Qianai fell silent, pondering the notion of harming others, a regretful experience from her past. With a pale complexion, she hesitated, biting her lip in shock as she contemplated. Chapter 73. The trials of life. The water in the swimming pool glistened with clarity, allowing her to see her reflection as she sat at the edge. The moon above mirrored its luminescence in the tranquil waters. The cool air surrounded her. His hair was slightly tousled, and his gaze bore a hint of pain. Rin Hyu often observed Shinran occupying this very spot on the balcony of his room, wondering what thoughts might occupy her mind. Glancing at the time, it was already past 2 in the morning. Shinran, unable to find sleep in her bed, decided to rise and take a stroll outside. As she pushed open the glass door, she was taken aback to find Rin Hyu seated by the poolside. So, he had returned. In that moment, Shinran realized that her insomnia was tied to Rin Hyu's presence. She approached him and settled down beside him, gazing up at the stars in the sky. It was a rare sight to behold such a starry expanse in a bustling metropolis. Why aren't you resting yet? Rin Hyu inquired, his gaze still fixed on the heavens, although it was past midnight. The night lights of his home illuminated the surroundings brilliantly. One of the advantages of residing in Rin Hyu's house was the ability to enjoy the starlit sky while the outside world remained in a frenzied rush. Do you know, she began, when my mother passed away, she worried that I would struggle or be bullied. She told me that during times of deep sorrow, I should look up at the stars. She would become one of them, watching over me from a corner of the sky. If I couldn't identify her among so many stars, I should seek out the brightest one. She said it shone brightly because of me. Shinran smiled at the sky as she spoke to Rin Hyu. So, for all these years, I've persevered because of that belief. Rin Hyu turned his gaze toward her, then back to her profile. You are incredibly strong. Shinran met his eyes, shaking her head. You wouldn't understand how much I've lost faith in life. You don't know that I've contemplated ending it all on days when the weather is dreary and the stars are obscured. You wouldn't know how I weep uncontrollably. I am not strong at all. It hurts. I even complained to God, asking why others have parents while mine were taken away, leaving me to face an unfamiliar world alone. But you have persevered, Rin Hyu reassured her. Indeed, I have, but it has been exhausting. Shinran reflected on her past, recalling her wish to awaken each day not to attend school or work, but to simply enjoy a restful sleep, free from constraints, and to slumber without a care for an entire day. Such was a right that belonged to everyone, yet it had become her fleeting wish. Rin Hyu remained silent, the color in his eyes dimming further. Do you think of your mother? He asked, lowering his head. Shinran smiled softly. I do. I have even considered abandoning everything here to search for her, seeking warmth in her embrace. Rin Hyu wrapped his arms around Shinran, drawing her close, inhaling her fragrance. Don't think like that anymore. Your mother would not wish for such a thing. Deep within him, a voice echoed, unwilling to let her go. In that moment, enveloped in his embrace, she felt a profound sense of contentment. His arms were so warm, and resting her chin on his shoulder brought her a sense of security. She found herself lost in the moment, nearly forgetting herself. In his embrace, she laughed. I have thought the same, which is why I have survived. What immense faith must she possess to endure? How many grievances had she borne? How much suffering had she withstood? And in the end, what had she truly gained? Chapter 74. The one Ren Hayu likes. Perhaps the night was too beautiful, or perhaps she was too greedy for the scent that lingered around him. Shinran instinctively wrapped her arms around him, sensing the depth of his sorrow. Aware that his mother had also departed from this world, she yearned to know more about him, yet she held her questions at bay. With her eyes closed against his shoulder, she chose not to dwell on excessive thoughts, allowing herself to selfishly dream her own dreams, cherishing the time she could spend with him. The following day at school, Shinran encountered Inshi, whose face radiated sweetness, and she immediately grasped the reason behind it. Being deskmates made their exchanges effortless. What has you so cheerful? Shinran feigned ignorance in front of Inshi, and she grasped Shinran's hand. Giggling, last night, I confessed to Suao. He didn't respond at first, and just when I was about to leave in sorrow, he kissed me. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly shielded her face with her hands. Suao is quite bold, isn't he? Wow, you must be overjoyed. To feel sadness in the morning only to be enveloped in happiness. What a contagious feeling. Shinran was genuinely happy for her. At first, I thought he didn't like me and was simply too shy to reject my confession, which broke my heart. But then, just on the brink of despair, he pulled me back and gave me love. That I'm truly thrilled for you. Shinran smiled. By the way, how are things progressing between you and Hayu? I've put in so much effort to bring you two together. You need to do your part too. Recalling his embrace by the pool, Shinran felt her cheeks warm. Thank you. Just focus on your Suao. And please don't worry about my affairs. Is that so? If I don't help you, what if you and Hayu aren't together, and someone else swoops in? And she's voice was soft, yet Shinran heard her clearly. She pressed. What do you mean? His popularity is undeniable. There are many beautiful girls at our school. He certainly has options. A hint of bitterness tinged her words. I don't care for that. Oh really? If you don't care, then you shouldn't worry about it. If Qianai steals him away, it will be too late for regrets. And she emphasized. Upon hearing Pei Qianai's name, Shinran's senses heightened. Does Pei Qianai have feelings for Ren Hayu? They must have known each other for quite some time, right? Yes, they have known each other for a long while and have liked him for a long time, but Ren Hayu has never shown interest in her. And she realized she had almost revealed too much. Detecting something in Inshi's tone, Shinran recalled the photograph she had seen and could not help but inquire. Inshi, you must tell me honestly. Did Ren Hayu have someone he liked before? Huh? Shinran, you can't be that sensitive, can you? How should I answer? And she hesitated. And Pei Qianai knows that girl, doesn't she? After a moment, and she added, not only does Pei Qianai know them, but Xin Yuheng is also quite familiar with them. Am I right? Shinran wouldn't know anything, would she? Shinran, what's wrong? Actually, I feel a bit down, bothered by those glaring photographs. I can't quite define my feelings for Ren Hayu, but I am very concerned about the girls around him. I don't know what's happening to me. Ren Hayu must have liked someone before, right? And she hesitated to answer directly, her concern evident. Did someone say something to you? I trust my own eyes more. The way Ren Hayu looked at that girl in the photos was incredibly tender. And she was equally perplexed, her chin resting on her hand as class time began to slip away. Chapter 75, The Relationship with Ren Hayu. Walking home alone, Shinran smiled complexly at the path ahead. She was unsure when it had become so familiar and natural to walk toward Ren Hayu's home. The recent harmony between them had created an illusion, as if their previous unpleasant encounters had never transpired. Ren Hayu did not deliberately treat Shinran with kindness, yet he also refrained from causing her distress or mockery. Whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, she could not tell, as the girl blocking her path ahead was Pei Qianai. Stopping in her tracks, Shinran looked at Pei Qianai, who wore a distinct expression of indifference and jealousy. How could Shinran not understand? She simply chose not to engage. Yet why was Pei Qianai so stubborn? Can we talk? Pei Qianai demanded, her gaze piercing. Nodding, Shinran had no reason to refuse. Following Pei Qianai to a nearby dessert shop, they each ordered juice. Sitting face to face, Pei Qianai tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. How long have you known Hayu? You're living in his house now, aren't you? Not very long, Shinran replied casually, eager to ask her own question. You must have known him for quite some time, right? Pei Qianai's expression dimmed slightly as she grasped her glass of juice. Yes, we've known each other for a long time. Shinran sensed Pei Qianai's concern for Ren Hayu. Her tension was palpable. What was her purpose in this conversation? She couldn't simply be here to ask that one question. Could she? I don't know what kind of relationship you two share, but living under the same roof means you encounter each other quite often. That Hiyu has been quite popular since childhood. His former disposition was one of sunshine and warmth. However, ever since his mother departed, he underwent a transformation. And then there was a girl. Not wishing to elaborate further, Pei Qianai chose to filter that thought out. He is now rather rebellious, often clashing with his uncle. In truth, Hiyu is not one to settle down easily, so do not become infatuated with him. During Pei Qianai's discourse, Shinran discerned a hint of something amiss. When she mentioned a girl, she paused and then refrained from continuing. This suggests that there is indeed a story between that girl and Rin Hiyu. Was her subsequent remark a piece of advice or a warning? Am I to understand that you mean for me to keep my distance from Rin Hiyu? Is that correct? You are astute, indeed. Pei Qianai's resolve to distance Shinran from Rin Hiyu intensified. Shinran blinked and looked at Pei Qianai, asking, "Could you enlighten me as to the reasoning behind this? Do you not find it peculiar how you and Hiyu appear together? Is the trope of the playful adversaries from those dramas truly manifesting in your life? It is commendable to hold on to dreams, yet do not lose yourself in the process." Shinran's impression of Pei Qianai was that of a pampered heiress, with her chin held high, seemingly sheltered and spoiled. Yet the words she spoke were unexpectedly hurtful. I had never contemplated any future with Rin Hiyu. I had not envisioned standing alongside him. Rather, your words have left me perplexed. I do not understand if your concern stems from a friend's care, suggesting I am unworthy of friendship, or if it is from the perspective of an admirer, trying to assert dominance over me. I never anticipated that Shinran's retorts could be so sharp. It appears to be both. In light of this, I simply wish to convey that I shall not decline the opportunity for friendship. As for Rin Hiyu's thoughts, that is his affair. Having said that, Shinran left without even finishing her juice. Chapter 76. The superfluous self exiting the dessert shop. Shinran exhaled heavily, her heart feeling heavy, as if something was binding her. Pei Qianai's words were so direct, and her concern was palpable, yet the discomfort within her steadily grew. No longer in a hurry to seek employment, Shinran encountered Rin Hiyu at the villa's entrance. Gazing at his figure stirred an unusual feeling within her, one she wished to dismiss. Taking a breath, she approached him as she usually would. Rin Hiyu held the car keys, appearing somewhat surprised by her presence at that moment. He glanced at his wristwatch and inquired, "Did you not seek work today?" His tone was no longer mocking or disdainful. Rather, it bore a hint of concern. "I wish to rest for a while." "Indeed, you ought to take a break. Besides, your current focus should be on your studies." "Should it not?" Under the setting sun, Rin Hiyu appeared almost unreal in his handsomeness, his tall frame before her reminiscent of their close encounters at school, devoid of previous misunderstandings or unpleasant memories. "If we were just getting acquainted, could there be a beginning solely belonging to us?" After a long moment, Shinran snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed, realizing her growing hopelessness. What on earth was she contemplating all day? It must have been Inchi's incessant chatter about Rin Hiyu that led to these peculiar thoughts. "Shall we head inside? The weather is turning cooler," Rin Hiyu suggested as he took a step forward. It was hard to imagine the once indifferent Rin Hiyu, who held biases against Shinran, would utter such words, stirring her heart in disarray. She had not expected to see this gentler, more considerate side of him. From the moment she laid eyes on that photograph, she was taken aback, yet now he stood beside her, leaving her bewildered. Following him into the villa, she was greeted by the sound of laughter from her uncle, drawing her attention. Upon seeing Uncle run alongside a middle-aged man, she was genuinely astonished to see Pei Qianai sitting on a single sofa. Just moments ago, they had been in the dessert shop. And now she was here, moving swiftly. For Shinran and Rin Hiyu to enter together was something Pei Qianai found most troubling and incomprehensible. They had just conversed in the dessert shop. And in the blink of an eye, she was now with Hiyu, an occurrence not to be underestimated. Rin Hiyu approached the living room, politely nodding at the middle-aged man. The man, noticing the rapport between Rin Hiyu and Shinran, smiled approvingly. "Hiyu, if you could be a bit more sunny in your disposition, you would be beyond reproach." "Father, Hiyu is doing quite well. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find fault with him," Pei Qianai interjected. Rin Hiyu's father glanced at him and smiled. "Qianai, please do not say that. During the years you were abroad, your uncle was nearly driven to despair by him, despite the words." The smile never left his face. "Children will be children," the middle-aged man, Pei Qianai's father, remarked with a chuckle. "I have worried about them quite a lot during those years abroad. These children have a way of keeping us on our toes." They chatted amiably, while Shinran stood at the entrance, feeling rather superfluous. The laughter of Pei Qianai's father and uncle echoed in her ears, interspersed with Pei Qianai's voice, showcasing her charm and vivacity. Observing them, Shinran focused her gaze on Pei Qianai and Rin Hiyu. Upon closer inspection, they did indeed seem well-matched, in terms of family background and outward qualities. They were both exceptional enough to make one feel somewhat overshadowed. Chapter 77. Do not leave. Rin Hiyu, while Shinran was in the kitchen, drinking water, Pei Qianai approached her with an air of superiority, her gaze devoid of direct confrontation, yet radiating a sense of distance. Smiling, she asked, I wonder if you have grown accustomed to living here. The reason behind her inquiry eluded Shinran, who simply stared at her without responding. Ever since she told me you were her friend. I have been quite curious about you. You can reside in Hiyu's home and have befriended Inshi, not to mention your prominence at school. I never expected you to be so capable. Shinran set the water cup down, exhaling. What exactly are you trying to say? Please be direct. If you find yourself pressed by life, I would be more than willing to assist you, though it may not compare to this place. I can offer you a residence in that apartment, which would undoubtedly provide a higher quality of life. Pei Qianai asserted with arrogance. So, she seeks to dismiss me. Shinran chuckled lightly. I fail to comprehend why you would do this. Do you have a fondness for Rin Hiyu? Rather than investing time in me to persuade me to leave him, why not seize the opportunity to pursue him yourself? If he has feelings for me, he will seek me out regardless of where I go. If he does not feel anything for me, no matter how closely I follow him, he will still grow weary of me. Surely, with all the knowledge you have acquired abroad. You must understand this. Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated? What if I am merely extending a hand of friendship to assist you? If being direct is ineffective, then I must resort to subtler means. If you truly regarded me as a friend, you would not act in such a manner, Shinran retorted, brushing past her, the faint trace of a bitter smile evident. Watching her retreating figure, Pei Qianai pondered what it was that Shinran truly wanted. If her feelings for Rin Hiyu were genuine, why did she resist approaching him at school? If she detested Rin Hiyu, why did she choose to live in his home? If she was enamored with his background, why did she still dress so plainly? She was unlike many other girls, a unique individual who compelled Pei Qianai to invest considerable thought in guarding against her. As Shinran passed through the living room, Pei Qianai's father caught sight of her and turned to inquire with Rin Hiyu's father, who is this girl? Rin Hiyu's father chuckled. She attends the same school as Hiyu. Shinran, this is a friend of your uncle. Shinran obediently approached and bowed at a precise 90-degree angle. I was unaware you had a niece, Pei Qianai's father remarked, still oblivious to Shinran's identity. Rin Hiyu's father laughed heartily. This is a long story. We shall discuss it at length another time. As the two middle-aged men engaged in lively conversation, Pei Qianai approached with her phone in hand, looking at Rin Hiyu. Hiyu, Brother Yuhong has called us. He wants us to go to his shop for drinks. Shall we? Pei Qianai's father chimed in. Indeed, Qianai has only just returned to the country. Hiyu, you should accompany her to meet Yuhong. Without a second thought, Rin Hiyu stood to leave, but as he passed by Shinran, she suddenly grasped his long arm firmly. Rin Hiyu, along with his father and Pei Qianai's father, were all bewildered by Shinran's actions. While Pei Qianai sighed heavily, she sensed that the situation was far from simple, and if this continued, it would only deepen the entanglement. Do not go. Shinran's thin lips uttered those words, her grip unconsciously tightening. Chapter 78. The heart lost. Everyone was taken aback by Shinran's words. Rin Hiyu gazed into Shinran's evasive eyes, remaining silent. He neither pulled away from her grasp nor removed her hand. In the presence of their elders, he did not find the intimate gesture awkward. On the contrary, he was more intrigued by the meaning behind her words. Recently, she had been acting strangely, though he could not quite pinpoint why. Pei Qianai was not one to concede defeat due to a single statement from Shinran. Tilting her head, her tone relaxed, she said, I heard from classmates that Hiyu is living with a girl. Has he changed recently because of her? With a slight tremor in her hand, Shinran hesitated, her desire to release her grip faltering as thoughts of Pei Qianai's words in the kitchen resurfaced. Her fingers tightened once more, lifting her chin to meet the gaze of Rin Hiyu, who was observing her intently. He sensed her subtle action, puzzled by the connection she shared with Pei Qianai. Yet he could detect a hint of tension in the Is there something on your mind? He inquired. What was the reason for her reluctance to leave? The atmosphere in the living room was heavy. All eyes fixed on Shinran, awaiting her response as she swallowed hard, searching for an explanation in her mind. Avoiding Rin Hiyu's eyes, she noticed the brightness in his gaze, which made it difficult for her to maintain her composure. I feel unwell right now, and it's all your fault. Therefore, you must stay and take care of me. Shinran feels unwell. You should return to your room and rest. I'll have Aunt Chin arrange for a doctor to come. His father interjected. Hearing his father's concern stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. Did he ever show such care when she was ill? Recalling Shinran's earlier words about how her father made her feel his presence. He released her hand, his tone icy. Did you hear that? If you're unwell, seek a doctor. Rin Hiyu made no further delay, striding out the door. Pei Chinai quickly followed, a sense of uncontainable joy bubbling within her. Rin Hiyu remained unaffected by her presence, signifying that she still had a chance, and a significant one at that. Noticing Shinran's pale complexion, Rin Hiyu's father approached her with concern. Shinran, are you feeling very unwell? Would you like me to take you to the hospital? It would be more convenient. Facing the kindness of Uncle Ran, Shinran managed a faint smile. Uncle, there's no need for a hospital or a doctor. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine. Don't worry. Listless, she returned to her room and sat on her bed, her gaze fixed on the drawer of her bedside table, following her heart. She opened the drawer and retrieved a photo album, flipping through its pages. His smile was so radiant, his eyes so captivating. He stood beside that girl, and the colors of happiness captured in the photographs were vivid. How could he smile so effortlessly? How could he exude such contentment? Why, despite the brightness in his eyes, was there a veil of melancholy? Why could she no longer see his smile? What stories lay behind his facade? What was happening to her? Why did her emotions hinge on him? Placing her hand over her heart, she lay back on the bed, the album beside her, her long eyelashes trembling. Why did she feel so hollow? So pained? Who could provide her with answers? She felt as though she had lost herself. Her soul slipping away. It was as if she had become powerless, a madwoman trying to prevent Rin Hiyu from spending time with Pei Chinai. Truly, she was losing her mind. Chapter 79. Shinran's affection for Hiyu seated with Pei Chinai. The expression on Shun Yuhing's face was slightly uncomfortable. He feigned indifference, as if conversing with Rin Hiyu. Yet it resembled self-talk, a reflection on the multitude of life's frustrations. Does Yuhing have something troubling him? Pei Chinai asked, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Shin Yuhing swirled the wine in his glass, a smirk playing on his lips. How could anyone navigate this world without worries? Even the most innocent lives are not without their burdens. He directed his final words towards the silent Rin Hiyu, who seemed unfazed, lost in thoughts of another girl, the peculiar girl who lingered in his mind's eye. Unable to remain still, Rin Hiyu declared, I have to go. He left without a backward glance, driving straight home, unaware of the turmoil within him. When that girl had mentioned feeling unwell, despite his outward nonchalance, his heart was already anxious for her. Her pallor was alarming. Surely she wasn't injured. Upon parking, he stepped out of the car, making his way to the poolside where he spotted Shinran. What are you doing here? Weren't you feeling unwell? You shouldn't be out here. You'll catch a chill. Shinran did not turn at the sound of his voice. Instead, she gazed at the clear water, her eyes reflecting sorrow. Rin Hiyu could not abide this. He sat beside her. If you're unhappy, just say so. With a faint smile, she replied, How do you know I'm unhappy? Shinran. Upon hearing him call her name, she looked at him. Do you truly know me? His surprise at her question left him momentarily speechless. Why would she ask such a thing? How could someone who doesn't know me wish to be friends with me? A person like you must have friends in abundance. What makes you want to befriend me? Is it out of pity for my solitude? Or are you trying to atone for some wrong you've done to me? What's wrong with you? He thought. This girl was certainly unusual, asking such bizarre questions. Shinran felt a pang in her heart, her discomfort growing. Recently, because of Rin Hiyu, she had been unable to eat or sleep properly, an experience she had never encountered before. Why did her heart harbor such strange thoughts? Rin Hiyu, if possible, please don't be so kind to me anymore. Don't come near me, all right? Hearing her plea, Rin Hiyu fixed his gaze on her, asking simply why. The coldness of the weather or the ache in her heart made her eyes red as she sighed, feeling unworthy of his friendship. What kind of reason is that? Just as tears began to fall, Shinran hurriedly stood and retreated to her room, thumping up the stairs and slamming the door behind her. Her cheeks already wet with tears, she pressed her hand against her chest, sliding down to sit on the floor. What was happening? Why couldn't she face him? What was wrong with her? Why did she feel so unlike herself? This place hurt so much. It truly pained her. Rin Hiyu remained in a state of confusion, pondering the meaning behind Shinran's words and her distressed reaction. Could it truly be that she was unwell? Standing in the adjacent room, Rin Hiyu's father was torn between comfort and lamentation. Did Shinran truly harbor feelings for Hiyu? Chapter 80. Acknowledging her heart. At this prestigious academy, comprised of children from affluent families, a ski parade had been organized upon the students' request. Shinran, while browsing online in the school library, stumbled upon a recruitment notice. They were in need of servers, offering a decent wage. Reflecting on her recent interactions with Rinhyu, which had been somewhat clumsy and out of sorts, she felt a pang of regret, given the nature of this event. Shinran was confident that Rinhyu would not participate. Thus, she decided to apply for the position of server as a student. She intended to keep it a secret, but there was no need for everyone to know. Are you serious, Shinran? You're actually going to be a server, serving those spoiled brats with bad tempers, and she exclaimed dramatically as she stood beside Shinran. Could you lower your voice? It's not a big deal. I just want to earn some money, Shinran replied, rolling her eyes. You need money that badly? What's going on? Can I help you with something? And she pressed, unable to contain her concern. Such inquiries were unbearable. Inchi's well-meaning intentions only added weight to Shinran's shoulders. I'm fine. I just want to return to my own world. It was the only way she could forget Rinhyu for in her past. He had not existed, and she believed that by immersing herself in work, she could erase thoughts of him. Sensing something amiss, and she turned Shinran to face her. What do you mean by your world? What's wrong with your current world? With shoulders trembling in front of her sole-trusted friend, Shinran broke down, revealing her feelings without reservation. I think I might be falling for Rinhyu. What should I do? I think I truly like him. And she was taken aback by Shinran's tears, and after regaining her composure, she realized the weight of Shinran's confession. Isn't that wonderful? This is the outcome you've been hoping for since returning to the country. I've always wanted to see you two together, don't know? It's not good at all. He has someone he likes. I can't move past that photo. What's wrong? Well, I want you and Hyu to be together. I don't want you to suffer like this. What's bothering you? And she probed. As Shinran wept, and Inchi's urgency grew, leading her to shout, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. If that were all, it wouldn't cause Shinran such distress. As she wiped her tears, she asked, Rinhyu has someone he likes, right? You know her, don't you? You've taken photos together. Who is she? You. And she was astonished. How did you find out? Very few people know about this. She and I certainly wouldn't tell her, nor would Yuheng, and others were equally uninformed. Rinhyu was the first to evade the topic, so how did Shinran come to know? She nearly divulged that she had discovered it at Rinhyu's home, but thought better of it. What was the point of seeking out her own pain? There was no response. She left with a sniff, and she felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly retrieved her phone from her bag. Dialing a few numbers and exhaling heavily into the receiver. Chapter 81. An unyielding affection in a familiar setting. Several individuals were gathered together, and she appeared quite distressed, while her brother Jean and Xuan leisurely sipped red wine. Utterly perplexed by the allure this wine held for him, as it continued to captivate him even at this moment. Brother, you could display a bit more indifference. It's perfectly fine. I won't hold it against you. And she shot him a sidelong glance, expressing her disdain. It seemed he thrived on chaos, always feeling detached from the matters at hand. She secretly wished to see him anxious. That would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Under her gaze, Jean and Xuan smiled. Are you perhaps lacking friends, or what? I understand you. Shinran possesses a unique charm that is quite appealing at times, but must you take it so seriously? Your objective has been achieved regardless. What? How can such a person exist? If he weren't my brother, I would genuinely want to slap him. Hey, how can you say that? She is my friend. I genuinely consider her as such. How can he be so heartless? Has he been wounded? Or does he have some psychological issues? Although he is my brother, I often feel as if he were some stranger I picked up off the street. Am I mistaken in what I said? Su Ao is here as well. Let him hear this. You and she inhabit entirely different worlds. You consider her a friend, but she may not share the same sentiment. First and foremost, her becoming friends with you serves her well. Perhaps you initially thought it would be amusing to play matchmaker between her and Hyu, but she might be quite content with the arrangement. Thank you for your role as a go-between. That cannot be. Shinran is not like those who wish to get close to me. How could he make such a statement? Seeking affirmation, and she turned her gaze to the quiet Su Ao seated nearby. In truth, genuine friendship can arise between us, despite our differing backgrounds, right? Though when she had grown up in an aristocratic family and mingled with the upper echelons of society, her thoughts remained rather naive and immature. She either vehemently denied someone or stubbornly believed in them. Since she cherished this person, she ought to trust her, gambling on Shinran's sincerity. Yes, it will come. Su Ao's response instilled confidence in Inchi, her lips curving into a smile as she pounded the table, locking eyes with her brother. The reason you say this is that you have never truly encountered Shinran's world. although she possesses nothing and life is quite challenging. The most precious thing is a heart. Do you understand? You have invested too much of your thoughts in Qian AI. You should focus on individuals other than her, and you will discover that there are many lovely souls around. Inchi's words caused Jin and Chuan to darken his expression. Although she spoke the truth, he despised being seen through. The matters he wished to keep unspoken were now brutally exposed, and he felt quite displeased. You girl, are you tired of living? Startled by her brother's ire, and she felt emboldened by Su Ao's presence, thus unafraid. Brother, I am doing this for your own good. Qian Ai's heart is not with you. After years abroad, she still cannot let go of Hiyu. Knowing the outcome, why persist in this manner? Having known Pei Qian Ai since childhood, they naturally became good friends. She was aware that the girl was stunning and had successfully captured her brother's heart years ago, at which point she had been delighted at the prospect of becoming family with Pei Qian Ai. However, ever since discovering her affection for Hiyu, that notion had vanished. Enough? Do not speak further. Do not think that just because Su Ao is here, I will refrain from correcting you. With that, he abruptly stood and prepared to leave. Chapter 82. Matters of the past. Jin and Chuan truly departed, leaving Inchi sulking alone, complaining. What I said is simply the truth. Why must brother react this way? Does he not understand Qian Ai's feelings? With his stingy disposition, how could he allow the one he likes to fancy another? I was merely trying to help him by reminding him. Have you considered his feelings? He is also striving to relinquish his feelings for Qian Ai. Did you notice that? Your recent behavior has made it evident that you favor Shinran. Su Ao neutrally expressed his viewpoint that I do not comprehend how you, as his sister, can coexist with your brother, claiming to act in his best interests while failing to understand him at all. He has sacrificed so much for friendship and love. Shinran is indeed a good friend, but you cannot negate anyone's prejudices against her simply because of that. It is fundamentally incorrect, because it was Su Ao who spoke. And he was someone she cherished, coupled with the fact that he was right, and she found herself at a loss for words in rebuttal. But what do you mean by saying brother has sacrificed much for love and friendship? It is often better to remain unaware of certain matters. It is late now. You should return and rest, Su Ao concluded, rising to leave. And she, quick in her movements, had no time to protest. What is this? I am his girlfriend, and I know it is late. Why doesn't he act like a gentleman and escort me home? Pouting as she sipped her juice, her mood soured, previously attentive to the surroundings. Shin Yuhing approached and seated himself beside Inchi when she was alone. With a gentle smile, he inquired, What troubles you, dear Inchi? Are usually vibrant and she appears rather uncharacteristic today. Yuhing Gu, what do boys typically think about? Inchi asked curiously. Shin Yuhing, taken aback, replied, What? Realizing her question might sound odd, Inchi chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. She lifted her cup and took another sip of juice. Is it a conflict with Su Ao? Why did he not stay to accompany you? The only person capable of affecting your mood is that rascal Su Ao, he remarked. Mention of Su Ao was a sore point for Inchi, as he was someone she had always held dear. He probably went to keep brother company. Boys truly prioritize friendship over love. Though she recognized this was not right, she felt a tinge of jealousy toward her own brother. Yet, Su Ao's treatment of her heart was something she could never forget, not necessarily what has transpired. My brother still cannot let go of Qian Ai. I merely spoke some words he dislikes, and then Su Ao chastised me, which resulted in my brother storming off. She hung her head, feeling despondent. Understanding dawned on Shun Yuheng, who smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Grant and Chuan some time. In this world, one must at least believe in fate. What is meant for you will find its way to you. What is not yours will always remain out of reach. This wisdom seemed more like a self-reminder. Yuheng Gu, are you all right? Inchi, recalling past events, gazed at Shin Yuheng with concern. For a fleeting moment, Shin Yuheng appeared lost in thought, shaking his head as a shadow of sorrow crossed his face before he quickly composed himself. I am fine. It's in the past. Why dwell on it? My palms are sweating. He concealed his discomfort. By the way, how is Shinran? It has been a while since I last saw her. She used to work for me, but due to some misunderstandings, she left. I wonder how she is faring now. And she felt a surge of happiness for Shinran, realizing that she was not the only one who cared for her in this world. Chapter 83. A heart full of anticipation. Recently, Shinran had taken to sitting by the swimming pool at night, gazing at the starry sky. She was enamored with this place because the stars above twinkled brightly, and the water in the pool mirrored their brilliance, making her feel closer to her mother. Resting her chin on her hand, she drifted into thought. Mother, Tomorrow, I must temporarily leave this place for another city. Thank you for accompanying me there. Fortunately, you won't see me during the day. I do not wish for you to witness my struggles. I promised you I would take care of myself. This place holds so many memories of you. And I never anticipated leaving it. I am sorry, for I cannot restrain my heart. I have been feeling heartache frequently, which is why I wish to step outside for a while. Though I may serve those who once made my life difficult. I cannot deny a sense of displeasure. However, I suppose the prospect of earning a wage will help me endure. Mother, please grant me strength, will you? Do not let me feel alone. Let me sense your presence beside me. Meanwhile, Ren Hayu observed this scene through the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed and brows furrowed. He had been watching Shinran closely, often looking up at the stars along with her, searching for the brightest one in the sky. He felt an impulse to seek her out for a chat, not wanting her to bottle everything inside. "Aunt Chin," he called out, as she approached with a smile, Young Master Yuheng has arrived." Ren Hayu turned to see Shin Yuheng standing in the living room, smiling as he approached. "Yuheng go. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? Have you eaten? I'll ask Aunt Chin to prepare something for you." "No need. I've already eaten at the shop." Ren Hayu nodded, instructing Aunt Chin. "Very well. Aunt Chin, you may carry on with your tasks." "Understood. Call me if you need anything," Aunt Chin replied, placing freshly brewed tea before Shin Yuheng and Ren Hayu before exiting the living room. Shin Yuheng glanced around, having noticed Shinran sitting by the pool upon entering. Observing Ren Hayu gazing at her stirred a sense of complicated emotions within him. "I haven't seen you at Blue Moon lately." And she and the others just visited the shop. It seemed somewhat unpleasant, and they left separately. "What happened?" Ren Hayu inquired. "It seems that Inshi is trying to match you with Shinran, while Chin-I still cannot let go of you. Inshuan appears to be in considerable distress." Just then, Shin Yuheng spotted Shinran approaching and interjected, "In truth, I also think Shinran is quite remarkable. As an older brother, I am merely joining in the jest." Shin Yuheng spoke lightly, yet Ren Hayu was unaware that Shinran, who was eavesdropping at the door, was listening to his response. As the older brother, it is your duty to dissuade them, not to join in on the jesting. She thought. "I am merely curious and wish to know your thoughts." Ren Hayu was reluctant to answer this question, replying, "Is that all you came to ask me tonight? This trivial matter, from what you've said?" "I came to see you. It was only after this topic arose that I brought it up. By the way, if one day both Chi-I and Shinran stand before you, whom would you choose? Speak up, so I can prepare myself to comfort Chi-I if it comes to that. You know she tends to listen to me," Shin Yuheng teased. "How can you be so certain I would choose Shinran?" Ren Hayu looked at Shin Yuheng, unsure of his intentions. "That so? You would choose Chi-I?" Shin Yuheng internally hoped for this outcome. Ren Hayu remained silent, sipping his tea, and shifted the subject. "Brother, have you adapted to life here since returning home? I heard Annie has arranged a blind date for you. How is that going? This kid, how did our conversation turn to my affairs?" Shin Yuheng thought, secretly marveling at Ren Hayu's cunning, while forcing a smile to respond. Shinran, meanwhile, smiled wryly. "What are you anticipating? Do you expect him to choose you before the selection?" Yi Shinran mused, though he did not respond directly. If such a situation were to occur, she knew it would not be her. Chapter 84. Distancing early in the morning, Shinran descended the stairs with her suitcase, and upon seeing Aunt Chin's puzzled expression, she hastily explained, "I am participating in a school event, so I will be away from home for a short while." "Oh, I see. How long will you be gone?" Aunt Chin asked, her concern evident. "About 10 days, Shinran replied. She secretly hoped it would be longer. While serving those wealthy young masters was not particularly comfortable, it was better than encountering Ren Hayu, which would surely cause her heartache. Aunt Chin expressed her reluctance. 10 days is quite a long time. You must take good care of yourself, understand? If it becomes too difficult, return home early," with tears welling in her eyes. Shinran fought to hold back her emotions. She checked the time on her phone and realized it was almost time to leave. After taking a deep breath, she bid farewell to Aunt Chin. "Please take care of yourself too. I must be off." Just as she reached the door, Aunt Chin approached with a question. "Did the school mention where the event will be held?" "Jeju Island," Shinran replied. Aunt Chin smiled reassuringly. "All right, just be cautious. You have your phone, right? You know our home number? Please call us when you get there. If the master learns you are away participating in an event, he will worry about you." Surrounded by such heartfelt concern and affection, Shinran felt deeply touched. "Understood. Why Shinran? You are truly fortunate. Is it your mother watching over you?" After Shinran departed from the villa, Aunt Chin hurried to the living room sofa, picked up the phone, and dialed a number, placing the receiver to her ear. "Hello, Is this young Master Juanxiu? Shinran has returned to Jeju Island a few days ago. I heard you mention that you would be going as well. Yes. Please keep an eye on her. All right. After hanging up, Aunt Chin smiled contentedly. This young master need not worry about finding a wife in the future. Given his background and appearance, there will be many suitors. I wonder if he would accept help in finding someone now. On the school bus, Shinran hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Ren Heyu about her temporary absence from home. After all, Aunt Chin already knew, and she trusted that Aunt Chin would relay the information to him. With this thought, she put her phone away. Clutching her bag and gazing out the window, Shinran's eyes appeared devoid of color. The classmates surrounding her were from other schools, applying for positions as waitstaff. The wealthy young masters and ladies arrived in their private cars. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, recalling her previous writing about her desire to ride a roller coaster at night. Believing it would bring her closer to the sky. At that moment, she added in her heart, this way, the distance to my mother would lessen. Opening her eyes, she basked in the sunlight streaming through the window. Squinting in delight at this moment, occasionally, she would ponder, could the sunlight dry up memories of the past? Childhood memories had become hazy. Ever since her father passed away, she buried those moments deep within her heart. The only memories that remained were those of living with her mother. Her mother's departure dealt a significant blow to her. In her youth, she had contemplated giving up on life. It was her mother who appeared in her dreams each night, urging her to live well and be strong. The journey commenced, and the distance from Ren Heyu would only grow. Shinran slipped in her earbuds, listening to soothing music, as images of Ren Heyu helping her during her most difficult times surfaced in her mind. Yet, she had once rejected him due to her fragile pride, coldly distancing herself. Having been hurt, she had become timid and fearful. As she prepared to leave him now, she hoped this strange version of herself might revert to her former self. And she came to Ren Heyu's home to find Shinran, but hearing from Aunt Chin that she was participating in a school event, she gazed at Ren Heyu, saying, "You didn't know?" Ren Heyu shrugged. "How could I? She's been acting quite strangely lately. Her odd behavior is your doing," and she accused angrily. Ren Heyu looked up, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "Actually, Shinran." Just as she was about to speak, Shin Yuhing interrupted. "And she has wanted to tell you for quite some time. She mentioned to me that she felt staying at your home would be a disturbance, given that Uncle Rin treats her exceptionally well, and she didn't know how to bring it up." Aunt Chin, overhearing, expressed her doubts. "Is that so?" Miss Shinran said she would only be away for 10 days to participate in a school event. Shin Yuhing's eyes glimmered. "She only mentioned that to me. We have other matters to attend to. Let us go. Enshi, you should join us." Before Enshi could respond, Shin Yuhing pulled her away. Once they exited the villa, Enshi shook off Shin Yuhing's hand, gazing at him in confusion. "Yuhing, how can you say that? Did Shinran really say those things to you? She clearly has feelings for Heyu. Why are you stopping me from speaking?" And she had received a call from Shin Yuhing earlier, inviting her for breakfast, as Shinran had previously worked at his restaurant. She had come along, only to discover upon arrival that Shinran had already left. Shin Yuhing smirked slyly. "Do you not wish to prove Heyu's sincerity? If you suddenly tell him that Shinran likes him, how will Shinran face him afterward? Have you considered that? If we confirm that Heyu likes Shinran, I would be willing to participate and help Shinran pursue her happiness." "Really?" Hearing Shin Yuhing's words, and she felt a slight relief. Shin Yuhing did not respond directly, merely smiling faintly, though within, he resolutely thought, absolutely not. Chapter 85. Each person's story. Jeju Island, unlike the city where she had lived for years, was windy yet not cold. Before her stood a large villa, surrounded by several others. Shinran dragged her suitcase to the room assigned by the director. She shared a room on the first floor's corner with another girl. Upon opening the door, they were astonished by the interior decor. "Goodness, am I dreaming? Are we here for work or a vacation? This room is incredible," another girl exclaimed, plopping onto the bed. "Wow, so comfortable, so soft. I've never slept on such a cozy bed." Shinran smiled as she unpacked her clothes, wondering if her reaction would have been the same as the other girl's had she not previously stayed at Ren Heyu's home. "You seem so calm. Your home must be quite warm," the girl remarked curiously. Shinran paused her movements, shaking her head with a smile. "I have no home, so how could it be warm?" For some reason, the moment she said this, Ren Heyu's home came to mind, a place where she had indeed felt warmth. My name is Fan Jian. I also have no home. The orphanage director calls me Jian. What's your name?" Fan Jian asked. Resting her chin on her hand. "I am Yu Shinran," she replied, her curiosity piqued about Jian's background. "You say you have no home. Have you always lived in the orphanage? How come you seem so cheerful? Two individuals without homes. Why was she so happy? Fan Jian reclined on the bed, her hands cradling her head, blinking as she recounted. When I was little, it was snowing heavily. My mother told me to stand there and wait for her while she went to buy something, saying she'd be back soon. I obediently waited for a long time, but my mother never returned. Eventually, I fell asleep from the cold, and when I woke up, I found myself with the director. The director often told me that once I grew up, I could find my mother. After a brief pause, she smiled. Now that I have grown up, I no longer cry out for her like I did as a child because I am living well. Have you never hated your mother? Shinran asked, her emotions stirred by Fan Jian's story. That I have. A bit. When I was younger, she contemplated for a moment, reflecting on the adult world and how her own mother had left her due to illness. While Jian's mother had abandoned her. It's about time. Let us tidy up and head out, or we'll get scolded. Shinran was reluctant to immerse herself too deeply, as it would only intensify her longing for her mother. Fan Jian, feeling somewhat obstinate, inquired, "What about you? Do you have any stories to share?" To which Shinran replied, "I have nothing. I am quite ordinary." "How can that be?" Jian exclaimed. "You are so cool. Surely you possess countless stories. Please, share them with me. Writing is my greatest passion." Shinran confessed, "I plan to incorporate you into my work. I don't grant that opportunity to anyone else." Shinran found Jian to be quite endearing, and she couldn't help but laugh at her antics. "Well, thank you." They exchanged playful banter as they made their way to the living room, where the director and other classmates were already gathered. The director cleared his throat and communicated some important notices along with the assignments for their tasks. Afterward, everyone busied themselves with their respective duties, as Shinran and her companions diligently polished the furniture in the living room. A striking young man strode through the hall, momentarily grasping a female classmate's arm before releasing her. His action suggested he was searching for someone. Recognizing the situation, Shinran, drawing from her extensive experience as a waitress in various establishments, approached him politely and asked, "Excuse me, do you need any assistance?" Upon hearing her voice, the young man immediately halted, turned to face her, and, upon confirming her identity, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It's you. I finally found you. Haha." In that instant, as he turned around, Shinran recognized him as well. Being embraced in front of so many classmates left her feeling uncomfortable, as if 1,000 needles were piercing her back. "Let go of me, please," she urged, desperate to escape his hold. Chapter 86. Because of Ren Hyu, the young man promptly released her, and Shinran gazed at the delicate features of Jin Juanxiu, whose face was familiar yet had little prior interaction with her. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Aunt Qin called me." Before Juanxiu could finish, Shinran tugged him outside, eager to prevent him from elaborating. Once they confirmed they were alone, she leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. In her haste to stop Juanxiu from speaking, she had not considered how intimate her grip had been. Having noticed the admiration other girls held for Juanxiu, she pondered how he had ended up in Jeju Island, and why her life couldn't remain tranquil. Juanxiu, oblivious to Shinran's thoughts, was simply elated to have found her. "I thought it would be difficult to locate you since you blend in so well," he remarked. Shinran rolled her eyes at his comment, unsure whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. "What did Aunt Qin want to speak to you about? Is there a reason you sought me out?" "Of course, I came to hang out. The moment I received the call, I rushed from Korea to Jeju Island," he replied, implying that Shinran should be grateful for his effort. Feeling defeated, she acknowledged, "I'm not here for leisure. So I understand if you can't join me. Surely you can spare some time, right? I'll wait for you," she reassured him. After saying this, Juanxiu flashed a bright smile and turned to leave. He truly was someone of action. Departing without hesitation, shaking her head, she re-entered the villa to resume her previous tasks. As she stepped inside, she found her path obstructed by a group of girls who were dressed in a manner indicative of high society. Shinran had an inkling of what was to come. With a composed demeanor, she addressed them. "May I assist you with something? Oh, you really have a knack for being a waitress, don't you? So fluent and natural. No wonder you can charm any boy," one girl sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. Shinran chose not to respond. She had encountered such situations far too often and had grown numb to their taunts. What did it matter what they said? Once they grew bored, they would cease to bother her. Despite her insistence on maintaining her composure, she could not help but lament internally. During her time at school, she had become the target of all the girls' animosity because of Ren Hyu. Finally free from that environment, she hoped to find solace and live a tranquil life upon her return. Little did she know that Juanxiu would appear at that moment and embrace her so affectionately. It was as if he were deliberately provoking their jealousy. How fortunate it was that both Ren Hayu and Jin Juanxiu were so strikingly handsome. Typically, she did not display much emotion, occasionally feeling intimidated by the tactics of those girls, leading her to maintain a distance from them, even from her genuine friend. And she, ignoring the girls before her, she dismissed their words and contemplated how she would react upon learning of her arrival in Jeju Island. She had arrived without mentioning it to anyone, a decision she now regretted. Fan Jiyan, driven by a sense of justice, could not tolerate the cold mockery directed at Xingran and boldly positioned herself in front of her. What do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight? Can't you speak civilly? Or have you found the local cuisine unpalatable, which has rendered your tongue so foul? For goodness sake, if you have time, go brush your teeth. What? Who do you think you are? One girl retorted angrily. But Jiyan was undeterred. I don't care who you are. Listen up. I've been fighting since I was a child. My temper is unpredictable. And if you provoke me, you will soon feel the consequences. The girl was about to retort, but was pulled away by her companions, effectively ending their confrontation. With their departure, Jiyan turned to Xingran. Puzzled. Why didn't you speak up? They were bullying you. If you remain silent, they will only perceive you as easy prey and won't show you any sympathy. Xingran walked back to her designated area and picked up a cloth to clean. Thanking Jiyan. Thank you, Jiyan. Observing Xingran at work without pressing the matter further, Jiyan felt perplexed. Is this how you always cope? Enduring everything without expressing your individuality. As she tidied up the room, Jiyan found herself admiring Xingran's composure. Had she misjudged her character? The sentiment from Jiyan made Xingran halt her actions. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I just prefer not to escalate matters. I've played this game for too long, and it grows tiresome. So this was her reality. Jiyan knelt beside her. Xingran, I'm sorry that I didn't realize, and that led me to misunderstand your silence as weakness. Xingran shrugged it off. That it's fine. Really, that don't take it to heart. Why do they treat you this way? Jiyan questioned, genuinely perplexed. It's because of Ren Hayu. Chapter 87. Friends by my side. Xingran transferred her responsibilities to the next shift, stepping out of the villa while still clad in her weary work attire. Inhaling the fresh air and embracing the invisible breeze, initially concerned for Jiyan, fearing that her intervention would incite retaliation from the girls, Xingran relievedly noted that no repercussions had yet occurred. Walking alone, she gazed skyward at the stars, a gentle smile gracing her lips, signaling her tranquil state of mind. Xingran, she turned at the sound of her name, discovering it was Jiyan. What are you doing out here? You should hurry and eat something. Then why aren't you eating? Xingran countered. I'm not hungry, Jiyan replied. Even if you're not hungry, you should still eat something. Come on, let's go together, Jiyan insisted, already pulling Xingran along. Reluctantly, Xingran followed Jiyan, just as she was about to speak, when Juanxiu's tall figure appeared before them. Jiyan curiously glanced between Juanxiu and Xingran, pausing to let go of Xingran's hand and back away a few steps, creating space for them to face each other. Juanxiu, what brings you here? Xingran asked, intrigued by his presence. Of course, I came to take you out for a meal. I figured your work must be finished by now. Juanxiu replied casually. Although she was unsure how Juanxiu had ended up there, Xingran felt an instinctive urge to decline his invitation. However, Jiyan interjected, that sounds great. Xingran hasn't tea eaten yet. Take her out for dinner. Jiyan, what is this? Xingran thought, bewildered by her friend's assertiveness. Juanxiu smiled. How about this? I treat both of you to dinner. Would you be willing to join me? Noticing Xingran's hesitation, he playfully added, come on, I'm not this free every day. I usually have a busy training schedule. If you want to dine with me later, I might not have the time. Juanxiu's words lightened the atmosphere, causing both Xingran and Jiyan to smile. The trio climbed into Juanxiu's car, heading toward the restaurant while enjoying the scenic route. During the ride, Juanxiu and Jiyan engaged in lively conversation, laughing and chatting amiably. Meanwhile, Xingran felt as though she were in a different realm, unable to hear their dialogue but captivated by the radiant smiles exchanged between them. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. What did Ren Hayu's smile look like? This notion drained her of energy. Had she truly not moved on even after arriving here? Noticing Xingran's subtle shift in demeanor, Jiyan inquired with concern, Xingran, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. I haven't had a chance to rest since arriving. She fabricated an excuse. Juanxiu, observing Xingran's expression through the rearview mirror, casually remarked, Xingran, I heard you got a new phone. Yes. The memory of Ren Hayu gifting her a phone resurfaced, recalling his awkward demeanor. Was that his first time giving a present to a girl? If that is the case, then all those in the photograph? No, He already has someone he likes. Please share your number with me later so we can stay in touch. After parking the car steadily, Ju and Xiao exited first, gentlemanly opening the door for them with a smile and leading them forward. Wow, Ju and Xiao, do you live here? Jian asked curiously. The rent here must be quite expensive, right? It's so luxurious. Jeju Island truly deserves its reputation as a tourist destination. Even the hotels here are extravagant. Ju and Xiao politely replied, I don't live here. My brother has a villa here. By the way, the villa you are staying in is provided to your school for accommodation and meals. It all belongs to my brother. Ju and Xiao responded with a cheerful expression. My goodness, you're so wealthy, Jian exclaimed inwardly. As they continued their conversation, they arrived. Ju and Xiao pushed the door open and entered first, followed closely by Jian. And finally, Xinyan stepped inside. The private room was spacious, with a large round table surrounded by familiar faces, Kim Eun-hoon, Xiao Ao, Bei Chionei, and Rin Hyu, who was gazing at her. Xinyan felt breathless, averting her gaze to avoid making eye contact with Rin Hyu. Why is he here? Lost in Rin Hyu's gaze, she was startled when someone embraced her from behind, nearly screaming in panic, only to hear the voice first. Xinyan, it's so good to see you again. Recognizing the voice, Xinyan realized it was Uni, who genuinely considered her a friend. Xinyan sighed in relief and smiled. Releasing Xinyan, Uni stepped in front of her, pretending to be angry. You're being inconsiderate. How could you come here alone without telling us? Didn't Tiheu give you a phone? Why didn't you use it? Don't you have my number saved in your phone? No, I'm sorry. Just don't tease Xinyan. She'll take it seriously, said Shin Yuheng, entering with a smile. Chapter 88. Seen through by Ui, their sudden appearance was somewhat abrupt, and Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. Please don't be angry. I'm not here just for fun. But why are you all here? And why did Rin Hyu and Bei Chionei come together? Ui answered candidly, Of course, we came to see you. I'm here to help you pursue happiness. Xinyan felt a blush of shyness. Why was Ui being so blunt? How could she be so straightforward? How was she supposed to face Rin Hyu? Though we hadn't specified who she meant, her simplicity would lead her to sit across from him, making her particularly attentive to that person. Ui pulled Xinyan to a seat, not sparing a glance at her brother, focusing solely on Xinyan. Have you always been with Ju and Xiao? No, I'm working here and was planning to have dinner with Jian. I didn't know you were coming. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have come. The person she particularly wanted to avoid suddenly appeared before her, leaving Xinyan feeling a bit disheartened. Ju and Xiao and Fan Jian also chose their seats. Yeah, I invited them for dinner. It's livelier with more people, and everyone knows each other. Suddenly remembering something, he added, Oh, only Jian doesn't know you. This is Fan Jian, a friend of Xinyan's. During the car ride, he noticed Jian's cuteness and how she was distinct from many other girls. That's fine. It's just a meal together. Welcome, Bei Chionei said, playing the role of a gracious hostess. Xinyan found her words uncomfortable to hear, yet she had no standing to speak up, so she pretended not to care. Fan Jian, who had remained silent, observed the subtle changes in the atmosphere at the table. Xinyan kept her head down, seemingly avoiding something. The proud girl seemed to be hinting at something, and the girl beside Xinyan, probably named Duhe, was overly protective of her. The handsome and cool boy, Rin Hyu, seemed to be lingering around Xinyan, making Jian feel there was some connection, yet she couldn't quite fathom what it was. Jian, eat. Ju and Xiao kindly served a dish to Fan Jian. Jian snapped back to reality, noticing the table was already filled with rich dishes she had never tasted before, only seen on television. Wow, it looks so delicious. Thank you. After saying this, she took a satisfying bite. The delightful flavor nearly melted her heart, her eyes squinting in appreciation. Such a sight was undeniably adorable. She was truly a natural beauty. Ju and Xiao found himself captivated, unable to look away, feeling no hunger as he simply watched. Xinyan was fidgeting under the table, either nudging Yuhi with her foot or elbowing her. In a hushed tone, she insisted, Enough. Stop it. You're too thin. You need to eat more. Understand? Umi said, like a caring mother. A small bowl was filled to the brim with food, and even as some dishes threatened to overflow, Umi continued to serve more. Xinyan, feeling helpless, struggled to hold her chopsticks. She sensed something was off with Eunhee. She seemed different this time. Could it be that she was genuinely upset with her? With this worry in mind, Xinyan pulled Eunhee up, feeling awkward as she addressed the group. You all take your time. Eunhee and I will go to the restroom first. Without giving Eunhee a chance to respond, she dragged her out of the private room. Searching for the restroom, Xinyan complained. Why are the restrooms so far away? Where could it possibly be? Uni halted, clearly displeased, and confronted Xinyan. Are you really going to the restroom? Facing her, Xinyan could tell from her tone that she genuinely believed she was angry. Apologizing sincerely, she said, Uni, I'm sorry. I didn't tell anyone I was coming here. Silly girl, do you think you can forget Hiyu just by leaving and coming here? If you truly like him, no matter where you go or how much time passes, he will always be in your heart. Xinyan stared at Uni in astonishment, realizing she had always known and understood her feelings. Blaming herself for being so petty, she felt embarrassed and said, Uni, I'm sorry. What is there to apologize for? I consider you a friend. Is there anything I can help with? Can you just avoid it? Can you escape your true feelings? Having once liked someone herself, she understood that feeling all too well. But what can I do if I can't escape? He is so exceptional, with so many people who admire him. What am I compared to them? In that photo, even with everything laid bare, Xinyan still chose to evade the issue. She stepped forward without returning. Ui did not stop her. Knowing that her heart must be in turmoil and that she needed time and space to sort out her feelings. Uni, we need to talk. Unbeknownst to them, Bei Chioni had arrived behind Uni. Uni, not her usual carefree self, crossed her arms and flicked her hair. What do you want to talk about? Bei Chioni valued her friendship with Uni and carefully moderated her tone. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Ui glared at her. If I have any misunderstanding with my brother, I wouldn't have any with you. With that, she walked back into the private room, leaving Bei Chioni alone in the long corridor. Sighing. Chapter 89. Unable to control true feelings, the dinner proceeded in an atmosphere of discontent among everyone. Xinyan genuinely lacked the appetite to eat. She looked up to see Jiyan and Juanxiu quietly conversing. As Juanxiu seemed to be introducing the dishes to Jiyan, Kim Eunhoon was drinking quietly, while Umi kept eating, occasionally teasing Shin Yuhing. Bei Chioni was focused on Rinheu, chatting with him and smiling from time to time. Rinheu listened more often than he engaged, merely responding occasionally. Setting down her chopsticks, Xinyan stood up, bowing politely. I just remembered I have some work unfinished. You all enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave. Without lingering, she moved forward. Jiyan hurried after her. Xinyan, wait for me. I'll go back with you. Shin Yuhing gazed at the empty seats, contemplating something, a small smile playing on his lips. Xinyan, although what I'm doing might be cruel, please forgive me to protect you. Juanxiu hesitated, contemplating whether to follow, feeling frustrated that they had no time for a meal. He muttered to himself, remembering that both girls were unfamiliar with their surroundings. And he pursued them, saying, slow down. I'll escort you. As the group departed, Umi sighed as she set down her chopsticks, wiping her mouth with a napkin. This is so dull. Rinheu said nothing, the open door seemingly still echoing Xinyan's departure. He didn't even know why he came to Jeju Island. Was it just for a simple vacation? He neither participated in school activities nor felt inclined to enjoy himself, yet he found himself here. Almost as if by magic. All the answers seemed to lie in seeing that girl. Only then did everything become clear. Stepping out of the luxurious restaurant, Xinyan took deep breaths of air. Although the scenery was beautiful, she had no desire to appreciate it. Perhaps her heart was resistant. She hadn't come here by choice, which led to her lack of novelty in everything around her. Why, Xinyan, you truly are a failure. To avoid one person, to fear seeing one person, and yet you fled here, unable to escape. Gently placing her hand over her heart, Xinyan felt a warm blush rise to her nose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Barely able to contain her emotions. In a moment of triumph, Jiyan had finally caught up with Xinyan, grasping her arm and turning her around, breathless at the sight of the tears shimmering in Xinyan's eyes. Leaving her momentarily stunned, with concern, she inquired, what is it, Xinyan? Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Suppressing her feelings by sniffing, Xinyan shook her head. I'm fine, really. You should go inside now. There's no need for you to accompany me. Just let Juanxiu take you home after dinner. Just as Xinyan was about to leave, Juanxiu caught up with them. Is work really that important? Even if it is, you still need to eat, don't you? I noticed you barely touched your food earlier. Why not finish eating and then head back? Juanxiu attempted to persuade her. At the dining table, he had already sensed something amiss. Jiyan, considering Xinyan's feelings, smiled at Juanxiu and replied, Juanxiu, we still need your assistance getting home. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to rest early tonight since I have an early shift tomorrow. All right then, I'll go get the car. Juanxiu acquiesced, unable to say much more. The lights in front of the villa were dazzling, the streetlights sparkling, casting a bright glow that made it hard to believe it was already late at night. Standing by the window, Xinyan gazed up at the stars, her expression vacant. Chapter 90. Close encounters. At 2 in the morning, Sinyan was jolted awake by a knock at her door. She got up and opened it to find the director with a stern expression. Clearing his throat as he said, "One of your classmates is unwell and receiving an 4 drip. Please discuss with Fanjian about covering her shift." Understood. Sinyan nodded in acknowledgement. After the director left, she turned to see Jian sleeping soundly. Compassionate as she was, Sinyan changed into her work uniform and stepped out of the room. It was late, and the young ladies were already deep in slumber in their opulent rooms. While a few young masters remained in the hall, sipping beer, these individuals chatted and drank until 5 in the morning. Exhausted after tidying up, Sinyan left the hall, greeted by the first light of dawn. Stifling a yawn, she was about to rest when she inadvertently spotted Ren Hyu standing nearby, dressed in a casual trench coat over a white shirt and relaxed jeans, with his hands in his pockets. He exuded an irresistible charm. Unable to control her racing heart, Sinyan cursed under her breath. She stared at Ren Hyu, rendered speechless. Noticing her infatuated expression, he paid little mind and approached her, surveying their surroundings. "Is your shift over?" Forgotten in her daze, she continued to gaze at him. "Thanks to you, my family's villa is impeccably clean. You have dark circles under your eyes. You should rest." With that, Ren Hyu brushed past her. Sinyan stood frozen, her thoughts tumbling forth unbidden. "Where are you going? Why are you here?" She had only come because she had confirmed he wouldn't be around. Pausing, Ren Hyu pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. "I'm here to watch the sunrise." "What?" Turning to look at his retreating figure, she felt compelled to speak but found herself at a loss for words. Her feet, however, acted of their own accord, following him forward. A streak of red light appeared in the sky, and Ren Hyu, aware she trailed behind, did not turn to acknowledge her. Unwilling to let the beauty of the moment be disrupted, the two walked at a distance from each other. The former gazing ahead with a distant look while the latter's eyes were solely focused on that broad silhouette. After a while, Ren Hyu finally halted, sitting on a bench on the lawn, gazing at the horizon as the red light gradually coalesced into form. Sinyan also came to a stop, realizing she had followed him quite a distance. Why did she not feel weary, even after such a long trek? She stood there, dazed and unmoving. Ren Hyu regarded her. "Aren't you coming to sit? After walking for so long, aren't you tired?" Sinyan approached and took a seat beside him, deliberately maintaining some distance. Ren Hyu glanced down at the space between them, a smile creeping onto his lips as he looked ahead and remarked, "I had no idea you despised me and my family so much. I don't, I assure you." Hearing this, Sinyan felt compelled to defend herself, confused as to why he would say such a thing. Suppressing a laugh, Ren Hyu mused silently. "Is that so? You didn't say goodbye to anyone except Aunt Chin on the day you left. Did you really want to leave without a word?" Leaning closer, he teasingly asked, "Is that how you feel?" The proximity made Sinyan almost breathless with anxiety. Numbly shaking her head, she then inexplicably nodded, feeling utterly confused. Her lips trembled, yet no words came forth. She longed to explain herself but could not remember what she wanted to say. How had she not noticed before just how handsome he was? It was maddening. Chapter 91. Watching the sunrise together, Sinyan's flustered demeanor was too endearing for Ren Hyu to ignore it. He leaned in closer. "What do your nods and shakes signify, really?" After a moment of silence, Sinyan pushed him away, exhaling heavily. Once she steadied herself, she clarified, "I don't harbor any ill feelings toward your family. Uncle Ren feels like a father figure to me, and Aunt Chin has always treated me kindly. Although I realize I should have greeted Uncle Ren beforehand, I refrained out of concern for him. That I asked for you." Stealing a glance, she noticed Ren Hyu waiting for her to continue. Sinyan steadied her emotions, determined not to let him sway her. After a deep breath, she replied, "While I truly disliked you for a time and wished to avoid you, that's not how I feel now." Intrigued by her response, Ren Hyu pressed further. "And how do you feel now?" Recalling her previous promise to be friends, he smiled. "So now you consider me a friend?" That was not quite the case. Sinyan longed to respond affirmatively, but feared that such words might jeopardize their friendship. With a soft sigh, she remained silent, which Ren Hyu interpreted as acquiescence. "You must feel fortunate to be my friend, right?" "Huh?" His question left Sinyan at a loss for words. Deep down, she didn't feel that way. Merely being friends was far from sufficient. But the sky's crimson glow gradually deepened, casting a warm light across the horizon. Ren Hyu turned to her. "Have you ever watched the sunrise?" Sinyan reflected on her past life, realizing she had never had the luxury of time to witness such beauty. Closing her eyes brought darkness, while opening them meant rushing off to school or work. No, I haven't had time to watch the sunrise has always felt like a luxury. I haven't watched the sunrise in ages. There was a time I dreaded the dawn. Those unpleasant memories still haunt me. If only there were no dawn, perhaps time would stand still, and many things would remain unchanged. Turning her head to observe Renheyu's profile, she noted the sorrow in his dark eyes, fixed ahead. She felt a pang of sadness, wishing she could ease his burden, yet she remained an outsider. Unable to breach the distance between them, it pained her to feel drawn to him, yet unable to express her feelings openly. After all, their worlds were fundamentally different. Their circumstances diverged during their time together. She had experienced pain and shed tears, but she never envisioned staying by his side, even if just quietly observing from afar. Renheyu, if a day comes when I find the courage to grasp your hand and never let go, would you accept me? Renheyu, if I ever lose control and simply wish to be by your side, would you welcome me? Acknowledging her own greed, she wished fervently for this moment to linger, hoping for a bit more harmony between them. Should the day come when she must part from him, she yearned for beautiful memories to cherish, and in her darkest hours, she wished for someone to give her strength to face the world. If that were the case, she would treasure Heyu dearly. Thank you for sharing this sunrise with me, for allowing me to witness a new day with your presence by my side. Chapter 92. Falling asleep on Renheyu's back, the sun shyly emerged, revealing its radiant smile. Sinyan slept peacefully, her head resting on Renheyu's shoulder, the scene harmonious and picturesque. Renheyu, not wanting to disturb her slumber, reclined comfortably, savoring the warmth of the sun. The ripples of his heart were forcibly ignored as he grew increasingly aware of his purpose for being there. With a self-deprecating smirk, he looked down at Sinyan, who was blissfully asleep on his shoulder. Carefully, he lifted her and placed her gently on his back, thinking to himself that she must have been exhausted from her late-night work to be sleeping so soundly. Carrying her for a while, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he found himself wanting to walk even further till he realized he must have lost his sanity to feel this way. Yet these moments felt eerily familiar. As if they had appeared in a dream before, the sunlight stretched their shadows long on the ground, with Sinyan nestled against Renheyu's shoulder, experiencing comfort like never before. This place serves as a sanctuary, providing a sense of security that makes one wish to linger indefinitely. At the entrance of the villa, Jian clutches Inshi's hand, speaking urgently, her expression fraught with concern. It is only when she notices Renheyu carrying Shinran that she calms down. Her gaze fixated intently upon them. Her unwavering stare draws the attention of Inshi and others. Shin Yuheng stands with his hands hanging by his sides, his expression impassive as he observes the scene before him, one that elicits both envy and jealousy. Jin Inshuan's eyes dim as he ponders something with a contemplative air. Inshi, however, wears a relaxed smile, feeling reassured about the girl. The most pronounced reaction comes from Pei Qianai, who clenches her fists tightly. Renheyu is acutely aware of everyone's varied responses to the unfolding situation, while Shinran, oblivious, remains unaware. With an air of arrogance, Pei Qianai strides ahead of Renheyu, her face a picture of hurt. Heyu, what are you doing? Could you please explain? In response to Pei Qianai's agitation, Renheyu remains calm. She fell asleep while we were watching the sunrise, so I carried her back. What? Watching the sunrise? You've been missing all morning. And you went to see the sunrise with her, and she was asleep during that time. You actually had the kindness to carry her back. That's utterly laughable. Pei Qianai's eyes betray her hostility towards Shinran, prompting Renheyu to meet her gaze directly. Is there a problem? Must I report my whereabouts to anyone? Is watching the sunrise conditional upon permission? So Shinran was with me. Does that mean she holds significance in her heart? Even when exhausted, she remains by my side. Shin Yuheng lets out a soft sigh, his emotions complex as he watches Shinran. Heyu. Pei Qianai calls out sharply, awakening the slumbering Shinran. She stirs, rubbing her bleary eyes, struggling to adjust to the glaring light. Realizing her surroundings, she suddenly urges Renheyu to set her down. Having been carried all the way, the moment her feet touch the ground, a wave of soreness envelopes her. Instinctively, she clutches Renheyu's arm to maintain her balance. The position they occupy is undeniably intimate. Shinran's head is lowered, her face pressed against Renheyu's arm, leaving her flustered and at a loss. Witnessing the proximity between Shinran and Renheyu, Pei Qianai's discontent is palpable, prompting her to call out to Renheyu once more. I can hear you. There's no need to raise your voice. Renheyu responds coolly. Unable to contain her frustration, Pei Qianai seizes Renheyu's wrist, forcefully pulling him away from Shinran, nearly causing her to stumble, casting a resentful glance at Shinran. Her eyes convey a silent warning before she insists on speaking with Renheyu and drags him away. Chapter 93. Not discussing the past days, Shinran watches Renheyu and Pei Qianai depart, Her spirit deflated as she stands silently, remnants of warmth lingering as if still caught in a dream. The path they traversed may not have been swift, yet she feels it was insufficient. Should she lament the abrupt awakening from her beautiful dream, or chastise herself for being foolish? The sunlight in Jeju Island is particularly gentle, exuding warmth. With a faint smile towards everyone, Shinran prepares to return to her room, only to be halted by Shun Yuhing's voice. You must have skipped breakfast. Why not join me for a meal? Shinran glances at the others, realizing she is not the only one who missed breakfast. To her surprise, everyone has dispersed due to prior commitments. Unable to refuse Shin Yuhing's kindness, she agrees to accompany him for breakfast. Seated across from one another, Shinran declines the Western restaurant, opting instead for instant noodles. To her astonishment, the noodles in Jeju Island are exceptionally delicious, allowing her to cast aside previous unhappiness and indulge in the delightful flavors. Shin Yuhing observes Shinran's charming mannerisms with a smile, captivated by her presence, his heart whispering a desire for this moment to last forever. Noticing Shin Yuhing's gaze, Shinran slows her movements and lifts her head to meet his eyes. Why aren't you eating? I'm already quite full, Shin Yuhing replies with a smile. His bowl of noodles remains largely untouched, prompting Shinran to question, is that so? Does a guy eat so little? Are you feeling unwell? They say one loses their appetite when not feeling well. Shinran, Shin Yuhing calls her name, hesitating to voice his thoughts. With curious eyes, she asks, what's the matter? How have you been lately? The words tumbled out after much deliberation. A soft laugh escapes her lips. Not bad. I have opportunities to earn money without affecting my studies. The reality she faces is unavoidable, and the challenges encountered must be surmounted. Come back, return to Blue Moon, he implores, unwilling to see her struggle any longer. Though she resides in Rinhayu's home, he cannot shake the concern that lingers in his heart. Why is he so affected by her situation? Lost in thought, Shinran scratches her head to break the silence, expressing her gratitude. I know that Yuhing, regard me as a friend truly worth having, providing me with a job opportunity. I cannot deny that I once wished to stay there, as it offered the best treatment and environment among all my part-time jobs. However, when I learned that my employment was your arrangement, did I truly mind? I understand, but your departure was undoubtedly due to Heiyu's shortcomings, and we both share some responsibility, Shin Yuhing attempts to explain, pondering when he became so concerned about her feelings. Regardless, the past is the past. It is Rinhaiyu who has wronged me, not you. Shinran's voice rises. I used to despise Rinhaiyu and those around him, yet you were someone I once held in fond regard. As she trails off, Rinhaiyu is about to speak, but Shinran interjects. I truly appreciate you, but the past is behind me. I do not wish to delve into it again. I am doing well now, and I have no desire to change that. Chapter 94. Unable to control affection, is she implying a rejection? A refusal of his invitation to return to Blue Moon. Shinran, I am genuinely disappointed by your choice. I held hope for you. How could you choose Heiyu and abandon your peaceful life? You are mistaken. And your error lies in knowing Rinhaiyu, in developing feelings for him, in choosing him. I must take my leave. Shinran stands, preparing to depart, but Shin Yuheng's words anchor her in place. Is it because of Heiyu? After a brief pause, she attempts to walk away again, but Shin Yuheng steps in front of her, blocking her path. In a low voice, he warns, you will get hurt. Let him go. Heiyu is not someone you should like. Have I decided to like him? On what grounds do you say that? Have I ever said I would like Rinhaiyu? Shin Yuheng's eyes blaze with frustration as he suppresses his anger towards Shinran. Is that so? Why are you here then? Is this the only place to work? Because this is a school event, Shinran responds reasonably. Go. I see. Shin Yuheng fixes his gaze on Xian Ran. You know that Xianai is Heiyu's fiancée? Their parents arranged the engagement long ago, and they will surely marry. Shinran's body trembles slightly, her palms damp with sweat. Is that so? They are engaged. How ridiculous. They are so young. What do they know about being a couple? Her words are laced with feigned praise, yet her fists clench involuntarily. Why, Shinran? You are truly deceiving yourself. You cry inside while putting on a brave face. You could become an actress with such poor acting skills. You likely won't go far. Tears well in her eyes, glistening under the morning sun. Xianai will never relinquish Heiyu. She won't allow anyone to take him from her. Shin Yuheng's words echo like a haunting melody in Shinran's ears. Overwhelming her, covering her ears, she cries out, enough. Please stop. Despite her defiance, Shin Yuheng is astonished. How deep are her feelings for Rinhaiyu? Tears cascade down her cheeks as she glares at Shin Yuheng, her lips trembling. You are despicable. I truly detest you. Why must you do this? Can't I hold on to my dreams? I never sought possession. Merely that is enough. I just want you to be more aware. In the end, it will be you who gets hurt. He won't provide you with happiness. And I have no desire to harm you. Shinran weeps and laughs simultaneously. Haven't I been hurt by him already? Does the extent of my hurt diminish? Is my heart not aching? Yet what can I do? My heart feels as if it no longer belongs to me. After he wounded me, I realized how much I long to be with him. To see him constantly conflicted, she feels a sense of helplessness, yearning to avoid contact with him. Yet when they meet again, her longing only intensifies. Am I truly this deep in? Shinran, please save me. Save me, she begs through tears. Pressing a hand to her heart, which feels as if it might burst, the mere thought of Ren Heyu and Pei Qianai together sends waves of pain through her. Shin Yuheng, pained by her self-inflicted torment, grasps her hand to stop her, enveloping her in his embrace. Gently stroking her hair, he softly reassures her, I will rescue you. I will help you escape from his world, take you to a safe place. With tightly shut eyes, tears like beans cascade down. When one's thoughts are discovered, nothing can be disguised, akin to being at a crossroads without a sense of direction, unsure of what to do. In moments of utter confusion. How I long to grasp a hand and embark towards a destination. Chapter 95. The emergence of courage. The breathtaking scenery of Jeju Island serves as a backdrop for Ren Heyu and Pei Qianai as they stand facing each other. The wind tousling Pei Qianai's long hair, which she does not attempt to smooth. Gazing at Ren Heyu, her eyes reveal a tumult of emotions, and after a lengthy pause, she speaks, I suddenly wish to stroll by the seaside. Would you accompany me? Not responding immediately, Ren Heyu lazily thrusts his hands into his pockets, exhaling against the wind. I don't want to go. Have you not forgotten that incident? Fine, I shall go alone. But I am uncertain when the tide will rise and fall. And I cannot swim. Upon uttering these words, Pei Qianai elegantly raises her head and strides forward. Ren Heiyu's expression darkens as memories flood his mind, conflict and anguish. Desperately wanting to cast them aside. By the time he turns around, Pei Qianai has already departed. Back at the villa, Shinran feels a mix of delight and melancholy, her countenance far from cheerful. As a good friend, and she approaches her, gently nudging her arm with concern. What's wrong? Shaking her head in silence, who truly knows the suffering within her heart? With a bitter smile, she wonders how one can forget someone. Is there anyone who can enlighten her? Rising to engage in work, Pei Qianai suddenly appears from afar, directly addressing Shinran. You should abandon that thought. I can only tolerate the present. I will not allow this morning's events to recur. For Ren Heyu, how many girls in the world are troubled for him, losing their reason? But what of him? Will he comprehend? So, what will you choose to do? If you speak to me in such a manner, I will consider you unreasonable. Then consider me unreasonable, as long as you can relinquish Heyu. What does it matter if I am a bit willful? Pei Qianai dismissively remarks, her indifference palpable. Surprised and taken aback. Do you truly love him? Yet from my perspective, he seems indifferent to you. Unsure of her own feelings. She cannot bring herself to believe that Ren Heyu could be with Pei Qianai. In fact, she secretly wishes Pei Qianai would give him up. You need not concern yourself. Simply maintain your position and attitude. That is my request, and also a warning. Pei Qianai catches sight of Ren Heyu, takes a deep breath, smiles faintly at Shinran, and prepares to leave. Qianai. Ren Heyu calls out to her. Pei Qianai ignores him. Continuing her stride, Ren Heyu curses under his breath and quickens his pace to catch up with Pei Qianai. As he approaches Shinran, she seizes his large hand, an impulsive action devoid of thought. She cannot identify the reason, only that an inner voice insists that he must not leave, that he cannot go to Pei Qianai. This encouragement fuels her courage. Ren Heyu abruptly halts, silent, staring ahead, his heart pounding erratically. His handsome visage remains composed, his tousled bangs fluttering in the wind. Regardless of the circumstances, he is undeniably charming, undeniably radiant. Please don't go, Shinran implores softly. In this moment, she forgets the presence of others. Her focus solely on Ren Heyu, her resolve to hold on to his hand unwavering. 3 words resonate heavily against his heart, spoken with a tone that is both pleading and resolute, preventing Ren Heyu from summarily releasing her grasp. But recalling Pei Qianai's assertion that she cannot swim sends a jolt of alarm through him, and he steps forward, causing his hand to slip from Shinran's. Without glancing back, his magnetic voice reaches Shinran's ears. I am sorry. Chapter 96. Pursuing Ren Heyu. Why is it that tears accompany a desire to laugh? The gentle breeze caresses the tear-stained cheeks of Shinran, her sorrow and heartache unable to be voiced. As she silently weeps while watching Ren Heyu's retreating figure, she longs to retreat, to distance herself further from him, yet her legs feel as if they are no longer under her control, compelling her to chase after the vanishing silhouette. Does he not see the effort she exerts to keep pace with him? She remains unaware of his strides, yet her heart is laden with an apology for her. He is not adept at expressing his regrets. Why should he utter apologies to her? What she desires is not merely those 3 words. Does he understand? Will he even realize? Shinran gasps for breath, calling out Renheyu's name in her heart, hoping he might pause, might turn to look back. If he were to glance back, she would undoubtedly rush into his embrace, if only he would cast her a fleeting look. Unmindful of her footing, Shinran, in her haste, trips over her own feet and crashes onto the unforgiving concrete. Pain surges through her, but she pays it no heed, quickly rising to run forward, only to have her arm seized at that moment. With tear-filled eyes, Shinran glances over, finding Shin Yuheng's stern face obstructing her path, sighing, "Are you truly so reckless? What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Do you realize you are injured? You're bleeding." Shaking off Shin Yuheng's grasp, she takes a step back, tears streaming down her face. "Please let me go." Sniffling, she resolutely strives to pursue Renhyu. For him, "You don't care if you're hurt? Do you not feel pain?" "Of course it hurts. But this pain pales in comparison to the agony within my heart. If you are a true friend, step aside. I cannot let him leave me." "Have you forgotten that you asked me to save you?" His disappointed smirk darkens. "Shinran, I warned you. He is not someone you should love. You will get hurt. Why didn't you heed my words?" Her gaze flickers momentarily. She turns her head away. "But I still want to be with him. I want to see him. I do not wish to leave him." Having spoken, Shinran inadvertently glimpses Renhyu driving away. And in a fit of desperation, she pushes Shin Yuheng aside and dashes forward, tears streaming as she runs for her life. Yet, Shin Yuheng's car does not halt, and Shinran collapses, breathless, onto the ground. Closing her eyes and sobbing, "Your world is one I long to touch yet cannot. You will always stand by Pei Qianai, and even secretly loving you feels like an unbearable burden." Shin Yuheng does not approach her, nor does he inquire about her well-being. At that moment, his heart aches profoundly. When he contemplates making changes for her, her decisions compel him to reconsider his OWN. Do you not wish to chase after him? "I know where he is heading. I will take you there," Shin Yuheng states impassively. His words ignite a flicker of hope within Shinran. Still breathless, she hastily rises, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you," without a second glance. He turns away, his fists clenched as he heads to retrieve the CARS. Shin Yuheng drives towards the coast. Shinran realizes their destination. Are they at the seaside? Indeed, it is unmistakably familiar. Lowering her gaze, her eyes still red, Shinran attempts to quell her turbulent thoughts, turning to observe the scenery outside the window. If she were to turn back now, would it still be possible? Shin Yuheng is granting Shinran an opportunity. If she were to express a desire to retreat, he would still choose to protect her, leaving everything in the past. Yet, Shinran remains silent, while Shin Yuheng accelerates forward. Chapter 97. Renhyu departs. The car comes to a steady halt, and Shinran spots Renhyu's vehicle. Trembling, her hands grasp the car door handle, lacking the courage to open it. Shin Yuheng unfastens her seatbelt, a wry smile playing on his lips as he gazes at the coastline. "I have brought you here. Go do what you wish to do." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Shin Yuheng's words, Shinran feels an overwhelming urge to flee. She longs to turn back now, to completely distance herself from him. Unwilling to see him again as at the beginning, she yearns to return to a city devoid of his presence, to start anew. Just one last time, one final glance, even a fleeting look would suffice. Shinran steals a glance at the shore, and in that moment, she is left speechless, panic-stricken. She grabs Shin Yuheng's hand, signaling him to look, unable to form words. Receiving the signal, Shin Yuheng shifts his gaze and sees Pei Qianai running towards the sea, with Renhyu chasing after her, attempting to pull her back to the shore. Without hesitation, Shinran flings open the car door and leaps out. The howling wind from the sea engulfs her, and she gasps for breath. Turning to seek aid from Shin Yuheng, she finds his calm demeanor perplexing, and in a frenzy, she rushes over to knock on the window, then opens the door, pleading, "Help me, someone might drown." Shin Yuheng is pulled from the car, but remains unmoving, his indifferent gaze betraying no emotion. Shinran pushes him forward. "Is this how you treat your friends?" Realizing the dire situation, Shinran abandons her attempts to persuade Shin Yuheng and runs ahead. The sea is frigid, the winds fierce. Though her clothing is not excessively thin, the cold still penetrates. Yet retreat is not an option, and Shinran presses on, her footing faltering. the briny water flooding her mouth, struggling to call for help. She finds that the moment she opens her mouth, the sea swallows her words. What a calamity! It is only as she finds herself in the water that she realizes she cannot swim. How then can she save someone else? She is barely able to save herself. At the moment when she was ready to relinquish her struggle and believed she would drown, a pair of hands grasped her firmly. Soon, she inhaled the life-giving air once more and basked in the warmth of sunlight. A wave of relief enveloped her entire being, and it dawned on her just how terrifying the brink of death could be. Gathering her composure, she opened her eyes to find Shin Yuheng cradling her as he made his way toward the shore, just as she was about to inquire about Pei Qian'ai and Ren Heyu. She caught sight of Ren Heyu, who was gently placing Pei Qian'ai into a car, not sparing a glance in their direction, as he hurriedly started the vehicle. Her eyes burned with fatigue, likely from the water she had choked on. In an attempt to console herself, tears began to well up in her eyes. Shin Yuheng's voice resonated above her, reminding her that no matter how much she held him in her heart, in his eyes, she simply did not exist. Just like earlier, was she more concerned for Pei Qian'ai or Ren Heyu? Did she not know her own heart better than anyone? But what about him? Tears fell unbidden. If it weren't for Shin Yuheng, she would have perished, wouldn't she? Both she and Pei Qian'ai had plunged into the ocean together, yet he would undoubtedly choose to rescue Pei Qian'ai and abandon her. Wouldn't he? Yi Xinyan, what are you thinking? Perhaps Shin Yuheng was right. He was not the one she cherished, for they hailed from entirely different worlds. Stop crying. He will not return to you for your tears. As they reached the vehicle, Shin Yuheng gently set her down. Thanks to you, I'm drenched as well. Yi Xinyan gazed at him in a daze, her face streaked with seawater and tears that in her reddened eyes. Shin Yuheng saw his own reflection, and he averted his gaze, unwilling to meet hers. Let me take you back. You might catch a cold. Failing to be firm with myself is my greatest folly. Chapter 98. Partake. Shin Yuheng did not escort Yi Xinyan to the villa where she worked. Instead, they arrived at his residence. Upon reaching, Yi Xinyan discovered that Ren Heyu, Inchi, and Pei Qian'ai all resided there as well. Inchi's room is on the second floor, the third one on the right. You should find something dry to change into, Shin Yuheng instructed before striding away, his back turned to her. The villa was grand, adorned with vintage decor. Although she lacked knowledge of interior design, she could tell at a glance that the furnishings were quite valuable. Climbing the stairs with effort, she passed the second room on the right and caught sight of Ren Heyu delicately using a towel to wipe the moisture from Pei Qian'ai's forehead. His expression was grave, and as Yi Xinyan stood silently at the door, she interpreted his concern for Pei Qian'ai as a sign of his affection. That a wave of discomfort surged within her. Who was she to intrude? Retreating in despair, she took a step back, nearly losing her balance due to her fatigue, but instinctively grasped the wall for support. Leaning her entire weight against it, she struggled to ignore the emotions welling within her heart. Determined to erase any special feelings she had, she resolved not to let anyone else dictate her emotions. If this continued, she might truly lose her mind. After changing clothes, Shin Yuheng lounged in the living room, sipping coffee leisurely, and she returned from outside and, upon seeing him, approached with a smile. Don't you want to go out and take a look around? Haven't we seen it a few years ago? Shin Yuheng replied nonchalantly. And she nodded awkwardly, acknowledging that while it was true, the scenery had changed since then. Shin Yuheng set down his cup, a smirk playing on his lips. Perhaps you were right. Yi Xinyan is indeed different. At least to me. Seeing Shin Yuheng's smile brought Yi Xinyan a sense of relief. She reclined comfortably on the long sofa, her gaze drawn to the crystal chandelier above, which shone brightly even in daylight. How wonderful it would be to remain like this forever. If only Su Ao could be by my side. Shin Yuheng chuckled softly. Before you indulge in such thoughts, perhaps you should go upstairs and check on your dear friend, who has yet to come down. She might still be searching for your room. Surely she must have seen Heyu and Qian'ai by now, a dear friend. And she pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her. Oh, is it Xinyan? Is she upstairs? Is she looking for me? Shin Yuheng offered no response, taking another sip from his cup and stretching his long legs. And she ascended the stairs and, upon reaching the second floor, found Yi Xinyan crouched against the wall, her arms resting on her knees, her forehead pressed against them, her damp hair and clothes dripping with water. And she hurried over, placing her hands on Yi Xinyan's shoulders. Xinyan, what's wrong? Why are you soaked? With tears streaming down her face, Yi Xinyan lifted her head to meet Inchi's concerned gaze. She embraced her dear friend, sobbing, within Pei Qian'ai's room. Ren Heyu instinctively glanced toward the open door upon hearing Inchi's anxious voice and the intermittent sounds of weeping. He could clearly discern the source of the commotion. and she gently patted Yi Xinyan's back, asking, "What happened? Why are you all wet?" Yet, Yi Xinyan remained silent, tears continuing to flow, holding a dry towel meant for Pei Qianai. Ren Heyu approached the doorway, observing the two girls in an embrace that he chose not to interrupt, lowering his gaze to take in Yi Xinyan. And she was taken aback to see Ren Heyu emerge from Pei Qianai's room. Even more astonished to find him equally drenched, water droplets clung to his tousled hair, and he looked strikingly handsome, yet she was not swayed by his appearance, just as she was about to question him. Yu Xinyan clung tighter to Inchi, leaving her no choice but to hold back her inquiries. She assisted Yu Xinyan to her own room. Chapter 99, the past of rejection having found clothes for Yu Xinyan to change into. She discovered her friend sitting motionless on the floor, and she felt helpless, grasping Yu Xinyan's hand. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't tried to match you with Heyu back then, you wouldn't be in this state now." Yu Xinyan offered a bittersweet smile. "I don't blame you, and I've never conveyed this to you before, but I realized quite some time ago, I have fallen for him." What? Initially, she had been certain she despised Ren Heyu, wishing to distance herself from him as much as possible, yet she never anticipated that she would end up living in his home. Later, when he targeted her, ignoring her presence, and even bullying her, her hatred for him intensified. However, upon reflection, despite the absence of fond memories with Ren Heyu, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. In her moments of helplessness, he was always there to support her, leading her to warmth and solace. In times of distress, he would step in to help her navigate her troubles. Were it not for him, she might have faced dire consequences that night at the hands of her relatives. "Xinyan," and she said, her heart aching at her friend's sorrow, "but I also understand that we come from different worlds. Uncle Ren has determined that Pei Qianai is to be Heiyu's future wife, and Yuhing has mentioned that both families have already made their decisions. What right do I have to fight for him? Even if Pei Qianai were not in the picture, he would surely find someone else to love, wouldn't he? Heiyu has someone he likes." And she pondered for a moment. "No, he doesn't, does he? If he did, I'm certain my brother would have mentioned it. I've seen the photos in my room. I discovered those pictures." Yi Xinyan wept, recalling how in those images, Ren Heiyu's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gazed at the girl. She was the sole focus of his attention. "You saw them?" And she's realization dawned. Why did you wait until now to mention it? I wanted to ask you, but I felt it unnecessary. Perhaps it was my own insecurity, or maybe it just didn't matter. How should I convey this to you? It is a sorrowful chapter for Heiyu. And not just for him, but a past we all prefer to avoid discussing. The warmth of the room could not thaw the icy grip on Yi Xinyan's heart. She sat dazed on the cold floor, soaked and unwilling to change, and she, feeling powerless, took a dry towel and began to dry Yi Xinyan's long hair. Yes, Heiyu does have someone he loves, but that girl has passed away. What? Yi Xinyan was rendered speechless. What did you just say? And she continued her ministrations, drying Yi Xinyan's hair. And that girl was also my dear friend. She is a person we all prefer not to speak of, as that chapter is far too painful. Yi Xinyan remained silent, awaiting Enchi's next words. Enchi draped the towel over Yi Xinyan's shoulders to provide warmth. Her name was Shun Yuhan, Yuheng's sister. We became friends due to our parents' business collaboration that we often played together as children. And during that time, Heiyu's family and Yuheng's family were quite close, which naturally fostered a strong bond between the children. Yuhan was adorable and incredibly kind, and I cherished my time with her. When I was 12, my brother and I moved abroad. It was during Yuhan's birthday that we returned specifically to celebrate with her. We had planned to come to Jeju Island to honor her special day. And she took a deep breath, gathering her courage. That night, everyone was so joyous, free from the constraints of guardians and bodyguards. It was just us, and it felt so liberating. Yuhan confided in me that she wanted to go to the beach to capture the sound of the waves. For Heiyu had told her that the sound of the ocean was beautiful, and that listening to it could wash away worries. I accompanied her there, but that evening, Yuhan appeared unwell. Heiyu offered to join her at the beach, but she declined. You still recall the moment when Heiyu handed me Yuhan's coat, urging me to drape it over her, so she would not catch a chill. After all, Yuhan was unwell, afflicted with leukemia. Listening to this, my heart ached for her, as I noticed her pallid complexion. Why Yuhan was eager to visit the seaside, and before I could join her, she ventured there alone. When I arrived, I saw her struggling in the waves, unable to call for help. I rushed to save her, but the tide was swift and the waves were fierce. Before I could grasp her hand, she was swept away by the ocean's fury, and she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. And there were things she withheld, pains that troubled her deeply and were too painful to articulate. This unveiled the reason behind Ren Hiyu's profound regard for Pei Qian AI. It was rooted in such sorrow. This place must be where his heart aches, right? It is also the source of Yu Hangji's sadness. Witnessing the amicable interaction between the two now brings solace to us all. When Yu Han passed away, Yu Hangge was not present, and to this day, her body has not been recovered. For the sea is vast and unforgiving that it turns out that Ren Hiyu harbors his own sorrows, though he is reluctant to reveal them. Chapter 100. The world that cannot be reached in a silent and shadowy room. Xian Ran refused to engage with anyone that Jiyan, sharing the same space, felt helpless and could only sigh as she vacated the room. Previously, she had harbored a fear of darkness, even while living in a basement. She would ensure a light illuminated her surroundings. Late at night, she would be accompanied by the soft glow of street lamps and the brilliance of the stars. Yet now, she felt no need for such comforts. Her heart felt hollow, and she pondered how to fill that void. Her mind was consumed with images of Ren Hiyu's forlorn eyes and his solitary figure. She longed to stand by his side, to hold his hand and prevent him from feeling alone. However, the chasm between them was a world she could never breach. His world was intertwined with a past that encompassed stories she could never replace. That her must have cherished him deeply, having spent their childhood together, undoubtedly understanding him well. She would never wish for him to feel sadness or bear the weight of longing alone. As time passed, Jiyan returned from her shift, only to find Xian Ran maintaining her previous posture, unchanged. Concerned for Xian Ran's state, she inquired, "What is wrong? You seem fine this morning. Why have you changed so drastically?" As she spoke, she reached out to assist Xian Ran in rising from the floor, intending to guide her to bed. The moment her hand made contact with Xian Ran's skin, a wave of warmth surged through Jiyan, causing her to recoil in shock. Xian Ran, are you feverish? My goodness, how did this happen? Xian Ran, what on earth is going on with you? Xian Ran offered no response, moving mechanically to the bedside. Lifting the covers to lie down, she turned inward, closing her eyes. Was black the dominant hue in Ren Hiyu's world? She was undeniably ill, yet why did she not speak of it? Left with no other option, Ji Yin called Jun Xiu for assistance. He summoned a private doctor to examine Xian Ran, who wore a troubled expression. She has a high fever. It would be best for her to go to the hospital for a thorough examination. Jun Xiu instructed Ji Yin to inform Xian Ran of the necessity to visit the hospital. As Ji Yin approached the bedside, she found Xian Ran's eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Nevertheless, she whispered softly in her ear, urging her to go to the hospital for treatment. After waiting in vain for a response, Jun Xiu stepped forward, intending to carry Xian Ran to the hospital, but Xian Ran clutched the blanket tightly. Mistaking her grip for awakening, he looked into her eyes, only to find them peacefully shut. Her complexion was pale, and time was of the essence. Jun Xiu attempted to pry the blanket from her grasp, but she held on tenaciously. Just as he decided to take the blanket along with her, Ji Yin intervened, suggesting that perhaps Xian Ran preferred to stay put. Can we not help her reduce the fever here? Once she awakens, I can persuade her to go to the hospital. The doctor's expression revealed his dilemma. Her high fever was serious, and they could not ascertain its cause. Administering the wrong medication could lead to dire consequences. His words made Ji Yin acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, leaving her in a bind. Ultimately, Jun Xiu made the decision. If this is for her own good, we must take her to the hospital now. Ji Yin nodded in agreement with his assertion. Jun Xiu gently lifted Xian Ran and exited the villa, while simultaneously, Ren Hiyu was en route to the hospital with Pei Qian AI. Arriving in the same world, what would their journey and destination ultimately reveal? Chapter 101. The feverish Xian Ran with the 4-drip administering fluids at a steady pace. Xian Ran slowly opened her dull, gray eyes, surveying her surroundings. A room with white walls, lace curtains, and various pieces of furniture. Had she arrived in paradise? Where was this place? Upon noticing the 4 bags suspended in midair, realization dawned upon her. Was this a hospital? How had she ended up here? She touched her forehead with her uninfused hand, feeling a throbbing pain and discomfort. Struggling to recall the events, she remembered being in her room. Propelled by a desire to sit up, her body felt too weak to comply. Coincidentally, and she entered at that moment, her face lighting up upon seeing Xian Ran awake. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Rushing to the window. "Enshi, what are you doing here?" Xian Ran questioned, still bewildered by her surroundings. "Where am I? This is a hospital. You had a high fever last night." And Ji Yin called Jun Xiu. "They brought you here." Upon noticing Xian Ran's pallor, and she lamented, Why didn't you take better care of yourself? I told you to rest in my room, yet you insisted on leaving, with a gentle smile. Xian Ran replied, but I'm fine now, aren't I? Where's Ji Yin? I want to thank her. She had work and has already gone back. I see. How is Pei Qian AI? She hesitated, fearing she had misheard. What did you say? She is. Before Xian Ran could finish, and she interjected, what does it matter? You should focus on yourself. Do you know how worried I was when I heard you were hospitalized with a fever? You still have the energy to worry about others. Both of you are my friends, and I don't wish for either of you to be in distress, although I sometimes disapprove of Pei Qian AI's actions. She is still my good friend, and the one your brother cares for. A frail smile graced Xian Ran's lips. Yes, I am truly fortunate to have a good friend like you, right? What are you trying to say? Thank you for being willing to be my friend and for treating me so well. I feel truly blessed to have you in my life. Just ensure you take care of yourself. That's all that matters. As long as you're well, I will be content. Just well. And she's voice trailed off thoughtfully. Actually, Qian AI is also in the hospital. She suffered from excessive drowning and has been unconscious. But I heard she has awakened, although she still has a fever. Rinhiyu must be by her side. Holding in Shi's hand, Xian Ran smiled at her, and she was undoubtedly in a difficult position. Both she and Pei Qian AI were her friends, and in she was a person of great loyalty. Both Xian Ran and Pei Qian AI were fond of Rinhiyu, and though she often stood by Xian Ran's side, claiming to create happiness for her, now that Pei Qian AI was also unwell, and she must be worried. As a friend, how could Xian Ran allow her to feel burdened? How could she let her suffer? And why not go check on Pei Qian AI? I'm fine now, really. I'm not worried about Qian AI. My brother is there with her. But who will be with you? Xian Ran, just as she was about to say more. The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Jun Xiu and Ji Yin entering together. Ji Yan's face lit up upon seeing Xian Ran awake. Xian Ran, you finally woke up. What did the doctor say? You should be all right, right? And she suddenly realized that she had yet to call the doctor, silently chiding herself for her carelessness. Jun Xiu turned back to summon the doctor, while Ji Yin kindly reassured. Don't worry. And I will take care of Xian Ran. I have taken leave, and the school activities are nearly over, so I can look after her. There's no need for that. I'm fine, Xian Ran protested. Not wishing to inconvenience anyone. You say you're fine? Do you know how terrified I was last night? Ji Yin shot her a sidelong glance, making a face. Xian Ran found herself at a loss for words. Pouting as she turned her gaze toward the drip to divert her attention, the doctor re-examined Xian Ran, stating that her condition was stable and her fever had subsided as long as she did not experience another fever tonight. She should be fine. However, the detailed report would only be available in 3 days. Hearing this, the weight on their hearts began to lift. And she breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. And you must be exhausted. Please go rest, Xian Ran urged. And she nodded in agreement. If anything happens, just call me. As Xian Ran watched leave, she toyed with her phone, her thoughts drifting to Rinhiyu, while Ji Yin was arranging fruit for Xian Ran by the bedside. She noticed the phone and exclaimed, Xian Ran, your phone is the latest trend on the market. It must be quite expensive. Is it? I haven't had the time to pay attention to such gadgets. How much did you pay for it? It must be costly, right? Rinhiyu wouldn't buy anything cheap, would he? I don't know. It was a gift from someone? Wow, was it from Rinhiyu? Ji Yin first revealed a starry-eyed expression, then succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. I am baffled by how Ji Yin came to this realization, as she smiled while handing the peeled apple to Xian Ran, saying, I've long noticed your fondness for Rinhiyu. Once again, witnessing Rinhiyu with his phone, and noticing it was the same model as hers, she guessed correctly, much to her astonishment. Even Ji Yin observed how overt her feelings were. Ji Yin, am I truly overestimating myself? Rinhiyu is adored by so many. It feels as though I am merely dreaming. Xian Ran tucked away her phone with a sigh. Ji Yin, munching on a banana, pondered, that's not entirely true. Although our backgrounds differ, it's evident that the one named Pei Qian AI harbors strong feelings for Rinhiyu. As long as Rinhiyu remains unchosen, hope still exists. Don't let the fear of failure sway you before you've even taken a step. Xian Ran contemplated Ji Yan's words seriously, then mocked her own greed. Being able to see him occasionally should suffice. Why does it still feel insufficient? Jun Xiu returned to the ward and found Xian Ran lost in thought. He leaned closer, teasing her. Are you daydreaming? I'm starting to feel jealous. Upon hearing his voice, Xian Ran tilted her head back, and thankfully, Jun Xiu's hand caught the back of her head just in time, preventing her from colliding with the bed frame. Jun Xiu, what are you doing? Xian Ran exclaimed. Startled and displeased, Jun Shou chuckled silently, and after patting his chest to calm himself, Xian Ran earnestly looked at him. I must thank you, Jun Xiu. What are you saying? Honestly, you're being too formal. Don't you consider me a friend? Of course not. Hee, Jun Xiu replied, noticing Xian Ran's pale smile, which made him smile in return. You must take care of your health. That I prefer someone who dares to confront my brother directly. He recalled a time when his brother got into a fight, and she boldly intervened to stop Ren He Yu. Xian Ran. Having them as your friends is your greatest fortune. Chapter 102. I like you so much. Ren He Yu. After finishing her 4 drip, Xian Ran took a stroll outside, bathing in the warm sunlight and reveling in her good mood. While walking, she encountered Ren He Yu, and as they approached each other, with only a step's distance between them, Xian Ran awkwardly smiled at him. I heard you had a high fever. Are you feeling better now? With his hands tucked in his pockets, he asked. What about Pei Qian AI? How is she? I don't know. Ren He Yu replied coolly, sitting on a bench by the walkway. Surprisingly, Ren He Yu's reaction prompted Xian Ran to sit beside him, pressing for answers. Didn't you accompany her? I brought her here. But that's all. How would I know how she is? His words dripped with impatience, and Xian Ran sensed it was best to remain silent. Sitting next to him, she was reminded of sunrises she had missed because she had fallen asleep. Yet this moment felt beautiful. For her, it was a dream that if only such moments could last a little longer. Ren He Yu is not someone you should like. You will get hurt. Shin Yu Hang's voice echoed in her ears. Recalling the story and she had shared with her, his tale tugged at her heart, making her want to soothe his calm facade, which was merely a disguise. If she wasn't mistaken, Ren He Yu must be suffering deeply. Yet no one seemed to understand. Glancing sideways at Ren He Yu, she saw him with his eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, he leaned, resting his head on her shoulder, and his scent wafted gently toward her. Her palms became clammy with nervousness as she stared ahead, afraid to move and disturb him. Are you tired? Is that why you're like this? Why not be your true self? Why face the world with a facade you despise? Ren He Yu, may I enter your world? I do not wish to replace her in your heart. Could you perhaps reserve a spot for me, even as a good friend, as long as you do not push me away? I am willing to step in. No, no. Ren He Yu murmured against her shoulder, furrowing his brow, his fist clenched tightly. Xian Ran enveloped his hands with her small one, bestowing him strength, allowing him to dream without fear. Without worrying about anyone leaving him, his mother was no longer by his side, and his relationship with Uncle Ren was strained, often isolating himself in his own world, rejecting others' entry. His interactions with friends revolved around drinking and fighting, rarely discussing life's matters. Initially, his fiery temperament and abrasive personality had bewildered her, but now Xian Ran began to understand that this was Ren He Yu's way of releasing pin-up emotions. He yearned for peace, yet the environment and circumstances left him with no outlet, leading him to rebellion and pretense. Sleep now, peacefully sleep. Rest assured, I will not leave you. Xian Ran whispered softly. Ren He Yu seemed to have heard her. As his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, with long lashes that would make any girl envious, skin so fair it invited a kiss, and a face that was unmatched in handsomeness, Xian Ran inhaled deeply. How could she so easily lose her heart? I like you so much, Ren He Yu, and I do not wish to give you up. What should I do? Can you refrain from getting engaged to Pei Qian AI after graduation? Once we grow up, could you please not be with her? Just wait for me. I too can become exceptional for you. Ren He Yu, I like you so much. In the sunlight, Xian Ran silently made her wish. Chapter 103. Pei Qian AI's warning not far away. The scene on the bench was picturesque, the gentle sunlight soothing their inner wounds and pains. Her delicate hand did not release his strong grip. She was waiting, hoping. He was enjoying, preserving. Both understood that soon, they would not be able to maintain such natural closeness, perhaps due to the people around them or the environment compelling them to make choices and decisions that contradicted their true feelings. At the very least, she would hold on to her sincerity, finding solace in merely watching over him from afar. If he could feel comfortable in this moment, allowing his discomfort to dissipate, then it was a moment worth cherishing. Unbeknownst to them, Pei Qian AI was watching with a gaze filled with resentment. She recognized that the path ahead was fraught with mistakes that would come at a cost. Years ago, in the same place, she had faced a similar situation, and once she made a wrong turn, there was no going back. It was already too late. You're awake. Jin Insun appeared beside Pei Qian AI, following her gaze. He smiled softly. The sunlight is truly lovely. Lost in thought, She absorbed his words, feeling the warmth of the sun, but the glaring brightness made her squint. How swiftly time passed. Indeed, Yuhan has been gone for years. I can scarcely recall the exact time. Pei Qian AI replied, slightly agitated. Why mention the dead? It's because of people like you that the living feels so uneasy. It's truly disheartening. Jin In-sun was taken aback by Pei Qian AI's reaction. Choosing not to argue, he watched as Pei Qian AI, with red-rimmed eyes and heavy breaths, walked past him. An inexplicable strangeness lingered in her demeanor, yet he couldn't pinpoint the reason. The only explanation was that perhaps this was her way of missing Yuhan. As night fell, the stars twinkled endlessly in the sky. Xian Ran leaned against the windowsill, reminiscing about her time spent on the bench with Ren Hiyu, a smile gracing her lips. Today, Ren Hiyu felt different. Exuding an aura of intimacy that drew her closer, Xian Ran. A rather unfriendly voice called from behind. Turning, she saw Pei Qian AI standing at the door. Is there something you need? She was awake. Yet how had she come to her hospital room? Didn't you hear me knock? You looked lost in thought. It's quite nauseating. Pei Qian AI stepped inside. I didn't expect you to be hospitalized. I see you're in a VIP room. Her words dripped with sarcasm, unsettling Xian Ran. However, she resolved not to engage in conflict, standing to face her directly. May I ask what you want? As far as I know, you just woke up. Shouldn't you be resting in your room? I fear that while I'm resting, some people may do something outrageous that would ruin my mood. She glared at Xian Ran, her eyes blazing with fury. Xian Ran smiled lightly, realizing this was all about Ren Hiyu. The cold wind from the window chilled her, prompting her to close it. She crossed her arms, her demeanor calm and collected. I already understand your purpose for being here. If you have something to say, please go ahead. There is no need for sarcasm. I've grown accustomed to it. Your tricks won't work on me. Fine. I want you to leave Hiyu and never contact him again. Pei Qian AI stated coldly, emphasizing her words as if she believed it would compel Xian Ran to comply. However, Xian Ran was not as easily swayed as Pei Qian AI had imagined. Why should I listen to you? If you truly care for Ren Hiyu, then why not prove your worth instead of trying to intimidate me? I'm truly sorry, but I will not shy away from Ren Hiyu, nor will I change for anyone. What? Pei Qian AI seethed, her body trembling with rage. Gritting her teeth, she warned, just wait. I will make you regret this. Chapter 104. Approaching his heart, every pleasant mood was disrupted by Pei Qian AI. Bored, she stepped out of the hospital room, intending to take a solitary stroll. Just as she opened the door, she spotted Shen Yuheng leaning against the wall, his head slightly bowed, the light illuminating his features with clarity. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Shen Yuheng lifted his gaze, a blend of pleasant bewilderment and joy reflected in his eyes. Straightening his posture, he smiled and said, It's quite late. You haven't gone to bed yet? Well, neither have you, she replied. Nodding, Shen Yuheng ran a hand through his hair. You should rest early. I'll take my leave now. His steps were not light, indicating he had likely been here for quite some time. Why don't we go for a walk together? I can't sleep anyway, she called out to his retreating figure. True to her words, he paused, standing still with his head lowered. She approached and walked beside him. Recalling what Inchi had told her, Shen Yuheng's sister, Shen Yuhan, had been swept away by the waves, and it must have been incredibly difficult for him to face Ren Hiyu. He still maintained his friendship with Ren Hiyu. Putting in great effort to graduate, the weather's a bit chilly outside. You should head back soon, or you'll catch a cold, she suggested. Shen Yuheng's warm smile appeared before her eyes, yet he walked past her. His smile fading into a heavy expression. His heart was always filled with unease, an inexplicable feeling that something was about to happen. The night felt long, and the air was thick with an eerie atmosphere. The earth awash with mysterious hues. The vast starry sky gradually faded, shrouded in darkness. A young man by the sea, his hair tousled by the wind, crouched down, grasping fine sand in his hands, letting it slip through his fingers to dance with the breeze. His fierce gaze was fixed upon the sea, his heart filled with unshakable certainties. She is not dead. She must be living somewhere. If only he had taken better care of her, she wouldn't have encountered such peril. Wouldn't he be alone and afraid, not even knowing where she was? Everything was Ren Hiyu's fault. It was his responsibility. I won't let this go, Yuhan. Brother won't leave you alone. Just wait a little longer. I know you like him, so let him accompany you. Just hold on a bit more. The sand in his palms was blown away by the wind as Shen Yuheng clenched his fists tightly. He would not soften his heart. Meanwhile, lying in bed, unable to sleep, Shinran felt an unsettling premonition. She decided to sit up, pondering deeply. Growing increasingly anxious, she threw aside the covers, disregarding the thin hospital gown she wore. and quickly grabbed a jacket before dashing out the door. She hurried to Renheyu's villa, pounding on the door while calling out, "Renheyu, open up! Renheyu!" No matter how loud she shouted, the door remained unmoving, instead disturbing Inchi and the others. Inchi, with her disheveled hair and sleep-filled eyes, arrived at Renheyu's door, yawning and asking, "Shinran, what are you doing here at this hour? Where's Renheyu? Where is he? What do you need him for? It's late. He must be asleep in his room." And she replied lazily. Shinran, in a panic, insisted, "No, he is not here. I've been knocking for ages, and no one answered. Do you know where he is? Not here. Let me think." And she rolled her eyes, then said, "But, Shinran, why are you out so late looking for Renheyu? You don't need to worry about me. Where is he? How would I know? He's a grown man. I can't keep track of him." And she was startled by Shinran's tone and replied seriously. Their voices disturbed Yuanxiu, who stumbled over, bleary-eyed, and asked, "Are you looking for my brother?" He was called out by Yuheng. Something about going to, after thinking for a moment. He recalled, the seaside. And she became more alert. The seaside? What did Yuheng want with Heyu there? Still groggy, Yuanxiu shook his head. "I don't know. You two are too loud for me to sleep. Stop bothering me. I need to rest and meet my Xiuyan." In the long corridor, only Shinran and Inchi remained, a flicker of doubt and a hint of suspicion lingering. Shinran was the first to react, sprinting down the stairs. "Renheyu, you mustn't be in any trouble." "You can't be in trouble. I haven't told you that I like you yet. You must be all right." Chapter 105. Changed because of you. With relentless determination, she sprinted forward, the wind whipping her hair wildly. Her heart raced to the brink of failure. All she desired was to find Renheyu, with an uncertain future and an unknown tomorrow ahead of her. Just as she felt her strength waning, on the verge of collapse, someone steadied her, providing support. Breathing heavily, she lifted her gaze to see Pei Qianai. Disappointment washed over her as she hung her head. "I'll take you there," Pei Qianai said, adjusting her posture and leading her towards the parked sports car. Shinran wished to resist, to refuse, yet found herself unable to speak, only able to gasp for air. Pei Qianai drove steadily, glancing at Shinran beside her, whose complexion was pale, and upon seeing her thin attire, a cold smile crept onto her lips. "Renheyu holds such an important place in your heart. I underestimated your feelings. You must be curious about what Yuheng has in store for Heyu at the seaside. Once we arrive, everything will become clear." Upon returning to her room, she saw Renheyu on the phone. Listening to his conversation, she deduced it was Shin Yuheng calling. Afterward, Renheyu left, and a sense of unease settled within her. Just as she was about to follow, she caught sight of Shinran rushing upstairs, prompting her to hide. When the car stopped by the sea, Shinran's heartbeat steadied. She watched Pei Qianai turn off the engine and extinguish the lights. "What do you mean by this? Is it unclear? Now that you've decided to like Heyu, shouldn't you know him better? How much do you really know about him? Do you understand the pain he endures? I am offering you a chance to compete fairly with me," Pei Qianai replied, her gaze fixed ahead. The seaside lights obscured Pei Qianai's expression, leaving Shinran uncertain of her thoughts, with a complex mix of emotions. She asked, "Why do you ask this? I never intended to compete with you. I'm not from the same world as him. It's impossible for us. You needn't regard me at all. What I said before was merely dissatisfaction with your overt intentions." Hearing these words, Pei Qianai smiled. "Unfortunately, love cannot be decided by logic. If you can still say the same to Heyu when you see him later, I will not grant you another chance." With that, Pei Qianai opened the car door and stepped out. Shinran followed suit, trailing after her towards the beach. The night wind was particularly biting. Shinran's clothes clung to her skin, making her wish to retreat. Yet, upon seeing two tall figures ahead, she realized it was indeed Renheyu and Shin Yuheng. Perhaps it was the sea breeze that sent chills from her toes to the top of her head, making her unable to believe what lay before her. Just as Shinran felt joy at finding Renheyu, she was taken aback as Shin Yuheng swung his fist at him. Renheyu did not dodge or retaliate. Simply enduring the blow, he stumbled backward into the icy water, drenched. Shinran trembled as she moved forward, refraining from calling Renheyu's name or preventing Shin Yuheng's reckless actions. With red-rimmed eyes, she pressed on. Upon reaching Pei Qianai's side, she heard her sobs. "What is happening? How did it come to this?" Shinran murmured. Shin Yuheng yelled at Renheyu. "You think you're tough. If you're feeling wronged, stand up. Why are you like this? Do you think this will ease my pain? Damn it, get up." He followed with another kick. Recalling that Renheyu was quite adept at fighting, Shinran was shocked to see him willingly take blow after blow, falling into the sea each time without uttering a word. She lost her footing, tumbling onto the sand. Tears streamed down her face as her palms clenched into fists. "Stop. Please, stop." Sniffling and crying, Her desire to protect Rinhyu surged fiercely. She could not bear to see him hurt. As he endured Shin Yuheng's punches, her heart felt as though it would shatter. Just as Shin Yuheng raised his fist to strike again, Shinran positioned herself in front of Rinhyu. Arms outstretched, eyes tightly shut. If this was Rinhyu's way of seeking redemption, could she not bear a little of the burden for him, no matter which heart you currently reside in among the stars? Believe that you truly love Hyu and would not wish him this pain. When you find yourself powerless, allow me to take charge. Unexpectedly, Shinran's appearance took Shin Yuheng by surprise, and his fist could no longer be retracted. The fist was merely 2 centimeters away from Shinran when Rinhyu, clutching her waist, made a swift turn. That powerful punch struck Rinhyu's back, causing him to slump against Shinran's shoulder with a muffled groan. With that blow, Shin Yuheng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Shinran's arrival, nor could he fathom that he had nearly harmed her. The pain was not as excruciating as he had imagined as Shinran opened her eyes and regained her senses. She attempted to pull Rinhyu away to assess his injuries, but his grip around her was too strong for her to break free. She had no choice but to let him hold her. Her voice trembling as she inquired, "How are you? Are you all right?" Rinhyu managed a smile, nodding beside her ear. "It's fine. I'm all right. It must hurt terribly. What should we do? It must hurt." Tears, as large as beans, streamed down her face for Rinhyu. The waves surged towards the shore, engulfing their feet before retreating back into the ocean. Shin Yuheng inhaled sharply, turning away, his fists clenched in fury. "I truly wish to kill you. Rinhyu, you ought to have killed me, brother." As Shin Yuheng took a few steps, Rinhyu's words reached him. He turned back to see Shinran's tear-streaked face and her pleading shake of the head. Gritting his teeth, he walked away. After Shin Yuheng had left, Rinhyu released Shinran and collapsed onto the beach, while she squatted beside him, worry etched on her face as she caressed his cheek. Rendered speechless by sorrow. "Why are you so foolish? Do you think that by doing this, that person will return to you? Why do you do this? Will it make that person aware? Will she come back to your side?" Silent tears streamed from Rinhyu, falling onto the sand, leaving no trace. His eyes, moist with restraint, spoke of his longing. "Do you know how much I miss her? I have not forgotten her for years. I have felt the urge to seek her out." "You are a fool, far too foolish." Shinran's shoulders trembled as she cried. Rinhyu raised his arm to shield his eyes, yearning to shed tears for her. Shinran grasped Rinhyu's large hand, sobbing, "Please, stop this. It would only pain her to see you like this. It pains me too. Your suffering makes it harder for me." Chapter 106. Longing and guilt. The azure sea stretched out before them, the dawn breaking in the sky. The two seated by the shore were not captivated by the beauty of the scenery, but rather ensnared by their own thoughts. Rinhyu was the first to regain his senses. Glancing at Shinran, noting the thinness of her clothing, now damp, and surely cold. "Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" He never expected her to remain by his side until now. Shinran, her body having lost all sensation from the cold, was too concerned for Rinhyu to notice her own shivering teeth. With a pale smile, she looked back at him. "I'm perfectly healthy. You, on the other hand, your clothes are wet. You should go change." "How did you know?" Rinhyu pondered. After a few moments, Shinran comprehended his words. "That. I saw the photograph in your room and asked Inchi about it. The room you were staying in was once occupied by Yuhan. Her presence lingers there. I clean it myself, which is why I felt such aversion towards you for living there. It was maddening now. She found no aversion towards her, even attempting to keep her from leaving." Shinran remained silent, embodying tolerance and understanding. Just as Peichi and I had said, how well did she truly understand Rinhyu? How much did she know about him? The past, no matter how profound, cannot replace the present. Since childhood, she had been frail and had few friends. She claimed she wasn't lonely because she had a loving brother and a good friend like me. We promised each other that no matter what happened, we would never abandon one another, even if, like Inchi, one of us went abroad. Rinhyu sighed deeply. The memories of the past were burdensome, no matter how hard he tried to shake them off. With his arms resting on his knees and his chin on his arms, he listened intently to Rinhyu's reminiscences, feeling the deep guilt he harbored towards Shin Yuhan and sensing his reluctance for her departure. "I once said Jeju Island was beautiful. That's why I promised to take her there." He had mentioned it to his brother, but was denied to fulfill her wish. He made a promise. Suddenly, Rinhyu fell silent, and Shinran understood what would follow. Inchi had said that Shin Yuhan was swept away by the waves. These years, I have never been able to let go. I have always blamed myself, and I tried to find her. No matter how hard I tried, I ultimately found nothing. So, no matter how many times Yuheng hit you, you never fought back because you feel indebted to him. Shinran felt a pang of sympathy for such a Rinhyu. His handsome face bore several wounds, still stained with blood. which he had not tended to. It was my mistake that led to this. Hearing him say that filled her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She wanted to comfort him, but found herself unable to utter a single word, realizing she lacked the courage even to express her love for him. How could she compete with Pei Qianai like this? If he were alone, he would surely wait for the sunrise, but knowing that a girl like Shinran was beside him, he understood that girls were different from boys. Ren Heyu gritted his teeth, standing up despite the pain, and extended his hand to Shinran. Let us go back. If that hand were only meant for himself, it would be held tightly. Yet, his heart would never belong to himself. Thank you. I can manage on my own. She did not take his hand for two reasons. The first was to constantly remind herself that he would never develop feelings for her. The second, seeing that she could rise by herself. Ren Heyu withdrew his hand. Taking a few steps forward, Shinran gazed at his back, bloodstains still vivid on his clothing, an urge to embrace him swelling within her. Rationality forced her back to reality. Just as she began to step forward, a wave of dizziness hit her, causing her to faint on the beach. This was the second reason. Shinran had a fever. She did not want Ren Heyu to know she was burning with fever, the one she loved dearly. She wished for him not to feel guilt for anyone else, nor to harbor any more regrets. Turning to look for Shinran, he saw her collapsed and rushed over. As soon as his hand touched her skin, he felt her feverish temperature. Cursing under his breath, he scooped her up and ran forward. In her haze, Shinran was unaware of everything. She vaguely felt Ren Heyu holding her, catching a glimpse of his anxious expression in the dim light. Was he worried about her? Ren Heyu, do you care for me too? If there truly is a heaven, if there is indeed a God in heaven, should God take her to her parents, she would ensure Ren Heyu forgot her and lived well. She would not allow him to harm himself for her sake. For she believed there would be someone who loved him even more deeply than she could. Her hand dangled limply as she swayed, resembling a lifeless doll in his embrace, her face pale and lacking color. Her breath faint, devoid of a detectable heartbeat. Ren Heyu hastened his pace to his car, trembling hands opening the door, carefully placing Shinran in the back seat. Once she was settled, he closed the door, circled the car to the driver's seat, glanced in the rearview mirror at Shinran, and pressed down on the accelerator, heading towards the hospital. Meanwhile, not far away on the road by the beach, Pei Qianai clutched Shin Yuheng's arm, crying for forgiveness. Shin Yuheng remained cold and unresponsive, his eyes shut in anguish. I know it was my fault. I'm sorry. I should not have failed to save Yuhan. At the shore, it was only her and me. I should have saved her. Pei Qianai slowly knelt, tilting her head back, tears streaming down her face. For years, I have not slept well. Being here has weighed heavily on my heart. That day, in a bid to gain Heiyu's attention, I planned to plunge into the sea. Only when the water engulfed me did I realize how terrifying it was, how fearful I truly was. I thought of Yuhan's helplessness. It was my fault. I am sorry, Yuheng. Shoving her hand away, tears also streamed down Shin Yuheng's face. Do you think that a simple apology can make up for the loss of Yuhan? What do you expect me to do? What should I do about you? Go ahead and hit me. If it eases your heart even a little, just hit me. She cried, demanding it, for Shin Yuhan remained the greatest shadow of her life. Had it not been for her near brush with danger, she might have intended to carry this secret until old age. Shin Yuheng laughed bitterly. If hitting you could bring Yuhan back, I would certainly do it. Both were on the brink of collapse, one mourning for his sister, the other burdened by guilt. They wept unceremoniously on the road. At that moment, and she stepped forward, standing before Shin Yuheng, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Pei Qianai. It took a tremendous amount of courage for her to voice this. Yuheng, let us not continue like this. Maintaining the current state is enough. I don't wish to lose any more friends between us. Truly, that's all I want. Pei Qianai covered her face with her hands, a deep sense of guilt filling her. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for concealing the truth. Chapter 107. Still caring for him, her mind was hazy, enveloped in a warm light, making the cold less biting. As she opened her eyes, a vast expanse of white greeted her. Please close your eyes, she thought, for she already recognized this place. Are you awake? A magnetic voice resonated in her ears, and Sinan, believing it to be a figment of her imagination, hesitated to open her eyes, until that voice echoed once more. Are you feeling unwell? Shall I call the doctor for you? The sound of footsteps receding prompted Sinan to finally open her eyes and glance to the side. The ward door stood ajar, and her heart raced. Could it be Ren Heyu? In the spacious ward? Sinan silently questioned herself. Just as she pondered, the doctor entered, equipped with various instruments to examine her. With a smile, he reassured her, then turned to Ren Heyu, who stood by the bedside, saying, Rest assured, the fever has subsided. A little more observation in the hospital, and everything will be fine. Thank you, doctor, Ren Heyu replied politely, bowing as he watched the doctor leave. Sitting up, Sinan faced the reality of Renheyu's presence before her. Ignoring the surge of excitement within her, she asked, "What brings you here? Why are you keeping me company when you're unwell?" Renheyu settled beside her, looking intently. "Take care of yourself. I hope such incidents do not recur." As he prepared to leave, an unexpected courage surged within Sinan, and she exclaimed, breathlessly, "That's because I worry about you." Renheyu abruptly halted, the sunlight streaming in illuminated his profile, highlighting his fair skin. His lips remained sealed, and his sturdy back was turned to Sinan's eager gaze. Did he not realize that her heart had begun to stir for him? An awkward silence enveloped them, lingering for several minutes without resolution. Sinan took a deep breath, tears brimming in her eyes as she smiled. "Did we not agree to be good friends? Even if she is over there today, I will still be by her side. I apologize for causing you trouble." Renheyu tilted his head slightly to glance at her, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. A myriad of emotions churned within him, a blend of disappointment and relief, forcing him to conceal his true feelings as he stated, "I'll go fetch something to eat." His tall figure faded from the expansive ward, and Sinan's tears cascaded down. Covering her trembling lips with her slender hand, she feared that any sound might betray her heart. She sensed Renheyu's feelings. He could not possibly harbor affection for her. While she anticipated this outcome, it still pierced her heart, more painfully than she had imagined. In the opulent living room of the villa, only Inchi and Pei Qianai sat side by side on the sofa, a steaming cup of barley tea resting on the table before them. Pei Qianai clutched a cushion, her gaze vacant, her eyes rimmed with red. And she placed the barley tea into her hands, adjusting her slightly long bangs as she said, "Though it may cause great pain to you, this version of Pei Qianai is my true friend. Do not act impulsively in pursuit of what you desire. That is not the Pei Qianai I know." As she looked at Inchi, Pei Qianai bit her lip, wanting to say something, but Inchi interrupted. "Listen to me. Finish your barley tea, then return to your room and rest well." Cradling the fragrant barley tea in her hands, Pei Qianai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Thank you, Inchi." She pulled the blanket to her mouth and took a sip of the warming tea. Catching a glimpse of Inchi's smile, she felt a wave of guilt and shame wash over her. Setting aside the blanket, Pei Qianai unsteadily ascended the stairs. Sinan wished to assist her, to accompany her upstairs, but Pei Qianai declined. Inchi, thinking little of it, merely shrugged, attributing it to Pei Qianai's fatigue. The cold sea breeze tousled Shin Yuheng's hair as he sat by the shore, braving the gusts, surrounded by empty beer cans. With a reddened nose, he gulped down one after another. Sinan, clad in a long-sleeved sweater, pure white and soft, snuck out while Renheyu was away shopping. Her white sneakers left delicate imprints on the sandy beach as she approached him. "Do you wish to drown yourself in sorrow? Do you think all this alcohol belongs to you? Is this how you treat a guest?" Shin Yuheng ignored her, continuing to drink. Sinan seized the beer from his hands. "I risked my life to come here to find you, and this is how you receive me." As he reached for another can, Sinan pulled his arm back. "I came to accompany you as a friend. Even if you drink all of this, your sister will not return. She is still." Before she could finish, Shin Yuheng embraced her tightly, as if fearing she might vanish. In that fleeting moment, as Sinan considered pushing him away, she remembered his feelings. She allowed him to hold her, gently patting his back for comfort. Little did Sinan know that, at that moment, Renheyu watched from afar. Shin Yuheng cast a glance at Renheyu, tightening his hold on Sinan. "Are you all right?" He held her so tightly that she was nearly breathless. Releasing her, he apologized. "I'm sorry. I know you're hurting." Sinan gazed at the sky reflected on the sea, revealing, "My father passed away when I was very young, and I relied solely on my mother. One day, my mother also left this world, and I was left alone. She once told me she had truly departed, but had transformed into a star watching over me from the heavens, urging me to be happy and not to let anyone bully me. Though I knew her words were mere fabrications, I chose to believe them." Shin Yuheng was captivated by her earnest expression, unable to tear his gaze away. "If longing prevents you from living well, perhaps we've a kind lie to ease your heart. Why do you share this with me?" Shin Yuheng withdrew his gaze, feeling a pang of sorrow at her comfort, realizing it was not for him but for another. Sinan lowered her head, her long hair swept up by the wind. Her pallid complexion bore signs of weariness. "Because I care for him. I cannot bear to see him suffer." "Did Renheyu tell you about my sister?" Shin Yuheng scoffed, confirming his suspicions. "No, it was the photographs I saw." Sinan replied. "I do not know how he lived before, but I sensed his discontent when I moved into that room. I saw his smile in the pictures, and I witnessed his pain when you struck him. Is that not enough? Must he worry about me while we are merely friends?" Shin Yuheng remained silent, prompting Sinan to continue. "Although I care for him, I regard you as a friend too." I do not wish for my friends to be unhappy. After a long silence, Shen Yuhing smiled enigmatically. I want to let you down as a friend. Rest assured, I'm fine. In Chapter 108, upon learning of being loved, as Shen Yuhing prepared to leave after escorting Sinan back to the hospital, Ren Heyu intercepted him. The air was thick with warning. Regardless of your intentions, Yi Sinan is a pure soul. I do not wish for you to approach her. How amusing, Shen Yuheng retorted. What position do you hold to utter such words? Unless you are her boyfriend. Faced with Shen Yuheng's mocking grin, Ren Heyu restrained his impulse to strike. If you dare to harm her, I will not let you go. Excellent. That is the very statement I relish hearing. Shen Yuheng exclaimed, gripping Ren Heyu's collar and pulling him closer, teeth gritted. Have I not told you before that if anything were to happen to Yuheng, I would not spare you? Expecting Ren Heyu to acquiesce. To remain silent as before, he was taken aback when Ren Heyu forcefully pushed his hand away. I will take responsibility for Yuheng's matters. Yi Sinan, I will not allow you to harm her. A moment of stunned silence passed. Shen Yuheng's lips curled into a smile. If Yi Sinan were to hear your words just now, would she not be overjoyed enough to embrace you? What are you saying? Ren Heyu frowned, unwilling to engage, turning to leave. Shen Yuheng intentionally added, so she has confessed to you yet? Yi Sinan likes you. She cares for you. She told me herself. Ren Heyu halted, unable to move forward. Dismissing Shen Yuheng's words as lies. As he struggled to convince himself, Shen Yuheng continued. She refrains from confessing due to her insecurities. She confided in me, lamenting that you are not someone she can love. Crying as she accused me of disrupting her dreams in which you featured, leaving her unwilling to accept her reality. What do you want to achieve with this? Do you find it amusing? Ren Heyu retorted, turning to face Shen Yuheng, fury simmering within him. Indeed, I gain nothing. Yuheng will not return, and Sinan cannot possess him. At least, I find solace in witnessing your turmoil and suffering, Ren Heyu. As long as you are unhappy, I find satisfaction. Ren Heyu met his gaze with calm defiance, a smirk forming on his lips. I hold no regrets concerning you. My only remorse lies with Yuheng. If you insist on pursuing this course, I shall resist. Are you suggesting that you will draw closer to Yi Sinan to protect her? Ren Heyu's eyes conveyed resoluteness. No longer would he tolerate the usual silence. Sensing the message, Shen Yuheng nodded in satisfaction. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, Ren Heyu carried a basket of fruit. Upon reaching the door to Sinan's ward, he peered through the glass and observed her, head bowed, preoccupied with something. He opened the door and stepped inside. Upon hearing the sound of the doorbell, Sinyan raised her head joyfully to see Ren Heyu, a radiant smile illuminating his face. With a cute tilt of her head, she asked, Did you go out to buy food and just return now? Meanwhile, the words of Shen Yuheng echoed in his mind, leaving him perplexed as to how Sinyan could possibly harbor feelings for him. She had been gazing at him intently, clearly awaiting his next words. Ren Heyu set down the fruit and casually offered an excuse, stating that the doctor advised him to eat more fruit, hence his purchase. As he spoke, he peeled a banana and handed it to Sinyan, while he himself sought a chair to sit beside her bed. Receiving the banana from Ren Heyu's hand, a wave of warmth enveloped Sinyan's senses. She took a bite, her heart filled with sweetness. Thank you. After you finish eating, make sure to rest early. I'll take my leave now. Wasn't he just arriving? The thought of Ren Heyu leaving caused Sinyan's expression to falter. Wait, this is for you, she said, presenting him with a paper crane she had folded, her voice tinged with bittersweetness. It symbolizes good luck. I hope you find happiness. Though Ren Heyu initially intended to refuse, Sinyan's quickly changing demeanor compelled him to accept it. Stepping out of the ward and closing the door behind him, he leaned against the wall, pondering Shen Yuheng's words. When had that silly girl started to like him? In less than 5 minutes. His mood had plummeted from heaven to hell. Perhaps he truly had matters to attend to. After taking a few bites of the banana, a smile returned to Sinyan's face just as Jiyan arrived. Coming to Jeju Island, her greatest gain was forming a friendship with someone like Fan Jiyan. How are you today? You look much better, Jiyan teased, playfully gesturing towards Sinyan's face. Sinyan chuckled. I'm fine now. Have you finished your work? By the way, was everything smooth today? She had heard from Jiyan that during her work hours, a few rich ladies often caused trouble, feeling disgruntled that she was always seen with Juanxiu. Jiyan rolled up her sleeves, exuding a fighting spirit. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Who do they think I am? I'm Fan Jiyan. Sinyan burst into laughter. All right, I know you're formidable. I've already requested leave for you, so focus on recuperating. Okay. Sinyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I'm so glad to have you. How could I be forgotten? And she pushed the door open, feigning anger. The two turned to her simultaneously. With Sinyan smiling, with you both around, I feel completely satisfied. Inchi and Jian exchanged knowing glances, teasing. Really? So does that mean Renheiyu is off the table? Sure, Xinyan replied lightly. Inchi and Jian exchanged puzzled looks at Xinyan's response. They both knew she had feelings for Renheiyu, and letting go of someone she genuinely liked would not be an easy feat. Their earlier banter had been in jest, yet Xinyan's reply was quite unexpected, and she placed her hands on Xinyan's shoulders, gazing at her and demanding, "Tell me, what is going on?" Not wishing to worry her friends, Xinyan shrugged. "It's nothing. Really, I just feel like we're not a match. He is so exceptional that being beside him feels pressuring. Do you really think I can be indifferent? Love isn't something one can simply dismiss, especially unrequited love." Peering at Xinyan with skepticism. Inchi disagreed slightly. "But Sueo and I are a good match, aren't we? We can still bicker. Even while bickering, Sueo still likes you, doesn't he?" Xinyan smiled silently, not voicing her thoughts. She inadvertently noticed Jian's dazed expression and nudged Inchi to draw her attention to it. Inchi stroked her chin, speculating, "Another you, Xinyan. I see the infatuation isn't too deep. What are you two talking about?" Jian, realizing they were discussing her, rejoined the conversation, propping her chin in one hand and gazing meaningfully at Xinyan. "Jian, you wouldn't also have feelings for Heiyu, would you?" Inchi inquired, voicing her curiosity. Jian hurriedly waved her hands. "No, I'm not interested in him that I like." Almost revealing too much, she playfully hit her head in frustration. Her cheeks flushed. "Like whom?" And she pressed out, "I want to know too." Xinyan added eagerly. "Its Juanxiu," Jian exclaimed, her face turning beet red as she covered it with her hands. "It's all your fault for making me say that." Chapter 109. An awkward confession. The vibrant youth is always filled with stories. In the tender years of youth, one can boldly acknowledge their affections. That is a certain audacity at this moment. Xinyan envied Jian, who had not hidden her feelings away. Though shy, it did not deter her determination towards liking Juanxiu. "Xinyan, you should learn more from Jian," and she emphasized, nudging Xinyan's arm. Xinyan smiled silently. As long as she could maintain a friendship with Renheiyu, she felt truly fulfilled. Loving someone does not merely mean possessing them. As long as they can be happy, that is enough. Jian nodded in agreement. "Before I return to my country, I will definitely confess to Juanxiu. Even if I get rejected, at least I'll have tried, and there won't be any regrets. But what if, in the end, this causes you two to not even remain friends?" Xinyan posed a hypothetical question. Jian shrugged indifferently. "I can't let a single outcome impede my current goals. If I always expect the worst, would there still be successful people today?" Sitting at the edge of the bed, she looked earnestly at Xinyan, intending to impart some wisdom. "Xinyan, you're just too pessimistic. Why not think of more positive outcomes instead? Wouldn't that be better?"